Qingwei ancestor was about to speak when his face suddenly changed drastically. He reached out and clenched the soul-nourishing wood in his hand. In this tense atmosphere, Emperor Qian's gaze slowly fell on the face of the crown prince. Seeing the shock in his eyes, Emperor Qian deliberately said something. Yi Zhizhi was speechless for a moment. She didn't expect her elder brother to have already found a reason for her. And it was even more reasonable than the one she had exhausted her brain to come up with. The entire courtyard was filled with a fragrant aroma. Brother Dao was leaning on my arm, singing and dancing in front of the roasted whole sheep. Montgomery was overjoyed when he heard the news. He knew that the British army was not doing much better than them, even more exhausted. To win, they had to surprise the enemy. However, during the order, he didn't repeat the prince's original words. Instead, he showed concern and friendliness throughout the process. After all, besides items, the memories from this dungeon might also be very important for awakening. He still cherished it, as if valuing that past love that was given sincerely, but ultimately unfulfilled. Jiang Chen's actions weren't very impressive, but the messages contained in his words were extremely significant. Look at Emperor Ming Taizong's confident words. If these lines were in a historical drama, they could be used as direct quotes. Qiao held back her laughter, but couldn't help but smile. Her usually serious face curved into a gentle crescent shape. Although the environment was not ideal for the Sky Strategy Army's attack, it also provided cover. At least before rushing through the gap, they wouldn't be attacked. This is my fault, Su Feng admitted first. She finally understood why Lin Yu wanted her to come personally. It was to apologize. The best scapegoats, of course, were the members of the White Lotus sect. Luodan was less than 20 miles away, and they had 10,000 soldiers stationed there, making it worthwhile to seek their help. Mr. Liu, come. I'll show you the patient's condition. Professor Luofeng took Lu Ming to another room. Zhou Ruoxue was startled, clutching her chest tightly, and hurriedly stepped back behind Su Yuzhu. For a moment, the hall's atmosphere froze. Two top experts faced off, their voices full of tension, almost ready to fight at any moment. It's like saying, I now have 10,000 skeleton soldiers in the main city, and I can only bring 10,000 to the national battle. When Killer Lung passed through the courtyard and saw the girl, he was amazed. Especially when she finished washing clothes, carried a wooden basin, and wiped sweat from her forehead with delicate hands. He just wanted to challenge Dr. Tang, but he didn't expect to lose a kidney in the process. This mountain range stretched for dozens of miles, vast and dangerous. Setting up a domain here, using the surrounding terrain, could unleash terrifying power. Lingyu was determined to create a domain storm and eliminate everyone. She is my wife. I won't pursue it, and others have no right to do so. Jing Liuyun's defiance truly angered the emperor. Soon after, he had a wound on his forehead, bleeding. The two fists collided dozens of times in an instant. Wei Tianprung was knocked flying, bleeding constantly, his body cracking apart. Blood poured out as he fell from the air. Around him, violent energy fluctuated wildly, terrifying beyond words. Brother Hai immediately picked up the sword from the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was quite a valuable weapon. What exactly are you talking about, girl? Luo Huishui was most upset by this hesitant look, as if she was hiding a big secret that made her feel uneasy inside. Mu Yunqing knew he was giving her a break, so he followed behind him. But his hands were tied, making it hard to keep his balance. The vine ladder was very difficult to climb, and if he wasn't careful, he might fall. When Yu Bo and the others ran out, Li Rue and the others were stunned. They never expected that they were still alive. It was like the sacred body and the old Master Yuan Tianshir's late years were uncertain, making the powerful forces in the southern region very cautious. As a result, they became like lost treasures. When this question was asked, the scene became much quieter because Zhang Fan's answer was related to their safety. Chun Nan was also surprised. He didn't expect that this guy was Duan Su. If Su Chongqing hadn't used the secret of eternal youth, he might have had to fight this guy. At the moment of impact, a large amount of experimental data was collected by the device on Nemo. After automatic analysis, the test report was immediately sent to Lu Yu and the Zero Base, appearing on the computers of various scientists. 2 years ago, he argued with someone at a street stall. He preferred to be taken to the hospital rather than fight back. Seeing this, Lu Yuanhao no longer hesitated and chose to reveal his true identity as a big boss. The 3 half-step powerhouses of the Xiao family tried not to laugh. They were used to being ignored by the arrogant holy son of Yao Qi. Tang Yuan considered Ling Yi's words and understood most of it. It seemed that General Ling thought Song Huan was useful and planned to train her carefully. In one night, the cold wind swept through Beijing, with snow falling all over, turning the city into a white world. Of course, didn't care much about these abilities for now because he found a more useful superhuman. Everyone eat first. Don't let the food get cold. When the master comes back, we can do some more, Xiao Han said. He didn't want everyone waiting for the master, so he told everyone to start eating. After they finished and tidied up, the master still hadn't appeared, and Xiao Han felt uneasy. Emoya directly caught the token out of thin air. When he saw the large character carved on it, his eyes narrowed in surprise. Jade-clear water flowed down, washing over the ground of the western Niu-He continent. The ground was bloody, and the water touched the blood. The land transformed itself, revealing the true face of the Western Bull continent. At this moment, the continent no longer had the 5 mountain peaks, only the remnants of the Thunderpile Mountain and the Spirit Mountain. After starting over, Sunju's attitude became much calmer. He chatted happily with Phil and no longer made those strange gestures. Even though the Changshan Empire still claimed sovereignty over Qingshan City, it could no longer influence it in any way. Master, I've thought it through. If I reshape my body, I might be pulled too far away by these guys. I want to ask the martial saint about the way of the sword. Bao said casually. While walking through the secret passage of the organization, Yan Ming found the nano-soldiers he had fought before. After talking with them, Yan Ming obtained a strand of their hair. Through genetic testing, it was confirmed they were half-brothers. The curse symbol had just been sent out when Zheng suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, splashing onto the head of the nearby python. The python was startled and retreated a little. People with strong mental power are usually very smart. This was the most common thing Di Sheng said whenever Meng Ping complained about not thinking enough. Yuni made a series of snoring sounds, which she only made when she was happy. While she was in this state, Zhang Yuanhong's mind was also racing quickly. This scene made Garnet, Pierce, and others look on in horror. If Perkins couldn't gain an advantage in strength, it proved that no Celt could gain an upper hand against Sunjua. Shinwei looked at the sun in the sky. Going out to race horses in this weather was unrealistic. She also looked at the peach blossoms eagerly waiting for her. Shinwei decided to use delicious food to silence the peach blossoms. When a strange creature approached her, what should she do? No one knew. Soldiers of the Luo Xian kingdom found themselves in this confusing situation. Debao Rulai was suppressed by a single hand holding a luminous pearl. Tripitaka led all the Buddhists to bow and pay respect to the pearl. While brushing his teeth in the morning, he kept feeling nauseous. He thought it was chronic pharyngitis. His recent loss of appetite was due to exhaustion, and he didn't consider the fatigue, irritability, and drowsiness that had appeared in the past few days. The 3 members of the Great Sun sect arrived early this morning. Once everyone was gathered, they began discussing plans to explore the ruins, but they did not invite him to join. This discovery made him immediately realize that the flower seed tree invited him with a hidden purpose. He felt a chill in his heart. Since that was the case, he decided to see who had the better skills. However, he didn't expect that these people would behave so shamefully toward the savior of the alliance leader. It was truly bold. During the previous process, they had indeed studied these issues but had never dared to act on them. Considering that Lin Di had always loved games and that it had been over 5 years since Lin Di entered a coma, with no signs of recovery, the experts thought it might be worth trying brain connection technology. The message was written in blood, just a few words. Enter Chang'an on the afternoon of the 3rd day of the 3rd month. Meet at Yanping Gate, please believe. It was unsigned but drew a mountain peak. The once proud beast was quickly dealt with. This showed Sun Wukong's quick and powerful attack. His control of lightning was not easy to sustain, but it was suitable for sudden, strong strikes. He used this power to trap his opponent's body. Xiao Yunying was gentle and kind but also very stubborn. Once she made a decision, not even 10 oxen could pull her back. The Sun Child on the throne snorted softly. He tapped his throne again, and the golden feather arrow seemed to hear an order. It became lively and excited, suddenly increasing its speed dozens of times, carrying intense heat, and shooting toward the crystal light at the center. Lin Qingfan was confused. At this moment, he was extremely anxious. Old Candle had also lost such an important answer. "He's not my master now." Before Ling Yuro could speak, Ajia directly answered. Back in a room, Lu Yusin felt the hostility from the entire city lord's mansion. Besides a bed, a chair, and a table, there was nothing else. All three were old and broken. "Old sir, don't be angry with them. Your health is the most important." Luo Han stepped forward and gently pulled Grandpa Jia behind him. He had long regarded Wei Zichen as a thorn in his side. So, he had early on sided with the older brother's faction, determined to eliminate Wei Zichen. Xia Babe was already sitting on the bed, swinging her feet beneath it. When she heard Dongfang use words, she paused. She looked at him with pure, innocent eyes, and he couldn't help but feel his eyes swell with pain. The next moment, tears were about to fall. Lu Shijuan looked back at him, and then at the torn white dress in her hand, finally understanding what he was asking. "Old Madam Xia, we didn't mean to bully Miss Xia. It's just," when old Lord Yi saw Sang Jinghong's gaze, he took a deep breath. "So, what should we do now? What were you all doing before?" Luo Tianqing felt a bit disappointed, but because the royal demon might be her mother's contracted beast, she felt a strange closeness to it. Endless golden light rose from Shirlo, transforming him into a golden-haired roar. His roar shook the heavens and earth, and the ground shattered into pieces. The Blood Palace had been collecting human essence and blood. Although Du Guming didn't know what they needed it for, he believed there was a big secret hidden behind all this bloodshed. Kill Aura? Tian Mo thought that even if he didn't wear makeup, he would still feel murderous intent whenever someone provoked or hurt someone he cared about. Xiaoyu was dazed and didn't remember what she had said. After drinking the medicine, she fell asleep again. Nicola Ao released his powerful aura, and overwhelming pressure poured down on Du Guming. Yet, Du Guming still held the Xianyuan sword, standing unmoved under the intense pressure. If Wu Ziyu were a cultivator, everything could be explained. Earlier, the four of them clearly saw Wu Ziyu jump to the highest point, planning his fall, but he didn't land as expected. Instead, he vanished into thin air. He couldn't shake off Wu Xiao for a long time, so he decided to take a risk and gamble that Wu Xiao's perception was weak. People around seemed used to this kind of thing and watched with interest. They were now eager to see Dada ask the security and then get embarrassed. Bringing a great story to the stage was his wish. Building a theater not only fulfilled his dream but also enriched the tourism resources of Wanling Village. Undeniably, major companies were very friendly to graduates from Southwest University. The speakers showed their best skills and worked very hard. The four of them looked shocked, wondering if it would ever end. The wild wolf impatiently turned around, ready to continue what he was doing earlier. Seeing her suddenly become slightly tipsy and leaning into his embrace, the young man's eyes widened in surprise, like ink spilling across paper. Cho, the newly appointed right envoy of the demon world after the rebellion 300 years ago, is in the early stages of merging his form, but he can pretend to be something else. Thinking this through, he naturally also thought about Luo Tiantian. Suddenly, his sharp eyes narrowed slightly, and his brows furrowed tightly. Luo too just walked over to Wu Xie, but suddenly Wu Xie's gaze turned very sharp. Using his intact left hand, he knocked Luo Tu out cold. It was also Luo Tiantian's heartfelt words just now that greatly pleased Ling Xie. But he also gently cupped her face and kissed her softly. The mysterious turtle emerged from the pond, just overhearing this, and at first, he was happy. But seeing Su Nian crying, he jumped onto her shoulder with concern. When Shuru, though unhappy with the conceited attitude of the masked divine doctor, deeply trusted his medical skills. Renting for less than 100 yuan for a month was incredibly cheap, but the hygiene and furniture conditions were definitely not good. Chun Dan saw Chow Chow acting like a stubborn donkey, refusing to listen to his advice. So he rode away on his horse, turning his head and leaving Chow Chow behind. The reason was simple: Ding Sanchi's position was too high. He could at most influence the overall development of the game department, but when it came to a specific game or department, how much could Ding Sanchi really control? Zhuge Liang, upon seeing this, was greatly alarmed. Cold sweat broke out on his body as he thought, if Chun Dan's fiery spear pierced his eye would surely be blinded. In fact, Lu Qingqing also thought Chun Li was planning to open a barbecue shop again. The girl was already prepared to come help during her free time. After saying this, Chow Chow no longer challenged the city of Shuzhou but ordered dozens of sturdy Chow soldiers to carry a huge, mountain-like heavy log and ram the city gate, trying to break it open. But now, the ideal fried chicken shop didn't lack money, so the land for the chicken farm was once again expanded. However, director Song Ko, who was very skilled in filming techniques, subtly sensed something ominous in this scene. The giant-mouthed dragon-scaled beast growled softly, and without giving the too much time to react, it charged forward again. There's nothing we can do. His old man is young and talented, with a good grasp of business. So we see him day after day lingering among the flowers, but still managing to run a thriving business. Shun Yan drove carefully, realizing that his bedtime would be delayed again tonight. With his current strength, even the ancient tree ancestor at the Supreme Realm would not be his match. His power was beyond question. Hee. Brother Wang, you're being too modest. I've heard that even the spirit-taming sect admires your talent. They're discussing whether to offer you the position of Grand Elder, just like other sects have done, said shopkeeper Xiao with a smile, stroking his beard. Inua, how do you know all this? You've been with me the whole time, yet you seem to know so many secrets, Qingxiu asked. In the past, Inua had known many powerful figures from the Forest of Gold, which hadn't surprised him. But now, even this once-in-a-millennium temple was within her knowledge. Since I was watching TV, I didn't turn on the main light in the living room, only the wall lamp behind me. In that half-bright, half-dim light, everything looked both real and dreamlike. Before I knew it, it was time for dinner. I sent a message to Ruoshui, and after confirming that Xiaohan was treating us, we all logged off at the same time. Meng Su and Xiang Qing saw him calling out, but didn't care what he was saying. They just pinched his cheeks and refused to let go, as if afraid that if they did, he would disappear. Although Ziang listened with a silly grin, he still learned a lot, laying the foundation for his next journey to the demon realm. Everyone sighed. This era would see the fall of many geniuses, but it would also create new strong ones, those who might never have had the chance to rise otherwise. From afar, the stars looked like a mountain peak hidden in clouds, with sparks of lightning flickering within the mist. Yes, Commander. The communications soldier replied, immediately sending a telegram to headquarters. That's right. Tomorrow, we must not only intimidate the barbarian tribe and crush their arrogance, but also push deep into their territory so they'll never dare step into our lands again, said a fiery warrior from the Sky Division, his fighting spirit blazing. Suddenly, a figure leapt down from the second-floor pavilion, moved swiftly through a few turns, and disappeared around the corner. He'll hold his ground and wait for reinforcements, using supplies to draw in our main force. Then a unit from the front at Nyangzi Pass will rush back to surround us. If they find our numbers weak, they'll try to destroy us. But if they see we're strong, they'll rather shell their own supply lines, causing explosions to inflict heavy losses on us, Neo Air explained confidently. He also defeated 3 enemy soldiers. The enemy patrol team has 3 members, 2 have already been eliminated. Decisively, Zhang Yi and his team decided to rest here. After 20 minutes, another patrol team came by, and Zhang Yi's team successfully ambushed them. At this moment, the fake army guide bravely attacked, covering a soldier's mouth and slitting his throat, doing it very skillfully. The fierce red lotus blast hit the divine pattern giant shield, causing a loud roar that shook the world. Even the gold-eating ant beast, which had retreated into its cave, stood alert and raised its body. I am still searching for someone to rely on and hold, someone to pray for me, worry about me, get angry for me, and make trouble for me. Suddenly, a pleasant phone ringtone sounded on the stone table on the other side of the swing. It was a pink mobile phone. After understanding this, Lu Zong learned more about Epiphus. Now he finally understood why the children of Luckma wanted to be reborn. Without rebirth, their strength couldn't improve, and with so many Luckma children, the map might get overwhelmed. Tai Wei curled up in the corner of Jixiang Garden, like a wounded beast. Outside, the maids came and went, replacing all the lanterns under the eaves with white ones. When the wind blew, the lanterns swayed like wandering spirits in the dark night. After announcing the rules, the auctioneer didn't waste time and immediately started the first round of bidding. Xiaoyu recalled that he had been in a rush earlier and hadn't paid attention to the hall's situation. Now he felt something was wrong. Remembering the incident where he was drugged in Lingji town last time, Xiaoyu became more cautious. Tai Wei wore whatever he could find and seemed unconcerned, spending his days just staying in Zhang's courtyard and teasing the dog. Lu Zong only truly understood the meaning of this phrase after entering the game map. Because the source of bloodline essence was quite abundant, but Lu Zong had only one path to choose from. Increasing the favorability of the target bloodline race was the only way. He forcibly suppressed the restless internal energy within his body, his sharp gaze sweeping around inch by inch. The fact that you are older than me, why hasn't he come to propose marriage to you? The boy's dull voice echoed in the carriage. If that's the case, would it matter if they were silenced? Do they want to see people or corpses? Destroying all evidence could make the other side completely unable to find any clues. I'm not sure. The old Taoist chuckled, squinting like a street fortune teller. Anyway, although Tang Jing and I are not close, I can't just watch her be insulted like that. Seeing the 30 red bills quickly disappear, the boss was heartbroken and slammed the money onto the tea table. In the end, Kai Shui was the first to crawl out from under the blanket. She wrapped herself in the blanket, turned sideways, and hurriedly put on her clothes from the floor. There are 110 fighting platforms floating above the sea of clouds, surrounded by thousands of tall mountains much higher than the platforms. This is the Sword Sect's Great Sword Peak, usually closed to outsiders and only for inner disciples training. But today is a grand day for the sect, so genuine disciples and outsiders are allowed to watch or participate. The president's hand is very large. Although he seems cold, he has warm hands with dry palms. Unlike Yan's hands, which are cold even in summer. Xianjin sat at the seat below the main hall. His usual smiling face was gone, replaced by a cold gaze. Among the 10 people, a few bottles of beer on the table were already half drunk, making the atmosphere more lively. She suppressed her inner anger and tried to stay calm. She felt too weak now to do anything, so she had to stay cool-headed. Especially since the first part's phrase, loving the bright moon, even when tired, and the last line of the second part, how much resentment does the west wind, unable to disperse the brow, echo each other, with neat parallelism and a touch of gentle sadness. It perfectly reflects the classical Chinese aesthetic of sorrow without pain, a top-quality work. The situation on the opposite side also seemed bad. The 4 old monks were bleeding from their 7 orifices, and the device connecting their bodies seemed to be working harder. Third uncle also appeared less focused. But mother, you can't do much to help, and I think staying at the Jiangnan old house for a few days will help you relax more. He looked at her. The person suddenly tore off the clothes on his shoulders in shock. Under the dim light, I saw a silkworm larva crawling on his shoulder. Beneath it, his skin had turned blue, but he was completely unaware. The curse technique is indeed strange and hard to defend against. Even if she unintentionally lost in the illusion contest, she grabbed Wu Xian's neck. Wu Xian's eyes remained calm and untroubled, still cold as ice. Ling Jun's first act upon returning to the Ning family was to punch Ning Shaoxian hard and give him a stern warning. At that time, the sun was gentle and bright. Yun Qing'a sat straight, bringing food to her mouth, slowly chewing. Her every movement was graceful and noble, as if she were enjoying some fine delicacy. It turns out that cotton fabric from the Ming dynasty shrinks when it gets wet. If worn out, it also becomes stiff. When snow falls heavily, the stiff cotton clothes cling tightly to the skin, feeling very cold. Qian nodded. My older brother's main bedroom is cleaned every day, and I haven't moved anything inside. This means the items inside are probably the same as when she left. Qian was giving her a warning, hoping she wouldn't be too affected by the sight. He considers Xu Jingrong his friend. No matter what, he won't allow anyone to speak badly of her in his presence. A faint scent of gardenia filled the quiet room, drifting into her nose. On the rosewood table and chairs, there was food, but from afar, it was unclear who it was prepared for. But Du Xiaofan, Yu Ju knows her well. Sometimes she hesitates and worries. Even if she already understands her feelings for him, she still considers whether she might hurt others. Chunling got on his motorcycle, put on his helmet, and waved with a smile. He took his dog and drove off first. Jing Liken looked up at Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang immediately understood and turned around happily to go into the kitchen, bringing breakfast to her. She was thinking about this matter when he suddenly appeared. Since he came to find her, she decided to go see him. Now that Wu Chen isn't with her and no one is talking to him, this must be the hardest time for him. Let's go. The competition today was over. Staying here didn't seem very meaningful, so Shengguan Fei suggested they leave. Gung Haosher swung his whip, and with a soft snap, the whip lightly touched Yu Manman's basketball, like cotton being gently brushed. No matter what, the path that Qin Xiaocai offered was truly the best chance she had right now. Didn't you just glance at it earlier? Then you drove straight to the Gongdi, Chai Wang asked, somewhat confused. The old lady kept loading things into the car, eager to pack everything they would need for the next week. Commander Gao's long arms suddenly reached out, pulling Lu Bing back a few steps. The situation was very strange. Perhaps because of the chaotic and confusing illusionary powers attacking, a loud roar suddenly came from the black hole. Her natural action of throwing a hidden weapon was caught by him. His sharp eyes narrowed, and the hand hidden in his sleeve suddenly reached out toward the conical hidden weapon. To his surprise, the thrown weapon changed direction abruptly, turning sharply and flying toward by Li Wuchen. Since the final stage of the National College Basketball League starts at 10 a.m. every day, Gang Haosher only needed to return on time to watch the game. After leaving the dome-shaped mountain, the Angel of Illusion headed toward Fa Liqi. According to her, Yu Tian was at Fa Liqi, so she believed she wouldn't miss him. Yu Tian, I'm coming to find you. Don't let me down, she thought to herself. Shenyang stood up to stretch, and then went to the game field. As soon as he entered, he became the center of attention. Many Chinese spectators cheered, "Shenyang, go for it." Some foreigners also joined in the cheer. At 9 a.m., a bus decorated with the Yangyang Sports Center banner stopped in front of Jiangqing Central Stadium. People dressed in sportswear stepped out of the bus, and with security guards and police escorting them, they entered the stadium. A mixed-race elf led him to sit down, kneeling on the ground and shouting passionately in elf language. Shi Fei translated this into human language to explain. Yu Tian saw that Hu Wang and Yi Xian were both asleep in their rooms. He sighed inwardly. "Sigh, I have to start working again. Tonight will be another sleepless night." Using his magic wind-fire wheel, his figure disappeared outside the inn in an instant. Chun Luanfeng immediately woke up and looked at his master. His master opened his eyes with a faint smile and said, "That's right, I have become a saint." Another saint of the ancient universe had achieved enlightenment. Zhuang Wangu looked up at the sky, wondering if the other three had also become saints. The Jieqiao sect didn't know exactly how many people they had sent, while the Netherworld sects Nail and Shura were both serious about the situation. Various factions were calculating how to drive other forces out of Chang'an City. Chun Shandao's expression froze. He never expected to hear such words. He instinctively felt the disdainful gazes from countless people around him, including some of his fellow alliance members. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and pretended to be angry as he sheathed his sword. Preparation? Qi Dongqiang asked in surprise. He was the one treating today. What did the governor mean by preparation? Who is this brother Haonan you mentioned? Is he also from Shanghai? Which district is he from? Song Duanwu asked with curiosity. It's always me watching the house. And you never take me along, humph. Ning Laoqi spat lightly and slammed the door shut, as if this was nothing new. Chun Ji couldn't have chosen worse words. Using the Guo family to threaten Guilin was clearly meant to provoke him. This action stirred great waves in his heart. Would she really cry for him? She actually cried for him. Since Liang Meng's death, Nan Ruochen's eyes had never shed tears, but now they stung with emotion. With those 2 tears from her, he felt that everything he had done for her was worth it. A chilling, corrosive mist spread through the air. The demon hunters touched by it began foaming at the mouth, and some even fainted. Their faces turned pale, and without quick help, they would die. Isn't a powerful opponent the most frightening kind? Xiaoyan asked, confused about what he had done wrong. I'd rather she were born into an ordinary family, Chu Tao said thoughtfully, his eyes full of pity. Huayang had once been a prosperous place, but now was cold and deserted. The battles must have been fierce, and the merchants, fearing disaster, had already packed up and left. Those who remained were waiting to see what would happen next. Situ Xiao came in person to take charge, not only to command but also to calm the people's hearts. This reckless fool, Ling Yu said angrily, turning his gaze toward Zhu Yunchuan. Another 7 days passed. Countless disappointments had turned into despair. Almost no one believed that Master Xia would ever wake again, especially since he was left in the care of young and inexperienced Li Zhaolin. The once bustling place had become desolate. Bai Yun gently brushed away the lingering dark energy from his clothes, and his white robe once again looked spotless. Li Changzhen pressed his left knee against the wild boar, pinning it down. He raised his right fist and struck its head hard. The next moment, there was a heavy thud, and the boar went still, its body collapsing under the. Du Jui glanced at the blue pearl. Since it had already been taken out, there was no way to put it back now. As she spoke, Li Chongqing began collecting the broken pieces of the skull and white-bone bird, gathering them together. He reached out his hand, and within his hollow space, a 3-turn ghost flame insect appeared. A blue-green ghost fire rose up, faintly emitting a cold, piercing sensation that hurt the soul. Han Xiangning finally relaxed and thought to herself, I've helped you so much. When the new year comes, I'll borrow your big scooter for a few days. You probably won't refuse. At that moment, her pager suddenly rang. During this time, Qin Yu cried more loudly than anyone else, sobbing loudly at Elder Shi's grave. No matter how others tried to comfort him, he wouldn't stop. While talking, Du Mei noticed the storage ring on Nan Ansiki's front. It was a magic device. It belonged to humans. How did Nan Ansiki have this? Could she have met USI? The deadly heavenly poison fruit was indeed powerful. Although Shi didn't show it, everyone knew that this poison had caused serious harm to him. After swallowing the 3 people, he'd learned from his memory that Lan Nong would also attend the banquet tonight. So, he transformed into Dammy's appearance, put on Dammy's dress, and went out to find Lan Nong. Su Yi's tour was almost over. Only 2 shows remained. He couldn't accompany me, so I decided to go with Xuanya. However, when I boarded the plane, I saw Chen Shi. The vice principal was driving, with the principal sitting in the front passenger seat and another vice principal sitting beside him. Last night, after Lu Qing finished his magic performance, everyone was stunned when the soda can seem to grow out of his palm and then reappear in his hand. David finished speaking, and ice spikes suddenly appeared out of nowhere, stabbing toward Ade. At the same time, lightning flashed and struck Ade. Because he moved his body just now, pulling at his wound, Shin Juanru let out a muffled groan. A look of pain flashed across his face, and he was already soaked in sweat. Everyone in the restaurant fell silent, afraid to speak. A few other customers who had been eating there also regretted their decision. Out of curiosity, they hadn't left immediately, but now, seeing the situation, they wondered what would happen if a fight broke out and they got caught in the chaos. The reason why the Thousand-Eyed shop has a larger interior space than its exterior suggests is based on this principle. Niue had long sensed that the Qian family members had their own plans, but that didn't concern her. She didn't want to get involved in their affairs either. After everything was settled, it was already past 2 p.m. Although I bought a big basket of fresh vegetables and fruits from the market, I didn't feel like cooking. As soon as I stepped into the house, I saw the front door slightly open. Before taking a few steps inside, I heard a warm voice coming from inside. It wasn't Uncle Da. Who could it be? Huang Xiao finally relaxed a little. Using his swimming skills, he struggled to help the chubby county magistrate swim slowly to the shore. The next period of time was basically wasted for the entire Holy Temple Guild. If Chen Zui hadn't been standing across from him, and if Gu Laoda was closer, Wang Sanqiang and Luo Wanjun would have already rushed over. Mother Tang was anxious for her son. She pulled him home to ask about his health and warmth, then ordered the kitchen to prepare a good meal. Now try again to see if you can meet the Lord. If the enemies don't have magic stones, they can't keep chanting spells for long, Sophie said, biting her lip tightly. She was also very nervous, worried that her decision might harm Chinzue if it was wrong. It was past noon. When the gate opened, 2 young people came out and wandered outside for a while before leaning against the door and smoking. He told her that the black silk paper kite wasn't his. He had hidden everything from her. He had lied to her. No, I must take my happiness into my own hands. Thinking about Yen, Baby suddenly gained more courage. He didn't care about the spasming meridians. He tried hard to keep his mind clear. Outyen gave him great confidence to keep going. The gods scattered among the clouds. 10,000 miles away, above the Kunrin divine realm, a white-robed figure descended swiftly. So, if she found out he had found a stand-in similar to her sister, she would definitely be unhappy. Since experiencing the red sheets incident, although Miao Miao was still easily shy, she no longer blushed as easily as before. Suddenly, Li Lufei realized. This time, not only was there a bet between Nie Yukuan and President Chen, but he was also deeply involved. Now, it's probably too late to turn back. Seeing these 2 beautiful and luxurious pieces of equipment, Outyen shook off his previous gloom and thought, Schwer will definitely like these. Tang Xingye saw his attitude toward her and felt a cold warning deep in her eyes, clearly warning her. There is a rare beauty in the north, standing alone and unmatched. One glance can topple a city, another can topple a nation. Who wouldn't know that a beauty so rare is hard to find again? Prince, is it impossible? Steward Lin followed behind Shimen Hao, clearly aware of what he was about to do, and quickly warned him. That is why this general has such courage. If the Pingping King's residence were also burned now, he definitely wouldn't stay so calm. Not far from them were members of the He family. However, it seemed they hadn't noticed their presence. Although your mother died at my hands, I didn't kill her. I loved her so much. I couldn't bear to do that, said the Kirin King with a look of struggle. Thinking back to those days, he felt both pain and regret. Sheng Rong retreated quickly. Although he didn't know what Zhu Wuxing had thrown out, he knew it wasn't something good. Suddenly, a faint blue light appeared behind Sheng Rong. It was the deep blue ice spear of the young boy who had been swept away by Zhu Wuxing earlier. Xie Tao was expelled? That's great. I've never liked him, Mo Chung said happily. I tried to persuade Tian AI to publish her first intimate experience. While chatting with Tian AI, I also convinced President Jiatan, who had started the company. From the other side of the camp, I returned. When I arrived, it was no longer dark. Luckily, the snowmobile driver on duty had cleaned the entire camp, especially removing the waste left by the sled dogs, and then lit a big bonfire. The tea was ready, waiting for the hunting team to return. Long ago, Emperor Kai killed some royal family members, and the four princes also killed some. Queen Mother killed more. Besides these 6 princes, the Dashwan royal family had no one left. The castle was built very smoothly. Over the past 200 years, there had been no fires, floods, or earthquakes, natural disasters, so the castle has kept its original shape all this time. Based on this data, this castle is very valuable for collection. Third sister, even so, you can't harm big sister. What did she do wrong? Yi Lu Xing still tried to persuade her sister. Mi Yi Qing secretly looked at him. Even if it made him angry, she couldn't let him smoke. His stomach was very serious now, and if not cared for properly, it could cause a stomach perforation. Brother Nyo, you're here. How about the lamb I found for you? The pointed mouth immediately smiled broadly, bowed awkwardly like a dog, and paid respect to Brother Nyo. His expression was just like a trader in old war movies seeing his father, Lord Huang. She couldn't remember what baby Ning looked like when she cried, so she vowed she would see it someday. In the neighboring yard, Yuai felt a different atmosphere. The plants were especially lush. Although not as lively and well-kept as the yard managed by Fu Yuan, it was still very nice. Why? Baby Ning blinked her bright eyes curiously and softly asked. All right, I believe you this time. Ouyang Lai Tian quietly took off his clothes and crawled on the grass with Mi Yiqing. Through the glass wall, she saw Qin Jinhua carefully tidying up leftovers. Thinking of his background and the slap he gave Dong Wanqing, she suddenly felt he wasn't so hateful. Gong Sun Zan chose face over the lives of his soldiers, biting his lip and pushing forward. If only time could go back, Gong Sun Zan would shout, "Don't shoot, sneak into the village." Tao Hua, I think guessing whether Prince Hao likes you here is useless. I have a way to find out, but it's a bit dangerous. Are you willing to try? Su Mukin suggested. As 9 round, bright moon stars expanded endlessly in the sky, almost all fighting slowed down. This was the prelude to the closing of the 9 layers secret realm. Everyone knew the 9 palace battle was about to end. Yanbei roared, causing the void to. He dared not think of her. His mind was swirling, and another stunning face appeared in his thoughts, making his heart ache and pain. As for the situation at Bai Shao Square, there was no need to say much. The 3 great fairy domains had long been forming alliances. They each allied with the 4 major underground palaces. Rumor had it that the 6-pointed star palace even formed a marriage alliance with 1,000 calabash palace. So, at the Fairyland Cultivators gathering, it was obvious they were targeted. Suddenly, something floated up from the water and quickly sank again. I was startled, but didn't realize what it was. I suspected it was some furniture washed down from upstream, so I picked up a piece of dirt and threw it to see if the object was alive. A whistling gunshot rang in her ears, leaving no chance to speak. Countless flames burst out from P City. A loud noise caught Anwan off guard, leaving her unprepared. Relying on her long-trained instincts, she immediately hid behind the car when she sensed danger. The villa area was lush with greenery, the dense trees blocking most of the sunset's light, leaving only a golden edge on the treetops. Walking in the middle of the road, she felt a chilling coolness in the air. Inside the pharmacy, it was completely dark, with no one around. She took out a knife she had brought from that room and gently tapped the glass with its handle. After confirming no one was coming out, she applied more force, breaking the glass near the lock, opening the window, and climbing inside. Most importantly, even if everything around her was destroyed, it shouldn't mean everything. Fortunately, modern medicine is very advanced. In ancient times, actually even a few hundred years ago, many illnesses seemed simple but could be deadly, unlike today. As the year was ending, heavy snow had arrived early. The Yongding River froze over, and ships coming from the south had to dock at Zhangjiawan Wharf in Tongzhou to unload. The canal in Tongzhou was filled with ships, and the busy dock was crowded with people loading and unloading goods, shouting loudly. Xiao Chongning was losing a lot of blood, feeling dizzy and seeing black spots. His wound had torn open from a fall, but he ignored the pain and staggered towards Su Tangqing. It seemed no one could guess the outcome, which was truly surprising. They had never seen a cultivator behave like this before. Su Han didn't care about his reaction. She continued, "Director I don't need this money for now, so I'm returning it to the group. The password is written on the back of this card. Oh, I forgot to mention, dark power is on the same level as ultimate power. Fighters who can't understand ultimate power can still strengthen themselves by awakening their dark power. The principles of both are similar. One is good, the other evil," Jinwoo explained. "Don't fight him in close combat. The Jian sword is too powerful. Everyone focus fire and shoot." In less than 3 minutes, Xia Yiyu had already destroyed over 30 machines. Everyone finally realized that fighting him up close was too terrifying and should be avoided. Zhang Chonggong saw Anua's restless behavior and understood he was anxious. He wanted to have a good talk with Anua, but before he could find him, Anua had already packed his belongings and was ready to leave, saying goodbye to Zhang Chonggong proactively. After Chai Wang left, I couldn't sleep at all. I looked at the bright moon in the sky, feeling strangely restless inside. Director Yang dressed casually, with his hair slicked back and shining brightly. When he's happy, he walks with confidence, and his steps seem to radiate a strong presence. Xiaoling was just arguing with Xiaji. Although she wanted to eat, she couldn't bring herself to say it. She snorted coldly and turned her head away, ignoring Xiaji. Everyone was surprised when they heard the name Xia Ho Tianlong. They knew this fierce man was the leader of the Tianlong gang, which was nicknamed Poison Dragon Gate. The gang was known for making and spreading poisons, which made them feared and disliked by other martial arts groups. Late at night, Shang Shixiang was watching over generally. The two brothers quietly discussed the strange situation. The arrow was shot from behind, clearly by someone on their side. But who was it? Was it intentional or accidental? Although they had defeated the Fire Demon Army, the two leaders were not happy. Red Line and Hidden Girl told them that just before the army was wiped out, the Fire God ordered his trusted followers to release a bird, probably a hawk, to send military information. "I don't have a phone," Xiacheng said shyly, rubbing his hands and speaking softly, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Is it easy to get nearly 200 yuan and over 100 industrial rolls? Where did she get so much money?" Zhang opened his mouth wide, staring with big, round black eyes, blinking hard. Xuanwu City is the first heavenly base established on Beiju Luzhou by the great Emperor Jinwu, who came to banish demons. Jibu is known for being righteous and fair, always helping those in need. He kept his promises and was trustworthy. So, among the people of Chu, there's a saying, getting 100 gene of gold is not as good as getting Jibu's promise. The three-headed toad's expression changed slightly when he saw this. He whispered, "How is that possible? You actually understood the law of the sword's illusion sword. That's impressive. But so what? Today I'll show you the power of my real sword." Istara could still tell the difference. He knew that the most urgent task was to overthrow the Federation government. Otherwise, even if there were children, they would be in constant danger. Seeing Li Qingfeng so fierce and unstoppable, any monster blocking his way was ruthlessly cut down by him, with no survivors left. Over the past 10 years, Nubing sent people daily to collect vegetables. The farmers only needed to grow the crops and didn't have to worry about selling them. Now, Nubing suddenly stopped coming, and all the vegetables are rotting in the fields. The farmers are really at a loss about what to do. As the shadow of the ghostly figure disappeared into the dark corner, another scene seemed to sense something. It crouched on the ground and instinctively looked in that direction, but unfortunately, it missed. No, that shouldn't be possible, because it clearly detected a subtle fluctuation. I want you to save our Haiyan tribe. As long as we marry, we will be family," said the alien princess, looking directly into Chen Feng's eyes. During this, Li Qingfeng clearly felt two lightning wolves rushing toward him, trying to attack. Okay, Zhuangjing nodded slightly and agreed to Xia Wuji's plan. He knew that Xia Wuji had left them behind partly to protect Lu Ji and his family. After all, they were not skilled in martial arts, and being new here, safety was very important. The expected pain did not come. Instead, I fell into a familiar embrace. I opened my eyes and looked at Shinming in surprise. It turned out, he still would come to save me. The words above are few, mostly polite phrases, mainly inviting Li Qingji, the governor of Hurushan, to attend the Jade Dragon Jiechao ceremony. However, the slightly furrowed brow could not relax. Maybe she remembered something but dared not think about it. By midday, Xueqing got up, washed, and thought about how to get the qualification to enter the Nanshan secret realm from the Dai family. Some people think Lao Jia's Lusher 7 system is very powerful. If he hadn't gone into making electric cars, he would still be very impressive. After obtaining the spiritual Linglong mindfulness technique as his main cultivation method, Wu Huang couldn't wait to practice nearby. She really needed to become a true cultivator and prove herself to her beautiful master. Bai Lu had already gone out to find investors. Xueqing went to the hall to ask the guest Yan Lanqi, who was eating ice cream. Li Zuanxiu listened and agreed that this made sense. He asked a few more questions about diplomatic etiquette before letting them go. Furthermore, being close to Prince Qi was not necessarily worse. What about the registry? Song Zhong, Yu Run, Chunhua, they were eunuchs, but they were also slaves. Besides, many slaves in the Prince Qi's residence were living no better than common people outside. Thinking about the man outside, Lan Chao felt annoyed and couldn't figure out how to face the awake him. "Oh, I see now," Li Pinger said calmly as she sat down again, glancing at Long Yun beside Di Luofeng. After speaking, he paid no more attention to me and was the first to leave the private room. I didn't understand what he meant, so I followed behind him. While Yi Xian was tasting his food, suddenly, 3 uninvited guests arrived at his table. While Fong Yiting was looking at her hands, Mo Jingzhou woke up. There was still an ambiguous mark on his neck left by the mermaid. Mo Jingzhou now knew the mermaid's name, Yu. Yang Ken frowned, pulled the other's wrist, rolled up his sleeve, and immediately revealed a shallow knife wound that was clearly visible. Yi Shu was annoyed by being bitten, let out a muffled sound, and kicked his leg to flip the person over, causing both of them to fall onto the bed together. Yan Chonglan, fighting Hu Han, saw Hu Han change so much in just a few breaths, feeling a slight chill in his heart. The spirit beast sensed the killing intent nearby. Its head and mouth were still struggling with the Black Prince, unable to relax. It swung its strong tail directly at Long Yun. The elder dragons also immediately stopped their formations and looked up, eyes filled with surprise at the movement in the sky. After a moment, as if they remembered something, their gaze suddenly shot toward the ancestral dragon pond, and their eyes showed a deep shock again. "Stop, stop," the girls kept talking without pause. Su Zheng's ears were buzzing, so he quickly waved his hand to stop them. He tidied his clothes and was about to go over when a middle-aged man with a walkie-talkie approached from nearby. Duanmu Yu's face was terribly grim. As a member of the Duanmu family, he was treated like an outsider, which made him very angry. Ning Feng didn't use much force, just a light reprimand. Of course, it was only to punish them for speaking disrespectfully. There was no deep hatred, so he only smashed their bottles of unopened beer at them. It was just a warning, causing at most a minor concussion. Not to mention, the fact that he could revive ancient beings, an extraordinary ability, was enough to make people feel fear. He looked clearly proud, speaking while showing off the watch on his wrist. However, thinking about it from the other side, if it weren't for Yi Zhuxing's stubbornness and persistence, I probably wouldn't be attracted to him. Maybe hearing the innocent voice of his child made the workers in the field work even harder, and they all looked happy. From afar, it was a very beautiful scene. The pain was brief. A warm breeze blew on my second brother, causing him to shiver and groan again. Yan Xiao shouted loudly, swinging his sword like a storm, fast and fierce. It seemed chaotic but had a powerful, commanding presence, with great strength. "I'm a bit hungry. I plan to play a few more rounds of League of Legends before leaving. I only have 20 yuan left. There's no money under the mat now. If I buy food, I might have trouble paying for internet tomorrow. I've been busy all day and haven't even had a sip of water." She quietly thought about her situation, unsure what to do. Should she leave this world and return to Tianshan as Chingfeng said? But her heart was already here, and she couldn't bear to part with it. Beiyu sensed something and stayed by the window, listening to the night wind, unable to sleep. Jean Long stared at her blankly. As for Shuang, today's events kept him awake all night. Chu Hemming looked at Anya through the mist, shyly lowering her eyes. Maybe because of the hot spring, Anya's cheeks were red, like a delicate cherry blossom floating on the water. The slaves worked efficiently, each carrying their boxes out of the water. The cabin was now empty. All food and supplies had been taken away. The ship was just an empty shell. I minimized my losses. Just as Lung Yu was struggling in pain, the three people in the stone chamber, near death, suddenly felt a shock in their spirits. They opened their eyes and then fell back, lying on their backs. Was it you who ordered Qian City to send troops to rescue me? Qingzhan asked Lu Yu and the others, looking at Tan Qi. Lung Yu carefully folded her clothes and put them into the cabinet. She didn't blame Yu Chan, it was her nature. She couldn't change the biological chain. All morning, we explored the entire hotel. By the afternoon, I went to transfer money to Nyoga, 28 million yuan. It was gone just like that. Yes, this is definitely not a ogre. All its signs show it is human, or perhaps more accurately, a dwarf. The giant wears nearly half a meter of steel armor, and the stern, dangerous look between its brows makes people both respect and fear it. Zixing finally spoke, softening the atmosphere and surprising everyone in the live stream. Gu Wu Chang entered the bathroom and saw Chu Ichio brushing her teeth. She was wearing a simple blue short-sleeve t-shirt and blue denim shorts. Her hair was tied back, and she had a good figure, full chest, rounded hips, and fair skin. Although her life was calm and peaceful, making Chu Yang feel comfortable, he remained alert inside. Tang Kun had gone back, and no matter what, Chu Yang felt uneasy about letting the tiger go back to the mountain. For now, the Tang family was quiet. Eagle Eye lowered his head to avoid Lao Kei's accidental attack, then smiled as he watched Lao Kei and Wang Meng argue. Prompted by Zhening Jun, Lu Ziyan, and Yao Yao quickly understood what was happening. Was Chu Yang giving instructions for the future? Jiang Chen squatted down and tore off the black cloth on their heads with a loud rip, revealing an extremely ugly face. Now, the most urgent question was what to do next. Currently, the Hongxiu Tianxiang Guild hadn't submitted a plan to attack Xiangyang City. At this moment, Lao Deng suddenly interrupted. Everyone sat down. Gu Wu Chang lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and waited for the star battle to begin. But when he looked up, he saw everyone staring at his cigarette with confusion. After a while, just when the girl decided to ignore him, Bai Yujing spoke. His voice was very pleasant. The girl was stunned but then smiled and shook her head. What the heck is this? Gu Nan, who didn't believe in superstitions, entered the dungeon again and beat Qin Xuanji half to death, but the result was the same. Who was happiest around the Silhouette albums, Diojia? Not Kim Tion, not Pani, and not Diojia himself. It was the longtime fan of the Silhouette, Li Jiun, who aimed at the Silhouette. As for the 9-turn spirit snake pill, Tian Ming had heard from his senior brother Dao Yu that it was a strange pill. This pill was highly toxic. Normal people who took it would die instantly, but if a person already poisoned took it, it could cure them instantly. His idea worked as expected. Cask seemed to understand his meaning, and the struggle in the glow diminished greatly. It was still trying to cooperate with the transformation of the fusion power. At this moment, Yuan Yang had just defeated the Red Mountain Rat and had not yet caught his breath when he heard a frightened cry for help. Turning around, he saw Qian Xiaogui being knocked to the ground by a Red Mountain Rat, with another one raising its claws, ready to strike his chest. Lien Haiping's heart remained calm. He knew Yun Xiaozi was a powerful immortal from the celestial realm. These tribulation-encountering immortals were not even worth tying Yun Xiaozi's shoes. After seeing respectful Southern Hua and respectful North Mysterious, the immortals in the celestial realm seemed weaker than the monsters like Gui Nua from the Monster Land. Chang Sun Xiu changed into new clothes, which looked a bit awkward but much better than his dirty, sweat-stained clothes. Before Ling Shan asked him to open the door, he planned to let her be shot dead by the flying arrows, then wait quietly for rescue. After all, the second and third brothers were outside, and the old servant bringing food to the evil spirits in the dungeon would come down too. He thought he could endure for 2 days and escape alive. A red flash of light shot toward Chong Men's hair, and Sato Hidekazu's figure disappeared in an instant, appearing behind Nagato Uzumaki. His right hand formed a hand knife, aiming to cut his carotid artery. What is the way of heaven? It means that all creatures in this world are inevitably subject to the restrictions and influence of the heavenly way. When they arrived at the Taiji Palace, it was already late. Lier was about to order the lamps to be lit when he heard that Chong Sun Wuji and Qin Xiong had come to see him together. He hurriedly summoned them. Wang Xingxin thought Chong Sun Xiao was quite adorable. The selfishness and possessiveness over beauty from yesterday's matchmaking seemed to turn into genuine liking. Everyone was shocked. Even the King of Silence was stunned, his brows furrowed tightly. Why did this Yu Wang suddenly fight back against him? No matter how strong its body was, its eyes were its weak point. It couldn't withstand the long sword of Yuan Li. We, as members of the Cloud Organization, only know this secret. Isn't that enough? Jiang Xiaoyang tried to persuade him. Jiang Xiaoyang followed Feng Ling, about to leave the room, when Lai suddenly called him back from behind. As for the car he brought, he decided to leave it here, since the Maple Leaf Group didn't need it anyway. This was also a helpless choice. Jiang Xiaoyang didn't really want to ask Feng Ling for help, because she always acted like a bossy older sister, often trying to dominate him and being overly sentimental, which made Jiang Xiaoyang feel uncomfortable. However, he still wanted to enter the secret passage that Yun Piapiao had discovered to investigate Ouyang Jian's residence. His main goal was to confirm the existence of the dead soldier and find out how to contact him. I told you, Fan Xiaoqing is naive. President Yin, you shouldn't take advantage of her kindness, Yu Xinruan suddenly interrupted. After Duan Yuming joined, Fan Xiaoqing had a strong supporter behind her. When some problems became difficult to solve, she had a seasoned advisor to rely on. The company was steadily establishing itself in F City. One by one, disciples were knocked down by Wu Song's fists, but they quickly recovered and kept attacking as if nothing had happened. Wu Song could use the dragon-eating sword to block the black light, but each time he used it, it drained his spiritual energy. So, he was reluctant to use it easily. Suing silently watched everything. After thinking for a moment, he started to imitate the koan from Beihai. His hands slightly curled, and the luck in the sky of the 9 provinces seemed to be guided by some force, flowing towards Su Heng. This talent show was not very popular at first. Now that they finally made a star out of someone, brand owners and investors naturally wanted to profit from it. Seeing their king kneel, Prime Minister Gui also knelt down. His kneeling posture was very familiar. When he went to Fengdu, his kneeling skills made the emperor very comfortable and satisfied. The virtual image of the giant dragon collided with a distant mountain, which instantly exploded, turning the entire mountain into a pile of broken stones. At that time, Jun Lianen and he both had the protection of the city blade. The former went to treat 2 injured guards. To solidify his reputation as a loyal minister, Emperor Xian had just told him that after leaving the palace and returning home, he should avoid seeing visitors for a few days and rest well. Master Shao remembering me is enough, Huang Zhendong at the peak of the distraction stage, politely said. This kind of situation was not the first time Lei Juri had encountered it, and almost every time he tried to deceive someone, there would be doubts. The butler was experienced. A feather duster was prepared early on, and all the windows and balconies were locked in advance. At this moment, Lei Jiyue clearly saw Master Xuanku's pretentious act, and irritation began to rise in his heart. What are you doing? Move aside. Maoi no longer looked like a monk, but Miles still refused to let him go. Aren't we going to the City of Sorcerers? Zoro was confused. The City of Sorcerers and the Sorcerer Academy both had sorcerer in their names, but they were clearly different places. Yuni pressed her lips together and quietly withdrew her hand. She landed on the stone platform with Qin Junli, looking deeply shaken. In the live stream chat, many viewers took advantage of the lunch break to buy meat and sausage casings. Even though they couldn't follow Mama Chi's homemade recipe exactly, they still bought ready-made sausage seasoning from the supermarket. The hug was warm, and Xia Yi couldn't help but hug Shi Mayan back. In that moment, she felt as if Shi Mayan was a ray of sunlight shining into her dark world, reminding her that life wasn't only about revenge, it could also hold love. What's going on? Zoro was puzzled. Wasn't this demon summoned by Ryan? Why was it attacking him now? Although she had used her evolution points to reach the second stage of the fetal breath realm, her combat strength was still not very high. He wasn't worried about Xia Yi at all. After all, he had seen with his own eyes how she had defeated an entire team. That wasn't something that could be done with special powers alone. Watching Xiao Yan walk away, Xiao Qing shook his head. Is that really the main character from the original story? He seems a bit different. This was also one of the reasons Chu Yanran brought Qi Xingyu here. She knew Qi Xingyu had something to say today, so after the meal, they asked the waiter to clear the table and bring drinks. Su Ruqing didn't take Li Mu's words seriously. With a faint smile, she was about to summon the 7-layer ice tower again when suddenly 2 streaks of light, one green and one red, flew in from outside the valley, stopping right above Li Mu and Su Ruqing. At that moment, he remembered the first time he met Mu Long, trapped in a swamp, covered in mud, and about to be swallowed by it. Now, seeing Mu Long unleash such incredible power was almost beyond imagination. Yi Chen took much longer to understand the secret skills than his enemies. They were all old, having lived for decades or even hundreds of years, while he had only trained in martial arts for half a year. Lin Yichen waved to Anthony, who immediately ran over happily, showing a friendly expression and looking at Lin Yichen, afraid he might get angry and send him away. Currently, Kristen was also not very fond of him, clearly still upset about what happened earlier. Lyola, this big guy, talked excitedly about food, gesturing wildly as he introduced it, very different from most people. Listening to him, Jolie suddenly felt an urge to try all the delicious foods Lyola mentioned. However, just as Hua finished speaking, all the strange people moved at once. The people in front raised their wooden spears and threw them directly at the 6 of them. In the Great Zhou Empire's camp, there were also brave and clever people. Almost instantly, they took the bride, Lu Yiran, hostage. What exactly was going on? Was he a member of the Lang family or the Shui family? Now another person, Queen Gu of the Great Abyss, appeared. Could she be Ye's mother? At this moment, Yi's vision went dark again. He understood that he had entered the darkness once more. But just as he entered, he felt a cool sensation on his face. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Without any mental preparation, Meng Xiaoxian was startled and panicked, not knowing what to do. It wasn't that there were no highlights. Signing with Adriano was a big highlight, just not one that others would laugh at. The rapid improvement might serve as a catalyst for Chris Paul's mental breakdown. Under this influence, Chris Paul could collapse earlier than expected. In an instant, the plea was responded to, and the guide saw the man's top dozens of connections start to fade, eventually leaving only one connection still active. Chen Dun found a spark of inspiration here. He didn't give examples, but took a different approach, discussing how the opening of new sea routes began to break the world's previous isolated and closed state. The ocean was no longer a barrier between nations. The opening of new routes connected the world as a whole. Yan Wang showed a cold smile. The divine magic of the church can heal injuries, but it consumes a person's life. Such a price is simply too high. Moreover, the cost of magic scrolls is quite high, which is a limitation. Yan Wang said, if they had eliminated us from the start, it would have embarrassed the court, but for them, the benefits wouldn't have been fully realized. So, the fact that the walkers suddenly refused to renew their contracts due to salary issues caught everyone off guard. Kai fiercely stabbed his spear into the left eye of the pirate, blood flowing like a stream. He spat in disgust, pulled out the spear, and let the trembling pirate convulse before falling to the ground with a thud. Yes, as far as I know, These slaves seem to come from a tribal feud, the bartender said. Anyone who has added evolution points to both strength and accuracy is definitely not a low-level evolver. It was because of this incident that Emperor Mingwu became wary of Kuming and kept a close watch on him. Then he lowered his head and, following his memory, stopped 5 steps to the left from the back door. Sheng Xia didn't know how her older cousin told her husband. Based on her understanding of her cousin, she would never say directly she was helping him find a family that could surpass the Yi family. Especially since one of the poison needles was inserted into his thigh, and if he was slow, he worried it would affect his future happiness. Regret slowly eroded his nerves. Yan Chu punched the steering wheel. Under the street lamp, his enchanting face was filled with deep sorrow. His whole body radiated a chilling aura that made people shiver. When you find something unfair, do you choose to solve it with your own strength or with the law? Feng Yajun asked. Thinking about it, it was quite funny. She had supported him to become a first-class general, and only after everything was settled did she realize his true nature. Yingjing nodded thoughtfully. He had never heard of any accident insurance before. He was surprised that Jiang Yang could come up with such a good idea. His eyes were full of admiration when he looked at Jiang Yang. When that older sister mentioned that Li Long bought so many things, he already sensed the meaning behind it. He even clearly felt the nervousness in the expression of the young girl beside him. Having traveled back to the Ming dynasty, he unexpectedly encountered a giant panda. The world is so wonderful that Wang Rui couldn't help but feel excited. The second level of judgment involves frequent color changes among the remaining colors, determining whether they are the same or different. What he didn't expect was that after staying a few more days in the Danzhou army, he found this orderly life surprisingly comfortable, and his mood became very clear. Let's go back together tomorrow. Chuyu was startled. He recognized this familiar voice clearly in his mind. It's his father's voice. The giant panda looked outside, and was so frightened that he almost lost his soul. Outside the dark cage, 5 pairs of bright eyes were neatly staring at him. When a person has already been punished for a mistake, they won't be punished again. Of course, this doesn't stop the masters from finding excuses to discipline their servants. It just makes official punishments more convenient for punishing wrongdoers. While the two were happily talking, Luna looked out the window with a bit of jealousy. Wu Luo was staring closely at Song Xian's work ID, as if trying to tell if it was real or fake. Zhang Ning held Chu Liang's back of the head with one hand and pushed a black object forcefully into her mouth with the other, until the entire black object was inside her mouth. Then he stopped. The worry of the grandson of Ji is not in Zhuanyu, but within the palace walls. Zhaozheng didn't want to form an alliance with Chu State's military, and he was happy to see internal palace conflicts cause trouble. The trouble hasn't happened yet, but it will happen in the future. While everyone was watching the heavy sword, Fang Yi suddenly reached out, grabbed the sword handle, and shook his wrist, causing the sword sheath and blade to come apart. Yun Chong opened his eyes and trembled. Around him, on the stone ground, there were scattered peach blossoms, but these weren't normal peach blossoms. They were golden and very large, more than 10 times bigger than usual. Tang Ning suddenly felt that her face was very common, not only resembling Li Zhan's mother, but also looking very much like the man in front of her. The spiritual soul of the Southern Hua immortal kept roaring, using the remaining immortal energy to resist the powerful demon formation with all his might. Do you want me to take care of Lu Xia in the future? The woman from the southwest was a bit surprised. She didn't expect Lu Tsang to want her to stay close to Lu Xia all the time. Lu Tsang almost jumped up from the ground and rushed into the next room. As soon as he entered, a strong force pushed him back out. Yan Yuan didn't know what had happened but saw Lu Tsang's anxious expression and knew the situation was bad. He quickly followed, pushing Lu Tsang closer to Lu Xia. Yunqi Xian and the others each left one by one, but they hesitated to step forward. Silver teeth clenched red lips, and their hearts were full of words, but they didn't know how to speak. Regarding the feud between the Wanlin mountain-like Yizong and Liang, He Qingchuan only knew a little, but he wasn't very clear. Still, he believed that Liang wouldn't deliberately smear Yizong just because of personal grudges. Before the three who had just returned could greet, the elegant middle-aged man put down his white stone and looked over at He Qingchuan and the others. This process lasted about half an hour. The jade bottle in midair had long lost its original shape and was shining with a bright golden glow. Stanchion? Why is this kid going out so late at night? Lian Qingshan recognized his son at a glance from his back and immediately ran out.
No.
Yifeng, I want to go. We go together. Donga had never seen Yifeng like this. She felt how serious his words were, but couldn't bear to leave him alone. She shook her head hard and insisted on staying. In her eyes, even though more than a year had passed, Lu Xiuyu's strength had increased, but not enough to make a big difference. Everything could be discussed, but one thing was certain. They must not be trapped inside the city walls of Luoyang. Sima Ji was not Sima Yun, and he had never served in the capital. Naturally, he had no foundation in the Central Army. So, situations like the conflict between King Huainan and King Zhao, where the army hesitated, simply wouldn't happen. Seeing this, Lung Yunpeng raised his eyebrows and suddenly charged out. Even though he was extremely cautious, he didn't expect Yan Tong and others to escape. Only a trick. This was a breakthrough against peak divine combat power and saints. Not only were two happening simultaneously, but even one alone would be earth-shaking and attract many powerful eyes. Xie Jinyan's body retreated 2 steps, hitting the wall behind her. Reno leaned forward to help her, but Xie Jinyan avoided him. However, this impact wasn't enough to hurt her. She was lying on the ground, just trying to see if there was a good view. Instead, she saw Su Yuanying's leggings. "Can't you tell?" Rong Rue asked back, with a faint smile on her face, seeming indifferent. Lu Chen originally planned to use the power of the Panga God to deal with the emerging emperor. If the plan went smoothly, the emerging emperor would no longer be a threat. "Let's talk about it then." Sima Ji chuckled softly. He had already simplified the Xianbei surname, but he couldn't give it to the other person yet. If he mentioned this earlier and showed the simplified list, it would seem like he had been secretly thinking about the other for a long time. However, at this moment, Tang Feng couldn't focus on the Black Rock. Their main goal was the off-road vehicle. Tang Feng could clearly identify the model. It was a black Jeep Grand Cherokee. Most guests were inside the banquet hall. The courtyard was empty. Lights shone outside, casting dappled shadows under the trees. Nian Bei politely declined. Although his skills were basic, he had been practicing martial arts for over a year, so making some food was easy for him. Void Spirit Summon. The Dan Snake talent skill. Summons a strand of void energy to attach to the snake's body, increasing normal attack damage by 50%. The snake's body alternates between real and illusionary states for 3 minutes, with a 10-minute cooldown. Guan Xingzhong, what's wrong with you? Cheng Yun patted Guan Xingzhong's shoulder, calming his own anger that was sparked by his crying. Hearing this, the man was initially confused. After a few seconds, he understood the hidden meaning behind the words. Li Fei reacted just in time as a white light descended on him. He immediately felt his body freeze, controlled by the white light. The White Ice Bear King charged at Li Fei. Li Fei stood still, gathering power with his right palm using the longbow skill, which gradually turned black. It was clear that Gu Changye was very familiar with the Empire, almost without any discomfort. The third type was the Story Dungeon, an instance based on a specific story environment. Completing the dungeon tasks followed the plot, earning rewards. Not to mention her unhidden divine power, which was so strong that Sayaka Miyabi felt suffocated. Cap sighed and walked forward, staring at the black broken sword in the blood singer's hand. At this moment, the sword's blade was already flowing with a faint blood aura. Even if she and Enchi shared extraordinary, sisterly feelings, if a real guy appeared before her, she might still find it hard to resist. At this moment, the broth already contained lobster, fresh fish, and delicious pork knuckles. Although he felt that his behavior was somewhat shameless, after probing the immense power of Vice Captain Soshin, he blushed with embarrassment and angrily turned his head to retort and threaten. Upon hearing this, Shuege knew that the underworld king Riley would definitely use some hidden sword technique. But would Shuege let him use it so easily? No, that is absolutely not allowed. Not only did the predator suddenly appear, but the protagonist also turned into Isashiki Goka. Plus, the space tremors caused when Enyang and the others arrived earlier made Enyang worried that the story might change. If Goka and the others encountered any trouble, it would be very bad. Won't you resist a little? Long Tian asked curiously, because this creature was quite different from other Pokemon from the Wild Plains and Kira. He also wondered why he didn't check his own health more often. Even as a dog, he was already about to burst from holding it in. Chunyang deliberately lowered his voice, making it sound cold and hoarse, like a voice from Zhong'an had to believe that in this world, no dog could really talk. The three pure ones were very touched. It seemed that after the Jade Cauldron transformed into a form, it was just like family to them. When the bull charged for the 5th time, Alex didn't dodge anymore. He turned his body slightly, and, just as he brushed past the bull, he slashed his sword across its body. Just then, Sister Lee suddenly turned pale, her eyebrows furrowed in pain. She clutched her stomach and squatted down, looking extremely distressed. This time, the various factions had sent troops to fight Shu, but they all had their own schemes and kept some soldiers at their strongholds. So, if they wanted to save the Tang dynasty now, it wasn't impossible. But the question was, why would they want to save it? After everyone was seated, the people on the podium took their seats. The participants in this ranking competition were the branch leaders of the 5 nations' mercenary guilds. The guild master of the mercenary guild didn't come. Just a few questions. Ningzue looked at her suspiciously, with a hint of admiration in his sharp eyes, but he quickly stopped. Is it because Fei Xuan, young Master Su, had a falling out with Fei Xuan's 2 senior sisters? Sure, Fei Xuan suddenly asked. Gazing around, Sun Wukong knew he wouldn't pass up a good opportunity. He then summoned his cloud and flew straight to heaven to ask the Supreme Old Lord for some benefits. Before they could start a game of wits, jealousy, and pretending, how regretful that would be. Such a shame to waste the title of #1 pretender that Jingyu, the man-eater, had given her. She is not a kind person, and since she also has a hand in kidnapping Qiao Sherman, she certainly wouldn't kindly tell Lang Fei where the person is. After thinking for a moment, she decided to take a detour, avoiding a few people and continuing on her way. Su Jiwu, along with the remaining guards, fought fiercely like madmen, but was surprised to see Mu Shiza, who had already been shot and died, suddenly stand up. He was surrounded by a red glow, his eyes turned red, and he wore a sinister smile. Zhou Fan did not lie. He watched all the matches to study other teams' tactics. A figure hurriedly approached Cheng Chubi, then forcefully bumped into him. Cheng Chubi was furious and was about to scold, but upon seeing who it was, he recognized it as the palace servant Rui. Why would you think of making the divine pastry? That's a Lee's favorite, Mrs. Hua said happily, leading her into the hall. Sue's mother was crying so sadly that even the onlookers on the street couldn't help but feel pity. There is a kind of love that is born pure and selfless, motherly love. Watching her child suffer greatly in front of everyone, yet feeling powerless, Sue's mother's heart was as painful as being cut into thousands of pieces. Your mother doesn't want to help you because she doesn't care, but you must understand that some things are better left as thoughts. Don't do them. If you do, some people will envy you, some will suspect you. It's not good, not good. Chung Suesher shook her head and said. If she didn't step out and get some fresh air now, she feared that Yi Ningxiang might be close to death. Compared to Xiao Qingyu's anger, Feng Jingji remained calm and composed, as if Yi Ningxiang's matter had nothing to do with him. No matter how much Xiao Qingyu resented him, without evidence that Feng Jingji framed Yi Ningxiang, Xiao Qingyu dared not do anything to him. In the end, Xiao Qingyu and Yi Ningxiang had to accept the loss. Compared to Shi Fian and Long Kuan, Long Chen did not need to practice martial arts, at least until he reached the peak of the condensation pill stage. His third brother was truly his nemesis. No matter what he did, others would compare him to his third brother, and always conclude that if his third brother did it, it would be even better. When Jiang Mingxi returned home, the floor was clean, the glass was smooth, and the sofa and table were tidily arranged. Li Tianyang ignored Qinwei, who was sitting cross-legged on the roof of the villa, and operated a bee drone to fly over, wanting to see what was going on. However, what is happening over there? Why are there so many people, and they all seem so strong? But even though they have enough horses, they mainly raise horses, cattle, and sheep. Almost every family has a horse. If they also mobilized their strongest forces like the revolutionaries, it would actually cause trouble. Wearing a professional suit and walking quickly and confidently, with a cold expression, she arrived at the finance department. You're right, but your thinking isn't long-term. The 3 sons of the emperor are now of age. According to their ages, they should be considered for the crown prince. Wei Yutian handed the fishing rod to Yao Yu and watched him fish. Now, Su Chongsheng had already prepared the initial groundwork. All that was left was a little push to move things forward. For a moment, Li Shimin felt a mix of emotions, as if he had found a kindred spirit. He almost got so excited that he nearly cried. So, you want to reveal Jun Mingyan's true identity? Yun Xiu found it hard to believe. Revealing this could become a scandal for the royal family. In the following years, Ming dynasty fully reclaimed its lost territories beyond the Great Wall, subdued the Mongols, and advanced into Siberia, expanding its territory far beyond the Han and Tang dynasties. When dividing the talismans, he was already prepared. He gave me offensive talismans, while he kept plenty of protective ones. To be straightforward, Feng Wei is just inexperienced. As long as he can protect himself, that's a big help for me. During the story, I deliberately skipped mentioning the ghost seals of the underworld and Western gods, saying only that I took advantage of their unpreparedness to set a trap for them. After arriving at the hotel lobby, Tang Zhan made a request to the hotel. At the same time, he booked a suite. With a clang, the Zulong sword was drawn from its large sheath, and the lights in the hall seemed to dim a little. Don't worry, it'll be your turn soon, Tang Zhan said to himself after glancing back. Then he sent a WeChat message and drove toward Bihai. Some matters can be negotiated, but others cannot, Wei Zhong said firmly, refusing without hesitation. On the morning of the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, most shops in Jinli City had already closed. Only a few remained open, those whose owners offered wages several times higher than usual to attract workers, and shops located nearby that combined business and daily life seamlessly. Both horizontally and vertically, they are dead, so they stop thinking too much. They form a human wall, like a wall of bronze and iron, blocking Long Machin from moving forward. The surveillance footage is completely dark. Lin Yi sighs bitterly, clearly indicating that the Yang family has already discovered the footage. His secondary system, surprisingly, did not choose the traditional magical boots with an extra 5% cooldown reduction. Sarah. Okay, let's go back to the ship and make a plan to see how we can get the death totem. In the past, Teacher Sun treated employees well, but compared to Gao Zheng, he was much worse. Gao Zheng values emotional connections with everyone, while Teacher Sun uses money to buy employees' loyalty. At this moment, Lu Yu notices Lam, who looks very discouraged. Lam is sitting on a chair in the office area, lost in thought. Not long after, Li Jihuang's figure appears. Everyone in the tribe's eyes light up, and they shout excitedly at him. The nearby shops are very few, mostly underground. According to Lu Yu, the rent for underground spaces here is relatively cheap. People working in the inner city with low wages who don't want to commute like to rent a place here. Chun Ran slowly wakes up, surprised to find himself tied to a tree with a thick rope. Feeling cautious, he tries to break free by using his strength, but suddenly feels weak. The feeling he hasn't experienced in years returns. It seems this Will King is no longer playing around. Probably, this time, it's because of the previous incident involving Liang Yu Ghost Officer and the Ghost Emperor. He was just in the cave residence, about to sit in the octagonal pavilion to boil water and make tea, but when he reached for the water, he noticed that the spiritual energy in the spiritual spring had dropped by 90% in an instant, turning into very ordinary spring water. I don't know either. Now, we can only hope that Yuling Mountain isn't as crazy as we imagine, Ji Fanqing says with a bitter smile. It took nearly 5 minutes for Tianqing Fury to fully unleash its power. Chun Ran remained in a defensive stance, appearing to be at a disadvantage. Wu Qingyang, truly a genius from a hidden family, was badly injured but still exuded dominance and confidence. Could she be? Lu turns around, glances at Lu Qingqing beside him, and then asks the director in surprise. It only retains memories related to cultivation techniques and inheritance. After understanding this, Lin Hao feels completely relieved. This is completely unreasonable. They have hunted so many alien creatures, yet they have never encountered a situation like this. If he isn't weak, he would have overthrown my sacred sovereign empire long ago, the human emperor snorted coldly. However, what happened next was truly unexpected. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the shadows caught fire. At that moment, Xiaolin was stunned. How could the shadows catch fire? At the center of the huge pit, after the demon emperor self-destructed his star position, he was also hit by the massive explosion. He was left barely breathing, his demon body shattered, almost half destroyed. His appearance was miserable, no longer showing the dignity of an 8-star ancient demon. The banquet was held on the 26th floor. When the elevator doors opened, a hall at least 20 meters wide came into view. In the center of the hall, there was a wooden table and several chairs. The decorations inside were very luxurious, shining with gold and brilliance. Although these decorations were painted on, they still gave a sense of wealth. Peng Hao looked at Peng's expression and then at Peng Mo. The brother and sister exchanged a quiet nod. They were just low-level workers and didn't know that Lingya was Hu Qingyu's personal attendant. So, one by one, they whistled at Lingya without knowing their own danger, and some even spoke rude words. Wang Xianlong and the Blood Jiao faced each other across the playground, tens of meters apart. Both of them were running their energy to the fullest, with a golden and a red true energy radiating from their bodies. As he spoke, Hu Qingyu stepped out. The crowd looked around in confusion, and Manager Chen followed without saying a word. Even cultivators, who can change their physique through training and extend their lifespan with spiritual energy, wouldn't gain much advantage. All right. Lin Yanqiu replied vaguely, then threw herself onto the bed. As for Han Tai, this old fox, suddenly having his son Han Beima bring such a priceless treasure must mean there's a reason. Otherwise, how could this cunning father and son part with such a rare treasure? The Fire Lion King shot out like a cannonball, crashing through more than a dozen mountains before stopping. While speaking, icy needles began to grow on Xia Zheng's body, as if countless mouths were devouring him, treating him as a feast of blood. If that's the case, it would avoid many troubles. Letting Luo Tian switch classes for his basketball game, he would also feel embarrassed. A wild goose flew overhead, not heading north or south, but west, then disappeared into the sky. Li Junyi's eyes showed a complex expression, as if feeling disappointed or lost in thought. He looked at Chao Yongli. In the past, she would have helped with arrangements or followed along during events. But yesterday, Guoling didn't let her come, which showed her status had declined. Suehua suddenly screamed loudly, like a dog being bitten, and rushed over desperately. Her face, already red from holding back, turned very pale. The children saw no happiness in their eyes. They didn't trust the old man. With one fainting and another dying, no one believed he was trying to help them. When Zhou Hao appeared, only a few city leaders with golden cores looked surprised. Most foundation-building cultivators weren't shocked, since they had only heard of him. A young, talented cultivator, who could reach foundation building at such a young age, usually had some pride and backbone. They had agreed to raise me to be chubby and healthy, but when it mattered, you started fighting over food.
How could you say such things back then?
I was so upset that I immediately stepped back. The person in front, with a face as dark as a date and a beard flowing in the wind, looked very imposing. He took a few steps forward and shouted. Huang Weiwei repeated her work story. She had struggled so hard to reach today, with 2 children to take care of. A maid who saw this scene couldn't help but smile slightly, but said nothing. Hearing this, Chui Luo Han secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Their long friendship made her trust him. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to face this situation. She had only met Imo Fulua and the other person once, but she knew right away they weren't good people. Unlike in Qinghua country in this life, where they could rely on stored supplies to ensure that a few people wouldn't go hungry, they chose to gather most of their strength to fight against the end times. A faint, pleasant medicinal smell drifted over, bringing a familiar feeling. She slowly looked up. Shi Tianqinji was staring into his eyes for a long time, but Imo Haoyan showed no panic. He was telling the truth, so he naturally didn't feel guilty or try to hide. The motorcycle didn't stop for long. When the Japanese puppet soldiers left the road, with smoke coming from the back, they headed north toward Meixian County. As the capital of the Heaven-Do Empire, Heaven-Do City never truly slept. Even at night, its streets were lively and full of energy. "Taking off your mask really made you stronger," said Imo Haoyan with a teasing tone as their swords clashed again and again in a thrilling exchange. Bai Qiaoan didn't mind chatting. Since she was pregnant and couldn't do much, she preferred talking and joking with others rather than sitting around bored. He knew well that his divine techniques were all of lower grade. Although they suited him, no matter how much he practiced, they could never compare to higher-level divine skills. At this moment, Su Huanzhen's usual calm and reliable manner once again inspired trust, especially in Wan Xiaotian and Xian Tong, who chose to believe in him without hesitation. "Recently, I've been working on adjusting my mindset and health, so updates should come more regularly. Please don't worry." Gu Qingzhao seemed entranced as she opened her mouth, and a moment later, she felt a warm touch on her lips. Soon, a piece of delicious food was gently placed into her mouth. Wang Yang's unpredictable moves threw his opponent into confusion. Clearly, they hadn't expected swordsmanship to be used in such a way. Wang Qian, who knew Lin Meng best, suddenly understood everything when she saw him take a firm, unmoving stance. The old man nodded, drew the jade back into his hand with a light motion, and tucked it safely into his robe. Liu could tell that a lot of snow had already fallen on the man's shoulders. It meant he had been standing there for quite some time. In his hurry, Wuing didn't have time to stop him, but before he could step into the hall, Feizi Danqing came out and firmly blocked the door. The alliance leader had indeed grasped the essence of space itself. With that, even though Nangong Xingtian was a supreme being with 3 bodies and the backing of many sacred lands, he could still be challenged. A second-grade spiritual root and top-level comprehension, he had only seen both qualities together in Shen Xiaoxi and Gu Yunxue. Besides, if Prince Chung really pleaded for Lu Heng, that would be perfect. He could use it to show the emperor that the prince was already trying to gather his own followers before even being named heir. Facing 3 powerful opponents of the cave profound realm, Jian Yi simply grinned, showing not a trace of fear. Tonight's events sparked a strange fire in her heart. Although she was sitting here, her mind kept replaying her recent experience at the shopping mall. Political positioning issue. Lin Hongfei's words confused Zhou Daming. How could such a project be related to the political stance of Gushi province? Looking at the delicate white jade hand and the shining agate cup, Liyu's breathing became a little uneven. He forcefully suppressed his gaze from drifting toward the mountain peak, calming his mind before responding. If they were a team that gave up easily, the Charlotte Hornets wouldn't have made it to the playoffs this season. Zhang, the Celestial Master, opened his mouth as if to say something but hesitated for a long time. Finally, he sighed and said, "Jianni, Master Bo, I'm sorry." Then he suddenly fell into the valley below. Once this matter was settled, he immediately left the southeast of the heavenly machine immortal realm to travel north and west. It was time to broaden his knowledge and see more of the world. What? Yazaki Island is gone too. Ishihara's face darkened instantly. He had fought alongside Americans in Hawaii. He knew that an island suitable for building a large airport was of high strategic importance. And Yazaki Island was close to Kyushu Island. Because Jenny had been practicing the Star Sea technique every night, after 17 years of persistence, his memory of the star map above his head was clearer and more complete than anyone else's. So Jenny easily found part of it. They hoped to win this game, so they definitely didn't want to be constantly suppressed by their opponents. This meant he now had the capital to compete with Yuan Shang, at least in the eyes of Lady Liu. Previously, because of her husband Liu Zhengyang, she hadn't entered the medical industry, fearing that it might give others leverage and affect Liu Zhengyang's career. That's why the medical field remained a blank space for her. Zhao Xiaoqian didn't strongly believe in ghosts or gods. His kneeling was somewhat perfunctory. He knocked his head while glancing around nervously. However, when we approached, placed the flower juice beside me, and looked up at my face, the smile at the corner of Xian's mouth instantly disappeared. The power shown by the fire-starting gun was something Zhao Hao had never heard of before. However, it was clear that if such a powerful weapon were to be produced on a large scale on the battlefield, it could possibly change the outcome of a war. Baiyun Tower looked like it had a new toy. After playing with it for a while, it was sheathed again. He took a deep breath and started practicing the 5 animal frolics. Seeing this, Su Qin's eyes flashed with cold light. He stepped with the 8 trigrams dragon walk, moving like a butterfly among many bodyguards. Xian Yuanlan stared at the face in front of her. It was hard to believe that this young, inexperienced face could speak such bold words. Unfortunately, she did not see any arrogance on Chongqing's face. This time, Jia Shanxin had a duel with someone. Many visitors came, filling the hall of the Jia family. Perhaps because she often discussed kindergarten matters with Asian, Li Xinwan also began to prepare her son's preschool education early. As long as one survives the heavenly tribulation, the space power within will be preserved by the divine soul. This space power is the foundation for communicating with the great Tao of space in the future, and can even be considered the initial stage of the space Tao. Yizi's tone of speech became noticeably stiff, as if Yan Nua would take action if he didn't let go soon. "It's okay. My old kid at home is just as disobedient," Duanmushi said with a smile, while stroking Yi Tianxiang. Mo Qingqing tried swinging her ghost hand vine to grab things around her, wanting to see just how far she had extended her ghost hand vine. Tian Chanzi sighed and frowned. In his view, Yi Feng swallowing the holy fire of the Blue Lotus was undoubtedly suicidal. Even now, he couldn't save Yi Feng, only sigh. "Uncle Qin, where did we just leave off?" Jinghe asked with a relaxed mood, returning to the seat they had just left and smiling at Qin Lang with a calm expression. The two followed the cart carrying goods. Not far along the road, they heard a heart-wrenching cry. Almost instinctively, they turned their heads to look. "I don't care. I just want you," she said, then directly pulled Qin Mubai into her passenger seat. Just as his hand was about to touch Tianya's forehead, suddenly and silently, without any warning, this cultivator at the Sky Ladder realm shattered like an illusory scene, turning into nothingness. Lin Yun and Jean Geely took the transformation pills and successfully transformed into middle-aged men, entering Seiko City smoothly. Summer Wanning put on a thin cloak and went outside, closely followed by Mingyuan. As the war continued to deepen, the battlefield extended into the fairy realm's territory. High-level fairy clans had to join the fight. People from the fairy and demon clans who died on the battlefield gained stronger cultivation and more resentment, causing the Red Lotus to burn uncontrollably. "You little girl, now that your master isn't here, let me teach you a lesson," Xia Yuyan said as she raised her hand and slapped her. Sun Qing didn't care whether Huashen was the head of the family. She only knew that since Huashen was here, she had to see him. Soon, the cold air in the hall disappeared. All ice marks and frost vanished. Under the suppressed cold, the dull lights brightened again. The big guy first put the flowing sand onto the yacht, then brought Shiuer and Han Juji aboard, and finally led people to leave. Beiming Tianyuan Fu Long's smile grew brighter. He took out a storage bag from his pocket, infused it with a bit of magic, threw it into the air, and recited words. As the light shone, several magical tools floated out of the bag, hovering in the air, shining with spiritual light. The mournful cries sounded like a mother who lost her child, making Xiu'er feel very uncomfortable. At this moment, the waves became even more violent. Going down was more dangerous. Olan hesitated. Should she save someone who had given up on life? Shura looked at him with a seductive gaze, as if considering. Xiong Chumo also stared without dodging, waiting for him to make a decision. Thank you, Brother Ning, for your kindness. I plan to go to the trial site now, to gather information and focus on cultivation. I hope to break through the 7th level of body refinement when the Qingqing trial begins. These days, Honger, I'll leave it to you, Lin Yu said softly, refusing Ning Yuan's kindness. Fist King's face changed drastically. His right foot suddenly kicked towards Li Chongqing's stomach, aiming to severely injure him while losing his left arm. Too slow, Lin Yu turned around quickly, his fist as hard as iron, carrying the sound of breaking wind, and slammed forcefully into the attacker's chest. Zixian's eyes became blurry. She saw many illusions of Su Yi, feeling that this person's smile was very ugly. Nan Ji Yun leaned against the wall, his eyes shining in the dark. Below, the inn was brightly lit, bustling with voices, laughter, scolding, drinking games, and people coming and going.
Ha ha ha.
The great 9 illumination of the heavenly demon is mine now. I will soon be invincible in the world, the old Taoist exclaimed happily. Su Chen carefully removed the withered demon pill from inside the white divining turtle. The demon pill was huge, like a wooden basin. He also completely cleared the turtle's consciousness. Thinking about how he originally should have had the top spot in the class but was robbed, Zhang Shua sighed inwardly. What a strange fate it was. Shimin Yinyao lazily leaned against the bedhead, lit a cigar, and the smoke covered his handsome face, adding a mysterious charm. In this warm and happy atmosphere, suddenly, the child cried out loudly. After one started crying, the other followed. Leng Yan and Mu Qiu hurriedly tried to soothe the children, but it was no use. Qin Ming saw that Yang Hao didn't need his help, so he quickly moved to Zhu Zhen, who was wielding twin swords. His swords forced his opponent, Jin Menghan, into a dangerous situation. Chonin hesitated and took a step back. He couldn't bear to refuse the kind gesture that warmed his heart, nor could he pretend to be the county magistrate. Please forgive this princess for the intrusion. I really couldn't find any benefit in the princess's words or tone. So, her refusal was obvious. Although this paradise was full of danger, it also held opportunities and hope. Especially by hiding here, one could completely avoid the various taxes of the Cultivation Star Realm Alliance. Humans are ultimately creatures whose primary goal is survival. Before survival, manners and gentlemanly conduct are just nonsense. Because the temperature at the base was continuously dropping, many people had already fainted from the cold. Once in a state of hypothermia, they would hardly wake up. Dying from the cold was basically their last option. This world seemed different from the 5 domains. Whether it was the mountains or the land, everything was formed from black soil, with no plants at all, only cold, eerie wind. What surprised Jiang Dongyu most was that a special substance was flowing inside him. It moved slowly, but couldn't be stopped. The test results showed repetition of the phrase, indicating a possible error or emphasis. What evidence do you have? Did you record a video? Are there any witnesses? Lin Jueming quoted what Mu Yeti and Xiong had said earlier. Frost Dew Courtyard is a standalone yard. The east and west side rooms are not visible, but the main house facing north to south is a very typical 5-room structure. Next, it seemed that the real environment gave him courage. His fear of death turned into full anger, and he suddenly stood up, calmly pointing his finger. The bell rang and they didn't notice anything, but Su Meinyang, who was upstairs tidying up, couldn't take it anymore. Shen Xinran watched this scene happen nearby. I must say, Chen Qingfeng is truly a good factory director and a good father. One flower, one world. Since you are here, stay here, Gu Shima said slowly. Okay. Yan Su couldn't help but cheer repeatedly and eagerly went to practice in the backyard. Therefore, Xie Xianying's response was, I don't compete, I stay low-key, I behave, exaggerating Jing Haiho's guilt to gain his father's help at a critical moment. Other flower children were not only jealous but also blushed. If they had known earlier, they would have given their food to the old man. Jiu Qing's expression remained calm, but his heart was shaken. That was not a car, it was a moving palace. Yu Shuang didn't know that his actions saved all the creatures in this starry sky. That young man was also stimulated and moved forward with a mighty aura. He threw a punch from afar, which condensed into a spear that pierced through the air and killed. The divine veins obtained from the Taichu Dragon Realm are older than those from the Eternal True Realm, containing the supreme laws, and the great Tao from the Taichu period, very complete. But with my current strength, I can only perform the first seal, Sun Luo seal. At that time, I was purely stimulated, thinking I would fight the white-eyed zombie to the death, which is why I used it. Boss, these people are very strong. Shui Lian glanced at the other diners in the tavern. Their breath fluctuations are weak, but that doesn't mean their strength is weak. However, the terrain restrictions on the Flying Bear army didn't seem as severe for other cavalry. After this battle, they had made up their minds to fight to the death, and they charged fiercely. The room inside is about the size of a basketball court, with a living room, bedroom, and bathroom, completely different from a prison, more like a private secret mansion. As for Yuana's appearance, if it continued like this, wouldn't she scratch herself into a mess? The old corpses and evil spirits, shattered by Monk Sanjia, once again surged with corpse and yin energy toward him. I looked down in shock. My hands and feet were all scraped, with iodine applied to the wounds, probably caused by my grandfather. Meanwhile, Karen, who was a stand-in for Julie, seized the moment as he turned sideways and quickly attacked, kicking Officer Chung, played by Chung Weiliang. It seemed they still didn't know that the Five Elements mechanism's central hub had been destroyed. In fact, this information was not meant to be kept from them, especially since Jiao King Yingzi was about to arrive. Sooner or later, they would learn about the current situation in the imperial capital. I looked back at Chung Weiliang's distant figure and suddenly felt that the idol she admired so much was still as likable up close as from afar. It's all your fault. You've encountered the worst luck in several lifetimes. Wang Shifeng tightened her clothes, her hair messy. Her long robe couldn't hide her slim figure and charming physique. Her snow-white chest was half exposed, her lips full of anger, and below her knees, everything was revealed. On the mountaintop, huge rocks kept falling non-stop. The Khitan soldiers, regardless of their comrades' lives, desperately tried to escape at critical moments, with hundreds being crushed or trampled. None managed to leave Wuling Mountain alive. At this moment, the people inside stopped talking. Suddenly, they opened the wooden door. Lui Yang saw the person opening the door with a fierce, murderous look and was shocked. He quickly pulled Kwang Wei back several steps. However, Song Qingjie clenched his fist, feeling that perhaps the second outcome was more likely. After all, he hadn't reached his limit yet, but his body was already a mess. Therefore, to force them to appear again, he needed to find a reason they first showed themselves. Undoubtedly, the broken balance among the three clans during the war was the main trigger for their appearance here. Things weren't as bad as he imagined. Park Kim-woo had been anxious for 2 or 3 days. The expected negative rumors targeting Liu Daofei hadn't appeared. In fact, good news kept coming. Seeing his eager expression, Su Muyun didn't answer him directly, intending to keep him waiting a little longer. When the old lady insulted his mother, Principal Lin didn't hesitate to give her a loud slap, making her dizzy and nearly fall. "Hello, Mr. Jobs. Nice to meet you. I am St. John Lee," Li Feng said as he approached a middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses and a slightly receding hairline. "How are people now? Is everything okay?" Xi and Lien once had a few meals with Ouying Wei and had a good impression of him. He didn't expect such a big change to happen at his home. Suddenly, a loud shattering sound broke the silence. Everyone was startled. The protective screen outside the 5-color sacrifice platform was suddenly pierced, and something had slipped inside. Everyone looked in that direction. Shun Kong spoke quickly, looking at him with pity, sadness, or sympathy, like a beggar. Han Su kept apologizing and wanted to explain, but his mind was too chaotic. He couldn't clearly say how he had fallen into the trap. The remaining ministers' families also found it hard to chase people out and move in themselves. Wasn't that breaking unity? But the situation was urgent. At this moment, Bingzhou and the Great Wall of Yanmen County north of the city were full of danger. If no effective action was taken and Bingzhou and Yuzhou fell, what could a lonely city like Luoyang do? Compared to a huge family like the Zhao family, the Wang family was insignificant. Once the Zhao family moved, they could take half of the Wang family's assets within a year through various means. This year, they even took away a piece of ancestral land passed down in the Wang family. A simple example shows how wealthy the Kong and Song families are. In the 1980s, the head of the Kong family built a luxurious mansion and estate, which included an underwater palace that was unique in the world at that time. However, before the Great Heavenly Venerable, this barrier was as fragile as flowing clouds. Before the hand shadow even fell, the wind generated by the shadow scattered it. Cough, cough, those divine warriors just wanted to attack me, so I took them out, Wang Kai said casually, rubbing his nose. After speaking, Lin Feng suddenly knelt down and bowed deeply to Tang Wufeng. Even Li Qing was surprised. Lin Feng never knelt to anyone before. But only Lin Feng knew what it meant that Tang Wufeng was willing to give up the throne. Such a person was worthy of his respect and a bow. Someone you like? As long as they can have children and breastfeed, what else do you need? Uncle Gung said bluntly. At Muzhu Mountain Villa, the property under the Li family of Haidu, one of the top private clubs in Haidu. While they were talking, a middle-aged man flew over on a sword. His ability to fly on a sword was proof of his divine race. When Tang Wufeng saw him, he quickly dodged away. This had promised himself that his first experience would be a memorable and wonderful one. It was indeed unforgettable here, but far from wonderful. After the clouds dispersed and the rain stopped, Linjua calmly looked at the felt roof, maintaining a peaceful mind. Truly a moment of wisdom. After the shopkeeper closed the door tightly, Lin Feng and others peeked through to see the situation outside. The mountain bandits had stolen goods and were knocking on every door. Those who didn't open were forced open, and once they saw people, they were killed. Lin Feng asked about the situation. He understood clearly that he couldn't hesitate anymore. Suddenly, he turned sharply, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Like a poisonous snake, he stared at Yi Kai, a mocking smile appearing on his face, ready to rush forward. My nose twitched with emotion. I reached out to gently brush her hair, but she suddenly grabbed my hand and bit down hard. By then, it was getting darker. Luo Shan knew his time was running out. If he couldn't reach the village before it was completely dark, he would have to find a place to stay early. On September 12th, Zhang Kai was promoted directly from a ministry of officials to a left censor of the censorate, becoming a key pillar there. Then I must try it well, or else I'll have to spend money to eat later, Lu Tianqi joked. As the crown prince, Chen Xiao heard this news and immediately felt anger rising. Without knowing the full situation, he stormed into the Golden Dragon Hall in a fit of rage. This deal was clearly beneficial to the Duan family from any perspective. Yimo's last hypothesis was that Duan Yiqiao wasn't worried because he was confident in Yi Enna's feelings for him, unless he himself rejected Yi Enna. Fake monks weren't doing much better. They had a bunch of rotten leaves and spoiled food on their foreheads, and their expressions couldn't hold up anymore. He then tried to control the situation mentally, placing the withered trees of mushrooms and Lingji on the edge of the black soil. With the death of the Xianming monk, Bai Xiao and others finally broke free from control and regained consciousness. Zhang Chong then remembered the last time Yi Haochuan saved the void dragon-horned koan and hesitated before letting go. Later, Li Tianwei excused himself, citing busy affairs. Yi Haochuan and Old Master Xiao tried to persuade him to stay, but he declined. The Holy Sun Sect's core elites challenged wandering warriors, which was a great honor for the challengers. Whether they won or lost, it was all about showing off. Maybe they could even make friends and gain some luck. Anzi finished her tea, showing neglect and laziness, ignoring the pair of blind eyes. To Gu Xian, it seemed full of contempt. She and Duan were a bit startled, but seeing they had entered, they relaxed and continued whispering quietly. After understanding the innate fire control seal, Liu tried to comprehend the liquid condensation and true pill realm fire control seals. Soon, he felt dizzy and mentally exhausted, realizing it was due to forcing himself across boundaries to understand them. He then decisively gave up. He opened a door, revealing a middle-aged man with a silver beard. He looked somewhat like Jin Mingzi, but much younger. Lu Sun, a famous general of the Liang army, was skilled at commanding troops. However, over the years, his campaigns had not achieved much success. Instead, he suffered repeated defeats and lost many soldiers. I believe that what Wang Zhongshou just said is not entirely true, but many of the messages should be accurate, Lu Sun said after a moment of thought, frowning. Wu Chushan knew she couldn't refuse, so she simply thanked him. The weather was quite hot, and having something cool made her very happy. Suddenly, a bank card appeared in front of her. Hao Shijin's hand froze, and his forehead furrowed as he looked faintly at the opposite side. This divine crane of the wind and clouds was the favorite of the Sea of Clouds. If it weren't for someone on its back, it might be flying wildly up and down. He knew Jing Yushuang had a husband, but whether her husband was gay or something else, they were not together. This strike is just a warning. For Shuanghua's sake, if you leave now, I won't make things difficult for you, Tang Rou said coldly, looking at the kneeling black-clad youth. In front of beings like Wanzhou level or Emperor Tian level worlds, everything else was meaningless, no more than a firefly. The previous rumors came from the Shengguan family, but the stories about beauty causing trouble were definitely spread by Yang Zheng. What is this place to me? Hao Shijin forced down his anger, trying to coax her into saying what he wanted to hear. He sat weakly on the ground, lifting his clothes to cover his mouth again. After a while, the dizziness eased somewhat, and his body regained a little strength. The reason I say he is a child is because he looks only about 13 or 14 years old, with a very innocent face. Jian decided to build a TV factory. Xiao Han thought it was better to go to the eastern province. Although it wasn't necessary to settle in the deep city, being closer to the power plant would be more convenient in many ways. So, he decided to send Schubert to the eastern province. There were also people there to help, making things much easier than in Pingjing. When he arrived at his sworn older brother's house, there was no need to be overly polite. The yellow-robed man didn't come out to greet him. Instead, in a side hall, the wild ape was lying relaxed, very at ease. He tossed a fuzzy peach into the air, caught it with his mouth, and swallowed it in one go. Old Wang, you're flattering me. I'm just lucky. Keep praising me like that, and I might start to feel like I'm floating, Bai Yi said confidently. Although he didn't know what Old Wang's real intention was, he decided it was better to relax rather than worry about every move. It was easier to go with the flow. Galen's golden fighting energy flowed from his arm into his fingers. The energy pierced through his fingertips, directly targeting Yu Tian's pain nerves. Great heroes suffer. But those who used to cause trouble and harm the common people, those white bandits and spies, have all been dealt with according to policy. Such examples are easy to find. Although Xiao Han didn't agree with killing all these people with a single stick, he also didn't want to go overboard and protect these criminals just because they were guilty. The cost of hiring some motorcycle gang members to attack our brothers, if I hadn't been quick-witted, what kind of injuries would we have suffered? We might have even lost our lives. Yes, I understand. Song Mingshan was already very nervous. Now, his heart was pounding even faster. Because the true energy of the 5 elements was different, it was basically impossible for different sects' secret methods to produce exactly the same yin-yang ratio in their energy. Star Lord of the Broken Army, I have come to take your life. The 9-headed insect shook its poison dragon spear and attacked the Star Lord of the Broken Army. The Star Lord was unafraid. His strength was only slightly weaker than the 9-headed insect. He drew out 2 heavy swords from his back, ready to strike, but suddenly a sharp pain in his abdomen made him weak. He collapsed into the river water. Because of its extreme hardness, the black-clad man's sword clashed with a soldier's sword. The soldier's sword was cut in half by the black-clad man's blade. What kind of joke is this? I've never helped anyone deliver a baby, let alone a ghost. Gao Qing was genuinely frightened by the other person's words. There was no way he could do this job. He could only look at the other with an apologetic expression. Let me fight him. You all step back first, Yu Sheng said slowly as he moved from behind the others to the front. Fu listened to Dongling and stopped thinking about the problem. She decided to eat, play, and sleep. But it felt like something was missing inside her, though she didn't know what it was. Lamlin walked calmly to the bed, tidying the blankets and clothes. Gao Qing, weak from vomiting, leaned against the bed, still holding the foul-smelling trash can. Mr. Su is so rich that he can support the Grand Prince to start the Light Society. He can't be just a simple noble son. What is his real business? After fighting, you'll see. You can't kill me. Today, I will break the myth of the undefeated Tianyu clan. From today, the Son of Humanity will be the legend of this world, declared the Son of Humanity loudly. However, what surprised Liu Yu was that, centered on his body, among hundreds of raw stones, not a single one contained jadeite. Gao Ming sat in the car, watching it slowly start moving. The scenery outside the window gradually receded. He asked Meng Qi, "Today is the 15th. The Enmity Arena opens once a month. Usually, the Inner Circle's ability users come to watch, both for fun and to witness conflicts. The most important thing is that there are no strict rules for watching the battles. This time, Lin Yichen sisters must win. If they lose again, the whole battle could be lost, and it wouldn't just be embarrassing for his 5 disciples, but also for him as their mentor." The door opened, and Yi Feng and Sun Zilong entered together. After arriving, Sun Zilong acted as if he was at home, plopping down on the bed and lying there. Mu Qingyu looked at her silently. When Yi Feiyang tried to pull back his hand, he took the check instead. He casually put the check into his pocket. Mu Qingyu entered the room and saw Yi Feiyang kick off the blanket again. Her dress was messy, revealing everything that should be shown and hiding what should be hidden. Just now, Xing Tai helped him find the seal on his dantian and created a, but Wang Mu wouldn't attack him recklessly. If he used too much force and damaged his dantian, it would be a big loss. "Do you like it yourself?" He didn't answer her question, but instead asked for her opinion. Jiang Shan looked at Huang Fuyan with deep meaning, his eyes carrying a faint smile. However, that smile seemed to hold some mysterious message, making people wonder what he truly meant. Chen Rong knew that Shang So must have many questions about her situation and wanted to ask her everything, but she didn't want to speak now. After a while, Long Yan suddenly felt that the person sitting quietly in the living room, waiting for food, was a bit strange. She couldn't help but stop her work, tiptoe to the edge of the kitchen door and quietly peek into the living room to see what was happening. On the main road, smoke and dust filled the air, and the sound of hooves thundered closer and closer. When the store clerk girl pointed out her embarrassment, Long Yan felt very shy. She lowered her head, her face full of shame and awkwardness, staring at her helpless hands. She was caught between admitting and denying. "I don't really like this one," Long Yan finally said, looking at her high heels, speaking words she didn't truly mean. Sima Li saw Chen Rong's face turn unfriendly and didn't know what she had said wrong. After a moment, 2 clear tears rolled down her cheeks. She lowered her head and hurriedly wiped her tears with a handkerchief. She was a strange, awkward, and unpredictable person. When she kissed him, it could be so. She didn't want to admit it, but his previous kiss was truly passionate. Yet now his attitude toward her was so cold and impatient. Lung Jiao Chen was also not used to wearing Western suits. He always felt awkward in them. Now, seeing Qiu Ci staring at him motionlessly made him even more uncomfortable. Hearing the noise, Nalan Xiao finally snapped out of her thoughts and quickly withdrew from the strong embrace. Feng Lingzhu and Hua Lingzhu were only basic, Yunling-level spiritual objects. At this stage, their spirit vessels had just begun to develop, like 2 newborn babies, with no conscious awareness, only instinct. Therefore, Qin Yao quickly sneaked away in the wind, and the green snake suddenly lost sight of him. He sniffed fiercely with his nose, full of dust and sand. Although Buddha Zun and Dao Zun were also very powerful, these two monks seemed to have lost their confidence after the battle at Long Long Lake. They had shown no activity for a month. Who wants to kill and silence others? Guling directly pushed away 017, then dragged Gu Nuan into a nearby classroom, locked the door, and left. After resolving the family matters, Xia Chaolu's gloomy mood improved a lot. However, her studio was just starting out, and beginnings are always hard. Although she had connections and experience in this industry, her studio was small and not well known, so earning money was still difficult. Lord Lingzhu, I know I was wrong. I swear I will never act on my own again. Please forgive me. We can't just let this go. Qin Hu, who was quick to take revenge, said. Even though Su Chen's gaze made him feel cold inside, he wasn't willing to forget it easily. Haha, do you see how powerful I am now? The arrogant master laughed loudly and suddenly threw the so-called fire lotus gourd into the sky. For example, now she wanted to watch a movie and enjoy a romantic lunch. These things are really important and very good. The score was 3-0, and it stayed that way until the 65th minute of the game, when Barcelona scored again. Adrian replaced Lucio in the 60th minute, and Milk agreed with this substitution. Mingwan was a bit discouraged as she poured all the milk back, heated it, and then made an egg. Valencia's players received applause from Real Madrid fans, while Real Madrid players showed love to Valencia's fans. In this way, it might be better to send 300 frog soldiers into the 10,000 crows banner, letting them serve as soldiers within the banner. Of course, I speak less because I am humble, but I could speak even more. Lu Hanyang said. That's the reason I traveled thousands of miles. His kick wasn't just a counterattack or a gamble. KU really had some issues. Pierce, go search in the Americas. Blood Shadow has escaped. Your control over the earth around you is enough to protect yourself in his hands. Remember not to be covered by his blood mist, which is filled with countless poisonous insects and bugs. Lu Hanyang told Pierce to look for Blood Shadow's trail in the Americas. Feeling emotional, Zhang Zibao looked again at Prince Jun. Prince Jun still looked out the window silently, which made Zhang Zibao feel a bit lost, as if he had returned to the days in Midong. Lu Genfu looked helpless. The words he spoke didn't seem to solve the problem but rather stirred up trouble, making Prince Jun even more worried. I don't know how many days and nights have passed. No matter how hard Wanning tries to hold on, exhaustion from several days and nights overwhelms her. She unconsciously collapses onto Lu Chenyang and falls into a deep sleep.
What?
What did you say? Zhao Lianqing's mind goes blank, completely losing interest in going to the fish soup restaurant. Actually, there's another problem here. As the saying goes, when luck is on your side, even the heavens help. When luck is gone, heroes are powerless. The more energy they absorb from fate, the more influence the world's luck has on their bodies and minds. If they can't fully digest it, they will be affected more and more by the overall trend. You guys, Gu Tai is very frustrated and doesn't know how to deal with these two arrogant troublemakers. Arthoria sways her fluffy hair and steps forward. She wears a very strange bracelet on her right hand. It looks very delicate, but it seems to breathe, subtly rising and falling. Lin Fan, according to what you said, all the villages inside Shurchen County have been changed by us. I guarantee that within a month, no village in Shurchen County will go into the city to buy salt. Beichen looks at the table full of hearty dishes, thinking that the days at Bai Family Village are finally better. In the future, I want to have 2 meat dishes at every meal. Now that it's clear the other person isn't related by blood, if they hug each other, it naturally sparks some wild thoughts. Compared to the two, the dozen or so people in black robes around them say nothing and all activate their spiritual power. Such a talented feat is rare even across the entire Holy Spirit continent and the Central State Holy Land. After hearing his mother agree, Su Moyu, who had been somewhat worried, finally relaxes. His face returns to normal as he expresses his current feelings. In the past few days, the two traveled together across Mo-Shi County, learning about local customs and traditions. They also visited nearby towns to understand their culture and bought a map covering the entire continent. They even commissioned someone to draw a route to Songhai Chengshengshan village. Finally, Luo Qi left with his team. Qin Yifan and Lin Suxin also left Qin's house amid the complex gazes of Zhuang Mengdai. A moment of enlightenment fully unlocks the treasure within, causing a sudden surge in power. The physical body is cleansed by the law, becoming incredibly strong. The old man pretends to be surprised as he looks at the painting, implying something more subtle that Xiao He still catches on. Pei Fan did not speak at first. When he arrived in the Tang dynasty, he firmly believed that there are no free lunches or easy rewards in the world. Yang Ken couldn't bear to see his second brother sacrifice himself, so he also went to recommend Su Huining and Shang Guanyu. He couldn't let his second brother be wronged or cause the Yu family to have complaints about him. After all, not every family is as harmonious as the Yang family. He is a very cunning and experienced person. Seeing how the people of Bai Xiaofeng's remaining clan reacted, he knew they had no intention of wiping out all their bloodline. Thinking of what Hu Han had done before, he felt even more regretful. His eyes showed a look that said, "I'm giving you a way out, so you'd better take it." No matter what Lu Jixi said, Jin Yu could always reply. Anyway, she couldn't gain any advantage in front of Jin Yu. Yi Shu and Yan Changlan followed along, collecting all the Thunder Spirit Stones into their storage items. If he guessed correctly, gaining divine skills only required touching objects with his hand, so the material shop was the best choice. However, the dragon's breath from the bone dragon locked onto him, striking down fiercely with a fiery magic beam. Although his time at Bai Zhao's sect felt ordinary, the sect had taught him a lot. If he caused trouble for them, he would feel very guilty. But now, not only had he not been punished, the sect was thriving, which was the best outcome. But when he heard Prince Henry say, "Complete eradication of the dark creatures in the British Empire," it caught them off guard. They didn't know how to respond. Besides fools, who would at this time raise a bunch of rivals for themselves?
Do you was shocked?
Crown Prince Jiancheng? The illegitimate son? Oh my, this is bad. They would definitely hate him deeply. How could he still be alive now? Seeing Pei Feng freeze, Xia Holan quickly explained, "I was originally a general in the Chao army. I fought with Xia Hodun at Boangpa, was captured by General Zhao Yun, and then pledged loyalty to the Lord. Now, the Lord has appointed me as the military officer." Seeing Yuzhuo leading the way to the front, he looked around cautiously, then tiptoed into a corner of the wall, signaling the three behind him with hand gestures. At this moment, on the second floor of the hotel, the Zhou Ji Noa trio was there. They arrived a little earlier than Yu Yichen and his group. After checking in and preparing to go to the hotel restaurant for a meal, they happened to see Yu Yichen exchanging tense looks with Gregor Odin. Yang Wei waved his hand, then suddenly released a powerful aura, causing the sky and earth to transform and even produce thunderclouds. His strength had already far surpassed the 9th level, so much so that even a 9th level expert like him couldn't withstand it and had to kneel on the ground. As for why I guessed he was a man, it was mainly because his clothing looked very traditional and the photo was in black and white, which gave me that impression at first glance. Yes, that's right. Dujio was still lying on the bed, completely unaware of the dozen or so soldiers carrying the bed. I Ching was also stunned. He hadn't expected that just using a formation could really solve the dimensional gap. Thinking back, when the master used radish dandelions to repair hundreds of dimensional cracks, it seemed no special tools were needed. Support was arriving from all directions. Reinforcements, including soldiers stationed at the enemy's defenses and some students about to graduate from military school, were coming quickly. Anyone who had bad intentions toward them would find that Ma Xiaoying was no longer the gentle and kind wife of the commander. Hai Lan rubbed his forehead and explained, "You said before that only you could be kissed and no one else. That means you're jealous." Han Xianchen nodded thoughtfully. Yuzhen peeked around to confirm that their current situation was safe and wouldn't cause trouble for others, then quietly revealed his presence. Fuming, Leng Yu immediately trampled repeatedly on Hu Zhong's corpse until it was bloody and mangled. The hands that had tightly held onto Leng Yu finally loosened. "Explosion, keep monitoring." But the explosion is no longer our concern. Wait for the city lord to send someone to check. said the person wearing glasses, the leader of the organization, continuing his experiment. He walked onto the bridge, watching pigeons leisurely foraging. The pigeons noticed the three people and a strange flying creature nearby. When they saw them approaching, the pigeons flew away. She was initially homeless, so having a place to go was naturally the best. But living with Gxin Yen might cause some unnecessary trouble. Jiang Ji frowned, examining Li Zishi carefully, feeling that something was off. But Lena couldn't do it. Regardless of whether her genes were suitable for a short time, the sun's light was an ultimate secret of Lai Yang, and Lai Yang would never allow Lena to implant foreign genetic material. Meanwhile, the giant lizard's amazing tongue shot out like a bullet and struck the crocodile's eyelid, causing blood to flow heavily. It seemed that I had previously forced many locals to give way by myself, but in reality, it was because the old man was unsure of my intentions and dared not order the locals to hurt me. That's why I felt fearless and fought fiercely. At that moment, Su Ranyen felt deeply moved, like a peach orchard that had long been asleep, but suddenly blossomed overnight. Although he still held the title of director of the Special Operations Bureau and had a military position, he didn't care much about these titles. Still, they represented the country's goodwill. This change was not about the city's appearance, but about the people living here and the shifting power among various groups. At that time, Guan Jinlin had already guessed. The enemies and traitors of the Japanese puppet regime could cause such a big commotion at the Grand Marshal Arena. Throwing grenades and even planes bombing the area indicated a carefully planned attack. At the same time, she brought a large amount of jewelry and beautiful glass display cases. Therefore, the 3 elders from each of the 4 families, totaling 12 elders, were invited outside to drink tea by Xiao Feng and Chu Shuer. After having this terrifying thought, Yema Tian's legs trembled, knowing that he was probably doomed this time. Su Ranyen was initially a bit sleepy, but after hearing Qin Mo's words, he had no desire to sleep anymore. Although the scene was a bit shaky, the sound was very clear, and these sounds were only made when Dao Ge and Shanzi escaped. The safe grandmother's house was only a few streets away from Cheng's residence. After finally sending the drunken Anshin home, they had been busy all night. Hua Xiangrong said coldly, Jin Wancheng, even if they believe you, we all clearly understand that if we don't avenge Brother Xiao today, Hua Xiangrong, will never give up. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaoyang nearby cried out in pain, calling his master. The thick liquid on the ground slowly disappeared. The room returned to its usual dark and quiet state. Then more than 10 people entered, all monks. An elderly monk in his 70s said, "This humble monk remains indifferent." Shaolei's expression grew serious, no longer smiling as before, and he invited them to sit down one by one. The two faced each other, bowing and turning in circles, both looking somewhat dazed. Chang Yen struggled to stay awake, knowing that now was the time to find an opportunity. Only a quick strike could bring the opponent down. Anil looked at the crescent moon blade in his hand, and then at Chen Yuan. His big cow eyes were full of fear and confusion. Before long, thick smoke rose from the main hall of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Looking around, the mountain peak was already a sea of fire, and several nearby hills were also burning. The sect's 100-year foundation was almost completely destroyed. Maintaining a serious expression, Emoli thought to himself that when facing Mengqi, his will and principles often gave way. He must not let his teacher know, or old man Qin would be very upset. His disciple, raised for over 10 years, was being led astray. This person was very skilled at lightness skill. Even on the steep snow peak, he moved as if he had wings, more easily than walking on flat ground. He used his hands and feet to lightly touch the rocks, soaring a meter high and landing several meters away. In no time, he appeared in front of a few people. This time, Bai Mingyu did not let his soldiers rest after the war, unlike before. Instead, he ordered the army to march toward Qishir Lake. Shilingyu just smiled politely and turned to Xian Yuanhong. The crown prince and the 6th princess are happily married. Shilingyu comes to offer congratulations. He had been secretly observing Tianhan State for years and naturally knew Xian Yuanhong. As he spoke, he handed a gift to the butler. After hearing him, everyone trembled slightly. They looked toward the back of the team. Although they couldn't see anything yet, the enemy was nearby and might catch up at any moment. Feng Jimu puffed out his cheeks, looking aggrieved at Feng Jiuqing. The ninth uncle was too rude, always mocking him. He was his nephew. Was Feng Jimu adopted? Li Longfei floated in midair, staring at the transparent display screen. He tried to memorize the fleeting Midora code on the screen. After leaving Reborn's house and returning home, he saw lunch already prepared on the table. He ate a family reunion meal with his family. The guests from abroad began their rest to adjust to the time difference. He, the mighty King Li, had his wife kidnapped and his son taken away. If this news got out, what face would he have left? Lu's family was confused by her indifferent attitude. She was increasingly unable to understand Bai Mujin's thoughts. When did this girl become so difficult and tricky? Even though he had reached the limit where he could no longer add another shot, he did not give up. He clenched his teeth and moved forward, stepping onto the second level. This situation couldn't be considered looting. If it were, there would definitely be bodies or bloodstains, but there are none. Every household here is neat and tidy, with no signs of chaos or hurried escape. It looks more like a calm, deliberate family relocation. For Chinfan, this was good news. But for the four others, they constantly endured the pain of being washed by the sun's rays. Stop shouting and get up quickly. With a sharp, Li Yang struck Lu Jiejie with a belt on her backside. The dirty man shivered but dared not say anything. The rapid fruit ability increased speed exponentially. However, it still depended on how well the user developed their fruit powers. Speed relates to time and space. Perhaps, with enough development, there could be special effects involving time and space, but the details are unknown. This time, not only Zhou Cheng and others arrived, but Cheng Cheng also led the team. Because there were fewer supplies to carry, they even brought along He Liang's merchant ships from the Southern Dynasty. Each ship carried nearly 300 people, capable of transporting over 10,000 at once. This area is very large. At the front, a line of silver characters floated, region below 100,000 sky points. Since the sky points have exceeded 100,000, continue to explore further. Let's go. This time, Van Helsing made the right choice, Fong Chung said with a smile as he watched Van Helsing enter the correct tower. But now, King Junho Wangyong proved to the world that the so-called invincible Baiki army could be defeated. Although Wangyong mainly relied on the nitroglycerin invented by Wang Zhe and Lu Qing to wipe out tens of thousands of Qi soldiers, who cares about that? Everyone come a few more. Get some bulletproof vests. Also, take down that gun in the basket. With his current state, I'm worried about accidentally hurting myself. Chunyi openly expressed his dislike for firearms. However, the team leader was not surprised. But for Qin Hao, none of this mattered anymore. Situ Minglang had arrived, and that was enough. If I insist on waiting until Hu Shubao recovers before participating in the asteroid confrontation plan in the zombie world, then all our worlds could very well face destruction. At that moment, I rested my head on Snowy's soft, slightly elastic thigh, and a deep, indescribable feeling of happiness grew in my heart. Could it be that I somehow merged the yin and yang energies and formed the original energy? Luo Sihuan was surprised, but also filled with doubt. This was too strange to believe. Okay. Actually, Feng Xia wanted to say that I am grown up now and don't need stories to fall asleep. I felt no unusual signs in my body and prepared to walk outside. I was quite disappointed. This time, I was startled for no reason, and it seemed I gained nothing. I felt a bit upset. After a few seconds of silence, Tang Yun suddenly swung his left hand. The crystal of the SIV stone formed a metallic-like energy again, condensing into a hand knife that cut a bloodline across Camillo's neck. I was planning to wait until I was sure, but you people are too overbearing.
So be it.
If something goes wrong, it's because you force me. The Dark Dragon King's eyes turned blood red. Meanwhile, the Ice Wolf, in his anger, bit too hard and didn't expect Luo Sihuan to dodge. Instead, he bit into the grass, biting off a thick layer of soil. He was a shining star among the new students, the younger brother of Shui Yuan Mountain. His talent was not much worse than his brother's, so he wasn't worried. Jing respected Long Qingqing because she had heard of the legend of the Lord of the Dragon Realm. The legend said that Jiru, the Divine Emperor, was incredibly talented and created a powerful force on her own. This force is now famous in the cultivation world. Honestly, Divine Emperor Jiru is a role model for all cultivators, and no one can criticize her abilities. Qian Duoduo didn't pay much attention when he went into the forest. At that time, Qian Duoduo's gaze was dark and intense, with a big gap in strength. At this point, Yang Yunhan finally understood why Xiang Mingxiao helped him, and the major sects opposed the Xian Gu gang. The Khitan people's only goal was to make the martial heroes of the Song dynasty fight among themselves. Such a sinister plan made Yang Yunhan feel a cold chill. Just as the assassin was about to run away again, Elder Wu, Zhang Haoba, arrived quickly. His staff turned into a sword and stabbed straight out, using the shattering heaven move, hitting the assassin's vital ribs. Bai Mudong said, "Everyone wants to reach the peak of power, but what's the use once you get there? It's better to be a relaxed person." After a simple conversation between Xian and Zhong Xiong, Qin Sui and Lu Feng, under Zhong Xiong's message, both four people stopped fighting. The battle was over. The fireball was shot by a third-level peak spiritual beast called the Fierce Flame Tiger. It was snarling loudly, with its sharp teeth bared and a fierce look on its face, roaring at the sky. Yan Shilu, from the Fuyan clan, woke up quickly. He hurriedly ordered his soldiers to put away their weapons and then softly begged Dilu Dilu and Angel Shao Wu Shi for mercy. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy means you won't lose in 100 battles. Lu Xian looked at the terrain and defenses of the tiger prison, smiled slightly, and ignored the 10 or so fierce tigers. With his speed and the help of a stealth talisman, he could avoid those tigers easily. This young boy was not very old, but his strength was surprisingly powerful. In the previous battles, he even managed to suppress the team leader. Looking around, the tables and chairs were nothing special. Only an ancient painting hanging on the wall seemed to hide some secrets. When a force that was originally restrained suddenly breaks free, all the accumulated power bursts out instantly, creating a huge impact. This is similar to the principle of a grenade, and it remains effective now. So, you obtain the phoenix body, and even refined the shell of an ancient demon god. No wonder you have such confidence. But you can only protect yourself, said Kunpeng coldly. Because divine fire is a seed left by a great deity, it contains rich laws of heaven, so it is not afraid of losing its divine nature during the fire sacrifice. According to Zhengyu's estimate, 3 fake Buddha heads plus 1 real Buddha head are worth at least 100 million. After Bo Yikao left, the southern pole immortal extended his hand and replaced a disciple. This was Xiao Zhen, who was on the list of gods. The players' eyes turned red. Their breathing became rapid. The players behind desperately pushed forward, and chaos broke out. Xue Xian and Mao Zhihua saw that he could speak, so they relaxed. As long as he didn't die, not only would Ermiai Wu Wangyu be safe, but Mao Zhihua could also help him. This matter can't be explained in a few words, but I believe it's correct. I wonder if those who are cursed by heaven also know about this. So I must get it before they do. That way, not only can the heaven's curse plan be thwarted, but she can also avoid a deadly disaster, Qin Yan said. Achieving perfect harmony at the end is very rare. It requires the body, energy, and mind to be highly coordinated, reaching a state called unity of body and mind, with free control and balance. Ultimately, a cultivator's most important strength is their own power. Without strength, everything else is meaningless. A bright, white circle appeared on Zhang Baoyu's wrist, and he held a large jade-colored sword. His equipment shimmered with a mysterious glow. Usually, when someone knows they can't win, they choose to run away instead of fighting defensively and stubbornly holding their ground. Then, 3 Ultraman-like figures each attacked Xing Tian, causing the darkness behind him to shatter completely. However, They understood that a fragment of the dark spirit demon god's original power had fallen here. Sooner or later, it would revive, and no one could stop it. She took a sip of clear broth, which had a faint aroma. Some spiritual herbs were inside, making her feel refreshed instantly. Today was Mo Fan and Lin Liu's wedding. Many important people in the town came to celebrate. After 57 items were auctioned, reaching the 63rd item, the people from the Qing Shan sect did not participate. From any perspective, Gao Yafeng was definitely not in danger of losing his life. As long as he wasn't caught by the Japanese Kanto Army police or secret agents, other problems could be easily solved. He avoided danger just in time, not even getting hurt. Instead, he seized a dagger and aimed a laser gun at the three people, blocking the way to the exit tightly. As for the energy technique, anyone standing in front of them was mostly staring at Jinling City with shining eyes, like bandits seeing a beautiful girl, rushing forward without thinking, showing they were willing to risk everything. The chief listened to Sajin and the others' report, feeling very pleased. After summarizing the experience in the barren land, they could then promote and implement it in other areas as needed. To achieve this, the most important thing was to thoroughly understand their background and then assign suitable officials. If the placement was right, they could even borrow strength from clans or disciples, which would be excellent. After 3 rounds of wine, everyone started eating. They ate without hesitation, and the lively atmosphere returned quite a bit. Yi Xuan watched as the people left one after another, deep in thought. Then she stood up and followed. She stepped out of the shop, looked around, and headed in the direction the others had just gone. The chubby man inside the house finally saw that the bad luck charm was gone, and he let out a deep sigh of relief. No matter if it was Queen Yuan or Old Lady Xue knowing they were being noisy in front of the prince, what could they do? He was originally worried that it was because Long City had disappointed him before, which made him unwilling to show himself. At first, he was alone under the city, circling around with this strange ghost tribe, which made the people of Long City respect him very much. Yi Xinghe quickly spoke, anxious to say, "They said that Yi Yuxuan might be my sister. I think I must go to the Sand Kingdom. I need to check, I can't rest easy. You all eat first, I'll be back soon." After saying that, Yi Xinghe hurried out of the shop to chase after. He wasn't sure how powerful He Junxian was, but he had seen his skills once before. Since he wasn't confident, he probably wouldn't risk himself. A streak of red light rose along the horizon and landed on Gu Han, waking him from meditation. After a day outside, he was a bit tired. He decided to wait until the people from the Prince Jin's residence checked the Liu family before making a decision. Since Song Jiao Jiao was taken abroad by Lin Meng, the system panel had been silent. The main quest was gone just like that. Now Jiang Rui was almost sure what was happening, but out of caution, he asked more questions. His shout not only caught the attention of the ragged people nearby, but also made the hunched old man deep inside the house open his eyes. Li Jiayan's identity was special. When he thought of the other's mastery of poisons, spells, and those terrifying bugs, even Bai Jiang felt a shiver of fear. This guy, nearly 2 meters tall, with muscles bulging all over and blue-green scales covering his skin. Seeing how Minister Chen was acting, he knew their family probably couldn't stop him. Only the second prince arriving could do that. He was drawn by the golden ancient scroll in the sky, unable to look away. It seemed to hide a secret technique very important to the Wuxiang golden body. Mu Qingxian also looked confused and puzzled. Remembering the strange Luo Wuxuang he had just seen, her face turned pale. Her figure flickered, and she flew swiftly toward the ruins of the demon domain. Maybe this scene looked very realistic, but with his powerful divine soul, he could see at a glance that this illusion was fake. This is very strange. The sixfold spirit sea realm's talented spiritual bodies could not pass the true martial tower, yet now a group of outer palace students easily cleared it. This is truly unbelievable. Now, the evil path is watching the growth of the illusion demon. Perhaps it should be guided back to learn more advanced evil techniques. Given time, with the power of the illusion demon's 6 source attributes, who in the world could stand against him? Maybe this already counts as a real fortress, with professional knightly forces guarding the home and hundreds of servants. Grandmother and the Jiang family's eyes sparkled with curiosity. So there really was such a thing. Since the princess didn't explain further, they didn't ask more. The Shu and Chuan armies were delayed, making Liu Bei anxious. Meanwhile, Ji Shi's relentless bombing of Chang'an kept Liu Bei on edge. When Zhao Yun from the north broke through the defenses and reached Chang'an to meet Ji Shi, Liu Bei realized deeply that the situation was turning against him, and his life was in danger. She didn't know who was doing this to her, forcing her to witness a bloody and terrifying car accident scene. Ning Chuan was quite angry, but arguing with him meant facing everyone on the third peak. At this moment, he could only vent his anger on the helpless, useless people of the third peak. On the 12th of this month, Song Mo turned 14. It was said that Song Ming would go to the palace to ask the emperor for marriage. If the Dragon Soul 12 palaces were established to replace the Eagle Group and become a new order in China, it would make handling affairs and protecting loved ones much easier. In a short time, that faint black line in Qin Mu's hand gathered into a black blood cluster filled with powerful energy fluctuations. We're not unfamiliar with Western medicine. You, kid. For sprains and bruises, traditional Chinese medicine is best. I prepared some medicinal wine for you. Soak in it for a while, take it to that place and use it. It will do you good, Zhao Ju said to her son. Now, she was able to move, and Master Mo Yen even set up a formation. She immediately turned around and commanded quickly, as if facing a great enemy. Sure enough, after that, the Su family's convoy no longer encountered roadblock bandits. But the path left for Li Chengqian was not much either. In Li Chengqian's eyes, Gaochang was just a place that could be easily destroyed. Li Beitian was no longer satisfied with his light skills. Even the dog-beating stick technique could no longer meet his current internal strength level. After about 10 breaths, a bright light shot up from the back mountain of Wuhua Mountain. Soon, an old man appeared, stepping through empty space. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of everyone. The new magician took office. His goal was to help the Lakers reach the Western Conference Finals within 4 years. The first step to achieve this was to remove the remnants left by his predecessor. She didn't believe that Chen Feng had that smiling girl around him. Even if Yan Yu joined his thoughts now, she was still a step behind Chen Feng. King Zhao lived inside the palace, and Geng Xing was also inside. It was difficult for me to bring Geng Xing and Bai Qingji's matters to his attention in just one day. Since you all want to play so badly, I will join you to the end. Your actions are just adding some value to the Lakers' championship. The dunk contest was so boring that people almost fell asleep, unable to find any impressive moments. The three-point contest and skill challenge, even with added competition from the Eastern and Western teams, couldn't produce any new surprises. But every household in Zhenjiang searched thoroughly and found nothing. After the search team reported, Zhao Quan personally led people to the other two families, the Cui family and the Yu family. The army of fierce beasts was frozen in place. Weapons formed from starlight pierced their bodies, exploding instantly, destroying both body and spirit. Their souls and blood hadn't dispersed before being erased by starlight. After hearing Yun Shaoqi's words, he smiled and nodded at Yixing. Yun Shaoqi then left, while Yixing seemed to become his disciple, undergoing a devilish training over the following years. Behind him, the illusionist's companions chattered excitedly, their tone becoming very passionate and lively. All of this was completely different from the human empires he had seen before. He shook his head with a smile. All right, see you on the competition stage. Don't forget to bring your most precious things, or you won't be qualified to challenge me, Yixing shouted loudly. Then he took Jun Xue toward the platform where he would compete with Qing Han. Okay, once this busy period is over, next time my uncles come up the mountain, we'll go together, Zhao Yuan nodded. Or perhaps, Hua's sect had already studied ancient divine power thoroughly and could fully control the foreign demons? At this moment, all the guards Zhao Ziyu brought with him had died, leaving only a few people around him. He paused for a moment, thinking. Now, except for a few of them, no one else knows that Zhao Ziyu was killed by him. Lu Qingshan and Lianqing are definitely not the kind to say much. Fool. Fu Rongfeng's forehead was sweating, and he seemed a bit strained. While cursing silently, he kept blocking and retreating.
What?
Why do I have to do this? Yang Junfei was stunned and suddenly understood. Oh my! Now he found himself in a city in southern France in 1889. Lin Yi was still playing games, too lazy to watch. It's not because he was rude, but because there was an assistant nearby. If he did everything himself, Tang Menjing, the assistant, might find it even more boring. So Lin Yi decided to let her handle some unimportant tasks. The Zhao family estate was built on a gentle of Zhao Mountain. It was called a family estate, but it was built like a city, covering nearly 1,000 meters in all directions, surrounded by walls. The main gate had a tall watchtower, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. No problem. Thank you for your trouble. I rarely spoke politely, then turned and went into the room. The guest room was nicely decorated, about 40 square meters, with all furniture and appliances. The bed was very large, obvious high quality just by looking at it, and sleeping on it would definitely be very comfortable. After hesitating for a moment, Qiu Gong asked, since Sun Shan was expelled by the 3 families, Chun Ku will surely look for the other 2. Everyone in the hall was alarmed and rushed over, stretching their necks to look. They no longer had the polite manners they showed earlier. In a past life, after Mu Zihan left Jiyun Temple, he stayed away for 2 years before Qin Chuan was brought to Luoyan Peak. It wasn't because he was diligent in practicing, but because the elders on Luoyan Peak, wanting to please the already famous Mu Zihan, made an exception and allowed him to ascend the mountain. Lanhua Protector also answered coldly. Unlike Sikong Ji, who looked indifferent because they weren't familiar, she seemed to reject everyone in the same way. Right now, I don't know the reason. Maybe you are more familiar with it than the others, I said, feeling confused myself. Can you speak less sharply? It might disturb the neighbors, Yi Xian said with a look of annoyance. Just as Miracle was about to attack the 8 treasures meat spirit mushroom, a blue light shot out like a sharp sword directly at Miracle. There are many empty houses here. Ghost Eye and Black Eagle found a place to sleep in the nearby house. CP relationships don't last long. Brother Lingxi didn't struggle this time, but continued eating his breakfast. Then, think of a way to explain why Yi Sihing would hit himself. Why would she be so angry to slap him? Clearly, blaming it on work negligence doesn't make sense. What should I do? The boy saw that Miao Yuexin wasn't afraid. He lowered his head and kept pouring unclear liquid into the cat's eye. Miao Yuexin recognized this boy. He was the leader of the middle school gang at Gaofeng Middle School, and he had an older brother who was a gang member outside school. Meanwhile, Lu Bu specially designed new uniforms for the medical team members based on the nurse outfits he saw in the afterlife and imagined in his mind. But with only 1 day left, not only had the leader of Lingxi's sword sect, Ling Shizi, not arrived, but also the heads or representatives of other major factions had not appeared. If we trace back to that day 2 months ago, how could Duke Zheng, who was still in court and hadn't left, go to the western suburbs to store money? Su Yunan looked at Pei Lingxi on stage. His eyes also shimmered with excitement. Before going on stage, he kept bowing around the stage, sweeping over all the fans holding silver glow sticks. Su Yunan still felt him exchanging glances with herself, and her heart felt a little empty. After Duo Mei Gui finished speaking, every audience member with an earpiece heard clearly. They all knew what the 30 consecutive wins record was, so everyone's breathing became slightly hurried. At this moment, Su Jun suddenly made a surprise sound. He discovered that Ling An was actually alive. When I opened my eyes, I found myself lying in a hospital room. Looking around, it was a double-occupancy hospital room. Yi Lingwen was lying in the bed next to me. It seemed the doctors had already treated us. I didn't know how our injuries were, so I immediately wanted to sit up and check on Yi Lingwen. All day long, there was chaos, but nothing was gained. Fortunately, tonight he suddenly received a lead, discovering that the bus had just appeared nearby. He quickly drove to chase after it. Soon, these great deities, played by many strange creatures and their clones, fled in all directions. You say you're messing around all day, selling the ancestral house, and your son still hasn't become successful, Shin Taigue said with a mocking face. She thought that if it wasn't natural childbirth, her nails could have easily pierced someone's stomach. The strangest thing was that once the baby was born, it immediately started to swell with the wind. Before the big ship at Jingyuan Temple sank completely, a golden firework shot into the sky and burst into a golden lotus flower. During the last monthly exam, Heejing only spent one night reviewing what they had learned this semester. Because of that, they did much better than before. This time, they definitely wanted to review again. But in the next moment, the pain in her broken arm made her mouth twitch. Her expression twisted, even looking a little fierce. Sorry, in a big disaster, no snowflake is innocent. Anyone who knows history understands that at this time, Japan's fighting spirit against China was higher than ever. Even demons have such experts, Yuan Fudong asked, surprised. He knew a bit about Long Zhou's strength. Facing Yang Xuan's aggressive words, Huang Zizong couldn't say anything. His chest heaved up and down quickly, and his extra flesh trembled. His face turned red as he looked around, noticing everyone was watching him. Their eyes showed mockery and disdain. I request a restriction. I want to set a ban for Boss Missouri. Do you agree, fellow cultivator? Yuan Fudong said calmly. Even so, Yuan Fudong still felt quite cautious about this old man and answered very politely. It's easy to imagine that to support this theory with experimental data, countless brain experiments would be needed. As for where the experimental materials came from, that's unknown. Anyway, it definitely wouldn't be as humane or eco-friendly as Han Feng using himself as a test subject. Mingna was hit so hard that her vision blurred. Her right cheek burned with pain. She could feel something warm flowing from her nose, and tears suddenly fell. But she held on, clenched her teeth, and refused to speak. Bai was happy for a moment, but Hua Rishu went over to look at her, and after seeing the muddy jar without understanding anything, she left the room. Ruru, stop messing around. Hu Team was sweeping away the nearby insect soldiers and trying to stop Ruru from rushing forward. Luckily, he was a strength cultivator. Anyone else wouldn't be able to stop Ruru's power. Apart from releasing a meaningless statement, the devil has not made any further news. There are ongoing reports that the devil was attacked by the great lord of the ancient arena and suffered heavy losses. Chu Xiong helplessly looked at the phone call that the other person had hung up. He smiled bitterly and looked at Yu Guoqiang's phone on the table. Sure enough, as soon as his gaze shifted, the phone rang again. Yu Guoqiang first responded with a similarly helpless smile, then calmly answered the call. He silently wondered if he had done something to attract this immortal's attention. Jia Chong cast a Soul Talisman Intermediate in his hand. A burst of fire chased after Lysar, surrounding him completely in flames. But everything before his eyes was blurry, like a mosaic. He couldn't see clearly, only a bright yellow flash flickering. After breakfast, the two carried baskets to the Yun family. The baskets held 2 rabbits covered with cabbage, and they carried some snacks separately in their hands. Deputy Director Lu Guoping picked up a cigarette. This time, he didn't wait for Zhang Pengfei to light it for him. He lit it himself promptly. Huang Ming's purple-clad companion, Ziyun, trembled slightly, wanting to show something but suddenly hesitated, showing a troubled expression. Meanwhile, Zhang Pengfei and Tang Wan'er were rushing to the city hall when suddenly, Zhang Pengfei's phone rang immediately. The next morning, Su Jingqing was awakened by a phone call. The caller was Gu Ran. She knew that if it wasn't important, her mother wouldn't call her suddenly. Reconciliation seemed impossible. She couldn't be without grudges, but as long as she didn't cause trouble, they would coexist peacefully. After entering the house, she was asked about many things that had happened over the past few months. She avoided details and spoke briefly. The others sighed deeply, feeling more convinced that she had suffered a lot. Lu Xia listened to everyone and felt a surge of excitement in her heart. But she didn't want to show her excitement openly, so she sat calmly on the stool, lowered her head, and looked at the rice in her bowl. Chin-rin even believed that Sander was a messenger sent from heaven. If one could kneel before him and pray, they would receive divine protection. But Chin-di was merely a manager chosen by heaven on earth, with a lower status than Sander, and his actions were supervised by Sander. Is she not doing well? Moyi felt anxious. Why not let her see? He couldn't help but have wild thoughts. Why not let him see 11? Has her appearance changed again? Yes, although the different tribe family is still human, there are some differences in essence. You should exchange 3 more, or you can also offer an amount equal to the Nalan royal family, said the Void Monk quickly, sharing his thoughts. But the reality was very different from what he expected. The valley was not cold, but quite warm. The plants inside looked no different from outside, with lush grass and thriving growth. Roar! The corpse overlord roared loudly and charged forward, smashing a hammer into the undead corpse demon, making it dizzy. I am Shen Yueying, but we don't seem to have met before, Yueying said, deliberately looking at him with a suspicious gaze. Chun Jing knew she had said the wrong thing, but she was even more sure that these 2 people knew something. How much they knew or whether they had uncovered everything was still unknown. However, Chen Jing believed that since they came to find her instead of directly arresting people with soldiers, it meant they hadn't found enough evidence yet. Only the few people bound by the team card could avoid mutual suspicion. Others, who put their lives in others' hands, were always less safe. Compared to the desperate Qi Yuan Emperor, King Rui was the true lion. Although King Rui had previously shown disdain or even disgust for court affairs, no one knew if this sleeping lion was truly awakening at this moment. Hua Qingyan looked at Hua Qingrong, thinking that if she revealed her message, she might scare her brother to death. Congratulations, Prince. At this moment, a minister approached King Rui, bowing sincerely with a genuine tone and expression. Clearly, his congratulations came from the heart. Song Xiaoyu, who had just given birth, was still sleeping. When Su Huai was receiving visitors, he stayed outside to greet them and didn't disturb her. After looking around, she finally saw a familiar figure, but she didn't want to meet this familiar person. The 100 Forbidden Pill Cauldron and Bingpa Silver Pestle were also Een artifacts, but they were mainly tools for making special medicines. They were not very effective for enhancing secret techniques, and against enemies Xiao Tao dared not use them. Although the merchants did not do anything else, just the act of breaking off the engagement would make the Huajia family unlikely to let it go easily. After all, their business of breaking engagements is quite unkind. That's true. The cruise team outside is really annoying, Uncle Mu, who was cut off from his lines, said. Huguang, have you really thought this through? Surprisingly, Emperor Hanwu didn't seem very angry. His calm tone even made it seem like he was less angry than before. He simply called Huguang by his name instead of his official title, which made everyone think the emperor was very furious. Hearing this response, Qianli's expression suddenly changed, and he looked shocked. Understood, boss. There are 2 more places, the National Road and the highway. They are for driving, so we can't openly set up checkpoints and search, a Zhuang said. Patrick opened his mouth but didn't give any more orders. He just quietly watched the large display screen, staring at the approaching giant angel robot. After a shocking collision, Jin stopped working. The robot's control system crashed immediately under Freya's carefully controlled attack force, leaving the pilot with no choice but to wait for the end. This made Zhou Lin a little worried because his special appearance would definitely leave a deep impression on the driver. He might even be wanted by the police department now without an ID card, which could easily cause trouble. The bald old man was silenced by the principal's words and didn't know what to say. At this moment, class was over. After Zhao Yu announced the end of class, the students left the classroom. However, 4-star crystals are rare cultivation resources. Normally, a cultivator at the Yuan Shi stage can only sustain about 10 days of training with 1 4-star crystal. Even with high salaries in Xingdou, a mid-level or lower cultivator only earns about 10 4-star crystals a year. Since the changing room is just below the stairs and the other person is leaning against the left wall, he hasn't seen their body yet. To see their body, he would need to lower his head. Thinking about it, if he brings down many films in the future, then on the development list, there would be a long row of such things. Just thinking about it makes him sweat. It is impossible to rush directly in front of him, because the enemy is likely armed. The parking lot is quite large and mostly empty, with few cars parked inside, so Qin Fei cannot use a vehicle for cover to approach the enemy quietly. Kai Guocheng immediately shot countless arrows at the advancing Jin army. The frontline Jin soldiers, holding shields, quickly moved forward to form a shield wall, blocking most of the arrows. However, some soldiers were still injured or killed, and screams filled the air. The 10 space warships patrolling outside Blue Star quickly attacked the alien ships in the atmosphere after noticing something unusual, forcing them to land on the surface. Actually, they are yellow-lipped fish and Chinese sturgeon, Manhwa said, unsure of what to say. He had recognized them earlier but couldn't believe it. In addition to China's top 500 companies, my Xingchen group also had its own top 500 companies. Today, my group will acquire all other top 500 companies, Qin Hailang continued. Yasa, today you should report half of your harvest. The village's grain supply is running low, Uncle Sam, tall and strong with one missing tooth, said with a smile. The wall behind them was as hard as steel, seemingly mixed with some extremely tough metal, making it impossible to break through even with violence. These 4 people held 2 invitation cards. The gold-embossed invitations clearly read Thunder Emperor and Beast Zhao Hao also refined a drop of holy dew. Most of its powerful energy was used to strengthen his body, with no breakthrough in his realm. Li Xuning had been in the military since childhood, with physical strength stronger than most men. Still, he looked exhausted. Chang Guxing was eager to treat Li Xuning, but she was ignored, which made Mei Nyang giggle. She gently removed the human skin mask, hoping that beneath the unfamiliar mask was a familiar face, one she had long been waiting to see. Our camp is destroyed. We escaped. Song Jio sat in a booth, feeling uncomfortable. The hall was dim, with dust floating in the sunlight through the window. The one-eyed dragon, Yan Jiao, kept smoking, and the smoke filled the booth, creating a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. He sneered and rushed to the wall, knowing that since the hotel rooms were similar, the light switches were probably in the same place. The person called Third Uncle hesitated for a moment. Check them, see if they have any weapons, he said. The blood-marked young man kicked with his foot and smiled. No weapons, maybe they really are from the geological team. What should we do? Yes, yes, yes. The man was overjoyed, shouting several times, then he rolled and crawled away quickly. These people were clearly not the main targets. The common signs were the invitation cards and gifts they carried, all meant to test the host's attitude. Until they received a friendly response, the important figures hiding behind would not show themselves easily. Faced with the praise from 5 talented young people, the king of S eyes flashed with a killing intent, but he kept his expression calm and hidden. Since Lu Mingrui said so, giving Saturday to him was also okay. Sometimes filling in for others was a small gain. Inside the territory of the Tui divine sect, all disciples from the 3 great sects put down their weapons. Auntie couldn't keep acting. She rolled her eyes at Huang Bo. She knew very well. Huang Bo had long wanted to play the role of a strict housekeeper. After Xin Wutong finished taking her medicine, the tears in her eyes finally settled. She smiled bitterly and felt ashamed. Reply to 4L. Is this real? Where did the news come from? After the appearance of the strange hunter, didn't players hide their identities from each other? Sun Miaoqing quietly moved, sat sideways on the ground, and grimaced as she rubbed her injured leg. He couldn't disturb the noble consort. The noble consort's condition worsened after being angered by the eldest princess. And Shun tends to be a cold-faced person who isn't easy to cooperate with. Given his personality, she thought that even if they reached a verbal agreement, he would probably secretly choose to refuse. She came to visit her uncle's wife to play, and also to see how the so-called spiritual master tricks people. No, to do psychological counseling for confused customers. 5-year-old Kong Shinro's biggest strength was her eloquence, but her biggest weakness was that she was too verbose. Did she ask you about Empress Taifei? Su Wan's heart jumped, then she dismissed the hammer. Nalan Bing finished dealing with the man and hurried back to the secret passage entrance. She called out to the man with a feminine voice and another man. Unfortunately, they didn't know who the steward was, only that they all obeyed the Snow Palace, which was my old brothel owner, Aunt Shue. Really? Su Wanyang turned around and looked at a man passing by her side. When she looked, she saw that her footprints in the snow were deeper than the man's.
But why didn't he attack me?
Could it be that his task was only to take out the man hidden inside the ant pouch? After gesturing for a while, none of the Fengyu immortals found anything appealing. I didn't expect all my carefully chosen clothes to be rejected. This disappointment is hard to describe. When this group left, the third brother, full of stubbornness, turned to walk toward the bronze coffin. But he had only taken half a step before the old Taoist stopped him. Taking a step back is usually broad and free, but for some people, it can be a deep abyss. And since the new year is approaching, everyone who rented here has gone back home, making the place even quieter. I think Yang Hanlu's father would like it here because it's quite secluded. Su Qian quickly covered Chang Ji's mouth with his hand, signaling her not to make a sound. Chang'e was held back and couldn't move, only able to watch silently as she called out a few times outside the door before falling silent. It is said that refining the 9-turn golden pill takes a long time, at least half a year, sometimes a lifetime. Chini whispered while playing with the 9-turn golden pill. For him now, if the other side wanted to attack, he wouldn't even have a chance to resist. However, Hong Hong doesn't have 360-degree eyes and can't see the blue nary on the dragon's back, so she doesn't know that the protective barrier has already been activated. Therefore, Hong Hong protects blue nary in her own way. Apart from the 2 trucks passing by and leaving a trail of exhaust behind, no other vehicles were seen. Under this palm, Yan Jiniao's body was almost shattered. He was covered in blood, with white bones exposed, and blood kept pouring from his mouth, looking terribly tragic. In theory, this is just speculation and simulation, and doesn't necessarily reflect how ancient elves truly were. Chen Shan also sensed something unusual. How did all his fine sand get into that girl's body? In the hospital, he saw all kinds of people. He could tell from Qiao Ran's eyes that she was hopeless. Her eyes had long lost their shine. His expression was complicated, hard to say whether he was surprised or happy. Now that he had finally seen the existence behind the white mist with his own eyes, he felt a little crazy. Gu Yu and I both widened our eyes. He is a noble prince, yet he bowed deeply to an old man who is not even in the court or government. But Ming Song still looked confident and proud. No, the teacher said he could only progress step by step and open his meridians. Chun Long was disappointed and said so. Actually, he didn't really say much. It was just his thoughts transmitted in his mind. Even Sheng Lei didn't know what it was. Chun Long still felt strange about it. He gently pouted his lips, and his 4 warm lips pressed together. Zhao Qian suddenly looked up, startled, with a face as red as a ripe apple, so cute and adorable. That's enough. The servant girl still needs to pack her things and get ready to leave. Young master, don't overthink. The wedding is coming soon. Smile more, Granny Gua said kindly, about to leave, but was stopped by Nangong Shao. At the school gate, a bright Ferrari was parked. Just as Su Momo was about to walk to the door, the car door opened, and a boy stepped out. Although the Hunter Guild is the strongest organization in the heavenly realm, it does not participate in wars between different races. It is a special independent group outside other major races. Bounty hunters are part of the Hunter Guild, but they can fight each other, Su Tongqing continued. 6 disciples from the Heaven Gate, captured by the Monkey Demon King, saw this scene and all turned pale. What does this mean? Dong Li frowned and looked on, feeling uneasy. Are they kneeling to this monster? Is this place built specifically to worship monsters? No wonder the extinct parasites appeared earlier. If they were deliberately kept here, that could explain it. Master Sidhu, they are all my friends. When we're together, there's no need to be so formal. Su Hong said with a helpless smile to Situ Huishan. "Senior brothers, what are you two doing?" Long Xing looked puzzled at Tai Wuhua and Lu Ha, who had said nothing all along, and asked. Long Xing hid behind a tree, holding the Tianchong ruler, which suddenly shone brightly. Countless ruler marks intersected and struck into the shaking mountain tree. Water Fusion Emperor. Water Fusion Emperor, Chu Tiandi whispered in disbelief. 1,000 thoughts flashed like lightning in his mind. His fists clenched tightly, filled with shock and anger. Blue veins bulged under his skin, twisting like roots, pounding visibly under his skin. Lu Shiqi, in his past life, studied agriculture and was very familiar with farmland. Although he didn't know his exact major, since he mentioned it, he must have some confidence. He nodded. After dealing with Westerners for a long time, the merchants of the Ming dynasty, who were always good at understanding people, had come to know their nature quite well. Lu Ci was about to speak with James when his sharp hearing caught the sound of horses approaching the valley. Next, she planned to go to the Chu family to work as a maid, seek protection from young Master Chu, and let Sun Arai and matchmaker Qian receive their payment. Then everything would be settled. She gently wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned into his embrace. That simple gesture made him feel a sudden rush of emotion. She hadn't come to the family dinner on New Year's Eve, so he had missed another chance to see her. Fortunately, she appeared this time. It had been nearly a year since he last caught a glimpse of her at the celebration in Prince Qingning's mansion. When Ziyun suddenly appeared behind Qiunyun, he quietly held her from behind. At first, she stiffened, but then she realized that in the auction house, only Ziyun could appear silently like that. Knowing he was there to protect her, she relaxed. During the banquet, while warmly entertaining Luojian and the other guests, Saki noticed that they were getting a little drunk. Only then did he slowly begin to ask questions. Yi Feng was deeply shocked. No human cultivator had ever made a condensed spirit pill like this before. She remembered how she had once risked her life to delay the evil tyrant and tried to break her bond with the Songshui bracelet. Before the words were finished, gunshots rang out. Wei Ling turned the steering wheel sharply, hit the brakes, and fired his pistol. This move seemed even stronger than before, completely blocking the third prince's attack. The white-robed man had revealed Yao Shui's true identity. The Holy Realm had already sent people to bring him back. As the young master of the Holy Realm, he had become the leader of the Demon King's Hall, something that greatly angered the Holy Lord. Master Qing thought it was a miracle that anyone liked her at all, though he admitted she was skilled at hairstyling. The thought made him excited, eager to get rid of that troublesome man.
Monsieur.
Is her fiancé coming to the northern Lan continent? Gu Jingyu felt his throat tighten, as if something was stuck there. I must go in. The more the two tried to stop her, the more certain Lin Xiaoxiao became that something strange was inside the room. The jade hairpin flowers were in full bloom. Their shape resembled hairpins, their color was like white jade, and their fragrance was pure and elegant, perfect to wear in one's hair. Yi Feng could see her exhaustion clearly. It was obvious that Zhuyi was too eager to help her, which made her so tired. Also, I heard that the blood demon pearl is an unlucky object. Anyone who eats it will turn into a blood demon, becoming bloodthirsty and very scary, Cui Ying said calmly. I was lying on that person but was suddenly attacked and sat up quickly. I looked outside cautiously. No one? I scanned around suspiciously. There was indeed no movement. If someone had been there, I should have noticed. Could it be my imagination? There was a big feast inside and outside the palace. All kinds of gods were drinking happily. Suddenly, a report came. The emperor's envoy has arrived. I quickly led people to greet him. The old servant has served the master on Qilong Mountain for over 40 years. He is the same age as your father. Rest assured, go ahead. More importantly, when your grandfather comes out full of energy, you will also come out full of spirit, someone said. The other 5 registered disciples also behaved well and did not act rashly. They didn't want to repeat the earlier scene of fighting each other. Without risking the tiger's den, how can you get tiger cubs? Water Lord, and I will go down and take a look. Although we are sealed, We have magic treasures for protection, so it should be fine, Guo Huai whispered. Then, he took out the water avoidance pearl from Lao Jun's gourd. Tang Quanzi and Xiling Blood Flame looked disdainfully at Tian Quan bearing. Do you need to be so serious to fool people? In Mingxin Temple, a blazing fire rose, illuminating the sky. It was like a natural path of light guiding the spirits of Mingxin Temple. Actually, after a few days of getting along, Tang Su roughly estimated Yi Feng's strength. Even if he couldn't win, he should be able to protect himself easily. So he pushed the responsibility onto him. This is the Imperial Capital Medical Hall. All major martial arts hall masters, listen carefully. According to the nearest principal, 10 medical halls will gather all their martial artists. If anyone attacks, they must be killed with full force, Li Yao announced to martial artists around the world through the internet. Hiding one's true intentions could cause some losses over time and lead to other problems. As soon as I entered the yard, I saw Li Qingmu sitting on a stone bench, dozing with his head supported by his hand. To establish a sect and a school, you must fight 3 matches on the arena. The owner of this arena is in Anwu Division's hands. This makes the meaning even clearer. Zhang Bozu intends to train Su Che as a direct disciple, not just give her superficial guidance like before, paying little attention to her. She stomped her foot hard, glancing around the room at things that could be used to hit or defend herself. But if you look at the fire and fighting spirit in his heart, it seems he still has some hope. Secondly, the matriarch herself has a very strong sense of authority, and perhaps helping her break through could be beneficial. Seeing the cane about to hit Feng Tianai, Su Qian put down her shovel and stepped into the flower bushes before she finished shoveling. Feng Tianai's shovel hit the soil at her feet. Startled, Feng Tianai instinctively began to dig the soil. But this body transformation and evolution universe is probably much more difficult than moving objects with the mind. Seeing Bodhi's smiling face, Huao's killing intent grew stronger. He casually flicked his hand, releasing a powerful suction force like a black hole, pulling Bodhi's body. Bai Dikai's eyes were full of anger. He glared fiercely at Li Sini, then picked up Baiguan and left. Because Liang Yu had just refined the heart demon of the great ape god, not this divine being. Seal me, seal, seal. Liang Yu's momentum remained strong, but inside, there was a deep seriousness he hadn't shown before. When the great uncertainty reached its highest point in the sky, countless colorful chains suddenly burst from his hands. In the blink of an eye, they bound this huge figure into a colorful light ball, rendering it immobile. It's nothing. I was just thinking that among the 4 of us, your flying skills are the best, most extraordinary. So, I want to entrust you with the most important task. How about it? Now you can't complain that others look down on you, Li Yue said with a sly smile. But now, Lu Yuan seems to have found a way to change the situation, so they naturally support him. We worked hard to build a home, and now we have to abandon it, and I pay choked with tears. Chu Tian didn't press her. He took out some herbs and sat down, then took out the great noble thunder cauldron. White medicinal fire rose up in his hand. My strength has increased at least 5 times compared to before. My mind is clear, my body feels smooth, and it seems I can learn anything easily. It feels like my talent has improved a lot. Fong Qin was very happy but also a little scared. All these changes seemed to happen just by closing and opening his eyes. The morning breeze blew gently, and the thick smoke gradually faded away. The Japanese Army's 6th Kumamoto Division and the 14th Utsunomiya Division, strong soldiers, rolled off transport ships, lined up neatly, prepared their gear, and quickly set out toward important targets to the south. I didn't expect this soul device to affect my mind before I even got close. Because of that, I can't use my magic fully, Yi Feng frowned, trying to focus his scattered thoughts. Stay back, true person. The gatekeeper saw the star general about to leave and hurriedly stopped him. Is that the immortal root? Yi Feng looked at the yellowish herb that looked like a root and asked with doubt. Stephen Chow actually wanted to join TVB. Last year, he dragged his friend Tony Leung to sign up for the wireless training class. Tony Leung was accepted, but Stephen was rejected, so he had to join Jia Shi instead. There were two groups of bamboo shoot collectors in the village. One group started early in the morning, mainly collecting fresh green bamboo shoots. These newly dug bamboo shoots smelled earthy, tasted sweet and crunchy, and were very delicious, so they sold for a higher price. Yao Ming leaned his back against the big drum, then suddenly turned around, jumped back, and shot the ball. It went in. Under the dim red light, listening to this sad tune, people's hearts felt heavy and tangled. Without realizing it, they became enchanted and moved. Russia prepared a large amount of ammunition, food, uniforms, tents, medicine, and horse feed for their southern campaign. All of these supplies became a supplement for the Chinese army. Ouyang Haitian, are you crazy? Buying this thing? Xue Seer pinched him hard. You're joking. You're always causing trouble for us. Jiuing, your good days are over. Shi Huanlai charged forward on a flying tiger. Qing Lan wiped away her sweat and looked gratefully at Lu Bufan, thinking to herself that he was quite thoughtful. Whenever pirates appeared, Zhao Hao would tell Mei Hui and her child to hide nearby first, then he would go on the attack himself. When he took off his military cap, his father kissed the badge on it, as a kind of farewell. The song was sad and touching, hitting straight to the heart. 50 soldiers fell one after another, turning into nothingness. Young Jia rushed to the older Yang Jia, and they fought fiercely, with loud crashes in the air. Such a wonderful suit, Lu Ning said in surprise. With this suit, he felt more confident about handling things for the first time. After arriving at the stone platform, the man in black whispered. After Zhao Ziqing's first record was broken last time, Zhao Ziqing asked him to pay attention to Zhao Ritian. Today, Zhao Ritian logged into the fighting system and did something shocking, breaking the second record and even beating his own previous record by 50 matches. Often, they think that others can't be like them. Yes, isn't everything like that? Finally reaching the destination, Yu Xia looked at the magnificent restaurant, unable to connect it with human trafficking. She felt a faint worry. In the quiet venue, Li Gang's voice came from the loudspeaker, sounding very awkward. Everyone seemed to hear his embarrassment in the long, drawn-out words. His awkwardness also made many people secretly feel pleased. He had led her into a trap without her defenses. Was that gentle touch really his? Was it the warmth that made her miss him, only to send her into endless trouble? Moreover, the Han family hoped she would be sad, upset, or angry and scared. But she remained strong and calm. A gust of wind blew past, carrying a cool, dry feeling. But on her face, it felt like a knife cutting her skin. Listening to their teasing voices, it was like the noise of demons. It annoyed Zihui, but she knew she was at fault first. She had no money to pay the bill, and she couldn't reveal her identity to pressure them. If her mother knew she was causing trouble outside, she would forbid her from going out again, and she wouldn't be able to do many things. Finally, before midnight, He Zizhou returned to the palace. As soon as he entered, he saw Mingyue staring at the battle report, holding it tightly, while Mo Ju, who had already lost, refused to let anyone move her out. Yu Chu was holding her phone, ready to answer it when she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her hand. The man across from her kicked the phone away forcefully, and it flew far away, shattering into pieces with a loud. Angrily, Yu Chu took back the 2 reports and returned to her office. She used a lighter to burn both of the parent-child reports. Meng Chong and looked at the fragile, helpless Han Shi and said, Zhiro is right. She planned to harm Ing Ying's innocence. What does she gain from this? After hearing Meng Zhirou's words, he also thought there was some truth to it. They worship Mr. Tai as a god. His followers imagine Mr. Tai as a creature holding a balance scale in one hand and a sickle in the other, wearing a black tie. Song Nanyu can understand Su Yinyuan's feelings. But in this situation, Qi Pingan's position is very bad. If the opponent cannot withstand his attack, his soul C will be badly damaged, and he might become a half-living, unresponsive person. The loud roar of a lion made everyone below cover their ears, afraid that they might get hurt while watching the match. Qi Pingan thought that those who came here, even without her warning, had already been unable to leave. 3 years ago, He realized he couldn't fully control the magic inside him. His mind was often disturbed by evil spirits, as if an alien thing was living inside him, gradually consuming his consciousness and turning him into a shell without feelings or a soul. Zhao Shu went into the bathroom to observe the situation outside. Because there were many dishes, people and chefs were coming and going, so Zhao Shu didn't have a chance to check the woodshed. Soon, a familiar person appeared, Lu Butler. On the continent of Jiuzhou, hundreds of countries exist, but the cultivation sects are unique and do not belong to any country. Conflicts between countries are common. If one can gain the support of a cultivation sect, victory is almost certain. Usually, Song Nanyu wouldn't bother with talent scouts, but today he unusually went to the advertising company and patiently listened to the flamboyant talk of a certain man because he was investigating Zheng Lihui's case. In this sparse forest, the tall trees are about a meter wide and dozens of meters high. Their branches and leaves are large, and it's unclear what kind of tree it is. Birds fly, eagles land, snakes coil, and insects chirp. Jiang Yu never liked to be passive. As long as he could find an opportunity, he would be the one to take the initiative and cause trouble. Faced with a series of questions from the black prison, when Yun stood up and turned to look at him, her eyes clearly showing a hint of displeasure. Angry, Song Hanyun's hands instantly transformed into two thin, crystal-like tendrils, which fiercely struck the opponent's divine punishment assassin. When Zema Wolf saw Xiaofeng splashing vegetable juice toward him, a look of surprise flickered in his eyes. He hurriedly leapt back to dodge. Holding a knife in one hand and a shield in the other, Guan Hai charged forward. He kept changing the position of his shield. His face was blurred in the firelight, but his determination to take down Beihai City and the sharp long sword in his mouth remained unchanged. Gui Yuan is dead. Ma Chao has invited me for a meeting. Xiahou Dun's tone was somewhat disappointed. His calculations had been outdone by Ma's family, leaving him feeling defeated. Squad leader, do you think he's really a god? Or where did that pancake come from? A young soldier trembled as he spoke, his knife already unsteady in his hand. There was still water stain in his crotch area. People from the Xiangjiang Mu family, when Xiaofeng, whose face had turned pale, heard the old man's name, his expression subtly changed. The Wu family, a top-tier forging family, had recently gained attention in Tianchu City because of the control of the divine sphere, which brought them much criticism. This ring enhances healing effects. I am quite satisfied with it, Ziling said as she played with the blood-red ring in her hand, explaining to everyone. Jiu'er hesitated for a moment before sitting down. Once seated, she immediately understood Lan Rongyue's meaning, waiting quietly for the show to unfold. That day, during the daytime, she and Song Kue carried the cod spirit sculpture through Wen's house, attracting many powerful interests. She didn't want to cause trouble, so she needed Jiao's strength to leave quietly. Young Master Bai, I thought you planned to keep watching the show. Lan Rongyue looked at Bai Cheng. She didn't intend to leave just yet. However, at the gambling table, greed was the biggest taboo. Even if she gained money, she wasn't sure she could take it home. No, you're at least a meritorious official. If I don't reward you with a divine position, what will the gods think of me? Would they say I am unfair? No, Yanwu. You can't refuse, Xiao Hao said to Yanwu. Seeing that the tornado did not hit Feitian Mantis, the big-beaked bird immediately flapped its wings and flew high into the sky. Feitian Mantis also quickly chased after it. Just as Feitian Mantis was about to catch up, the big-beaked bird made a sharp turn with the wind and disappeared in front of Feitian Mantis. Tao Ming said he couldn't understand what they were thinking or why they wanted to go so early. The elder hadn't planned to act yet, right? Just as everyone was surprised by the strength of the Qishi bluebird, it finally couldn't hold on and fell into the water. Meanwhile, Lu Bo was sitting alone in the living room on the sofa, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep breath. Same here. Lu Lingqing looked at Yan Kanglin's gray hair at the temples. When he first heard the news, he couldn't believe it. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he was still a bit surprised. He then turned his gaze to Lan Rongyue, who looked quite healthy and not tired from traveling. They all had short hair, with tough features and strong eyes. When they saw Wu Fan come out, A smile appeared on their faces. "Because when we entered, we saw you holding a pancake and rushing toward the venue," Rong Ruo kindly explained to Xiao Chu. "Is that the whip that the 3 cultivations elder gave you?" Suyi looked at it for a while but couldn't tell for sure.
Ji Montak nodded.
"You little girl, you're really asking for trouble," said the second wife as she stepped forward to pinch Yuan Suiyu's ear. A series of terrifying attacks whistled toward them, carrying overwhelming power. The sky trembled constantly, as if a powerful explosion had occurred. Terrible waves swept in all directions, and the world kept shaking. Mountains and rivers shattered and turned to dust. It was thrown over. Wu Fan glanced at her, seeming to scold her for talking too much, and said, "Don't ask irrelevant questions. Just know she's in the hospital." Wang Yi didn't argue. Anyway, Fifi was in the hospital, so she turned the car around and headed to the hospital Wu Fan mentioned. Eldering smiled with some difficulty. The man in front of him was only in his 20s, but his spiritual power was already at the 2nd level of the purple spirit stage. His aura of iron will and strength was the strongest. After being nourished by the terrifying blood, the injuries inside the monster's body have healed quite a bit, and the wounds on its surface have also eased. Its torn and battered body is slowly repairing itself, and the spiderweb-like outer armor has improved significantly. No, I can't let this go on. Without other methods, she and Chongjing won't be able to pass this obstacle, and Chongjing might get hurt. Yunxiang's heart tightened. Is this really safe? There aren't many county lords in this dynasty, and none of them have their own territory. She was promoted so high by the emperor. Does that mean she will be seen as a thorn in everyone's side? Zhang Yu's face twisted, and the waves of his hair were lifted by the movement, but he wasn't hurt at all. Barefoot, he stomped fiercely into the air. A strong wind rose, and with a flash of teleportation, he quickly approached the nanny. Behind him, invisible air bursts exploded with loud bangs. The 3 of them received the telepathic message, nodded to Yunxiao, and didn't call out her name because Yunxiao had previously told them to act as strangers and explain everything after the situation was over. There was a tall, strong rhinoceros demon, so large that people had to look up to it. Its 5-zhong-high body was running wildly, unstoppable. At this moment, only its figure filled the world. Its blood-red eyes carried a strong sense of oppression, constantly impacting her mind, while the ground trembled as if thunder was rumbling everywhere. Su Jingqi held her parents' urns, gazing at the beautiful scenery. Her sadness was gradually eased. "Brother, as the leader of the sacred realm, I can only do this. I have no other choice. Please forgive your brother." The Holy Sun looked toward the direction where Xiang disappeared, smiled bitterly, and felt a bit uneasy. Will I ever see Xiang again? Watching the 36 swords approaching and changing constantly, Qin Zhongsong had a different thought. While Caitlin was lost in her thoughts, the door suddenly opened. She immediately turned sharply, alert, and saw Wei walking in from outside. "Fair, why won't you believe me? Why won't you forgive me?" Shengguan Honglia's face darkened. He had done so much for her, things he had never done before, yet she remained indifferent. The silver-tipped sky spear, challenged by the golden wolf, shone brightly again, with lightning crackling and twisting rapidly, then fiercely stabbing toward the golden wolf. Although Lin Wei had expected Lu Shuangyang to raise the price, he didn't think he would do it on purpose at the very last moment. Lin Wei kept walking. There was no sunlight or moonlight here, and without the smart core sphere, it would be impossible to tell how much time had passed. Just from one small action by Lin Wei, Yi Linda imagined the entire sequence of events in her mind. Only now did Qin Chang finally understand why the town's governor had reacted that way earlier. After hearing Jiang Wei's words, the Kashans finally began to eat. To them, the canned food tasted like the most delicious thing in the world. Lin Wei looked around. The control room that Helik mentioned was decorated with rings of silver crystals. In the center stood a tall, ice-like box, about the height of a person. The old principal said casually that at his age, he could no longer stop Qi Tingyun from doing anything. Before long, Qin Yang found a large coral reef growing on the seabed rocks, where many sea creatures lived. He stepped on the zombie that was grabbing his arm, pushed hard with his leg, and kicked the creature away, freeing his hand. The great and powerful wizard of the Vigal's throne, whose fame stretched across history and the present age, had reached the end of his life. "Young man, could you please raise the price a little? Otherwise, it's really hard for us to make a deal," the vendor said with a troubled face. Kushing Yuan's hair was completely white, and his face was thin and aged, making him look like a man of 100 years. He was one of the few survivors of the Heavenly Sword sex destruction, not because he survived the battle, but because he had left before it began. When Yi Yuran replanted a large field of mandala flowers, it took nearly a whole year just for them to grow. During the time Su Bai served as the realm master, the entire Punlai realm entered a period of great prosperity. Alice deliberately made herself appear very gentle and fragile because she believed that most men, especially those with heroic spirits, would naturally feel a stronger urge to protect someone like that. Su Xian naturally did not reveal his dangerous encounter from yesterday. He quietly walked over to Yi Qingyi, took her delicate hand out from under the blanket, and then spoke again. Deng Tianbei and Zhu Jian were the first to rush out, blocking the front and fighting against a beast that was a perfect peak of the five-headed battle saint level. The owner of the Maybach had an exaggerated expression, showing a look of disbelief and contempt. He crooked his mouth, kept talking, pointed at Qin Xian's nose, and mocked and insulted him. It seemed he found a good reason to humiliate and step on Qin Xian. Enduring the attack from the other side, Wang Yan quickly moved behind the sculpture. But before he could look carefully, a strong wind suddenly blew toward his head, hitting him squarely. Yun Fan saw this and slowly explained his understanding of the heavenly tribulation and the usual way Tianzuan responded to it. For the major heavenly sects in the upper world, any threat was best dealt with as soon as possible.
Ygrinie frowned.
That last attack had definitely hurt him badly. Hong Yi was holding on hard. He sighed deeply from his heart. There was nothing he could do now. Unlike before, Yinya used to be very proud before losing to Jiang Xiao, challenging anyone without hesitation. Now, he deeply missed the pure and beautiful days he spent living with Yuan Qing.
Han Kingsu slightly nodded.
He had already seen through these people's true faces. They weren't good people. In these 50 years, Qian Shou Xiong had not contacted anyone in order to nurture his sword energy. He only didn't know what kind of spirit beast Jun Ming Yichuan summoned, or how strong it was. Until today, many people still couldn't figure out how Jiang Luo, with his cultivation at that time, managed to kill him. Hearing this, Zhao Ming forcibly suppressed the urge to laugh, recalled his memories, and desperately tried to describe the details of that business card. Wu Shixin spat out a mouthful of blood, took 10 steps back, and his right hand hung limply, obviously broken. As for these 4 monsters, besides being covered in black gas, they looked no different from the 4 symbols beasts guarding the 4 great clans. Everyone was thinking the same thing. Was she really crazy? Was she willing to exchange such a treasure for that red kite bird? Du Meng suddenly left a chai, splitting into 2. A chai spat out a ball of black fire directly into the monster's mouth and lunged forward, trying to strike it from above. The monster rolled aside to dodge, and inside its mouth, countless bone spikes shot out chaotically. A chai turned into black smoke and disappeared into thin air, missing its target. Lu Feng's family already didn't like Bian Xinyang. When they saw her later, they probably wouldn't say nice words. Once, those without strength wanted to fight, but the outcome for them was always the same. Now, with the help of a mysterious leader, these people are getting back at the powerful groups that have risen. A few men surrounded Qin Mengyao like excited peacocks, showing off their knowledge and charm. Earlier, Yang Ding Tian, at the peak of the 3rd-rank martial king level, felt very powerful. That power was simply a difference in strength. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, Sun Buki arrived at the factory dressed in a suit, returning to his serious boss role. "Don't worry, I just want to check," said the deputy, but even Zhua Nan didn't believe he was telling the truth. As Yang Chong arranged his team to stop in the canyon area, the soldiers behind him were very skilled at defending. Li Chengqian suddenly remembered this word. He recalled asking Emperor Taizong what lonely and solitary meant. Right now, Li Zhonghe really wanted to go to Xie Tiancheng's office and have a serious talk about this issue. International humanitarianism? Mistreatment of prisoners of war? Mr. Mengilov, what do you mean? Do you think making prisoners work on railroads and build factories in this weather is mistreatment? Is that not humanitarian? Wu Tingfang asked. Not far away, several weakly breathing vampire bodies lay scattered, like slaughtered pigs in a slaughterhouse, filled with strong bloodstains. The vampires present couldn't help but feel their throats tighten. This is a common way for animals in the animal world to protest, but in his eyes, a rational light flickered, showing that his mind was still clear and hadn't disappeared with his body changes. On the Yoshino ship, Tsuboi Kozo also noticed the intent of the Ji Yuan ship, but he had nowhere to hide. He could only order the first guerrilla team to focus their fire on Ji Yuan. This suicide tactic was proposed by himself, and he has the duty to carry it out fully. He should not let his subordinates risk their lives. If there are only 200 troops, they can still fight back and seek mediation from countries like Britain and Germany. After all, once fighting begins, the supply of sugar will stop, and Europe would not allow such a situation to happen. 80% of the market price means Bright can make a profit, which is a form of indirect bribery. Clever Bright would understand this well. Du Rui killed Feng Bao's father. To avenge his father, Feng Bao was willing to betray his own people and collude with foreigners to overthrow the Tang dynasty's rule in Australia. No one can say he was wrong. He was just acting as a filial son. However, his actions were intolerable to others. Li Run smiled slightly and said, "Our current funds don't allow us to build more new warships, but I promise you, once we return to Chaozhou, I will build 6 more ships for you." Not only did Li Run promise ships, but he also gave Mr. Fong 6 ships at once, making Fong Ning very happy. He put on clothes taken from the dragon ring, and with a thought, he appeared at the dark entrance of a cave. The darkness at the entrance no longer mattered to him. His mind had merged with the universe. Heaven and earth were within him. By controlling the universe with his mind, light and darkness were just 2 aspects among many. With a clear direction, everyone flew again toward the faintly visible mountain peaks. Although these mountains were huge and covered with green trees, there was no movement at all, as if they were dead silent. Everyone remained extremely alert. Time was passing, and the energy of countless paths was continuously drawn, then replenished from the river of time. The manager spoke hesitantly, with an unnatural look in his eyes, clearly indicating that the person who took their vegetables was a formidable figure. At this moment, Tula Ge and Hei Chrome had made significant progress in both magic and martial arts. Their internal energy techniques, one gentle and one domineering, were among the top 10 talents in the entire academy. It was no exaggeration to say so. At first, Tian Lingxue was hesitant to let go, but after the 3 of them encouraged her, she started trying to move her body. As the lights flickered chaotically, everyone around relaxed, and she gradually let go. After a moment of thought, Hongzhida ordered to set rules for the patients. Those with unusual or complex illnesses could not register at the Star C Clinic. Nurses were instructed to persuade patients to seek treatment elsewhere. Soon, they found the Chanel boutique storefront. Lina was asked to pick out a few outfits, but she looked at them and refused, saying they were too expensive, each costing from 1,000 to over 10,000 yuan. If he truly intended to pay and leave, that would be fine. Qinyong believed it wouldn't be so simple. Perhaps the other person heard what was said earlier and was waiting to see if anyone would actually accept the invitation. Xing Jidong picked up the phone again and used their police network to check all records of Wang Manhwa from last night to today. Yu Jia watched Fong Wei's situation and listened to Xue Shiyin's questions. She didn't understand why Fong Wei was acting like this. Fong Wei? Fong Wei? Earlier, she had heard the subtle singing surrounding Indix's body, but now it suddenly amplified dozens of times, echoing in her ears like an aria, elegant and soothing, so much so that her mind started to become a little fuzzy. Because she was under the influence of a special, vector control, power, unless attacked by a strong force, she couldn't resist, Yuriko Suzuko could only control her own superpowers around her body and stop reflecting the vector. However, the home court of the Walkers team was naturally filled with their fans. Seeing their favorite players fight so hard but still not catch up in score, they felt very sad. Li Chong looked curiously and saw that the platform was very neat, with shiny wooden railings at the edges. The cliff supporting the platform had many holes, and it seemed the rooms were carved inside the sacred tree. As Fong Wei finished speaking, four stylish young men appeared. One of them had a mohawk dyed in rainbow colors, and the others wore lots of earrings and piercings. Obvious troublemakers. All the Pistons players were nervously watching the balls spinning in the air, secretly praying it wouldn't go in. Monroe desperately blocked Thomas, trying to grab the rebound. Noticing my puzzled look, Dota hesitated slightly and then showed a charming smile. Yang Yin secretly wiped his sweat. Could it be another assassin targeting him? But besides feeling a faint fragrance, he didn't move at all. Even the blood at the corner of his mouth froze. Just what I wanted. After speaking, Lin Feng followed Zhao Qingtian to the mountain gate of Tianyang, while the other disciples continued patrolling the streets. When he smiled at her, Li Xiaomai's face turned red. Suddenly, it was as if she remembered something. She quickly put away her knife and warned, "If you try to do anything to me, I will. I will die right here in front of you." After saying that, she looked brave and ready to face anything. Next to her, Duoling looked a bit shy. Her face was red, and she wanted to look away, but her body seemed to move on its own. She looked at the two people hugging tightly, with longing eyes. "Hunter, where is the target now?" Shircheng asked quietly through the helmet communicator, trying to hide his excitement. Looking back, Ji Lan felt that her worldview, built over more than 400 years, completely shattered after meeting Huarong. Li Jianrui immediately understood what "seen" meant. He repeated what he was told, skipping the part about the secret kill order. Suddenly, he wasn't sure anymore. Divination and fortune-telling seemed to have no real scientific basis. What if he was wrong? Could he accidentally cause trouble for the two of them? What should he do then? Suddenly, a previously empty wall moved aside, revealing a large safe over 2 meters tall. Well, that was okay. The person was very strong, but maybe they were just pretending to be tough. Su Zhou thought about it and realized that was probably the case. He didn't know Lucas Yearn very well. Actually, he was even less familiar with him than with Angelo Bianchi. He only had a little contact with Harvey Yorn, so he hadn't paid much attention to news about Lucas Yorn. In the hotel, Zhuang Yi promoted Weici and Seer from Duke to Lord. After expanding the space again, creating a Lord only used 1/5000th of the space energy. For Zhuang Yi, that was easy to handle. Making another vampire Duke wouldn't really affect him much. "Yes, Andre, you have changed." The 17-year-old British player silently told himself this again. But with so many guards outside, nothing serious was likely to happen. They just retreated to the outer room. And with his unique taste back then, it probably spread all over Xian Villa now. Thinking of this, Lung Lingyun couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. "Junior, Mo Qian greets all the elders," the sword-wielding warrior said as he appeared, bowing to everyone at the table. At 12 years old the following year, he joined the second team of the national squad and won second place at the U18 World Youth Tour in New York, narrowly losing with a score of 4-3. Lin Le followed Xia Wanxue to an open space in front of the camp. All 10 disciples from the sect had arrived. As soon as her thunder tribulation struck, the lightning ball wrapped in fire would be shattered into pieces. Once the lightning ball was gone, their crisis would be over. This attack would be considered successful if they managed to withstand it. In the car, Uncle Nine told me that my grandfather, considering the late hour, decided we should go back to my house first and come to pick us up tomorrow morning. "Let's go find Huahua." After landing, Suing Xue couldn't wait to meet up with the demon shadow to make sure he was safe. In this world, nothing is impossible. Ling Xiao took out his cursed sword again and held it in his hand. "Haha, Conway, you're talking nonsense again." "I'm just a little tired, not worried about anything." Juanqi chuckled foolishly, then turned away and ignored me. On the contrary, Those customers who were clearly clients of the brothel, upon seeing Yun Zimo, all lit up with excitement and stared at her. But you have been implanted with the genes of the one-eyed person, and they are from a noble lineage. Zero paid no attention to what I said and kept talking to himself. Hearing the howling wind, Chen Xiao frowned slightly and reached out with his left hand to grab the rolling pin swung by the burly man. Lin Le spoke casually, but inside, it was a matter of life and death. Qin Shang didn't know what this treasure was, but Lin Le knew clearly that it was one of the ancient 18 divine artifacts, the Locking Sky Cauldron. It was originally a tool used by the Tao ancestor for body cultivation. Han Chuyen took out a jade bracelet from her bag, which was also given to her forcefully by the manager just now. That dirty face now wore a bright, sunny smile. It was hard to believe that he could be a tall, handsome man was kneeling on one knee on a single bed. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs. He was stretching out his arms to neatly spread the clean bedding. Finally, his large hand carefully smoothed out the bed surface. An honorable sect has fallen under the control of a demon lord. It seems you are no different. Xiao Xian sneered with contempt. And Junjun looked at the bodyguards behind Jai Siqing, who were starting to act nervously. She felt anxious inside. After each robbery, a lot of goods needed to be moved, and Su Fan and his team were responsible for these tasks. Always paying attention to Mu Jing, the heavenly path naturally noticed this too. Knowing her personality, he didn't bother to argue with her. It was already good that he didn't ignore her completely. In today's world, human technology is advanced, and the spiritual energy that used to fill the world is now thin and murky. Bai Qi, who had turned away, finally couldn't hold back his laughter. At this moment, even he thought he was crazy, risking everything for a danger that might not even exist. 9 true dragons emerged from the door, roaming between heaven and earth, roaring loudly, their power shaking the sky. Jiansu was calm and not panicked. The shadowy figure on the side of the stage sneered coldly. After a normal attack, the skill was successfully activated, which made Zhao Lei breathe a sigh of relief. With 73% skill completion and a normal attack, he quickly dealt nearly 40 points of damage to the target. Before Encier started cooking porridge for Jiansu, he called the family doctor to ask about her condition. At home, Qiu Ju immediately brewed tea. Both of them drank a large bowl to prevent catching a cold. The handsome young man was Yang Tai. The other person who didn't like joking or laughing was the complete opposite of Yang Tai. Astrologers are not good at fighting, but their divination skills are very powerful. Zhe Funia raised the crystal ball he took out from his ring. He squinted slightly as a strange, special energy from Karis flowed into the crystal ball. Suddenly, the figure of Crawlet appeared in the scene. King Shui jumped off his horse and found a nearby stone to sit on. He loosened the reins and let the horse graze nearby. Looking around, the mountain was lush and shaded, filled with bird songs and fragrant flowers, truly a beautiful scene. When his gaze settled on the coffin on the carriage, King Shui's sharp eyes flickered with a strange light, a hint of tiredness crossing his brows. She knew Wei Yefeng would definitely disagree with her returning to work. So, before she even properly informs Wen Wuyang, Lin Xiaohuan eagerly returned to City C a day early. Seeing this, Gu Feifei felt a little unhappy. She touched her nose and then slid her finger from her nose to the corner of her mouth. This made Li Zixiao laugh so hard he almost dropped his bun and started laughing out loud, almost knocking the table over. People in the underground world usually dislike those who look proper and neat. Qian Qiuet didn't dislike them that much, but still had some prejudice. Since he wanted to act, she decided to play along with him. It was a good time because she had also been feeling bored lately. Lin Zhenghao's deep voice was like a heavy stone suddenly falling into her heart. Lin Xiaohuan could almost feel her heart tightening little by little, as if every muscle was spasming because of it. Ice Xiong knelt on the ground, motionless. It was dark before he got up. His eyes were still blood-red, staring at the sword, ready to drink the enemy's blood with it. Whether the enemy was a person, a god, a demon, a monster, or a spirit, no matter how strong they were. Peeking into the way, The domineering sword wave locked onto the old man with white hair. No matter how many flips, flying tricks, groundbreaking skills, or invisibility techniques he used, he couldn't escape. She was determined to see Gang, but there were guards at the door of his hospital room. They wouldn't let her in, and she couldn't contact him. The candlelight flickered slightly, as if a cold wind had blown in. Lin's family frowned in displeasure, feeling a bit thirsty, and thought about getting up to drink some tea. Ji Ruobing and Li Zixiao left the teaching building. When Li Zixiao saw the people standing at the school's gate, his expression darkened again. Yi Rong raised an eyebrow and glanced coldly at Yi Miao. Third sister also wants to visit grandmother? Her tone was not casual, but carried a faint question, mixed with subtle sarcasm, which made Yi Miao feel very uncomfortable. Wu Shi didn't pay attention to Zisu at all. She went straight into the house. Smelling the medicinal scent, Wu Shi frowned slightly. She went to the bed and looked at Yu Shi, who was indeed asleep. She didn't say anything and took her maid and servant back. Don't move, don't move. Around 5 or 6 special police officers, holding weapons, aimed at us with infrared sights. Get down, hands on your head. Although the scene was chaotic, it was clear these people had their eyes on us. Radar received all signals and needed to process the data through the terminal system before the computer could analyze it and then send back signals or give correct commands to the launching device. When Foam Huafei said this, Yu Xinjin paused for a moment, and tears fell freely again. That was something she had already forced herself to forget. With eyes filled with guilt towards Shangfeng Huafei, Yu Xinjin forced a weak smile. That night was the most painful of her life. How could she forget? If Brother Xian didn't know that Chao Ichio liked Yu Tsongpei, and if they often met secretly, he might have truly accepted Chao Ichio. But unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in this world. She hurriedly followed the sound and found her phone on the bedside table. The number on the screen was unfamiliar. It's okay. Now I am crying happy tears I can't control, Shurjinka said, her eyes red. She cursed the person next door, showing how harsh she was on herself, not caring that the strong liquor might blind her. The force was pushed to its limit, fierce and powerful, causing more than 3,000 points of damage. Finally, a weak point critical hit dealt 7,000 damage, making it extremely fierce. Yuan Shirhan stopped speaking and suddenly turned over, sitting on Suge's lap, lips moving forward to kiss him. One hand kept pulling at her clothes, while the other was touching Suge's belt. Maybe because of Smith, or perhaps because of Su Xiling praising him, John was very happy after hearing Su Xiling's words and said that if Su Xiling needed help in the future, just come to him. Regarding the Emperor's reply, I have another piece of information, said a lizard-like monster stepping forward. Now, Lu Fogwang and others just wanted to leave here. They didn't care about Chen Tianhao's life or death. No one expected him to suddenly make such a move. Even Liang Zhang's 2 bodyguards were stunned and forgot to block in front of Liang Zhang. The common people of Ming still loved this game very much. Regardless of status, they were skilled at it. Many spent their days addicted to playing mahjiao, ignoring everything else. There were mahjiao halls everywhere, filled with smoke and chaos, just like modern mahjong parlors. You're a wood elf. Besides remembering your origin, what else do you remember? The man asked. The game had already restarted. Looking up, the Lakers indeed changed their formation according to this plan. But he also knew that Zhou Xiaodong's innocence might be her greatest trait and advantage. At least she hadn't been corrupted by the harsh realities of society into a colorful mess. The metal person was instantly swarmed by wasps, and the black-clad person dared not delay. They quickly controlled the metal person to punch, destroying the formation at the entrance of the stone cave. Reason is rational, but if a person could always be controlled by reason, there would be no impulsive moments. For example, now my mind clearly tells me that this old man is not to be messed with, but I still went ahead without hesitation. She didn't show any signs of nervousness because she knew that, more than anything, she just wanted to stay calm and hide some things. Her room was simple, with no extra items, just a bed, a desk, a crib, and a wardrobe set. It looked empty. Gan Lu stared blankly at the scene, tears falling one by one on her phone screen, blurring Li Ziding's face. The tears floated in the air, suddenly swooping down together. As they fell, both grew large mouths, and the previously fierce spirits were quickly pulled into the mouths of two big fish, like a dragon drinking water. When I heard this, I was sure of what was happening. I kicked open the door to their room without hesitation, immediately grabbing Yan Shifan, using a soul-binding spell to make him feel the pain of being devoured by countless insects, and then dealt with him. So, they shut up. Everyone could see that although the king looked calm on the outside, he was actually angrier than anyone. Cui Han was rare in having such talent, far surpassing his elders in learning. His birth was a great opportunity for the Cui family to rise into the scholar class. Yuan Shi snorted heavily and ignored Yang Weibai, walking straight in and then slamming the door shut.
It was evening then.
The sky was darkening. A black Audi stopped at the gate. Before anyone got out, we guessed it was from 749. Princess Chongning and her husband were smart. Their son probably wasn't told because Emperor Yong'an specifically ordered not to say anything. They didn't need to know. Big brother, rest assured. No matter how times change, I am here, and the earth is still here, Sun Xinyu declared confidently. Feng Xingying stared blankly at the man approaching her. That fluttering feeling in her heart wasn't because he was more handsome than a star. Because as humans, we have desires and ambitions. Maybe you think the position of the Valley Master isn't much, but to your uncle, it might be the goal he's pursued his whole life. Young Fu Nianjuan was still young but already had this awareness. In the palace, this was considered rare. Li Dechui and his team felt the same way. Today's battle made him very upset. They ran out of water sources, couldn't enter the energy gate, and ate a very disgusting fish can. Do as you like. Emolan used her whip to pull someone and instantly disappeared. She just wanted to do a good deed for the day, helping her out of kindness. She didn't care what she thought. Many people envied and jealous her, and she wasn't the only one. Yu Tian felt something pressing down on her foot, soft and warm. The power and status gained through charm came with negative comments like dependence and flower vase. Even if she gained this power later, its root was still in her reliance on her man. His voice was deep but gentle, like a warm current flowing into people's hearts. A sect with 7 golden core stage cultivators was considered an ordinary large sect. Only true big sects like Chongshu sect and Haishan sect, which had nascent soul stage cultivators, posed real threats. Facing the wild wind of the Madness Creek with a fierce long sword, Wei Zai was completely unfazed. He flicked his right hand, and a lightning-like cold glow shot straight at Madness Creek's chest. Luo Yin was being choked, gasping for air. Her face turned purple, and her eyes started to roll upward. Jian Mo felt strange inside. He knew it was a bit funny that he was jealous, but he couldn't help it. Yan Xiao probably didn't realize it herself. Every time she mentioned her master, her eyes shone with admiration, a deep respect from her heart. Stop. I'm just fulfilling our deal. Mo Lan felt a little embarrassed under Mo Isen's gaze. His satisfied look came from nowhere. She just didn't want to be a robber. If he died, she could take the green cloud, but since he was alive, it was better to stick to their agreement. Recently, in Su Fengyu's heart, Taohua Valley felt like dark clouds pressing down. Almost all members felt oppressed. The large organization was pushed into such a difficult situation. But since Wang Jiang got involved in the martial world, one thing after another kept happening, pushing her toward the truth. Next moment, Lao Li stared sharply at Chen Nan, feeling an inexplicable pressure. Chen Nan sensed it too. There is. But, my sister, and I can't wear too many clothes. I will use my true energy to help her heal her wounds, Ouyang Lang said as he pulled the curtains closed and took off his shirt and pants, leaving only his triangular underwear. It seems to be a habit, enjoying food, drink, and fun. As long as Su Qingyu is around, they don't need to worry. Dad, I celebrated my birthday with Dan Feng, Li Xiong, and Yang Chen. You. Su Qingyu's face was full of anger and disappointment. Seeing this result, Mingxian couldn't help but show a hint of joy on his face. Only wealthy families pay attention to such things. To give the girl a better status, to make others respect her, they hold some ceremonies and invite friends and relatives. Basically, it's about raising their social standing. Ha ha ha, it's really good to have you all this year, Lu Meishi said with a smile, holding a bunch of fireworks. Emoji helped light them, and she joyfully waved them around. I told you to eat, so just eat. No need to be polite. Look at all these dishes. We can't finish them anyway. Xiangling was a bit unhappy. Since the host spoke, they shouldn't be so particular. More than 20 people were all top workers, all fired at once. The follow-up work at the steel factory became quite troublesome. The world before them rippled like water waves, but the gray mist was not seen through by Ji Yuan. Why are you still hesitating? Zhu Jinan tapped Shen Qingqing's forehead gently. He held back his strength, but her face still turned red. Xia Zhu immediately went to Zhang Lianshan's villa and told him the news that the stick had returned. Ghost spirits rushed to Ji Yuan's body surface, but they were instantly burned away by the intense heat of the golden talisman. After waking up, Yichen didn't see Xiao Yijuan in the mansion. He grabbed a servant and asked loudly. Within an hour, Yingzheng called out the governors of 16 counties. Some were executed on the spot, others were dismissed, and their homes searched. Although it was very exhausting, they received a copper coin as daily pay. Those who disobeyed faced only death. It's quite simple, just need a 5th-rank pill. But your situation is what it is. The most important thing now is to get the treasure box back. That will be the safest, Wu Zhijiang said seriously. Removing the divine phoenix transformation from the team leader's body, he was only physically weak with no other side effects. Hearing Fang Yu shout from behind, he immediately responded. Mu Feng concealed his aura and suddenly leapt into the air. He noticed a strange phenomenon. His spiritual awareness was being suppressed, and a fierce demonic energy was violently attacking him, trying to turn him into a demon. Hey, we've only advanced to the 9th level in Qi refining. We're planning to rest and recover before making new plans.
How about you?
What level are you at? If it were a typical branch of the Red Chamber, even a first-tier state branch, the Black Demon Supreme would dare to rush in and kill. Please follow me, said the respectful Quan Whale clan member who had announced the news, looking at Zhou Han and Wu Zhiqi. Inside the room, Dr. Yang, Dr. Li, and several other doctors were discussing the dosage of the medicine. Zhou Han was powerless, his eyes wide with fear. He saw the 2 energy blades about to strike him, but at that moment, a figure flashed out and a black sphere forcefully hit Wan Dongfeng in the chest. Guorong still remembered that the new emperor of Ming had promised to pay full salaries and silver coins in the future. For a moment, Guorong couldn't help but imagine a happy life ahead. Interesting, Lu Qianlong looked at Yuqian walking out and smiled slightly. No one else saw it, but Longa saw clearly. Just now, Wu Mingyi was secretly attacked by Yuqian. A driver unexpectedly helped him. Truly a brave act, perhaps because of Xiangling? They didn't use that jar of jade nectar, as it was too precious. Better to save it. My child, where did my child go? They injected me with medicine, making me frame Gu Lingqing. I didn't know anything. I am innocent. I don't know anything. Zhou Hailon crouched down, clutching her head and trembling, looking dazed. How did you get involved? Zhang Li had long since put anger aside and was fully revived. Zhang Xiao suddenly thought, if one can control star power, could they also extract it and compress it into weapons or shields? For a moment, to prevent things from worsening, both sides finally began to show their true strength. Aran, what do you plan to do? Go directly to find Xu Yu? Bai Jingji, who had been silent all along, asked. A few days ago, he saw Tsubura Tenzang and thought he was practicing Taoist breathing techniques. Today, observing him again, his movements, walking and sitting all follow strict rules, clearly indicating advanced Taoist skills. Gu Xuanyun no longer wanted to scold her, as it seemed she wouldn't spit out what was in her mouth. Lin Xinghua is a legendary figure. After the end of the world, he became an important person in Star City. Seeing Xia Mingyao leave, Xia Tianqing looked at Qin Chang'e again. Although Yao Yao just said you two just met, you should stay away from her. Our family's pearl is not someone just anyone can get close to. Other holy places saints can use their divine powers, but they need strong resources. Here, everything seems naturally formed because under those mountains, there's no support and no energy fluctuations. They are completely floating. Otherwise, how could these two students, who were picked up halfway, stay with me until now? They would have run away long ago when they couldn't even get enough food. It's because I painted a big, convincing picture. A fierce, intimidating man with a scar on his face and blood still flowing. Clearly, he was just injured. Suddenly, his mind went blank. It felt like something in his soul was awakening, and he felt very comfortable. Now, Feng Mu's strength is steady and has reached a very high level. Ouyang Sijue has no objections. When they were outside before, they had to watch their image so as not to attract attention. Now, they are among family, so they don't need to worry so much. Based on the current consumption of ghost energy, 160 units are not enough. After adding some, there's not much left. Sure, Heelan Jean was stunned. She looked at Chao Fengshi's handsome face, pale and bloodless, trembling, clearly feeling unwell. But at this moment, because of her affection, even his once shameful claws seemed different. However, Douglas from the Mage Guild, upon hearing the words of the ghost-left envoy, immediately changed his expression. He faintly sensed that the ghost-left envoy's words were suspicious, as if they contained something that made his heart race with fear. In a good mood, he entered the kitchen and saw the older woman busy behind the stove. It looked like she was not just boiling tea. During the remaining 4 days, in addition to teaching, Yellowa kept persuading Song Ci to give up the entertainment industry and follow him into the world's top piano hall, promising to give her the greatest glory. However, she didn't show it. After all, someone like her probably thought it was better not to show anything. Blood arrows shot into the air, and dense, almost solid, spiritual lightning struck twice, hitting both people. Then, the 4 great monsters roared together, their voices loud and deafening. Their eyes were full of anger. They realized they had been tricked, and now they couldn't find Lu Yen and the others using the fire crystal wing lion scent. This made them very angry. As soon as the words finished, Jian Feng suddenly cut across the neck of the blood prison sect leader. With a splat sound, a head rolled to the side. Unlike Xiao Lin Yang, whose cough sounded aged and dry, this cough made people think of death just by listening. Jing Fa also sensed that something was wrong. Not because he knew how powerful Tai Jian's thousand Buddha hand was, but because, with the appearance of Tai Jian's thousand hand Guanyin form, something hidden deep inside him suddenly started to move. If they weren't related to the Hofu of An County, they probably wouldn't have a chance to be here. Of course, they weren't fools. The main reason was probably because of their background. Your move can hit 100, right? Well, I can hit 1,000, the boy proudly said. I'm a bit hungry. Is there anything to eat? Knowing that Lu Qingfeng was joking, Lu Xiliang didn't bring up that topic again. How do I start practicing the 9-turn war god technique? What's the route of the true energy flow? What's the main idea of the overall plan? Hello, Li Haowei was very proud. He glanced at Su Muqing not far away, who kept staring at Li Fengchen and was still debating whether to go over. The leader's grab missed, and he staggered a few steps. His pupils dilated sharply, and he looked incredulous. Master Sun is here. We dare not be careless, the giant dragon said. Its voice was rough and deep. The black viper kept rolling, and the uneven ground turned flat. Long Outyen was like a maggot in a bone, firmly stuck to the black viper. But Shun Lang felt kind-hearted. Watching the villagers suffer, he felt very guilty. Later, he had some ideas, but the main god told him he had to observe for a month before returning to the main god space. Feng Yisai kept his marriage proposal a secret from Jingyu. As Jing Qingda's only relative from her mother's family, he expected her call when he saw it. When Ji Chun spoke, his eyes shone brightly. At that moment, he realized how big the gap was between himself and Lin Yu. Qin Hu and Qin En, shrinking back from the wind, ran out of the camp, stepping on the heavy snow.
Ah!
The medicine book is lost. Dad and the others lost it while hiding from the air raid. Sun sure explained how the medicine book was lost, but she didn't tell her cousin about finding it. She believed that Lord Lu wasn't foolish. He wouldn't put the child's safety at risk. She had always distrusted him, especially after she became special, and she trusted even less a person like Qing Shui. Jing Se. Feng Yisai frowned unhappily. She had just seen Jing Se a moment ago, so why was she gone now? Exire, you've been tired for so long. Let's go back and rest. Bei Yihan took Xing Xian's hand. The two prepared to leave. Since Yi Zi told her those words, she didn't know how to face Su Jinyan anymore. But she still didn't stop playing. This time, it wasn't an attack, but pure music. Through the touching sound of the instrument, the broken earth and sky were healing. Not only flowers, grass, and trees, but even the world seemed to glow with joy, as if it was touched by the music. In the morning, Viconi finally took advantage of the chaos within the Irish gang to send out a few tentacles into the lower forest area. All were cut off. His men were all thrown into prison. Seeing Jin Xiaoyan's expression and gestures, everyone understood immediately and nodded, pushing their way outside. In Zhang Xiaoyu's studies, there was a little bit about the proper sequence of the Xianzun town's Strange Gate Formation and the chaotic sequence of Gutian Lake's Strange Gate Formation. Although he couldn't see much, he remembered the appearance. Xiaoyan was entrusted with the Fire Lotus. As long as he fused the Zijin demon fire into the Fire Lotus, he could create the true Buddha's Fire Fury chain. Commander Linghu, you should apologize to General Xiaoho. You shouldn't doubt him, Diu said seriously. Yi Chue had once opened a world not belonging to the Flood Wilderness, so there must be worlds outside the Flood Wilderness, and definitely not a few. Davis, put down your gun. Sean also quickly pointed his gun at Davis. Although he had fired before, he had never killed anyone. Flames splashed everywhere, falling on the walls and buildings of the demon city, instantly vaporizing them. The dark purple flames made everyone feel terrified. Even powerful experts in the death realm would surely die if they touched it. Hui Ruxin said this, and Liang Dong was slightly surprised. Her words made sense. If there was no trouble in the imperial city, everything would be peaceful. But if something happened, the big figures there would not let it be known easily. They would keep it very secret. Maki, who was promoted by Yorimoru, was loyal and brave. He personally led over 100 guards to guard the gate and stop the enemy army. The first batch of military students were young officers recommended by different towns. Their ranks ranged from Cloud Rider Captain to Loyal Marshal Captain. Most of them were mid to lower-level officers from the land and water armies of various military towns. Wu Xingzhou looked at the three silent people and suddenly felt annoyed. His tone became less polite. Luo Huadong's eyes turned red, and everyone saw his legs quickly change into a snake's tail. Zhao Shilin suddenly felt dizzy. He instinctively thought Lu Donglin was going to accuse him of smuggling. Two figures sat on stools under a willow tree, wearing hats, drinking drinks, holding bamboo sticks, with lines of string and meat tied to them, and a piece of grass used as a float on the line. Jiang Jianhui in the audience covered his eyes, afraid to look at the scoreboard. He knew that the MF team had lost this round, and their score difference with 104 was at least 20 points. Back at the company, Ling Yi's first action was to hold a meeting. Gan Zhengong had just returned from Hangzhou, and many acquaintances were there. Others who couldn't attend in person joined online for this meeting, which was broadcast live. Don't worry, we are all cultivators. To prevent future trouble, I will make sure you can't even become a ghost. Just as the voice sounded, Ba Jian appeared in front of Lu Feng. The Qilin's sword shimmered with cold light. The mountain-breaking blade quickly swung out. Jiang Sen's lips suddenly curled into a smile. He waved the mountain-breaking blade, and after a few clangs, the blade fell into the air. With great force, it reflected back. The bodyguard didn't know what was happening and was struck on the forehead by his own sword, dying instantly. When Zixin's bloodshot eyes looked anxiously at Zhenhua, she wanted to curse loudly, but she held back. Seeing Zhanhua's tired eyes, her own eyes turned red instantly, and tears welled up in her eyes. Her lips were very dry. Nanny licked her lips, unable to find words to respond. What should she say? Master Su, you're really impressive? Or criticize him for having a kind face but a cruel heart? Zhanhua was even more confused. What exactly had she done? She just fell asleep because she was too tired. Why did it cause such a strong emotional reaction from Wen Zixin? As for Hong Yu and Bailey Han, they looked expressionless, seeming indifferent to the death of Kun Min. Sun Yao looked around at the shabby surroundings, puzzled why Li Yu had come here. He had thought about secretly building a force to serve himself. After all, later on he would need many people to gather techniques for him. He wanted to give her a tissue to wipe her tears, but remembered, she said tissues hurt her skin. Ning Zhishu stopped and used his hand to wipe her instead. The people of the Sun family prepared funeral clothes and offerings, then went to the spirit hall. When they saw old Sun's body, some couldn't help but cry. Going to Xuchang meant they would likely live worry-free lives from now on. With his foresight skills and advanced inventions, it was easy for him to become a popular figure in Chao's camp. When Xu was also startled by Shangguan Qiushi's actions. Even though her fire ability was only D rank, its damage and power were impressive. The other person could endure, and didn't seem to care. Yu Fei, who carried the ancient information left by the Phoenix Mother, naturally had a basic understanding of the prehistoric world. For Long Yiqing's speechlessness, Long Yichen understood completely. After patting his shoulder for comfort, he continued watching the interaction between the old master and his sister. Long Yao and Long Yiqing also felt overwhelmed. Was old Master Jiang being too strange? Using Jiang Chen's situation to talk to Wang Jingru, what right did Wang Jingru have to comment? She wasn't even part of the Jiang family, and they had just met her. Tianji smiled bitterly and gently pushed Ling Hanch. Just as Ling Hanch was about to turn around, suddenly. At this moment, Jia Xiu was sitting opposite Xia Qingluo. He had also tidied himself up and still looked handsome and extraordinary. However, the people of Class 2 didn't want to ruin the atmosphere and chose to send a representative, but that clearly couldn't prevent unexpected events. Regarding this, Lu Tian was half convinced and half doubtful. In Dasheng City, after so long, not to mention 9th-rank alchemists, even 6th-rank alchemists had become mysterious figures that no one saw clearly. This innate magic tool can be used to settle you, at least allowing your consciousness to fully form in a short time. The spirit of the device chuckled softly. She slowly lowered the curtain, thinking about Zhou Shulan and Yuan Yuxia's intimacy, feeling even more uncomfortable inside. This gesture was very clear to Bailey Yen. He often played chess with Bailey Nye before, and this was a sign of a draw. Trial?
Ha.
You can try, but if you want to take advantage, sorry, you've come to the wrong place. My gaze was cold and fierce. Even Li Yuanyu felt my anger, and looked at me strangely. Bai Shaoxing sat at the main seat, watching the chaos below. He took a sip of tea handed by the butler and accidentally noticed a handsome young man in brocade robes also leisurely drinking tea, so he watched with interest. Yu Ding was uncertain. Several long-necked dragons appeared again in the lake. As Hua Lanting said, these long-necked dragons didn't look toward the shore but played and hunted happily in the lake. When I stepped onto the ground, my face darkened. There were already several bodies on the ground. Clearly, they had fallen to their deaths because they weren't used to this place. But if they fell, why was there not even a ghostly spirit? A sudden thought made me feel a chill. Mu Lair was stopped by Huxia. Bai Yen drew his sword and mounted his horse. Barbarian, sorry, I can't help you fight. I'll lend you this sword. Next time we meet, I'll return it to you. After saying that, he rode away. The two of us talked back and forth. Halfway through the journey, 0027 was tired too. He made a call to the rear car, told them to stop at the service area, and rested for a while. Then he asked someone to come and drive, while he and I moved to the back seats. The black and white impermanence failed to capture the soul. If Su Li had only turned into a vengeful ghost, they wouldn't have been unable to deal with her. It seemed that Su Li's soul was facing some problem that even Fan Xie couldn't handle. That was the real reason they wanted to rely on the disciples of the Immortal Gate. Half a month later, King Tianqi, Oyin, personally led troops to eliminate the remnants of King Wei, using overwhelming force to control the royal territory. They quickly opened the gates of Tianjin City and entered the capital. When other princes and kings reacted, it was already too late. Time passed minute by minute. The latest candle was almost burned out, with wax overflowing from the lamp and dripping down like tears. Kim Junyoung probably really thought Zhang Hongyan was my father and felt that sitting here any longer wasn't good. So, he didn't ask me to stay for tea, but instead drove down the mountain with me directly to my home. Although the emperor appointed the crown prince early on, it doesn't mean no one else is eyeing the throne. The Su family represents the line of the crown prince, and the emperor appointing Su Yuangong as the chief examiner shows his attitude. Lin Zhongluo now clearly realizes that all the strict words Ling Jinimo mentioned are true. He shouldn't have any trouble leaving for a short while, as he knows the crown princess also has some skills. There are many soldiers and guards patrolling around. In a relatively small hall, there are 4 elevators, all going down. After Shao Qi's approval, they could each take an elevator. Zhang Hao was pulled by Gusheng to the Chao Xian Palace, where he saw the headmaster and celestial envoy taking pills to heal their wounds, looking quite badly hurt. Kong Bendai smiled slightly and patiently said, "Second uncle, I work in financial investments. I am responsible for the financing of my uncle's offshore oil drilling project. The battle is about to begin. Do you believe that the other side won't fight us directly? They'll just retreat after a quick clash, engaging in harassment to delay our attack." Yan Xinghe smiled and said, "I don't know. After fighting him that day, I fainted. I don't understand why he didn't kill me but left directly." Bai Chen lay on a haystack, opened his eyes, looked at the blue sky, and remained silent, lost in thought. "I don't quite understand either. Lu Ling has been doing well these past few days and hasn't argued with anyone," Feng Yichun said. Claude had already cast 7 feather fall spells, nearly exhausting his magic. In the end, he had no choice but to carry the corpse on his back and walk for a while before reaching the rocky pier below the Mermaid Tavern. Although Catherine didn't join S.H.I.E.L.D., Long and I was here, and Catherine's joining was only a matter of time. "Haha, I think I might be talking nonsense, but you know very well that old guy is notoriously difficult. If you weren't involved with him, would he treat you so well?" "Ha ha ha." Josephine laughed wildly, her eyes full of contempt, completely losing her usual grace. "Zhenteng, why are you wasting so much time talking to him? He's not a good person at all," Pei Shireen warned, her eyes showing that someone was trying to scheme against her sister. She looked at Zhenteng as if to say, "You're still helping him talk and count money for him." Suddenly, Nangong Ling struck with a quick slash, cutting off both the sword of General Shangwu and his fingers holding the sword. That guy named Adams was the ugliest, truly the ugliest among American soldiers. Lanning couldn't understand why she was paired with such a hideous person. He looked so unappealing. After defeating the strongest and most proud cavalry of Xiliang, the infantry were no longer a threat. Pang Tong's army, the cavalry and foot soldiers, fought fiercely and started a big slaughter. Ma Teng saw that the situation was hopeless and, along with Ma Chao, led about 10 riders to escape toward Linwei County. While preparing, Isabel, who was always negotiating with a U3I7 attitude, finished writing a plan for Zhou Xingyin to use at the negotiation table to punish the opponent. GMO learned a lot from this. Bai Xian indeed knew some about the art of space-time transportation, but only in a limited way. He could only give GMO some advice, but it was very helpful. Guijiao looked confused. He couldn't understand how Pang Tong knew all these things. These details, known only to palace insiders, were actually in the hands of another country's king. He thought he needed to be more careful with this man. Maybe he had already infiltrated the court? That was his suspicion. At this moment, GMO took out his magic sword, along with the great evil king, and placed them in front of Zigong Lanbing. Moreover, since his parents were about to divorce as a son, he definitely needed to go back and see them, especially since he was in B City. Suddenly, Zhang Yiming heard a gunshot behind him. It wasn't from a rifle, but from an automatic rifle specially equipped by the Dragon Group. Only the 7 divine swords could compare with the 7 artifacts, but most of the 7 artifacts had already been taken by the enemy. Besides, there were no matching items for the artifacts. The 3 of them were the strongest in the team, and Luo Xiao had always been the commander. So, the experts of the zodiac signs naturally agreed and nodded in agreement. Tong Yen smiled bitterly and said, "I wish I could, but we have to take it slow." Then he stood up directly. The middle-aged man was the former commander of the Heavenly Strategy Department, General Li Qing'en, who had been demoted and confined for reflection by the emperor. After hearing this, Li Qing'en simply said calmly, "No one has seen clearly yet.
Don't rush to call the assassin."
"I'm fine here, you can go now." The others outside the door respectfully replied, "Yes," and then left the building. Neither Xin Tuxiong nor Dong Lingtian had expected that Gui Qianqian would dare to show her true nature first. When a group of experts appeared before them, they all felt it was unbelievable. Since there are these accessories and chips that can change the appearance of equipment, it can save a lot of high-level chips. After all, compared to practical high-level chips, these appearance-changing chips are just unnecessary extras. Even if they are all dismantled, it wouldn't matter. Chun Hui suddenly thought of Liao Dongyuan. Liao Dongyuan definitely wouldn't get high scores. And Rong's words were just a kind of comforting politeness. He also knew that media would criticize Liao Dongyuan tomorrow, but as the head coach, he had to support his players. Yan Wuyo quickly turned around to check. She saw that Murong Yunqing was unharmed, but her face was pale. She was clutching her chest, breathing heavily, still shaken. Standing nearby was a young man about her age. Lei Ming's expression changed. He didn't attack again, but slowly retreated. The experts of the Four Gods clan couldn't the profound techniques of the Xianyuan lineage, let alone Xianyuan Tuajua, who is definitely a super expert. An unbelievable world is indeed very tricky. Zhong Tu looked up at the battle in the sky and sighed with emotion. After saying this, the broadcast stopped transmitting sound. Jill and the others looked at each other in confusion. Just as they were wondering whether to go see what was happening, they suddenly noticed that a large number of adventurers were rushing toward the teleportation array leading to the first floor. Du Jinning's pupils suddenly widened, then relaxed, and her face showed a thoughtful expression. Although Du Jinning didn't think it was inappropriate to receive his bow, she also knew that in this era, it would be extremely rebellious for an emperor to bow to her. She quickly stood up and moved aside to avoid Zhao Wu's bow. You really saw the ghost of my husband. Nie Tingyin, who had just restored Lu Yu's respectful address to you, confirmed with a trembling voice. When she asked this, her tongue was tied, and she couldn't speak clearly. "Teacher, student Lu Yu sees that you have come." After noticing Li Jing opening his eyes, Lu Yu lowered his head and quietly greeted him. Being able to send Qin Danxue to Hongqiao in perfect condition is already the limit. It's truly a miracle. But Ling Yu? She's still not satisfied and wants to keep surpassing herself. After finishing a palm strike, Ling Yu calmly said this, then casually poked at a part of her body and slowly shook her head. Meanwhile, his true energy grew stronger around him. The sword of true energy became sharper and more deadly, breaking through the second giant misty hand in an instant. Regardless of everything, with Sun Qingji's appearance, the 7 young masters all came out, eager to fight Chu Chen. Today, Meng Xingyun suddenly brought up this matter voluntarily. "I thank the heavens for opening my eyes and finally letting me meet a traitor." I looked sharply at Meng Xingyun. He met my gaze calmly. I nodded slightly to him. Using the glow-in-the-dark pearl hidden in a hollow on the wall, Li Ziyu saw a dozen stone steps below. The steps were clean and tidy, clearly swept often. The air inside the secret room was fresh, with no damp or moldy smell, indicating there were ventilation holes. Next, Chu Chen's powerful fists hit the blade's edge solidly. At the moment of impact, Chu Chen suddenly exerted force. His terrifying fist energy erupted like a fierce dragon, causing a loud explosion in the void. Li Ziyu, accompanied by Grandma Jian, returned to Ziwei Garden. She carefully locked the main gate and the house doors, then ordered Bing Yun and Chun Bai to go to bed on the second floor. Knowing tonight would be turbulent, they didn't refuse and quickly tidied up before heading upstairs. They didn't want to die at the hands of assassins. Lucifer was so surprised that he could hardly speak clearly. Seeing those wings, he felt that they couldn't escape today. But this handsome young man didn't even want to look at him. All right, I've decided to follow Bai Shenfu's advice. Today's immortals are very powerful. They understand traditional Chinese medicine and have some knowledge of Western medicine. Sticking to old ways will only lead to being left behind. Only by constantly learning can we keep up with the times. In Sumu's view, given the current war situation, the benefit of persuading Master Gua to surrender was clearly better than fighting and destroying him. Because Xiongzhou was the first place taken by the later Zhou Emperor, it was also a difficult fortress to defend and attack. Yu Fei and others managed to capture it because the defenders were careless and did not expect that De Yen had such elite cavalry. During a night attack, many brothers sacrificed themselves to take the city. He lowered his head, his gentle gaze falling on Bai Bai. Bai Bai was confused, sticking out her tongue to lick her fur, as if she knew it was time to leave. She obediently jumped down from Jianmo's lap and walked to Xing Zhan's feet. Su Yi's mother and father shared a deep bond, but her maternal family had no power and was just an ordinary family. Their love was beautiful, but beyond that, there was nothing. As a commoner who did not follow the family's arranged marriage, she was naturally abandoned by her family. She looked very miserable, missing one shoe, and her dress was dirty and torn. However, these two lifestyles were not in conflict. Although she didn't understand, she admired deeply. Since Old Third Yang joined that organization, why did he initially try to harm young Old Third? Why did she have to cross into this terrible place, constantly worried about her future dangers? It's clear that although this martial arts competition was called a contest, it was far more than just a simple match. Yu Guihan raised his eyebrows slightly upon hearing this. He hadn't expected that his own matters were not only widely known among peers, but also that senior brothers and sisters had heard about it. Look at how happy they are now. They'll be furious in a moment, Yu Guihan said with interest, glancing toward the Yu family side and speaking to Jiang Jia. He believed that if his actions contradicted the word loyalty, the Yang family would surely abandon him. Could Chen Feng really cure his illness? Would their family finally have a good life? Would the confident Lu Jun return? Yi Feng and the clan leader also told Yi Baoshan that this item was brought by a foreign merchant, claiming it had a high yield and could be used as food. He originally planned to present it to the emperor in the capital, but unexpectedly, he not only failed to meet the emperor, but also got beaten. Han Fucheng's banquet was scheduled for the evening, but Jiang Qianrao was there for work, so she naturally took Ji Shaoqing onto a yacht early in the morning. The hidden weapon in his sleeve was ready to be used. Just as he was about to activate his internal energy, his body suddenly became powerless in an instant. Wu Xinjie, Zhang Peng, and Zhu Min had also reached the bottom. They followed Chen Weibin to turn on the emergency lights on the wall. There were about 30 emergency lights in the basement. Once all the lights were on, the entire view of the basement appeared before the four of them. A wave of applause came from the stage. The host was performing very enthusiastically, but the guests below did not seem to give much attention. Chun Yao calmly got up from the ground, dusted off the dirt on himself, and, after giving a command, re-equipped his armor with a calm expression. "You, Qian. I finally hear your voice." Chen Weibin raised his voice and said into his phone. The surrounding fake mountain walls and winding streams made this unremarkable village look both rough and wild, yet also refined and elegant. Chun Yao and his group swaggered into the city, then headed to the princess's castle gate. Lin Feng spared Lu Jisheng, mainly out of respect for Nangong Bing. But now Lu Jisheng not only failed to appreciate it but also continued to play tricks on him. Lin Feng's anger was burning inside. It was so frustrating, truly infuriating. Yu Chan lowered her eyes and looked at her left hand. Then she raised her index finger toward Sun Yi, showing 3 thin red streaks on her tender fingertip. "If you don't receive my treatment within 3 years, You will die, she said. Afterward, she slowly pressed her finger towards Sunny. I don't have the mood for this. If you like sightseeing, go ahead. I need to find a place to rest first. Xieban Gui clapped his hands, stood up, and walked away confidently. Once these factories start operating, they will fill the gaps in their understanding of modern agriculture and technology. They will also learn about our Chinese diligence and hardworking spirit, Wang Zhanli said with a smile. She liked the deceased Lu Minghai. What does that have to do with her? Lu Minghai had been dead for several years now. Continuing to dwell on this matter was truly pointless. When they were just over 20 meters from the corpse witch, they could clearly see her appearance. However, the evil wolf knight found that no matter how he charged, he couldn't get past. As the princess of the sea monster tribe, she couldn't stand by and do nothing in this situation. So she used magic to transform into a human form and came to this continent to find allies who could fight in the sea. When all the pain has passed, only happiness remains. Once Nominu's body heals, there will be fewer sad things. Don't. Hearing Dongzhu's praise, Zhang was suddenly very shy. She wanted to move her hands to cover her chest, but Dongzhu suddenly pressed her down on the bed with both hands. Before she could even finish speaking, Dongzhu lowered his head and pressed his lips against hers, silencing her words. What should we do? Huyan also became anxious. Yes, if they can't escape, although their cultivation at the golden immortal stage might prevent them from starving or thirsting to death, failing the mission would be as bad as dying. The reason they hesitated was because they heard that the hotel owner had a very powerful background. He was connected to the imperial palace. He not only had a human identity, but also a demon clan identity. Inside him flowed the bloodline of the Golden Crow, which gave him a supreme status among the demon clan. Everything in front of them was dark and charred around the edges. It was clear that a big fire had been set here, and it burned for a long time. Family looked at Wang Hao and saw that he appeared calm, as if he had support. He felt strange inside. Finally, he seemed to understand. The wrinkles that had not appeared for a long time on his face relaxed. He looked at Lianyun City, which was confused, and suddenly smiled brightly, so freely, so skeptically. This monkey, seeing that Tang Monk had not returned for a long time and worried something had happened, flipped over and followed. Good Lu Sheng, I want to see him. Lu Qing, go and drag him out for me, Emperor Lu said. The most annoying thing was that Churchill had wasted countless efforts of Borden and was pushed all the way to London by the Allied forces. Piercing gunfire echoed through the night sky. A bullet, with strong wind, accurately hit Lu Qingqing's back. Indeed, Lin Tian forced them into a dead end. Major ancient martial arts families had cut ties with the ancient martial king family. They knew they would fall behind eventually, and falling behind meant being attacked. Everyone understood this. So, this desperate act was only a matter of time. Not only the generals, but also many technical advisors and scientists from Krupp Group looked excited. The more expert they were, the more they understood the great significance behind this. These energies left colorful clouds in the sky, spreading outward. The wind couldn't them away. Do you know my father? Xing Lingling stared with wide eyes, feeling very surprised. She didn't expect that the important person living here would know her father. Just say what you want directly. Don't beat around the bush like a woman, Xue Chong said impatiently. Bai Chui entered the room carrying something and shouted loudly. Seeing Bai Jiaxian sitting in the living room, she shrank back slightly. The young women shyly lowered their pink necks, but the young men were not so polite. They all looked unfriendly at Jing Wang. At this moment, Bai Yuzi didn't know what he was thinking. He looked at Xu Yuqing with a surprised expression, his gaze firm. Whether it was demons or extraordinary humans, they all looked in the same direction at the sound. Bai Yuzi paused as he stepped out of the pavilion. He was the first to smile since meeting Xu Yuqing, but Xu Yuqing didn't see it. This month, she received 450 challenge messages. Almost all students in the school challenged her. He suddenly drew his short sword. The people outside were not afraid, and also drew their weapons. The fight for favor in the harem was just as fierce as court battles, even more brutal and bloody. To fight for that position, 2 princes were killed. Those capable of doing such things were not only Cui Guifei. Hinata Hyuga waved her palms, launching continuous attacks at Chiyo. Though she looked shy and timid, her eyes revealed a firm determination. Li Yi quickly cleared out the few people rushing at him, then realized only one person was left on the other side. When the killing intent was mentioned, Han Yu and others felt a wave of nausea. Although the killing intent didn't say it outright, they already guessed what would happen next. He planned to go see Rui. The Empress had just come with the old emperor, so it might already be over there. Piaoliao Peak is the tallest mountain in Ileo Mountain, which is also called the Demon Ceiling Valley. From the current situation, even if he saved Grandma Zhang Xiyu, winning her affection would still be very abrupt. There must be some buffer and smooth process to make Zhang Xiyu like him naturally. Of course, Lu Depeo and some other immigrants paid attention. If someone repented, they would be taken away. After all, no one is perfect, and those who admit their mistakes are still good comrades. Howard felt blank when he had the ball. He didn't know what to do, so he instinctively lifted the ball and shot. As a powerful soul that covers most or even the entire central state, the area of the medicine realm is only comparable to a part of the central state. Covering the whole medicine realm is very easy. The True Self Sword has far surpassed the Tao level, but after understanding the True Self Sword, Yifeng knew that above the Tao level is not yet the immortal level. The Tao level is still a long way from the legendary immortal level. If the gods are careless, or if one gets distracted while forcibly memorizing the old man's entire technique, they will immediately come out of the illusion. The following days will be wasted, with a long cooldown of 5 to 10 days. After writing a letter to Dongjua, expressing feelings of farewell, longing, and asking about his recent situation, Liu Bei also wrote to Sun Jian. And then, of course, to Chao Mingde. At this moment, Xiao Yan seemed to see again the Cloud Rhyme sect master he had met back in the Gama Empire. Before the bidding conference started, someone gave gifts to Nyo Depeo, hoping to win the bid. Nyo Depeo naturally refused. Now, as the village chief of a prosperous village, these gifts were useless to him. He didn't care for them. Lin Daohan died this way, leaving behind feelings of guilt and regret. He left with an unfinished sentence, which caused endless confusion for Wang Li. In front of Zhang Lanshan's sickbed, Jiang Chongling held a piece of paper with this poem written on it, reciting it passionately while gesturing wildly. Zhang Lanshan looked at him blankly, pulling the quilt over herself, because she was too cold. Nearby, Han Yu Chao and Yi Lily desperately covered their mouths to hold back their laughter. Lu Hao glanced at the old emperor returning to the palace with people, then ordered the in front of him. The taxi had been driving for over 20 minutes when traffic suddenly became congested. He stuck his head out to look outside and exclaimed, "Wow, it's packed with cars. Oh no, I forgot about this. I can't go on like this." Lin Rome kept paying attention to everything around him, but overlooked this point. These illusions are the remaining spiritual imprints left in this space. There are many, over 100 in total, clearly left by other true gods. Brother Chong, don't worry yet. I believe Lily must have a reason. Wait a moment, I will go find her. Han Yu quickly stopped Jiang Chonglang because seeing the 3 corpses in front of him, he seemed to understand something. Just as his finger touched Chen Yujiao's body, Chen Yujiao moved away unkindly, keeping a certain distance from him. Living like this is truly enjoyable, just like an emperor. Whatever you want, you get. Li Anji looked out the window, his eyes flickering. Although Feng Yuanzheng had this idea when he first agreed to help Lin Tian, it was only a thought. Surviving this crisis and turning danger into safety was already good enough. He didn't dare to ask for more. The design competition this time has no fixed theme. It could be clothing, jewelry, or advertising concepts. In short, it's diverse, showcasing everyone's talents. Dennis heard Qian Duo say that Gong Qingxi had a meeting this afternoon. A faint smile appeared on his face, as if he saw those 2 billion yuan waving at him. Why did the princess suddenly fall asleep? She was sleeping so soundly that she didn't even wake up from their conversation. I sat blankly on the sofa, feeling a bit confused and unsure of what to do in the future. I haven't felt this lost in a long time. Why would she falsely accuse you? Yan Wushuang looked at Jiang Yuqing with calm, distant coldness, an icy aura she had never seen before. Thank you, Xiao Xiang said without politeness. Besides that bag, everything else belonged to Jing Xian. Looking at Xiao Jinxian, who usually always had a cold expression, now comforting herself so gently, Zhou Xianchen felt as if the fiery slap mark on his face from earlier didn't hurt as much anymore. When everyone offered to drink, I raised my glass. After finishing this drink, I didn't plan to rush back. I didn't want to seem ashamed and run away, so I stayed and played with them until the end. Chu, are you feeling better? I heard Qi Mingrui say that Xiaoling went to the hospital with him yesterday, so I think she should know everything. Over the years, many people around her have told her about others. Some of those people are really good, but she just refuses to accept it. He wanted to find a Han woman and return to the Han Empire to live a peaceful life. At the bottom of a cliff, something strange and mysterious happened, which made Yi Wudao very curious. He asked Uncle Quan about the location of the cliff, and by coincidence it was not far away, just over one mountain. A terrifying punch struck the demon refining ancestor's chest with unstoppable force. In the capital's military district, Lin Huantian sighed deeply as he looked at the documents in his hand. His old eyes were filled with sadness. Yu Chong told his friend Zhang Sheng about the matter and said they even planned to take the chance to eliminate Wei Lu, who is hated by the Han Empire. Zhang Sheng secretly gave him money and support. Outside the temple stood a huge black stone tablet, engraved with the legend of Zhu Beiji and praises for his success in the pilgrimage. Inside the temple was a courtyard with an incense platform, though no incense was burning. Further inside was the main hall. Why are those security guards so afraid of you? Lin Shui asked in confusion, her beautiful face full of doubt as she watched the guards run away. Arrogant. Tiger King, prepare yourself. Gang Roa was completely enraged by Xia Wuji's words. His voice thundered like a storm as he stepped forward and struck down towards Xia Wuji's head with great force. The scene was gruesome, with broken limbs and blood everywhere, filling the air with a strong metallic smell. Clashing, slashing, striking, every move flowed smoothly. The battle formation held steady as the soldiers continued to fight the Roman warriors in perfect order. Humph. Xia Wuji, you're lucky this time, said the great sage Baoshu King with a fierce expression. But don't celebrate too soon, someone else will deal with you. His words carried a hidden meaning. Soon, more than 1,500 soldiers passed through a secret tunnel and reached a wide clearing behind the mountain. The ground was covered with weeds and fresh footprints, showing that they were on the right track. Xia Wuji and his men had escaped into the nearby forest. When Mo Fan saw Gu Tianju walking covered in blood, he quickly went out to help and supported him carefully. However, aside from the reason mentioned earlier, there was actually another matter behind his return. Rainfield reacted immediately, sitting up quickly. He felt a sharp pain all over his body. Upon closer inspection, he saw he was wearing a white robe, and his exposed arms clearly showed fine scars. Even a skilled officer like Mo can be cautious. Whenever they encounter dragons or celestial battles in underground palaces, they don't dare enter through the main gate because they are humble thieves. Thinking this, Jingxiu reached the door of a small blue brick house with 3 rooms inside. The front was covered with old asphalt and moss, looking dilapidated and lonely. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but sigh again. Shixia Feng frowned tightly, his already tired face showing more exhaustion. He wandered aimlessly, feeling very down. He didn't understand why his father, Shijin, never understood his struggles or refused to accept embarrassing truths. Suddenly, there was a sharp cracking sound. The thick ice on the fox shattered, spreading across its body. In a loud crash, the broken ice and torn clothing flew everywhere. They're fighting. The human zombies have ambushed the zombie dogs in the open area, and the zombie dogs have attacked the human zombies. Are they fighting among themselves? Eagle Eye said. At this moment, She was staring coldly at the dog-like creature, which looked exhausted and injured, with blood still flowing from its mouth. Her expression showed no softness. This isn't a good situation. Seeing the feedback from the mech's self-check system, Su Mubai started to feel headache again. What's going on? Su Mubai shouted loudly when he saw the fox's arm. Lien Che saw Ge Shalon didn't want to comment, so he stayed silent too. The two headed to the first mining area. Since it was working hours, they planned to quickly change into new masks and prison uniforms to work with the prisoners, so they could get used to it and avoid revealing any flaws when the observation team arrived. This mutated petrification spell, Sun Fengzhao could only use it for a limited time to accept and release the attack. During this period, the lowest health characters, He Ri Rolai and Lao Duan, were affected by the explosion of the ghostly self-destructing spirits and both lost their lives. After I go back, I will order someone to release them. They refuse to say anything, and I have no reason to keep them detained, Niji Nagamura replied casually. After hanging up the phone, Nie Minhui clenched her fists in excitement. Nearby, Su Yunfeng couldn't fall back asleep either, because he sensed some hidden messages in Nie Minhui's words from her recent call. However, it wasn't a short life, because over the past 10 years in the underground world, during one Earth year, Longjia Xianyuan had already experienced what should be envy-worthy time in 2 other major virtual game worlds. On the noon of the 6th day, Pu Guanshui's fleet finally met up with the insurance group's fleet. Seeing the 4 large black boats flying the red sickle and axe flag, Pu Guanshui felt both hope and worry. After raising their flags, the 2 fleets merged. Indeed, since Yi Lingji had a way to secretly arrange for people to take photos on Wangfujing Street and quickly edit and post them online, causing such a big fuss in just one night, even influencing the attitude of the propaganda department. Of course, for the fool, adding a Mastaya was like, and excluding Mastaya from the group made both the fool and Patchouli feel uncomfortable. This sword is called blood drinking. It kills anyone it strikes. Currently, 91 cultivators have died under this sword, Naruo Ji said softly, looking at the cold, flying sword hanging before him, his eyes like treasures, with a faint obsession on his face. If the first 2 paths are blocked, then the third path is what Chen Ku repeatedly emphasized: people's revolution. Heaven can't be relied on, the government can't be relied on. Only oneself can be trusted. There are no other reliable options left in this world. Besides revolution, there seems to be no way to solve these problems. He lightly tapped his chin, and dressed in red, he looked even more outstanding against the white ice sculptures around him. Then, the 2 stopped talking and flew swiftly through the air. After about half an hour, they landed above a forest of rocks. Next, Hanyu, you protect me. Yanji, you take out a strong enemy for me.
Zhou, too suddenly said.
If Apollo were watching from the heavens, he would probably be furious at these 2 idiots, complete fools. I died so tragically, and they are here discussing whether I sprayed perfume on myself. They arrived at a deserted land that had long been abandoned. For now, they saw no living creatures. Lin Fan looked up at the sky, feeling a familiar sensation. This was a place he had been to before. Just as he was about to speak, another elder from the Royal Academy of Yu State quickly stepped forward, blocking what he was about to say. He smiled, stood up, pushed open the door, and raised his hand to shield his eyes. The darkness inside the house made him briefly uncomfortable with the bright sunlight outside. Tar had planned to take out some dry food he carried, but he felt that doing so might upset the others. After all, these supplies were stolen from the people of the Fair's kingdom. No matter how fierce the fight, they weren't on the same side. With this thought, Zhou too bought some buns. Instead of returning directly to Xianqing Pavilion, he headed west into the city. Of course, this wasn't something the old man told him. It was Luo Li who, upon receiving a call, immediately went to ask Jiang Xi. After defeating the warrior team and winning 5 consecutive matches, Li Ao received a new task. He was told that he hadn't achieved 10 consecutive wins at the start, so after tying the 5 wins, he was given a new goal of 10 consecutive wins. It seemed like a way to test his guess. As soon as the call connected, A barrage of harsh words came from inside. Liang Ping'an nodded, then, supported by others, headed toward the carriage. At that moment, Liang Pingjun had already stepped onto the footrest beside the carriage, and Liang Ping'an climbed aboard. The mini version of the 9 provinces stopped by the roadside. Uncle Chen pulled out the car keys and got out of the driver's seat. Seeing a dog rush over, Zhong Yuhui immediately grabbed Zhong Li but stopped in front of himself. Old Master Zhong and the others were worried. The monthly checkup was essential, and if anything went wrong, immediate medical attention was necessary. In this world, compared to the body-strengthening methods of the Maoshan cultivators who used lightning, I think few people would dare to do the same. Even Lazy didn't have that strength. Many people, limited by their obsession, would only keep themselves alive until death. The fear of death made them remember that moment most clearly. At this moment, everyone turned to look at the young stranger sitting in the corner. There was suspicion, disdain, and even hatred. Zhao Qianxin sneered inwardly. He didn't understand why the man from Xiqing was pretending to be very welcoming. But none of that mattered. The side of the great battle was Wang Qindian, while the other side was the black finger bone that had previously pierced through Tang Yan's golden body. Li Qianya looked up, and sure enough, several servants had already moved all the luggage she had brought earlier. Yao Qingping looked serious and spoke with a sense of righteousness that dominated the situation. Even the people from the Shin family felt ashamed and blushed. Qianqing heard this voice and almost fell off the sofa. But it seemed like some force was holding him, so he remained seated steadily. He widened his eyes as he looked at Xiao Yao. Watching the hurried departure of the 4 people's figures, Wang Yongqiang and Lin Han were confused. Although these 3 were mining jade, they didn't understand the value of jade itself. Zhao Huan didn't let them follow, only telling them to wait here for his return. Not far away, a family of 3 finished their car ride, and the vehicle slowly started moving in another direction. Suddenly, it clicked. Probably the princess thought it was the right time and that the music and dance should begin, so she hurriedly urged her inside. Deputy Minister Qin, Mr. Zheng lives in a villa on the hillside and doesn't go out much. Please hold on a little longer. We should be able to see Mr. Zheng today, said Director Li from the Provincial Department of Land and Resources. While they were busy rescuing Su Deshuan on the boat, a fleet of ships approached from behind them on Lake Ku. She returned to her sweet and adorable look and spoke to the players still in the room. If one relies on the mysterious power of the university, the rules of the university system will silently watch over you. They just despise the kind of aura on the body that can drive people mad, which has made them a bit mentally fragile and prone to insomnia these past 2 days. Over the past few months, Li Yi, though holding imperial power and making all decisions, had somewhat overdone it with his eldest son. Can you write? Lana sat elegantly, clumsily exploring the new things on the car. Tang Mingzhu sighed bitterly and told Tang Yueheng about what happened in the office during the day. Hearing this, except for Lu Qin, Wang Fugue and the others were surprised. Recalling the screams just now, they vaguely understood something. So, in everyone's eyes, Jivan is seen as a sinner, not only making mistakes but also committing crimes. Where is Nianlong? Where is Nianlong? She stared angrily at the 3 men, eager to slap them hard. At this moment, the performer was Zhua Manor, dressed in red. Although it was unclear what she was dancing, the cheers from the crowd suggested she was doing well. Su Shu wondered if there was something about them that the Empress Dowager didn't know. Today, the Empress Dowager came to see her mainly to warn her to stay away from Zhou Jin. So, she must have known about her relationship with Zhou Jin. You left quietly without saying a word, going off to do something.
Who knows what you're up to?
If that part of you has a problem, what will you do? Are you really going to follow blindly? With that, Yizhen casually took a bead from somewhere and put it into his space bag. It was just a different shape, no big deal. The distant mountains, misty clouds, soaring eagles, fish leaping over the dragon gate. These scenes appeared in the painting. A pavilion built on a dangerous peak, the blooming of the Manjasaka flowers on a steep cliff, a long-robed immortal standing suspended in the air, raising a hand to cover the veins of the flowers as if about to pick them. This moment was frozen in the picture. When Guangu returned, Yu Yu and the others naturally relaxed and then curiously started asking him questions. Lin Jiahui hurried back to his seat. Before he could sit down completely, he poked Shen Xian in front of him. Chen Qi felt a bit distressed because Ao Ding Tian's blood was very useful. That was dragon blood. Western big lizard blood could enhance human physical strength. And what about the Chinese divine dragon? Lu Shi looked at her on the screen, his dark eyes full of tenderness and affection, melting his heart into a pool of water. Shen Xian's words made them dismiss this idea. They thought they must follow Tu Yujing to learn his weaknesses, and then use those weaknesses against him. Come, lean on me, Jean Songling said, wrapping Yun Qi in his arms so she could rest for a while. Because of these joys and sorrows over thousands of years, the imperial ambitions and power struggles, how could they not be absorbed into its very soul? According to Su Man's plan, they would stay at a hotel overnight. Around 2 a.m, they would get up to climb the mountain so that when they reached the top, they could see the magnificent sunrise over Mount Tai in the season. Jean Foam turned to look and saw that the horse seemed to be on fire. Its forehooves quickly turned black and gray, but still kept their shape. At Bingxue Group, the 20th floor is dedicated to company fashion models. It provides space and facilities for makeup and photo shoots. Every time the company designs a new fashion line, models try on the clothes and take photos for a day. The best few photos are chosen for promotional use. Luo Shi, I am giving you this sacred object. You'll decide its fate. The final destiny of our medicine clan depends on you, said the elder of the medicine clan seriously. What's going on? Jiang Chuan asked loudly. Surely, their emperor isn't about to kill Rong Tang? Sleep peacefully, knowing what you're doing. And Yu Tong comforted herself. Gradually, her face started to return to normal skin color. The remnants of the 4 secret realms left by the heavenly path are scattered across the world. Coincidentally, Qin Hao has had encounters with each of these places, as if it was destined. However, not answering is also a kind of attitude. You can see what the other person is thinking. Many people like to imagine things for no reason. As a result, simple and straightforward matters become confusing. They call intelligence, but I think they're just bored and looking for something to do. After his figure disappeared, Dugoheng also broke out in cold sweat. The feeling of being tested by the tiger-like opponent really made his heart race. Luckily, he was smart and took control of the situation directly. Following Feng Mu's command, the guards raised their rifles and started shooting at the bandits on the hillside. Ji Chen's body was still at the 5th level of the immortal body because he used all his resources to refine the ancient divine body. Naturally, his cultivation didn't increase. Looking young isn't unusual in this field. Many have formulas to regain youth. The chubby official trembled with fear, his cheeks trembling as well. If something went wrong, how could he explain himself to the emperor of Taiwei court? Most likely, everyone here would face serious consequences. It's true that Wanguan had personal motives when sending money to Mu Yichen. After all, she wasn't really Qin Yuan. The real Qin Yuan was still in America. Another roar sounded as the black-haired giant baboon extended its arm and opened its large hand like a fan, reaching for the sickle-wielding dog. In families, when conflicts happen and neither side backs down, the feelings between them gradually grow colder. After few times, the relationship often ends. After making the connection, what exactly happens? Lu Tian is more interested in this because he thinks that opening the acupuncture points isn't difficult for him. Instead, he wonders if it's necessary to open extra points. This technique comes from ghost cultivation and mysterious shamanic practices, which can be quite uncomfortable. So she has never dared to try it recklessly. In fact, Yu believes she has probably attempted it many times and knows how powerful that big formation is. Brother Wang Xiansu, the master, is truly a great figure, like a powerful engine, full of references and stories, sometimes a bit inappropriate. Winland's words are almost like admitting defeat. However, her surrender is like a thorny rose, seemingly easy to pick, but actually costing blood if you try. Nangong Ear confidently says, "Master, please go back and rest. I will prove myself to you. Then she runs forward, ready to light a small incense stick. Ao Tianchi pretends to be pitiful, saying, "Come up here and sleep next to me, help me rub my shoulders." After saying that, he lies on the bed, leaving a space outside for her to sleep. The master and disciple begin to meditate with their eyes closed. Jun Yichuan recites something, and Nangong Ir follows along. In modern times, Nangong Ir thought these ancient martial arts chants were just legends. But after crossing over and experiencing it herself, she realized they are real. As long as Chun Yi isn't killed by a wild boar, with several priests healing him together, he becomes almost invincible. The wild boar's intelligence is very low, so it only attacks Chun Yi directly. The priests have no trouble continuing their healing without any pressure. Next, Chun Yi keeps buying elemental gems. Unfortunately, they are all gone now, so he will have to hunt for them himself in the future. A shout of "Brother Yang Tian" almost made me feel like I was floating, but it also pulled me back. If I kept watching, I might be mistaken for a pervert. Chioshui Mirror Lake's moon seems to be on alert for too long and looks a bit tired. Its movement toward my side slows down slightly. Most monsters in the Hot Ghost King Cave are fire type, with high numbers and levels. Fighting these monsters would give a lot of experience. Coming to the second floor corridor, Zhang Wuwei loudly called out, "Aluan, it's Wuwei. Where are you?" He guessed that Aluan, if present, must have been awakened by the gunfire and explosion just now. The two looked at each other, and their eyes seemed to shoot out sparks, meeting in the air, neither giving way. The two elders managed internal affairs, while the third elder handled external matters. The senior elder oversaw both sides, but only stepped in when the other two elders couldn't handle a situation. Only these three knew the true identity of the assassin guild leader. "Just tell me, how much are you willing to sell this land for?" he said confidently, acting as if he was very wealthy and determined to get it. Lu Tianzi remained silent throughout but kept scanning the surroundings, hoping to find clues about Lei Muron. Over 100 well-dressed waiters stood at their posts, ready to serve the guests at any moment. Then he looked back at the people behind him, pointing at them and saying, "And these guys, they've been planning to rebel for a long time. Especially when they knew Blackwind was coming, they wanted to kill the city lord to get more demon cores. Speak. I don't really know you. When have you ever come here when there's no trouble?" Jian Jianyong asked, not believing what Jianzai said. "I am the master. I make the decisions." Xiao Zhongqin suddenly vented all his anger on Feng Xuanzi. Others might resist a little, but Yi Feng cooperated fully, even voluntarily extending his hands for them to tie. All the magic power used to confuse others in the Foundation establishment stage was completely drained, and then the seal was broken, restoring his mid-foundation establishment cultivation. In another cube, a thin man with a slightly bent body flipped through the air with great agility. However, Zhu Rui's spiritual barrier was still far from the real barrier of life. Still, the defense of these 10 or so spiritual barriers was strong enough to compare with hundreds of others. He sighed heavily before standing up and taking a deep breath. Ghostly Yin said Zihan had visited Kongwu Valley, probably to pay respects. This gave them some new clues. At the same time, a beautiful blue lotus slowly rose from the center of the Thousand Zhang talisman array. The lotus was as delicate as an artwork, giving a feeling of irresistible beauty. As he finished speaking, Wei Honglan immediately flew toward the grand gate, which seemed to connect heaven and earth. Lu Zifeng looked back at Xia Qingfeng and the others, then quickly followed them. He could already see Liu Bei's wild, mocking smile, full of confidence and determination. Such instructions would seem strange to anyone who heard them, but among these people, it was a direct agreement. Wu Fei immediately understood what was happening. Now, it was too late to avoid the tribulation because everyone could sense it. No matter where you went, the tribulation would follow. Even more, Wu Jun didn't attack the water camp, but went straight to attack the Iron Lock Cross River formation, which would surely be broken in one strike. Lan Junyuan often heard Lin Xiaojue say this phrase. She used to believe she never lied, but now she finally understood what it really meant. She couldn't help but laugh.
"I'm tired."
"You should go back," Zhang Xiaowen said softly, lowering her eyes and speaking in a hoarse voice after hearing Sister Zhang. Su Baobei was stunningly beautiful, lively and cute, with strong cultivation and many treasures on her. Yun Wu treated her very well, even bringing her back to the Yun family. The suite was spacious, decorated mainly in light blue, making it look very cozy. The furnishings and decor felt like home, not like a typical hotel. "Your father is my peer. How can I possibly be older than you?" Qianqing shouted loudly, and Shang Guanyin glared at him directly. "Marshal, who did you bring home?" Yuan Jinwei's voice was still strong. Yuan Shao was so frightened he turned pale, and Gao Ze gave him a look, signaling him to hide in the bathroom. She held her face and took a few deep breaths, calming her emotions after a long while. She kept telling herself silently, "No, it won't happen. We will find the best solution." It was nothing at first. The villagers loved her very much. But when she turned 15, an uninvited guest shattered her peace. He could sense that Boli was right beside him, and he could call her out at any moment.
Wait.
"Dragon, I understand mixed blood, I get it. But the dragon and the mixed blood you mentioned are probably not what I think they are." Even his keyboard tapping slowed down, as if afraid of waking the sick beauty on the bed. His movements were graceful and handsome, and his gaze on Zhang Yining was full of tenderness. Tony was so clever that he immediately understood Norman's meaning and kept his magic and mental energy below the wizard level. After dinner, everyone took a walk to help digest, and once it was dark, they went to bed early. Tomorrow, they probably faced even harder battles. Because of limited conditions, it felt quite cold. If only they had a down jacket, it would be very warm. When Hu Biao softened his attitude, Lieutenant Dake still didn't plan to let these people go, but he calmly took the sand cigarette. The situation had developed into something different from what they initially expected. "Here they come. Make way," shouted Nyo Air loudly. He carried a large grass target with shiny candied fruit stuck on it, probably over 100. Seeing this, Yun Fizi simply spread his arms. He saw Yu Lei being shaken loose by his palm strength, then he clasped his hands together as if holding a golden bowl. As he flipped his palms, 2 streams of true energy turned into 2 dragons, twisting and rolling to catch the dragon-biting sword, preventing it from moving forward. The Mongolian King Yuan Lai suggested a good idea. Today, young talents from both countries would compete. Tua Ba Hong happily agreed, first whipping his horse, and the team from Qin entered the forest in a mighty procession. "I killed him," Jing Xiao said coldly, glancing at Yu Mei on the ground, speaking without emotion. Of course, Lin Yuan was very careful in her actions. Every time she reached out to the officials, she was fully prepared. To prevent Lu Darren from betraying her, she sent a beauty who was rescued from a wealthy merchant as a concubine. According to the law, forcibly taking a common girl as a concubine was punishable. Actually, Princess Jing had anticipated that stirring up the harem would anger the emperor, but she still went ahead without hesitation, because these months were the most critical of her life. She was willing to offend the emperor and the Empress Dowager if it meant she could succeed in seizing the throne. Foam Wuching blinked, signaling the opening of the large space door, planning to escape with Foam Wuching and the empty destruction. Seeing Zhuge Long leave, Lin Xiaotian exaggeratedly wiped his cold sweat and made the blood rose Chu Foam laugh happily. Some monks who refused to accept defeat had already brought sticks to scare it, but the dog, seeing this chaos, remained completely fearless and unbothered. The stone staircase paved with 10,000 stone slabs is one of the longest climbing stairs in China, like a ladder reaching straight into the clouds. After Lingxin entered a state of enlightenment, faint traces of deathly energy drifted around him and entered his body. Although only a small amount, it still caused Lingxin's body to tremble slightly. Qiao Yi remained silent. It seemed he was upset by what I said. I didn't mean to hurt him. I just couldn't accept how his parents openly showed selfishness and greed, which are parts of human nature. Caught off guard, Lin Yi was surprised. He didn't expect this wind beast to fight back in such an awkward situation. With a quick burst of strength, he leapt up swiftly. Noticing Feng Qingyu's gaze, Gong Qinghan turned to look at her and smiled charmingly. For the Qinglan sword sect, any soul beast above the 6th rank must be carefully guarded. The fact that this insect eagle was a 7th-rank creature made everyone present very curious. Fu Luin couldn't move in his arms, so Mu Qingjun could only speak to her while holding her. Then came the opponents. Luo Wuhan saw the first one and didn't raise his hand. His brow relaxed slightly since he was neutral. He still had a chance to win allies. An energy blast and a palm collided, consuming all the energy. The Buddha statue shook violently, as if it might be blown away by the wind at any moment. Jinxiu had already arrived at the company office, now sitting in the same room once used by old Jin. Although Numerovsky was outnumbered, his team was made up of elite Beartooth warriors. They fought fiercely, defeating most of the Somali pirates quickly, leaving many of them sprawled on the ground. Zhou Mingxia held Zhou Mingyu's hand as they entered the venue. Yihan saw Yihua and led Lin Qingwan over to greet her. The magic was far more than that. The moment he attached the lucky charm, far away, in a very traditional garden pavilion, an old man was practicing Tai Chi, looking majestic. Despite his age, he was full of energy. However, Xiao Tianxi miscalculated. Lin Tian was surrounded by an invisible force protecting him. Even the formation of the Heavenly Emperor realm couldn't break this defense for a while. He can't do that. He was very sick last night and wasted energy doing bad things. His body is probably weaker than mine. If he goes up the mountain, he might get too tired to return. Qin Wenyu, Father's Day. Asking Song, our father, didn't have us 9 brothers just to keep us all to ourselves. Yuan Heartfire, one of the strongest special fires in the world, is in danger. The 2 elders of the Goose spirit cult, Jiu Juntian and his companions, are facing life-threatening moments. On the day Tao Xunlei and Hua Yunruo got married, Hua Tao saw her mother in a pure white wedding dress, looking happy and satisfied. Suddenly, she felt both sad and caring. To avoid other problems, she thought about many things. Right now, Yi Mingqian has no other options. Qingji's appearance looked at Lan Yuxing. Lan Yuxing's eyebrows moved nervously, and he slowly turned his head away, avoiding her gaze, and looked at Meng'er beside him. Zhu Xingxiu reacted quickly when he saw something was wrong and hurriedly retreated into the distance without stopping. The staff saw the ID and didn't check his luggage, letting him go directly. Everyone present was an investigator. They didn't believe Zhou Tang had any special powers. They started wondering what tricks he used. I'm glad you know. I hope you behave yourself. Sometimes friends and enemies are easy to tell apart. If someone comes to trouble you, you might not be able to stay in the palace anymore, but she also needed to be careful about certain toxins. These toxins don't need to enter the skin. They can poison people just on the surface. Mu Qinxue followed behind, pretending to be calm, but inside, she was very nervous. She could clearly feel the anger from the people below. No one expected that the 3 holy sons, the king of Tianyan realm and the son of the highest heaven, were secretly working with warriors from the divine power era. The desert was filled with blood-red sand, making it look like a world of blood, dizzying and mesmerizing. However, the horse only took a few steps before suddenly kicking its hoof and rearing up, almost throwing him off. But Lei Ho said that this was done according to the orders of the Shen family head. Shen Qiu, the head of the Shen family, said everyone had done their best. It's better that no one died. Liang Hozai said that Liang Zixin must have mixed feelings. He both hopes and fears that I and Liang Hozai might be in danger, but he cannot go against Luo Zhongxing's will. He doesn't look very handsome, but he's quite easy to look at. He is at the peak of the 5th level of aura, with a cultivation slightly higher than Su Mu's. Get lost. Feeling the vines on his legs tightening, Du Tao's eyes flashed with contempt. After shouting loudly, he suddenly used his strength to break free. Hua, and was holding a light sword. Seeing this, he quickly retreated a few steps and grabbed Qin Feng's arm to pull him to a safe distance. Gu Ruyun is a first-year water resources student. Xia Han, also a first-year water resources student and Gu Ruyun's close friend, came to watch the competition. Originally, Xiaohan didn't plan to come, but Gu Ruyun insisted, so she stayed with her throughout the event. Luckily, she had her phone to pass the time, otherwise, Xiaohan wouldn't know what to do. Gu Chengel saw Xiao Tianze wanting to leave the hospital room and realized that her words had upset him. Gu Chengel still wanted to learn from Gu Changge. Was she too confident about Xiao Tianze's love for her? While waiting for Zhang Wuji to return, her mood grew more anxious. Brother Zhou Yi, I won't say much more. If your sect needs help dealing with the Demon Slayer sect in the future, just let me know, Ning Dao said softly every time he saw the state of the Divine Puppet sect, feeling sorry for them. He had said these words many times. Apart from a few swamp fish being lightly injured by stones thrown by the lobster people, there were no major problems. Looking at the empty space where Gu Inlian had been gone for a long time, Meng Yi gradually wiped away his tears, took out a purple gold token, and activated it. His figure disappeared. It showed that 8 identical off-road vehicles were coming from the west in an orderly manner. There were figures on the cars, but their faces were unclear. Based on the number of cars, I estimated there were at least 30 people, and Junjun was among them. Indeed, what the lady said confirmed Yan Feng's idea. Finally, some ship girls decided to go on a long journey. During these days, Takeuchi Juji also decided on punishments for the students involved in the rebellion. The leaders were expelled from the college and handed over to the gendarmerie under the governor's office for detention and trial. The remaining accomplices were temporarily kept in the college to observe. However, just within a distance of 7 or 8 meters, everyone could clearly confirm the existence of this snake den. Captain Patazzi Vanni knew there was no time to repair the huge hole. He immediately ordered all compartments and corridors to be sealed, causing the trapped Russian sailors to drown inside. The villagers heard this and immediately understood, laughing happily. They felt it wasn't about bothering people, just giving him a foot massage. Some wondered, though, if such a foot massage could make someone scream so painfully. Wang Qingji was also very excited, but less so than Liu Yangxin and Ouyangmu. If we're going to die anyway, we might as well fight them, shouted an irrational passenger in protest. Wu Wu replied, saying he had something to do and couldn't come now. He promised to come next time, and when your sister-in-law goes to the kitchen to cook, they could secretly do many things in the living room. During Margaret Thatcher's time as Prime Minister, the UK experienced many economic ups and downs, but this didn't erase her contributions to the country. So, I simply pulled the blanket under the bed. Only I and Jiang Qingqing were on the bed. I pressed her down and kept saying, "Jiang Qingqing, since you're so itchy, I'll satisfy you." You naughty girl, Xiao Jinghong, who kept control of the rhythm, first showed a slight smile, like ripples on water, gradually widening. Her proud laughter then echoed through the hall. Felicity responded clearly, saying that in the end, you didn't suffer any loss. If you're unhappy with the process, just complain a little. Aunt's family was really not wealthy. Besides some old furniture, they had none of the popular modern appliances. At first, Yi Zhen directly asked if she wanted to come live there. She agreed immediately, but she didn't know Yi Zhen was planning to go out. This also caused Lu Yi's body to have over 20 tentacles of Wang Qingyi. But Lu Yi didn't try to deal with these tentacles. Instead, he increased his strength, punching Wang Qingyi's chest and shooting flames. Ewing stopped talking and just looked at the monitor screen. If Li Ran could be her test subject, do you think her experiment would succeed? Her eyes seemed aimless, as if she was planning something. Because of this, Zheng Xiaoge was struck with such pain that he pretended to be dead. His heartbeat, breathing, and vital signs all stopped. No signs of life. The young and reckless person, who lacked understanding and tolerance, didn't realize that it was he who had persistently clung to Jinping before. Now, he was starting to dislike her, which was truly sad. If he really cared so much, why did he still want to be the prince consort? It would be better for him to stay far away from this unclean princess, which would be good for everyone. Zhao Ruidian's eyes lit up with excitement, showing uncontrollable happiness. Lu Sanqian patted him and pointed at the excavation site. Several beetle-like insects jumped out of the dirt as if they could fly, but the gunfire kept them at bay. preventing them from reaching the driver on the excavator. The leopard head also looked happy. He knew this man in black. He was a top fighter recruited by Sun Ge. He had seen the black-clad man's fighting skills. He could easily take on 10 opponents. Under Qi Yuru's spiritual guidance, Di Hongliang, who was floating in the air, slowly descended back to the ground and appeared in front of Zheng Xiaoge. The man sighed deeply at this point, glanced at Yi Wuho, and saw her showing a disappointed expression, clearly frustrated. She sank into the sofa, exhausted. Compared to the lively scene earlier, the current quietness made her feel a bit uncomfortable. If you're going to say and do things decisively, then do them completely. Once you make a firm decision, there's no turning back, even if you later regret it. Qing Yao. That perverted old man likes. I really want to hit him. Qing Yao secretly glanced at Chenlin's abundant curves. Wow, she truly envied her. You're such a... Jiang Rian peeked out from under the blanket, disappointed as she looked at the closed door. It was another peaceful night. No joy or sorrow. No worries. Just calm and ordinary, peaceful and beautiful. If you want to fight me, based on my martial arts and footwork, it depends on whether you can get close to me, Lei Zhan said with a hearty laugh and charged toward Yang Qinghai. Jiuying, the strongest among the snake tribe, was also known as the closest inheritor of the dragon lineage.
Avi.
Brother Avi. Can I call you Brother Avi? Naitani's big eyes blinked curiously. Her curiosity had already been sparked by Avi's words. However, the figure in the flames only glanced at Su Yi and then immediately disappeared. His voice, though, lingered in Su Yi's ears, echoing continuously. Lady Chai looked at the cave with a complicated expression, hesitating for a moment before finally walking over. She, like Xie Jingyi, pressed her ear against the wall to listen. The white-haired ghost king laughed wildly, his whole body glowing with blood energy. The ground around him shook violently, with falling rocks crashing down from above and deep cracks spreading across the earth below. Jiang Zicheng's mind was overwhelmed. As the ground trembled, he felt like a floating leaf in water, powerless to escape or fight back.
Gun.
Jianya felt a bit discouraged at first, but then grew stubborn. He had never used a gun before, but was a gun with special powers useful? Powers could be used up, but they would recover. Once the bullets were gone, it was over. Plus, the gunshot was so loud. In Lingzhou, there were many methods that used space powers. However, since no one had the talent for space, these methods usually needed formations, talismans, or magic treasures to work. Look at your little ambition, just wanting to be a monkey king? What's the point? Zhang Donghai said. The speaker was talking eagerly, but when someone questioned him, he suddenly looked annoyed. Are you crazy? This black dragon. Li Tianqi turned to look back. He saw the black dragon strike 2 withered trees, each as thick as a bowl, breaking them apart with flying debris. The dragon still clawed and roared as it continued to chase. Yi Luan was already terrified, only able to say he was blinded by greed and made a foolish mistake. He kept begging Madame Yi for forgiveness. A burst of energy swept through the air, not damaging the space, but passing through the light sphere's power without resistance, finally hitting the sphere. If this had been decades ago, there would be no answer to this question. Even Elder Chan, the master of the Hall of Glory, would be hard-pressed to answer, as few people in the 5th continent had heard of such things. Li Yuyu frowned as she watched everything. She didn't know what was happening and said nothing. Mo Fan, who was about to leave, paused and slowly turned back. His cold gaze fixed on Shinjudan. The evil aura of the dragon, fierce and murderous, radiated from his eyes, shocking everyone nearby. Outside the courtyard, Yi Luan secretly sighed in relief. As dinner time approached, Lord Lu did not keep him behind, probably already holding a grudge. Feeling disappointed, he turned to leave. Yamamoto Ichiki never thought that in this world, some people's eyes could possess such strong mental power. Hypnotic techniques simply wouldn't work on them. This uneasy feeling made Yamamoto Ichiki very scared, and in his despair, his mind nearly collapsed. I really need talented people. My family used to be farmers, so we don't have many skilled individuals. If Uncle's family could support us with some talent, that would be great, Zhang Donghai said. At this moment, a man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, dressed in black, walked in. Some people recognized him. He was the main character today, General Qinyuan Qinshilin. Many officials saw him arrive and hurried forward, hoping to show their respect and get noticed for future promotion. Jiang Ping didn't think the same. A real golden core cultivator isn't easy to deal with. He was just filtering out the golden core cultivators he didn't want to face. Next to Yang Jian, the lazy-headed dog, Bixia, stretched out its body and stared coldly at the celestial officer. Yang Yoha had just woken up from meditation, not long after Lin Fingmian's stomach growled loudly from hunger. Although her goal in this world wasn't to make money, she loved wealth. With money, she could do anything she wanted. But for the boastful egg, who couldn't stop pretending even when blood was flowing, it was better to hold back on showing off if unsure. So, until noon, when the remaining 23 members of the trial team finished clearing 2 monster nests along the way and reached the foot of Black Soil Peak near the map center, everyone remained extremely alert. No one dared to think they were safe anymore. Lu Songwang took a deep breath and shouted loudly. The neighbors nearby heard his panicked cry and rushed over to see what was happening. Because Lu Songwang was kind and generous, he was well-liked in the village. He was stunned, staring blankly at the corpses on the ground. He wasn't afraid of dead people. He had seen more corpses than living people, but he couldn't understand why the fierce-looking people earlier had turned into cold corpses in the next moment. Thus, a full Imperial battle group seemed like wild dogs in a deserted wilderness, leaving no trace of their names. The potent poison was very strong, starting with a slight darkening, then turning shiny black and finally covering the entire face like charcoal, destroying their remaining features. Donald then took out a sealed flask filled with a thick-looking yellow liquid that seemed alive, constantly wriggling slightly. For us, destroying the Japanese planes or retrieving the treasure were both important tasks. Completing either one would be a great achievement. We certainly didn't want to miss this chance. When Chun Fei's words reached the other's ears, Lu Qiuxing's numb face finally began to slowly recover. What abilities might this seed, rewarded by the main deity, develop once it grows into a wisdom tree? Looking at the dark, ink-colored sky, Xianyu knew that the heavy rain might last a long time. In such a desert, avoiding rain was impossible, and more importantly, the supplies at the outpost probably wouldn't last through the storm. Honestly, I think something strange is going on this time. Qin Shan frowned, but couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. She looked as if she didn't know anything at all. The Yi family hadn't been around these days, and Mo Lingyu was on a business trip, and Su Anyuan and Yi Qiqi were feeling relaxed. Aunt Luo's stomach was so angry it was about to explode, and she was determined to make sure that Cheng's family completely disappeared from the Fu family this time. Lin, I'm glad to meet you. Just call me Oding, Oding said with a gentle smile, looking happily at Lin Xingma. Lin Xingma was slightly stunned, not expecting Oding to be so enthusiastic. Nanny Su hesitated for a moment and said, "It's not impossible to settle this matter quietly, as long as the princess doesn't find out. You just need to be firm, Your Highness." She made a gesture, as if choking herself. "He's nothing like General Feng. Could it be that he's like my mother?" Lu Xuanhuan said with a naive expression. Qian Lily's long, golden hair fluttered slightly. Her enchanting water eyes combined with a sharp, seductive gaze, and her red lips curved with a faint hint of danger. Perhaps because of her wealthy background, the general always followed the rule of not speaking while eating, saying nothing the entire time. And Mo Xinggu had no choice but to defend himself. The spherical Taiji diagram appeared, and in the next moment, Ing Zheng's fist struck the Taiji diagram. Chui looked up at the pole, then bent down to examine the rope loop hanging from the horizontal bar, which was set at the root of the sweet potato. Suddenly, she understood the secret behind it and straightened up, sticking out her tongue. Although the final look of this wooden house might not be perfect, everyone enjoyed creating it together. Chan Yanxi was momentarily stunned, then remembered that Guli had already been out for a few minutes. It was indeed his turn now. The second prince wore plain clothes, accompanied by Suyi. After eating a little, he left for the third prince's residence. He lit a stick of incense, stared blankly at the coffin for a long time, then lowered his head silently, turned around, and returned directly to his home. The flames wildly attacked the strange snake in front of them, but the power from the eternal mirror kept interrupting and distracting it each time. Since the eternal mirror also took some control over the flames, it was enough to delay the attack at this critical moment. Jiang Yanshi felt a pang of sadness. His aunt always liked lively and prosperous places. The place she was in was always brightly lit and shining with the most beautiful lights. Old Tang and Granny Tang's matter was very important. If it wasn't handled well, Tang Yongyi wouldn't be able to let go of it. If something really went wrong, Tang Yongyi would feel guilty and the whole family would suffer. Since he learned that his hope of returning home was very slim, Li Ku had become more interested in watching the stars. The design of his and Ariel's new house also considered this, with a plan to include a space where they could see the stars. Zhao Tai didn't know how to threaten properly. He wondered if threatening would really work, so he just chuckled and let them imagine on their own. When I charged at Han Dang, I shot out a bullet. Han Dang used his twin blades to block, but even if he was a famous general from Eastern Wu, it didn't matter. The moment I fired, Han Dang suddenly lost his balance. I seized the opportunity and slapped him on the forehead. Suddenly, a hand appeared in the darkness. It was beautiful, long and white, like the finest white jade carved to perfection. Upon closer inspection, the fingertips had a thin layer of calluses and the palms' lines were intricate, crossing and intertwining. There was a red mole about the size of a red bean on the palm. The concubine had just had a beauty treatment today, and the effect was so good that it completely mesmerized the emperor again. It seemed that every time humans and orcs went to war, the soldiers always fought on the front lines. They were the ones constantly sacrificing, and they were always mercenaries. If it weren't for Mo Wuk's several moves, his fighting ability would have been too shocking to see clearly, and he might have lost his temper on the spot. Regine probably never expected such a fierce explosion, which directly affected the strength of the solar sail orbit. If this continues, the entire solar sail orbit could collapse, causing humanity to lose a large amount of energy once again. When he first met Zhang Shan forced him to go to the paint yard by kneeling and refusing to get up, which he disliked very much. And that time, sneaking by the pond to watch someone change clothes. Especially that time, Zhang Shan stubbornly refused to admit it, which made him very angry. Chiyomi Ka actually wasn't very confident either. The sea area is full of powerful sea beasts, and even she felt a lot of pressure. Chaotic energy, which is a higher level than the world's power, can be seen as the highest form of energy. It is much higher than spiritual energy. To the world, it is poison. To extraordinary creatures, it is even more deadly. However, Chang Yunxiao was not willing to give up and wanted to go further. He bit his tongue and spat out a stream of blood essence onto the ring in his hands. Of course, after leaving the court, you are still a guest official. That is your privilege and honor when you're in the court. Just like modern people, after getting tired of high-fat foods like fish, they still want to eat grains and vegetables. Those who look forward to eating fish and meat always feel they haven't eaten enough, while those who pursue overeating are often poor-minded. Harmonious neighborhood relations involve frequent simple exchanges, mutual help, and caring for each other. This is the most ideal social state. Vernon Disley's words were halfway out when he saw Winterworth take a check out of his pocket. As soon as he finished speaking, several figures appeared around Lin Sun, quickly lifting him up and disappearing instantly. "Brother, where are you now? Is your wife with you?" Gu Xiaoding was quite satisfied with how he addressed Xu Pan. However, his biggest advantage was that he knew what feeling this drama required. The finished product was stored in his memory. "By the way, Xiaomu, aren't you from the Shanao region? Why don't you have the initial 3 families of Shanao?" Toko clearly noticed Xiaomu's awkwardness and changed the subject. But number 17 couldn't say anything. His strength was weak, and he only managed to enter the second round by luck because he encountered an opponent of roughly equal strength. Unable to think quickly, Xia Renjian could only continue desperately fleeing into the depths of the forest. However, if he just kept running, he believed it wouldn't be long before Shui Yongfa caught him, and then he would be doomed. The sound of rushing water came from the bathroom. Although he didn't want to go, the thought of what he might do made him feel uncomfortable inside. He sighed deeply, opened the door, and looked downstairs. A fierce wind-like roar came from behind. Xia Renjian knew that Shui Yongfa had already caught up, so he immediately turned around and threw a talisman. Fortunately, they hadn't discarded the other parts they bought for repairs. He thought he could fix everything with a quick effort. "I can't believe I have a son like you. You're just an unfilial child." Lu Zichuan was very angry. As soon as Lin Sinyi entered the restaurant, she was unhappy. The environment was nice, but it looked like a place for ordinary people to eat. She felt uncomfortable, but didn't show it because there were many people. Old Yang helplessly replied. Yesterday, Jiang Chuni got wet and wandered around. Today, he was a bit tired too. Seeing Jiang Chuni's appearance, he seemed very exhausted, so he decided to let him rest for the night. "Gather 7 dragon summoning beads." Yu Qingqing gently held the beads she was rolling between her fingers. She felt a little relieved inside. Maybe she was overthinking. After all, she was the legitimate wife of the 4th master, had given birth to children, and had contributed to the family. The back of the inn was small, just a flat piece of land. There were many dirty and messy things that hadn't been cleaned up yet. The consort frowned, stepped forward, and was about to speak. When she met the 4th master's gaze, she felt a chill in her chest. The words she wanted to say got stuck in her throat, and she swallowed them back. "Good man," Duan Polu couldn't help but shout in praise. The watching villagers were even more excited. The Tang dynasty valued martial skills, and brave men were highly respected. The clothes thrown over accidentally passed over her outstretched, fair hands and slender arms, landing precisely on her face. Water friends, hearing this, became even more excited. They took out their phones, turned on the camera, and switched to self-recording mode. "It's nothing, just doubled the weight," said Kiyoshi Ikuya with a sinister look, waving his hand with the tool in it, looking at the other person. Matsukami Yoshimitsu did not plan to investigate the reasons or possible conspiracies behind the merchants' price hikes. There was no time in Matsumoto town, and he didn't want to spend too much energy on this matter. For now, he only needed to know that the merchants' actions were not solely for money. There must be deeper reasons involved. "General Wang, please tell us more about Zhulan," said Chi Yuhan, looking at the man on his left. He was tall and broad, with a big beard, and his voice matched his strong appearance. To build a kingly army like King Saren and establish a dynasty, it is necessary to change the usual recruitment methods. Consistently winning championships helps develop a winning spirit and attracts more talented players and stars. The Mulan Forest borders the Mongolian grasslands. It is a lush area full of water and grass, where animals breed freely. It is a natural hunting ground. No wonder the emperor of this dynasty loves to hunt here, to train the army and strengthen ties with the Mongolian tribes. This was the first time the English Premier League had a live commentary partnership with an overseas broadcaster. If this trial is successful and if Zhang Zhitian is still in the Premier League, this cooperation might continue. For Zhang Jun, this was definitely the best job of his life, because he had the chance to commentate on his favorite team, Liverpool. For Huang Wan, who controlled the global terrorist organizations and carried out terror activities, this was an easy task. However, after careful consideration, Huang Wan decided not to follow that suggestion. So he let go. But this decision was not made by him alone. It was made by his beliefs. Just as he had just now refused to give up, he was determined. The old man hurriedly ordered people to prepare the dishes. Seeing so many important figures present, no one dared to speak. They just lowered their heads and counted their fingers to pass the time. "No, as long as you can get into a good university and find a good job in the future, my mother will be satisfied. And now I can support you. Don't keep kicking. Look at the scars on your body. Your mother always feels sorry for your father, she said, then burst into tears again.
Li xuns muscles uixa.
Without a doubt, the technique he was using at this moment was the purest form of shadow eater technique. The difficult task of washing dishes naturally fell to Linny. After Su Qianma and Cheng Fei finished washing up, they curled up on the sofa watching TV. During commercial breaks, they scrolled through Weibo and browsed websites typical of people glued to their phones. He couldn't help but ask himself, was it right or wrong to choose to oppose Wei Feng from the start? Should he have come to ambush Wei Feng today? Sier, Chung Xia saw the hospital door open, recognized the visitor, and suddenly brightened with excitement, calling out. General Wang Ren was now like a target, constantly being hit by Lei Beiming's fists, then recovering. Over the next few minutes, his body kept cycling between destruction and healing. After hanging up, Gong Sunyu called Wang Hong again to tell him what had happened. Wang Hong had recently returned to work and now held great power in the Criminal Investigation Department. As soon as he heard, he agreed immediately and said he would send people to the airport highway to help catch the criminals. The old staff dormitory was now abandoned, located on the outskirts of the school. Its gates were dilapidated, with broken windows, showing it had been neglected for many years. He smiled bitterly inside. His internal energy was blocked, and his current skill was less than 20 or 30% of what it used to be, similar to Chao Bin's situation. If this complete, independent illusionary body technique could really be created, he should be the first to benefit. First buy a luxury house in the suburbs, then get a super-flying vehicle, the latest computer model, haha. Yi Ziluo thought happily. Could Qingwei, that mysterious young man, really break this miracle and defeat the Janara in such a state? After accepting the team badge of the Whirlwind Adventure Group, Yi Ziluo sent the three of them into the spaceship. He then gracefully waved his sleeve and disappeared into the void without leaving a trace. The creators of the 5 elements sacred beast were humans. The creators of the 6 chess spirits were the guardian of Atlantis. So, the 5 elements sacred beast came first, followed by the 6 chess spirits. However, because Atlantis' technology was more advanced than that of humans, the 6 chess spirits were more powerful than the 5 elements sacred beast. But when his hand touched the door of the sled, suddenly the ground shook violently. The guy fell to the ground with a loud bang, trying several times to get up but kept falling again. This is their mind power, learned from the Jade Book of Yu Jingzi. Originally, it was a technique used between the master and their pet, but the two brothers thought it was like a wireless phone, very practical. Moreover, Gao Yu's original power comes from Yi Ziluo, which perfectly fits the requirements of the technique. In Xiangli's view, he is an old man who should have gone to see the king of long ago. For a promising young person like Ziyue, wasting a lot of life to save him is not worth it. Li Zhuoguang shook his head. It's not that I don't trust your character, but finding something for yourself and helping others are different things. Luo Qingqing seems to have a very good point, and she even gets to the core of the whole matter. Under the transparent world, Ji Guiyuan can clearly see the black sugar wrapped in oil paper. Suddenly, a rain of arrows shot out from the dense forest. The demon army on the open ground outside the forest was shot and staggered. Many demons fell after being hit by arrows. Even the heavily armored demon captain couldn't withstand the arrow rain. The arrows mixed in the rain pierced through armor, turning some demons into pincushions. Next to them, Yulin Qiu wore a loose blue work uniform, which looked like it had never been altered. It was patched up, completely covering her figure, so her shape was impossible to see. Unlike Zhong Kuei, Xian, and Xiangli, the 3 divine guardians, Shintu, Xiaolong, and Yun Dan, the 3 palace guards, were not controlled by Yi Yang and others. As Yale continued to fight deeper, the number of demons in front of him decreased. In fact, during this journey, only a few thousand demons fell under his axe, just a tiny fraction of their entire army. But all the demons were terrified and hardly dared to stay and fight him. If there were no Yale in this new era of the continent, what would be the point of this age? His feelings for Gong Zhenjin are complicated, some annoyance, some pity. He sees her walking down the same old path his mother once took. Inside a black Lincoln business car, Long Mo Xian was driving himself, while Leng Yuro sat in the front passenger seat. The two sat silently. Long Mo Xian occasionally glanced at Leng Yuro, who was resting her chin on her hand, looking out the window with a heavy mind. But at this time, all he could see were the trees and streetlights passing by. Lin Xingren mainly eats vegetables and fruits, occasionally some meat, all from green sources. Their drinking water is all nano water. Wasn't it 50,000 supposed to be? The tall young man asked in a deep voice. The other three people beside him also changed their expressions and showed a much more serious attitude. You just escaped from Daqing Mountain, and you also stopped the villagers from entering the mountain. Surely you haven't forgotten that. There are many more effective methods. It just depends on whether you can think of them, said Lin Nan with a sly smile. Su Dalong loved drinking very much. He had health problems, and the doctor warned him not to drink anymore because it was very dangerous. So his whole family strictly forbade him from drinking. After a while, the two of them reached the top of the mountain smoothly. However, during the journey, Tong Yen didn't see a single figure from the Wuji Palace. Wei Wuji nodded. He had thought of this, but entering the Qi Palace in such a broken state felt wrong. He had also considered helping the village's spirits find peace, but he didn't see a single ghost. There was no resentment after death, showing how kind and honest the villagers were. Li Mu shouted and ran toward Huang Yu. Huang Yu was standing still, arms open, waiting for Li Mu. When Li Mu was about a meter away, he jumped onto Huang Yu, and they hugged happily. Li Shun's martial skills were very weak. He had done his best to remove the threat of the 100,000 White Lotus army. It was impossible to get their help again. But now Zhou Hua had to change. As long as they sent someone to support, he would tell them where to find the thunderstorm chariot. He just hoped their support would arrive in time. The kidnappers with him were all retired special soldiers. They had put in a lot of effort to test Yifan's strength. He looked coldly at Luo Si but made no move. Instead, he turned his head to T1. When they saw Mr. Yu, the children all smiled happily. Seeing their youthful energy made people's hearts move, and they felt a little emotional. Li Yingjun also looked over curiously. He wanted to know how Tian Miao suddenly transferred schools. Basically, it wasn't much different from poetic lines like peach blossoms in spring or bright and beautiful, just less skilled, not disrespectful. It wasn't inappropriate poetry. Hongjun didn't hide anything. He distributed some fairy beans to everyone, showing he was generous and wealthy. Mu Bin clearly understood what Yang Lian was talking about. The death of Qing Yezi could not be hidden. Once the news spread, it would surely alarm many people. Gu Qi went to catch chickens. When he placed the caught chicken in Qi Yao's hands, Yao also found some firewood and started a campfire. Gradually, Zhang Zifan's mind kept recalling scenes he saw in the fairy world. Tawan also arrived at the school, time driving out. As he turned a corner, he heard from a neighbor that a 9-headed snake agent was quietly watching inside the house. That action looked a bit like a knockout scene from a video, very cool. And it was a natural kind of coolness, not forced. One day in August 2007, Han Dong finally received a notice for the court's second hearing. He picked up Aunt Wu early, and the three of them headed to the court together. Suddenly, Long Jingyu felt his body floating upward. He thought, "It looks like I am already dead. People often say that when someone dies, they ascend to heaven." Now he was experiencing this ascension. At this moment, the enemy's bottom lane minion line had already pushed into the crystal area, but without someone to lead, this minion wave wasn't enough to threaten the crystal. This storage bag is sealed. If you open it, the owner will notice. Judging by its appearance, this storage bag isn't something that the enlightened master can own. He's probably just keeping it, or someone deliberately hid it with him. At this time, Freeze had returned to the game arena. The eggshell princess below was also holding up signs saying, "Go MB team," and "Go Freeze brother," clearly prepared in advance. Later, he worked under Ouyang Lisu. On his way home, he often saw a very old, dark, and slightly disabled young woman. However, this time his capture was not as smooth as before. When turning the scroll, He felt resistance from the light shield. Jean Sinyan felt a bit regretful. As a partner, she had to manage the law firm and develop business, which was too busy. The 10,000 yuan she had just earned, she could only give to her good friend Bai Kaixing. F your mother, hi. Director Yuqi, after hearing Chief Meng's report, angrily spat out a Cantonese curse. He didn't know if it was directed at Han Dong or Meng Can. Chief Meng lowered his head even more, lacking the courage to meet his boss directly. Is there anything more satisfying than this? The gloom that was chasing him suddenly disappeared. He floated in the air for a few days, sending a few flying kisses to the players looking up from the cliff edge. Devil Leaf, a third-level plant. When its leaves are ignited, the smoke contains strong hallucinogenic effects. Those who inhale it may experience hallucinations lasting from 10 to 200 seconds, depending on their resistance.
Who are you?
How do you know my name? He asked, looking frightened. He stepped back slightly in the air, reaching for his ninja sword at his waist, ready to draw it at any moment. But he also preferred sticking close to Fang Dajuan more than before, which made him feel helpless. Could he really take Fang Yan too? The thought seemed ridiculous as soon as it appeared. Since you're here to talk business, we wouldn't carry weapons, Liu Yansong said calmly, smiling and extending both hands in a friendly gesture. Roar, the hunter, seeing his master hurt, let out a fierce roar and tried to attack, but Zhao Jie stopped him with his left hand. It must be said that the loss of his arm overwhelmed Wang De's limited reason, making him feel that everyone around him was malicious. Stay here and don't wander around, or more trouble might happen, Liu Tianming said without turning his head, moving closer to Dayuan again. As soon as they left the room, they entered an office. There was tea on the desk, along with half a bowl of vinegar. Fang Dajuan didn't like sour things, but he still took a big sip. It was very strong, almost making him teeth hurt. He quickly drank some tea to clear his mind. Because Chu Mohan was suspicious by nature, he naturally doubted the Empress's family and Prime Minister Morong. In court, Prime Minister Morong could easily dominate everything alone. Chu Mohan even suspected that Morong's faction harbored treacherous intentions. Xiao Ping leaned against a tree, constantly watching the gray-clad old man who was always close to Bai Yan, the young master of the Bai family. Once, a troublemaker had groped her after school. Chun Zihong and his men fought with the troublemaker for several days. Every time, they ended up injured, but as soon as they recovered, they kept bothering that troublemaker again. After discussing, Li Tai didn't dare stay long, afraid of arousing suspicion. Under Xiao Ping's protection, he hurried down the mountain. Hongbin had been promoting high-quality enterprises. The special liquor for men was very effective and could build a good reputation internationally. Hongbin strongly supported this. On the way, he told him that once his child was okay and his busy period was over, he would visit the men's liquor factory for inspection and offer support. Yichen forced a smile, clearly saying, "You can't catch my moves, okay?" He extended his right hand and flung the other person away again. The attacker's identity was obvious. When the truth was exposed, Consort Hui blamed all the fault on Fang Guiran, who lived in the same palace as Zhong Chui. Everyone could see through this, but the emperor only punished her for poor discipline. 6 months of detention, 3 months of house arrest, and 100 recitations of Buddhist scriptures. This time, Zhang Xiong finally reluctantly took the business card. His face darkened further when he saw the title on Ji Bai's card. Not only did he disappoint his mother and father's expectations, but he also let down the hopes of the entire White Lotus Kingdom. He admitted that he had failed to be the proper crown prince. Wang Chun checked the time. At this hour, Xiaowan probably wasn't asleep yet. He took out his phone and called her. Although the police could check surveillance footage, Xiaowan could access more cameras. As long as there was a network and surveillance, she could hack in and see everything. Lin Yi shook his head, dispelling his sensing technique. He opened his eyes, which shone brightly, and looked back and forth inside a large cave wall ahead. The true pressure internal skill requires understanding the laws of air. It involves moving from mental awareness to controlling energy pressure, transforming into instinct. This is a new idea, A revolutionary break from tradition, a cross-era innovation, freeing the mind. Meanwhile, Xiao Yishuan paid no attention to Xia Yuqing. He simply pulled her along and headed downstairs. On the way, he made a phone call. When they arrived, the driver was already waiting at the door. Finally, Yan Zhen noticed that Ouyang Wudi's steps had moved off the snowy white carpet onto the ordinary arena. That night, King Xian returned to his residence. He went straight to Princess Jilan's side room. Seeing her face flushed, he asked with concern, "Are you too tired? Why do you look so red?" As he spoke, Xia Yuqing felt something was off. She looked down and realized she wasn't wearing any clothes, only a shirt covering her. And that shirt was facing south. "I can drink, but I really don't understand this void realm," Qi Zue sighed. So that guy finally took on a disciple? And Zi remained calm, silently pulling a chair on his right side. His eyes flicked over to the bald man resembling Lu Zhishan, who was gobbling food. In a short time, cups and plates were piled up, a table full of dishes flowing like the Yangtze River, devoured like clouds swept away by the wind. At that moment, a fierce wolf suddenly attacked her from behind. It pounced on her back, and although she dodged it in time, the wolf's sharp claws like blades still cut through her dress and skin, leaving a long, deep wound with blood. Her strength, at level 7, was fully unleashed. The sky had turned a golden color, and her aura was extremely powerful. Jaekyong remembered clearly that 3 years ago, when she was 3 years old, her father took leave from work to come home for a meal. He had already washed her and put her to bed early. Wenza was a legendary creature called Baize, a powerful beast that warded off evil spirits and brought good fortune. It was a true symbol of light. Now, after experiencing a great awakening and with the help of a magical pendant, Li Xiaoyao had reached a fairyland level, which is level 6. Rong Zhou couldn't believe it. He thought the Rong family had made a mistake. Now he heard clearly that everything was done by Rong'an, and he showed no regret. Compared to the benefits of success, the risks were low. At most, he would face some criticism, but he could justify it by saying he was acting for the country. Although the president said so, everyone present looked at the acting Navy minister, Theodore Roosevelt. Since this involved the warship, the Navy had the most say. "Boss, what do you want with us?" Li Xiao brought a barrel of gasoline, a lighter, and a bottle of pesticide. For him now, as long as it didn't go against his principles or harm himself, he could remain calm about everything else. He was very satisfied with his first star-quality mechanical body. After all, it was the first one he had created himself. The balance of yin and yang was at its strongest during the full moon. This was also when the sun's power was at its weakest. Because Dudu had stolen the giant snake's pearl, the intelligent wolf had a chance to act. Qing Yin slowly stood up, ignoring him, but her gaze was fixed on the deep bamboo forest, as if she was lost in thought. "Lonely wolf, promise me this is the end of your game with the Dark Organization. Don't continue it anymore. Don't wake the Dark Punisher. Okay?" Annie Hathaway's eyes showed a hint of fear, almost pleading. The heart-stealing demon had to escape from hiding. It hated flames and heat more than any other creature could imagine. Wu Kai first asked the security guard at the government gate about the floor where the City Personnel Bureau was located before walking alone into the government compound. Yuan Jinxiao lowered his telescope and silently handed it to Huang Wan. He had never seen Huang Wan look so pale before. Doro looked at the golden symbol on his spiritual body. Since being summoned by the Grim Reaper's servant, Ohachi, this desecrated mark had never disappeared. It made Doro stand out brightly in the spiritual river, so much so that from afar, one could see a golden glow in the green. Yu Ba Wang and Zhao Tianquan took deep breaths, their Dantian's foundation completely destroyed. When the door opened, 2 plainclothes police rushed in. After seeing Peng Fufei, they immediately moved to hold him down. After she left, Shun Chong bought some medicines that could be used for foundation-building pills, but the crucial purple-hearted dragon saliva was still missing. Shun Chong guessed that the Medicine King Valley might have it, but considering the current situation, there was no need to ask the beautiful fairy Chinuro about this. The imperial decree was obtained, and now he only needed to hand it over to Ouyang Quebec. The rest of the matter was entirely up to Ouyang K to handle. At that moment, Shun Chong saw these 8 words and instinctively understood them as, "Whatever you do, as long as you're happy, do it your way. Everything should follow the natural order and the way of heaven." Now, looking at the TV stations, is there any drama competing with your Shangqing records? Shi Jiao pressed her prominent chest against Director Yu's arm. "Big brother, you all need to be careful. I currently don't have the ability to protect you." Ku Yan's eyes surprisingly turned red, seeming very unwilling. Is it necessary to be so fierce? Although puzzled, he instinctively reached out with his hand to offer the sweet donut. Like a drunken queen bee, she staggered back to her original cave. If she hadn't repeatedly felt the lying vampire leader to confirm the place, she would have doubted she was drunk. Where was the promised cave? One sentence instantly made Kong Le and others' faces turn purple. They froze in place, too embarrassed to move their feet. "If you dare call me again, see how I deal with you when I get home," came a low, threatening voice from her cherry lips. The face hidden beneath the mask finally revealed itself. It was a face that words could not describe. The bones were long, shaped like a rectangle, and sat on the neck. The muscles on the face of the ancient corpse had turned into dark purple flesh, tightly pressed against the bones. After everything was arranged, Miao Rulin and Lin Yiping went to the Snow Lotus sect. To save time, they teleported directly there. "When I gave you life, I also granted you a special ability, Charm Magic. Make her serve Brother Zhao well. Outside, there is Xian'er. Inside, there is Feng Shi. I want her to have no chance to strike. Sometimes, not using a move is the best move. This is a very high level of skill. Only when your skills reach a very high level can you achieve this." Su Wenqi would not allow the humanoid evil tree to take away the Great Spirit Tree. Lu Jian was already at his limit and could be slowly defeated, but the Great Spirit Tree had to be seized. Su Wenqi also hoped to suppress the humanoid evil tree and force it to reveal the secrets of the 6 Desires scripture. Noticing the shining eyes of the blonde, Lin Zian remained expressionless. Men liked to stare at her like that, and she was used to it. If he wanted to look, let him look. Besides, what's wrong with using eye contact to tease someone? Suddenly, a crisp slap landed on that person's face. The entire scene fell silent. Su Wenqi swung his reincarnation sword. A faint blue sword light traced an unremarkable path, passing by the simple disciple of the Taiyin Heart Sword sect. The mysterious aura of the sword made the disciple feel a shock in his heart. He immediately dispersed his sword energy and retreated quickly. "It's better if you can get the item directly," Gu Hongfei explained. "Things change constantly, and plans are always shifting. Next season, the Lakers might recruit a high draft pick again. With Kobe stepping down, the battle for team control will be very fierce." It was clear he was sincere. Tang he pointed to his nose and said, "Listen carefully, I am Mo Ming." This was the first time he openly said his name, and he felt very happy. He casually waved his hand. Lin Yidong released the alcohol from the space. There were also cigarettes and cigars. Anyway, Sophie would be checking the goods later. This way, he didn't waste his time. Anyone who understands can see that in today's world, with more and more monsters appearing, chaos will likely increase. Without a doubt, Yuanjia Island, far from land, has a greater safety advantage. What does this have to do with Sophie? Does she know how to make this perfume? Old Sam asked in confusion. But what is frustrating is that the cycle clearly plays a game of open strategy with him. Even knowing the likely outcome, he still follows the task given by the cycle, step by step, collecting the 7 wish-granting Dragon Balls. There, an unseen conversation is taking place. However, apart from the 3 people talking, even Xia Dongqing, who is present, does not hear a single word. Recently, the people in this tent have been laughing, joking, teasing each other, and helping one another. Although I haven't fully joined in, I have been influenced by their mood. Also, when we went to Bilbo Baggins's house, it was like a robbery. Bilbo Baggins is a bit kinder, but if it were Sun Yang, he would definitely kick out all the dwarfs to show them what it means to be a guest at the host's will. Why talk so much with him? Since this person came to the Origin Hall, he's clearly looking for trouble. Heavenly Lord Hu-Tu, attack. Bored, the celestial Lord Yu Sheng acted immediately. His divine rules formed beams of light that tore toward Jiang Chen. Thinking carefully, I agree with this. Looking at him again, now I understand what Tan Shi described about Ding Ding yesterday. Although he's usually unreliable, he actually thinks more clearly on key issues than we do. Li Chong can skip the physical stamina needed for mountain climbing. Lack of oxygen isn't a big problem for him either. Having practiced the Nine Sun Divine skill, he can use his true energy to replace most of the oxygen consumption. In outdoor survival, the biggest dangers are hunger, cold, and illness. Right now, we are facing all three. My coat alone isn't enough to keep out the cold, and his clothes are too dirty and prone to bacteria, so they must be cleaned and dried before he wears them again. Family members should naturally use the best. Hu Xuedong is always generous to her family, and now Quan Xingnan's family is also included. Seeing Qiu Yue by earlier, I thought it was just a ritual turned into a demonized ceremony. Even her nickname, Sorcerer, made me think of evil witchcraft. Now, seeing the bat-shaped figure again, I wonder, what does the bat symbolize? The match begins. Huang Jun serves first. He picks up his racket, taps it once, then quickly rushes toward the inner line. His breakthrough route is right in Li Chong's defensive zone. Huang Jun doesn't think he'll face much threat and prepares to accelerate and shake him off. This problem can't be asked of Lord Ming, as it might bring disaster to Ling Ji's friends, which would be bad. But she really wants to know whether Menghui has truly forgotten this matter and whether he genuinely wants to help her. As for the two mentors, it's because Gao Fei's group has different strengths. Wu Xingyang is a third-rank star martial artist, while Gao Fei's group are second-rank star martial artists. So, one mentor teaches Wu Xingyang, and another teaches Gao Fei's group. Long Yang saw this and went with Qingyu Shaoshan to where Huanfu Xiaoya was working. Long Yang couldn't help but feel a little excited, just wondering if his master could help Huanfu Xiaorao train normally. But his happiness didn't last long. Fu Qingyang suddenly appeared with a long sword, trying to attack Wei Keqing. Stop complaining. When you get your salary each month, do you complain then? If the old men hear you, they might take away your jobs, said a companion, patting his sore waist. Haida shouted, his body splitting into countless small figures, escaping in all directions. Each figure had 1/1,000,000th of Haida's power. Behind Zhang Ling, Emo Wushuang saw Emo Huang. At first, her face showed fear and anger, but after glancing at Zhang Ling blocking her in front, her fear disappeared. Her face, which was once pale, returned to normal, and she looked at Zhang Ling with trust. Get that girl. Capture her alive. Mi Chunqiu finally couldn't hold back his greed and ordered the 8 people behind him. Isn't the 5 cities military office mainly responsible for patrolling the capital, catching thieves, and managing streets and canals? Chengyu replied upon hearing this. When Jisoo heard the news, he also came to the door and saw Yi Shi beating the old steward. He was in Zazhuang under Hongshan County and was a cowherd working for the big landlord Liu Datong. Body didn't expect her to care so much about that, even to the point of asking him for help. He was surprised. As the fog dispersed, everyone felt disappointed and sighed. The priest turned his stiff neck nervously, looked at the young man, and then at their family behind him. Beauty liking that servant isn't a trouble, said Guan Shanggong with a genuine smile, his mouth almost stretching to his ears. This duck is really good. Lin Yilong enjoyed the most satisfying Peking duck he had eaten in years, praising it warmly. Those are places for older people to visit. We're still young, Mr. Merck said, holding a glass of champagne, correcting Lin Yilong's words. In the vast forest covering thousands of acres, almost no one was around. Animals like deer and red deer peacefully rested on the forest road, basking in the sun. Shipu Yitao directly directed Han Yibing's strength toward the ring, but not stiffly. Instead, it was smooth and flowing, like kneading dough, causing the ring to ripple like waves. The honor of the maternal family is not to be underestimated. The noble consort holds a high rank, second only to the empress in the palace. If you want a good hand warmer, you can't find one? Seeing Li Yu act so indifferent, Suhi next to her couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. When did investors become so easy to find? Everyone was shocked when they saw Liu Bei's corpse. The most surprised was Guan Yu, whose eyes widened with anger. His fists clenched tightly, making loud cracking sounds. Li Ru, however, smiled calmly and remained composed. A gentle voice followed, filled with a hint of helplessness and affection. Soon after, a handsome, gentle-looking man appeared in the CEO's office. "Are you also angry with me?" Qiu Bai stepped out of the shadows of the pavilion, asking in a calm tone. Everyone present gasped. Even though the Order God system is based on strength, they were still stunned by Luo's grand plan. When they arrived here, they were confused. Suddenly, a huge crater appeared, and no one knew what had happened. Xiao Tang's mouth twitched, and Old Wu looked at Xianyuan Tianxin with wide eyes. Even Lan Shua, who had been silent, suddenly looked up sharply at her. Since attending Tan Wani's classmate by Feifei's birthday party tonight, she would definitely stay overnight in the provincial capital. Because Liu Bei killed Dong Zhuo, tonight he would become the focus of the entire world. From now on, power, fame, and wealth would all pour onto him. Lai Zhongyuan and others looked stiff. They gazed at the white fog around them, realizing that the mist didn't seem to want to disappear. Lupin III surprisingly gave the egg to Xiangban Xiaomei. Did he steal that egg just to return it to its rightful owner? Seeing the breakfast already prepared on the table, Li Yuqing didn't need to be told. She simply moved a stool by herself, then confidently went to the kitchen to get herself a bowl and chopsticks. She happily returned with them. He Xiongdong had been away from Beijing for several months and hadn't gone back to visit. Although they kept in touch by phone, he still felt uneasy inside. Truly strong people don't need to boast about their strength. Only weak people do that, showing off with a proud attitude. That day, he Xiongdong specifically changed into appropriate clothes, preparing to sign a contract inside the studio. Lu Yan, who was on the ground, was in terrible pain earlier, but now she suddenly shut her mouth. Although she was sweating from the pain, her eyes looking at Ji Yun were filled with dark, intense excitement. There are many types of hosts. For events like this evening show, the simplest is a reporting host who just announces the next performance and then leaves the stage. This type is the easiest and least tiring. Suddenly, a golden light shot out from his mouth. Lu Sheng Muxue trembled all over, his face turning pale instantly, and he looked at Ji Yun in shock. The dragon-headed demon growled coldly, standing still in place. Its black, scaled claws reached out to grab the two people. Debris like crooked electric poles, streetlights, fallen billboards, and collapsed buildings were scattered everywhere. Zhang San's eyes slowly opened. On his left was Li Wu, on his right was Feng Qi. The three of them saw at the same time that the stone wall in front of them was carved with a blue dragon and a phoenix above, both constantly turning. Just as Yuanyang Emperor Mu Zhongtian sat down and turned his gentle gaze toward the prince, a tall figure immediately stepped over the palace threshold. Facing Yuanyang's gentle look, the black heavy armor clanged loudly. The figure suddenly knelt down on one knee, had bowed deeply, and spoke in a respectful, old voice. If one had to pick a specific number, it was clear that the issue wasn't lack of money. It was probably that the money wasn't their own. Anything, no matter how complicated, ultimately boils down to two choices: yes or no. This is the basic principle behind how computers can simulate almost all reality using binary code. If the Central Plains Taoist sect is given a few more years, China might become a nation of warriors. Then how would they handle it? Because of this, the military biological bases in various countries saw a huge increase in funding. He couldn't tell if he was the original owner of his body or just a new version. But that was fine. At least he didn't have to worry about splitting personality, and he controlled himself. The soul of the previous owner was just a part that filled his weaknesses. On the rocky surface, almost all of it was a bright white, barren stone. Seeing this, Guyan couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was the first time he saw so much of this kind of barren stone. He saw Helen's eyes suddenly flare with anger. Helen's body floated over quickly. Her pure white hand reached out sharply, and the light from her domain exploded loudly. Her domain was filled with thunder and lightning. Could it be that Helen was originally a Thunder Spirit King? After dealing with Long Wei Di, Xing Luo finally cut all ties with the past and began his journey to find the remaining 6 sacred spirits' water mirrors. He took a deep breath. After evolving the shape of the 9 heavens, his spiritual power from the core of the earth had risen another level, increasing many times over. It would continue to grow rapidly as space expanded. 28 star stones glowed with a faint golden light at the same time. Suddenly, they surged over his body like waves. The jade sword in his arms shone brightly, making a clear ringing sound. A gentle breeze and moonlight. After playing games for a long time, she knew very well how important territory was. If a force gained territory, it would be very beneficial. If developed well, it would be like owning a city with many functions. The conservatives support changing our Night Clan to be like ordinary people. We don't like bloodshed, but our bloodline is cursed. We can't change that, said Master Moon Shadow, with a slightly sad look. Wan Ziliang already found it difficult to deal with Yi Chun Nan. Now, with Jin Shanshan at home, it was even harder. After a few rounds of fighting, he immediately turned and ran away. Funing turned back and said angrily, "Second sister, I only told you this because I consider you a friend. It was just a joke. If you tell my mother and 6th brother, I won't forgive you." After saying that, she stomped down the stairs. Most master alchemists are supported by powerful groups. Even if they are just nominal, they are still considered members of a certain faction. If they were to be completely eliminated, it would mean opposing that group. When Zhang Xiang'an said this, he offended many people. Several looked at him coldly. His father, Zhang Weiying, frowned and wondered why his son was speaking like that. Sure you. Lin Man's face turned red. She rolled her eyes at her and then looked at Wu Fan. Seeing his smiling face, her shyness eased a little. Elegant, gentle music played in the dance hall. Everyone danced with their partners, lost in the moment. Tianqi nodded, picked up his bowl, and started eating porridge. Eating dry food in hot weather felt less comfortable than drinking porridge. As he ate, he wondered who Feng Xiqin would recommend. Maybe her brother was unhappy after 2 days managing the Red Tree Company, or perhaps he was influenced by Westerners and was scheming again. Everyone found their happiness. When they finally came together, all the past unhappiness, waiting, and suffering no longer seemed important. An ordinary tiger, though similar in size to a cat, is not as agile. If a cat were scaled up to the size of a tiger but kept its agility, it could easily defeat a tiger. Shi Qingji watched as the members of the Liren team boarded the vehicle in order. Qing Shirley also got on, his face turning pale. He took a deep breath and then got into his own car. Master Chen told everyone that the danger was over, but their homeland was destroyed. Surprisingly, no one felt despair. Instead, they smiled because, over the past few days, soldiers and civilians had broken down barriers and become close. Even without their homes, they found comfort in simply eating and sleeping wherever they were. A soldier guarding Li Ju saw this and protected him, blocking Zhang Xiu's attack. After Zhang Xiu killed this soldier, Li Ju finally reacted. Zhang Xiu shouted, "Li Ju, surrender your life. I will avenge the common people harmed by you." Then he his spear forward. Suddenly, a metal rod appeared out of nowhere. Sun Wukong swung his arm, and the golden cudgel shone brightly as it swept toward Neza. At this moment, Kapadak needed help. Using the second Karkan, activating the angel's wings, he could teleport between any 2 points in space. In front of the angel's wings, the black robe's concealment was useless. Regarding box office and audience numbers, the film still leads the summer season, breaking 1 billion in the first week and surpassing 2 billion in 3 weeks. Carrying a water bag behind Murong and his sister, I desperately swam forward. The more bones behind us, the closer they got, less than 2 or 3 meters away. Hao Yang was silent for a second or two, staring into Lin Shi's eyes, as if trying to read his intentions. But Lin Shi was honest and open, so Hao Yang could only guess. The king of isn't jealous, especially at Hanga Pass, where most people are risking their lives. Many have fallen in the underworld. A long-held wish was finally fulfilled at this moment. The boy's dream came true, and he trembled with excitement. The opponent only had the cultivation of a earth immortal. From any angle, it didn't seem like they could repair the formation. His hope faded quickly, and his eyes turned cold again. The glowing red light on Digga didn't stop him. He looked up at the universe, pushed his arms forward, and rushed towards space. I'm back now. Everything will get better. I hope we can get along well and stop with dirty tricks, Niu Shanshan said generously, but her words didn't sound sincere. Cece awkwardly stood still, thinking that if she just looked sad enough, her dad would soften and comfort her. But her dad's expression once again hurt her feelings. Thinking about it was a bit scary. If 3 more people joined, they could change every day for a month without repeating. Zhou Xingxiao clenched his fists. The strength he drew from her leaning on him kept his heart going. The garden wasn't really full of flowers, maybe because the owner was busy. Over time, nearby children picked most of them, but there were still about 10 osmanthus trees and white magnolias. Gong Zhan did something very ruthless. He knew Qin Fei wouldn't dare tell Qin Yuan without hesitation. No one had ever performed arts like making incense. Some recipes were passed down in noble families and kept secret. Yes, the person who appeared there was Sanlongzi Yilong, the usually unremarkable dragon son. He seemed ordinary most of the time, but he used mysterious secret techniques for concealment. However, Lin Yu believed that with his own strength, or that of Lei Jingtian and the old Dragon King, he could see through others at a glance. At this moment, Niefeng's injuries had stabilized after taking the purple spirit pill, but his face still looked bad. The large amount of bruising and blockage made it hard for Niefeng's energy to flow. When Yen Huang put Niefeng down, he had already fallen into unconsciousness. Haha, still young and inexperienced. Think about it, his 2 close guards suddenly disappeared. Surely, he must have guessed something? When he gets anxious, he might just jump out. Old Lord Yan said with a smile, looking at Shin Chongming. Although Lin Yu was a rising genius again, the Xian Tian sect, the biggest righteous sect on the immortal mist continent, was full of talented people. They wouldn't be disappointed just because they lost one so-called genius. How you, Lord He Yu, please come with me to rest, he said politely, extending his hand as a gesture of invitation. Uncle Lan, Aunt Fei, Father, and Ning Yang, peace be with you, Shengguan Ling bowed slightly in a respectful manner. Huang Pu Qinxiang was rushing along the road, silently sighing in his heart. The current situation was full of difficulties, and he could only sigh. Just as Bei Qi Xiong was about to turn and leave, Lin Yu suddenly received a message in his mind from Bei Qi Xiong, inviting him to meet at the Taiping Inn in 2 days. At this moment, Chio's face had already changed drastically. The guards dared to repeatedly disrespect his master. If Yi Sanxue hadn't told them to stay silent when she entered, he might have already roared out loud. The many stalactites above provided excellent cover. Hua Ling's light figure kept appearing among them. Using the stalactites as cover, he easily followed the 2 people. After turning several forks, they finally reached the depths of the cave. This atmosphere was quite tense, but the people in the city just shook their heads and laughed, considering him a fraud. The old man didn't stay long in the living room. Being elderly, after just arriving by plane, many young people couldn't handle it either. So, the old man was arranged by Lin Yu to rest in a guest room to adjust to the time difference. The distant politeness was the greatest cruelty to Qin Yu. Qin Yu liked her harsh attitude, her laughter and anger, her carefree spirit. Even if she hit or scolded him, he thought it was love. But this kind of politeness was the hardest for Qin Yu to bear. It is not about distance being far away, but feeling as if facing a real person on a computer screen. You can see every move they make very clearly. When you want to touch their cheek, they are on the other end, and you can never feel their gentle love. So, in the view of everyone present, the space where the mango pudding is located shows a dramatic scene. The upper part is stormy, and the lower part is burning with fierce flames. It's very spectacular. The doll sees the big eyes, so big and bright. It's not Mom. It cries heartbreakingly, "Mom, Mom," sobbing loudly. When this man appears, Kai Chung and Ko Leong and others stop what they are doing and look over, surprised. After standing up, Boss Gao, who has become Guan Shu, keeps moving his joints, feeling his young body. Although he feels a little uncomfortable at first, Guan Shu is a killer with excellent physical qualities. Boss Gao is very satisfied. Chini looks at her eyes and sees no smile, only sadness. He knows she is forcing herself to smile again. At this moment, Long's mind is overwhelmed, and he almost vomits several times. When he notices something is wrong, he immediately shouts. Every time Xiang Hao's divine spirit is cut apart, it seems he can't go on, but he always manages to reassemble at critical moments. His aura becomes even stronger than before. Xiang Hao's decisive killing makes many people afraid. This young man is extremely powerful in battle, never shows mercy to enemies. He kills without hesitation, regardless of who they are. His boldness makes people truly respect him. Su Shu hears that he has captured a Chao army officer. Although he is in enemy hands, he shows no fear. He admires him and quickly comes to ask questions after learning he was an old official from Jingzhou. But any creature related to dragons is extremely terrifying in the world, with the potential to become an invincible true dragon. Suddenly, a faint blue figure appears in the sky. With a loud shout, a blue light forms a giant sword that strikes down. What's going on? Duo Ye's face suddenly darkens. His gaze falls into the distant black fog, but he cannot see through it. All he can see is the black fog, as dark as the night sky. Everyone has been dealing with Zhongzi since entering the cave. Now they finally have time to check their surroundings. Based on the limited information gathered, Princess Qiao Qiao seems to be confronting a man in a state of deep sorrow. It is unclear who refuses to compromise. From her knowledge of the royal palace in Indu, only the star-picking tower is suitable for living. The concubines have nowhere else to go. Could it be that all of them were lost in the earthquake? If we compare the negative energy emitted by a corpse to 1 unit, then this energy is probably at least 10,000 units. Currently, only 2 squads are on the front line, and they need to split to cover both wings. After the morning battle, the 3rd Regiment lost over 200 soldiers, and the reserve forces at the back are unable to fight, so the defensive strength is at its limit. The Tanaka Battalion was completely defeated, and the San Ili area is temporarily safe. However, Tanaka himself was captured by a daring rescue team. Hua Xingsan was surprised when he heard this. Who in the world would trample on his son? After Xiao Mingxiu gave the order, his cold eyes swept over the still smoky battlefield in front of him. Lu Cixi leaned slightly and sat on a round stool opposite Rongwansi at the round table. After sitting down, she spoke these words. Meanwhile, at the place where Shi Yao fell, a magical beast carriage was rushing forward rapidly. Suddenly, the driver controlled the horse and stopped. Especially now, the weather is slightly cool, just entering autumn. The clothes both of them wore were not many, and the constant rubbing during walking made him think of many things. The 3rd hero band by Samsung was the card, clearly fearing that Su Yang would pick this hero. If he lets Su Yang lead the rhythm, it would become very difficult. However, only about 50 or 60 miles from the western border city, they were ambushed by the enemy on a hillside. The 2 sides faced each other between the inner wall and the iron mesh fence. The bandits were clever. They moved their bodies to lure the guerrilla snipers out of hiding. Yin Xiao wore a dark long coat and held a rifle. He advanced quickly through the fire coverage. Wu Wei returned to Li Ting's side and looked into the distance. At this moment, a player was fighting with a soldier behind the Sea Tribe Prince. But he didn't think much about it. Luckily, it was him tonight. If he had met someone else, he might have been harmed by those 3 troublemakers. Mr. Pang was returning to the western border. Shunwei saw him off from the house, and she also took Taohua out for a walk. The last time she promised to take her horseback riding and enjoy good food, but she hadn't fulfilled that promise yet. Why is that? Is it because your sister doesn't like me? Yao Fenghua looked at Mu Jinhu with a sad face. Junsheng received the big notebook from shopkeeper Zhang. When he opened it, his eyebrows immediately furrowed. If it had been before, the ancestral witches wouldn't be so quiet. This is a helpless move. It is a clever plan by the demon race. Emperor Jun and the others not only surrounded the 12 ancestral witches, but also quickly informed the demon race of their plan, leaving the witches to choose. During the duel, the opponent even stuck up there for someone to kick. It's almost the same as sticking out your neck to be slapped. Gadger was hit by countless magical weapons, wounded all over, lying on the battered street, motionless, as if dead. After speaking, Zhong Sherdao bid farewell to everyone, took a few followers, and headed back home. Ho Quen Xiao Liao's 200 flower python soldiers stayed behind to protect Li Qianshun. Judging from Zhong Shidao's gloomy expression before leaving, he was still disappointed that Taisher Kun didn't choose the 4 city seats. Although Siko still thought her nurse outfit was not very good, under Li Ye's clever persuasion, she reluctantly agreed to keep wearing it. They agreed to change it once they reached the sea airport. Get out! Get out of my sight! Jin Wuzhu cursed loudly. The generals present all retreated, and the younger generation also left in disgrace. He did this out of necessity, mainly to confuse the enemy and buy time to understand their situation. Chao Xinyuo was stunned for a moment, then suddenly remembered that strange feeling earlier. A faint idea appeared in his mind. His own cultivation had already broken through to the late Jade God stage, just one step away from reaching the Yuan God stage. Coming here to compete for the marquee position was a sign of confidence in his strength. Now he heard that he didn't need to show his cultivation. He was unwilling. Oh my goodness, Wu Song shouted loudly, tearing his clothes and wiping his face hard, then howled and ran toward the fountain in the distance. The half-bald man turned around strangely, looking at Taisher Kun with a sinister gaze. Li Yi made a shushing gesture to the puzzled person looking at him. The voice was indeed human, but upon closer thought, it sounded a bit strange, like someone suffering from a great pain or injury. The reporter was startled by her cold gaze, feeling unexpectedly scared and instinctively taking a few steps back. The people surrounding her, trying to flatter her, instantly satisfied Xiao Zhishuan's vanity. Du Guqi's suppressed breath was becoming unstable again. If she continued to entangle with the person in front of her, she would surely be driven mad with anger. At noon, Lin Guyu went to cook herself. She glanced at Su Shuqing, who was standing dazed at the kitchen door, and a slight smile appeared on her face.
Boom!
The blood demon's sword struck down with great power, stabbing into the ground, causing A to open instantly. After Wu Yan returned home, the rest of the old Shin family also came back. Without asking, Wu Yan knew there was no news. Following Qingrong's gaze, she saw a pure white, off-shoulder gown hanging there. Finally, Han Jiele helped him into a taxi, quickly called a nearby big hotel for the driver, and held onto Hu Yuhong's arm tightly, never letting go. Despite having the most noble and powerful bloodline, he had fallen into the lowest status in the universe because of the fall of the ancient empire.
This man is too terrifying.
The pressure he exudes makes people want to kneel and submit, almost suffocating. The man who managed to make her chase from the imperial capital to the magic city must have a face as beautiful as a national beauty. Both children are now 14 years old. She hasn't really looked at them much. Grandpa, Qiao Ruanan leaned her head against Qiao Hong's rough hand, tears in her eyes as she coquettishly called out. She even wanted to be shameless and use the fact that she once saved Meng Ziki to make Meng Ziki feel guilty and stay with her. But her bottom line wouldn't allow her to do that. I glanced at Lu Ying, and she immediately understood my intention. She picked up a basin of face-washing water, opened the window, and poured it out forcefully. Yes, the people who obtained the demon blade and the blade manual were killed by them. No one would believe that the demon blade and the manual didn't fall into his hands. Moreover, his disciple even publicly said he was secretly practicing the demon blade. Suddenly, his intelligence felt like a painful dilemma with no way to explain. He showed this pain on his face.
I've
just been watching your smug look. Honestly, I'm not ready to learn the mental techniques yet. He finally gave up pretending and came clean. Ling Ji did not think about it. He used all his strength and held back his energy, waiting for the moment to strike. Someone must be sent out of the palace to protect the emperor's safety and order the Yuzhou troops to come back and fight the rebels. It seems only you can do this. Jian Hongyu looked at Kong Luhua with hope. Grandpa, this is my boyfriend, Song Xingyue. Xingyue, this is my grandpa, Xiao Yi said as he entered and pulled Song Xingyue to an old man with white hair. He also wanted to see what Qin Feng had learned from the divine doctor over the years and whether he was truly qualified to enter the Qin family. Zhou Shimon's long legs tightly wrapped around Qin Feng's waist, and her 2 white rabbits kept swinging near his lips. They finished all the food on the table, feeling satisfied. Yin Sheng tidied up and went to the kitchen to wash dishes, while Meng Ziki went back to work overtime. The swordsman was about to test the killing power of this sword technique, but suddenly realized that Mo Li, when the sword fell, had already turned his internal energy into gentle force. He leapt into the air, holding the golden cudgel high above his head. At the same time, several black-clad copies rushed out from all directions, each wielding weapons and surrounding him. That day, Ning Shiguang, Ning Shichen, along with Qi Ma and Fatty, went to the capital with Fu Xian. They woke up early in the morning. The door was slammed loudly. Dongfang Su, along with his team from Jia County, left the meeting. Although Chen Sha's words earlier were harsh, he understood he had fallen into a misunderstanding. The death of his longtime friend and colleague made him angry, and a series of arrests were played with by the other side. I won't let you down, Li Hai said calmly, then gently patted the horse's back. Jing Dian understood and stepped back a bit, leaving space for Li Hai and himself. He felt self-hatred and wanted to go with her, but he couldn't abandon the rising country or its people. Ning Shiguang quickly packed a few clothes. At this moment, she realized that Marshall had returned, bringing her not only 2 coats but also many cosmetics. Although Lucifer and Yifeng had known each other for a short time, good friends are not necessarily those who have known each other for a long time. As long as they share the same interests, even a few days can make them become close friends who talk about everything. High-quality wood, brass handles, 1 pole, 3 buckets, such fine carpentry work is almost impossible to find in a fishing village. Although Lei Xingxue was quite worried, she was still the calmest person in the scene besides Qi Tianla. Stubborn as she was, like her 2 years of intense training, she kept her eyes fixed on Qi Tianla, afraid to miss any detail of the fight. Why is there blood here? What kind of place is this? Lian Mo was filled with many questions. It was said that it took a lot of effort to invite Zolo to the opening ceremony. Some even flew to Shanghai just to invite him. I suggest you stay here and have some tea. Since you're here, there's no reason for you to leave, Li Yunfei replied with a smile. Could it be that the pressure is coming from this stone statue? Lian Mo wondered as the feeling on him gradually disappeared. You'll find out when you come down, Jiang Qinhao said, reaching into the carriage to take out Bing Qin. After years in the south, this round finally broke through a small gap. The gap was not big, but it made the seemingly impenetrable defenses of the 7 great clans loosen. A huge flower-crowned snake lay there, its head blown apart with flesh and blood flying everywhere. Its body was also shattered, lying in a pool of blood, motionless, as if it had lost all life. As soon as Lian Mo stepped into the spirit summoning array, he felt a strong surge of source energy rushing from all directions, penetrating into his body. The comfort was so intense that he almost moaned. In this way, Wei Liang would not dare to joke about his own life, unless he simply didn't want to live anymore. The fear on Wu Ming, Wang Lin, Su Ming, and other Foundation establishment cultivators when they heard about the team that delivered spiritual medicine was very clear. They secretly felt lucky not to be involved in such a large-scale fight. Meanwhile, Hor Fan sensed a cold, murderous aura shooting straight at him from behind. Several planks of wood were laid across the moat, and soldiers began to march steadily toward Chang'an City. Guadalu was suspicious and uncertain. When he achieved the Tao of the Saint, he caused two different heavenly phenomena, something unprecedented in cultivation history. The main part of the underground prison was narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. The fourth layer was the largest, but it was still packed tightly with serious criminals. After receiving confirmation from Li Lin, Robbie and the others did not delay at all and immediately chose to teleport. The next moment they saw Li Lin. Currently, Li Lin was not in good shape. He was sitting on the ground tending to his wounds. Although he was not killed, he had sustained quite a few injuries. In contrast, although the third prince now seemed to be in a poor situation, his reputation and talent from the past were not comparable to the arrogant and stubborn eldest prince. Fortunately, Guadalu now has access to the resources of the Seven Sages sect, a mid-level sect, and still has about 3 years to prepare. At night, after a day of competitions, Richard logged onto the martial arts game official website. This time, the martial arts tournament featured many side activities, such as the player rankings and commentator rankings. Xuening had already learned from He Fan about the strength of the He family's high-level members. There are 6 members in the He family's generation. The strongest is Feng Mo He Xian, the 6th son of the He family, who is only at level 25, second stage, but his combat power ranks him among the top 3 in the family. These people all wear black uniforms. Previously, strong fighters from Zhuo Qixing's family interfered with the competition, so now additional enforcers have been sent to maintain order here. Lu Qingyi was so angry she almost fainted. On her happiest day, someone acted so crudely by tearing off her pants. This was completely different from her romantic expectations of a moonlit night with love and tenderness. Frowning slightly, Minata floated in the void with her eyes closed, feeling confused. The joint army of gods and demons had been badly beaten by the invading forces, but she couldn't see Huao's figure anywhere, which puzzled Minata greatly. The souls of so many people were indeed powerful. After the divine fire phoenix absorbed them, the flames on its body suddenly soared. With a loud phoenix cry, it transformed into a red meteor and disappeared. An old man and a young girl practicing breathing in the yard sensed the noise Huao made when he left and gradually stopped their practice. Tao Bei also understood this. He had ordered increased defenses and expanded the scouts' exploration range. Therefore, he could no longer march at the previous speed. The army's movement had to slow down significantly. Her inner joy was like boiling water, bubbling from her heart to her throat. She wanted to call out to him, but held back at the last moment. The aura around Yun Zhonghe suddenly changed. He secretly clenched his fists. He was not foolish. He had already understood part of Yun Xiangrong's behavior at the birthday banquet. However, he still dared not make a final decision. Qin, seeing the stars turn into tiny points of light and gradually disappear into nothingness, Huao couldn't help but shout up to the sky, venting his deep pain. "Grandpa, have you broken through to the 10th level of your Yang Strength Divine skill?" Seeing Long Yun come over, Xingqian smiled faintly and asked. "Thanks to the support from the loyal fans, a few of whom haven't been seen in a while, but at least they didn't abandon me." Looking at the large, dark hole with no light inside, the leader's face was pale and grim. He kicked the 2 still lying on the ground who hadn't woken up yet. Now, Dong Xian's goal was to destroy the mountain and the temple, removing all evil rituals to prepare for the upcoming Grand Divine Seal. Once the sealing began, only the gods appointed by the Great Qian dynasty would be recognized. All other deities would turn to dust. Thinking about how much jade he had taken from others, he felt it was polite to at least nod casually instead of saying anything unpleasant. The dozens of players' health bars had been emptied, and they lay stiffly on the ground, unable to move at all. As the capital of the Star Federation, Xinjing City was the center of human civilization, bustling and prosperous. Some even said that half of humanity's strength was concentrated there. Xinjing was full of hidden talents. No one knew if an ordinary-looking old man might be an extraordinary master. Outside Gancheng, at the military airport, Jiang Junlin and the sister and brother, Xinghua, waved repeatedly at the sky until the aircraft disappeared from view. Then they got into a jeep and left. Lung Changsha wanted to escape, but was struck by Bo Xiu's sword-like aura, causing him to fall from the mountain top into the valley below. Although time had passed and Wu Ming was no longer the same person, he had embarked on the path of chasing legends. In a moment of silence, someone softly looked up and muttered. His expression was relaxed and elegant, as if he didn't mind any embarrassing situation happening. Mei O was now a successful candidate, and even if he didn't pass the imperial exam, he would live comfortably for the rest of his life. But because his father was absent, Huang Mianmin dared not make decisions. She turned her gaze to Yang Sun. With Huang Liebing gone, Yang Sun was her main support. The same place, the same host, but a different audience and a different mood. At this moment, Yu sat calmly in the main seat on the third-floor platform, quietly watching the people below, while Jiang Sheng, the target of attention, stood not far behind her. As for Master Bai Tian, few people mentioned his real name anymore. Most simply called him Master Bai Tian, though he was also widely known by his title, Wu Jizi. It's because I've thought about it that I have to leave. She had already imagined what was coming, and that was why she chose to leave in this way. Li Xinyao could reach the button with his toes, but to do so, he had to tense his body and use one shoulder to touch the chainsaw. Only after cutting the rope on his shoulder could he move his hands and continue freeing himself. Perhaps Wang Lingjing's authority worked well. Several boys stood up, blocking those people and shouting for them to leave, threatening to call the police if they didn't. Cui Zi's eyes lit up after hearing that. Excitedly, he said, "Jiwei, that's a great idea. In the future, I'll become the merchant who trades between the cultivation world and the mortal world." Just thinking about it made him feel proud. The thunder in the sky grew louder, as if the heavens were beating drums to cheer for the volunteer soldiers. Lightning flashed like flares, lighting up the earth for a moment before darkness returned. On the mountaintop, Wien looked as if he had a toothache. If this didn't count as taking advantage and still pretending to be innocent, then what would? Why did he do that? In the past, wasn't he always lost in poetry and art, refusing to deal with politics?
Why now?
Hu Qingluan asked in confusion. When she arrived at her brother's residence, the Ninghui courtyard, she saw a patch of ground covered in swirling dust.
No.
Princess Huanhua and Princess Nongyue rushed forward at the same time, but they couldn't reach Jinglan, who fell into Chu Hui's arms instead. The faint scent of flowers drifted through the air. Gongyi Wuying frowned slightly, sniffed, and moved his hand precisely toward the direction of the flower branch. Shinta Jindiao, Qidiao Man, Qidiao Bai, and Gong Yongfeng all stayed silent. None of them knew what to say. Annabelle was not an easy person to deal with. She was like a ticking time bomb. Trying to reason with her would only bring trouble. It was better to let her stay close to Yinghua. At least that way, things would be safer. Without such advanced cheat devices, Jing Ruhua cannot even gather some merit. It seems that the barrenness of the western region is caused by this great disaster. Jing Ruhua saw that the Dao ancestor must have known what would happen later, knowing that the Western Two Saints would betray the mysterious realm. Therefore, after completing the spiritual veins in the east, they stopped working. This area, which was barren a month ago, is now very different. On the northern cliff of the ruins, there is a towering ancient tree. Its thick and lush branches cover most of the sky. The bright green leaves look like the finest jade, shining brightly in the sunlight, almost seeming to drip with water. Where is your current undefeated leader? Call her out. I want to see who dares to take my place while I am away. Emochin shouted at the people around him. Earning 2,000 yuan a day, even during the 1990s when home gaming consoles were very popular, was quite impressive. And now, when home consoles are just starting to develop, it's even more remarkable. Although they are living in poverty now, as long as they work hard, they will get through everything. They are not ordinary people, but very wise ones. With loved ones by their side, all difficulties can be overcome. Wu Zhao was very interested, especially because only a few people in the world understood the current topic. Long Ing was the most qualified among them. This statement directly revealed the inside story of the Los Angeles election. The reporters from various countries immediately became very interested. Everyone listened carefully, knowing that the upcoming revelations would be even more exciting. A group of Han soldiers outside the city of Saimen was shouting and cursing. Seeing that the situation was turning bad, they quickly dispersed and fled completely. Just as the Zhou army returned empty-handed, the Han soldiers followed them again, among whom a purple-robed general was particularly eye-catching. So, early the next morning, he took leave from Huagu to visit Wang Zuxian's private villa in Shallow Water Bay. "All right, I will be honest with you since I know you to some extent. The information is on record," Li Wei said slowly, organizing his thoughts as he explained what he knew.
The phone rang.
He picked up the receiver, but it was not Yasniev, but General Gromakin, commander of Moscow's air defense zone. "Alexander? Sergeyevich, here he is." From Gromakin's tone, it was clear he was feeling a suppressed panic. Zhang Jinwu's 8th Division was stationed in Wuhu. Before the battle, they received orders to send a foot soldier brigade northward by train from Puku. They hurried over but were still too late. When they arrived at Shuzhou, Zhang Jinwu ordered the troops to stay at the station and rest inside, while he ran over himself to request a fight. Feng Guoding was right. The demon species added more feelings to this already colorful world, helping him better enjoy a beautiful life. Over the past 3 years, constantly struggling on the edge of death, he truly appreciated the preciousness of the present moment. There were only 2 possible outcomes for this situation. Either his cause with Xiang Tianyu had ended, or he was already dead. After dinner, Zhang Ruyu took her sister-in-law, Feng Yuan, and left first, saying she was borrowing her sister-in-law for a few days. Just as a warm hand touched my back, Bai Qiong suddenly screamed in shock. I put away my smile and looked at them seriously. "Come with me." Without much explanation, I turned sharply and slipped into the woods. Yang Zi hadn't noticed before, but this time, taking her to shoot border scenes, the girl had grown into a young woman. In 2 years, she would need an ID card. Many of the roles she played before no longer suited her. Wearing arrow robes was Yu Ding from his team, mostly elders and young boys. They all rode skillfully, some wearing old but shining chainmail or cotton armor, which, despite being worn and broken, still gleamed brightly when polished and was worn on them. His tone was firm, and his words were resolute. He would never let Chen Qiushan go. "I've contributed some of my strength too. What's with this quick defeat?" Seeing this scene, I almost threw my mouse at the screen in frustration. Under the angry gazes of the group, I could only awkwardly smile and pull Luo Yan away from this place of conflict. Zhang Ruofeng left the room, chatting with Zhang Ruoyu for a while. Then she hurried off to her next schedule to record a variety show on CCTV. The numbers of both sides were vastly different. The attacked carriage was only able to resist at this point, and above the carriage sat a mage. From the badge on his chest, he was a mage. Thanks to his presence, their group could hold off enemies many times their number. "Captain Liu, this time really thanks to you," Zhang Yi said sincerely, relieved to see Liu Tian arrive. After this battle, the Flame Emperor gained a better understanding of the fighting strength of these snake beast kings. To protect the common people, he organized an armed force around Tiankue Mountain to form a snake-catching army. They launched a full-scale campaign to capture the snake and beast monsters in the area. As soon as he spoke, Wang Wu was surprised and confused about Wei Zhang, who had just escaped danger, still refused to return. At that moment, among the shadows, a powerful surge of life suddenly grew like bamboo shoots after rain. Isn't this a hint that Zhong Feiyu is a sycophant, flattering Yixio's background? Seeing Zhuang Jian lose control so suddenly, Shiyan was also shocked. Zhuang Jian's powerful aura just now made him feel completely overwhelmed. Although he was now a master craftsman, he knew that if Zhuang Jian wanted to make things difficult, he wouldn't be able to handle even a single confrontation. Didi fell to the ground with a thud. Nearby, a pure white spiritual beast rushed wildly toward the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. For ninja, figures were mysteriously killed, which was a big loss for their reputation. If news got out, it wouldn't be good. "Now it's your turn." Qin Gue finally turned around and looked at Shangguan Tianqi. The King of Peace was enthusiastically organizing Songyun and others to go to the fourth hall for a meeting, saying that the Five Eyes King was already preparing the meeting place. However, what Zhang Xingxing wanted to tell them was to stay calm for now because even more exciting things were yet to come. I understand clearly that if I can't give them a satisfactory answer, I will have no place in the court from now on. But the news from Huadong was that the ultimate abnormal activity under Linglong's eye was definitely connected to these events. Just as they were about to act, a deafening roar erupted from the dark red flesh on the ground. Suddenly, a huge blood-red beam of light burst out, emitting a dense, evil blood aura that reached the sky. So, they first sent them 10,000 to make them happy and improve their lives so they wouldn't feel so pressured. Later, they could slowly show filial piety. Ping Qing and Ping Jian hid in the mountain, sensing a great pressure coming from the top of the Red Mansion. His goal was not only to take over the underground base of the Poison Blood organization on Windchime Island, but also to avoid getting hurt himself. These wandering spirits are all unlucky souls who died unexpectedly in recent decades and couldn't be reincarnated. During the day, they hide in dark places, and at night, when the air is heavy, they come out to breathe. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Xian once again ascended the altar and approached the teleportation stone, reaching out his hand toward it. "Go to the place I should go," Lu Rushi said as she moved forward. She didn't look back but sent a message to Lin Fan, thanking him for informing her of everything. The area where they gathered could only serve as a command center, a rear base. The soldiers had to go out and establish bases in 4 directions to create a buffer zone. This year's fame of Baozi also involved some schemes by the Grim Reaper Club. They wanted Baozi to become famous so that people from the spiritual world would come to find him and eventually take him away. "Monk, Fatty, you two go to the command ships of the Black Bat and the Red Spider to assist with command. Make sure they follow behind the enemy ships and head immediately to Windchime Crossing Island," Luo Liang ordered on the main command ship after learning that the enemy had arrived at St. Mother Port. After understanding the full story, I had my own plans. Just as I was about to go down and have a serious talk with this scoundrel, I saw 2 burly security guards walking over. One on each side, they grabbed this scoundrel and dragged him away. The rooftop was already at a high position, so attacking from below was obviously difficult. However, Gong Han habitually took out a smoke bomb from his pocket and threw it at Qian Chao's feet before stepping forward to support her. Everyone shifted their focus from the data reports and suddenly realized that Li Yiru was not nearby. Looking around, they found that Li Yiru had gone to make a phone call in the corner of the corridor. Yuan Shan was unhappy inside but didn't say anything because Li Jiuyan was right. Could he really not protect his own son? Even an ordinary person couldn't do that. Gue Xiaochen awkwardly twitched his mouth and buried his head under the table, afraid to speak to her again. Looking at the abandoned factory in front of him, Wang Dashan couldn't help but smile. It was actually a good place. There is no wall that is completely airtight. When this battle was reported back to Tiando, the whole country was shocked and panicked, causing a big chaos.
He was not Ma Jian.
He wouldn't foolishly try to force his way through this learning device. Besides studying, his life also needed to have some fun. Moreover, besides mathematics, his performance in other subjects has little room for improvement. During the college entrance exam, quick thinking and on-the-spot performance are far more useful than stubbornly studying with a machine. Therefore, the leader of the Spirit Way sect decided to be fair to everyone by sending disciples at the 8th level of Qi condensation to compete, so no one would be at a disadvantage. At the banquet, people resumed normal conversations and movements, but inevitably, they glanced at Wang Dashan and his group, especially some of the younger ones. In that case, I definitely can't sleep on the bed. Even if I hold myself back, you. Mo Qianyuan narrowed his eyes, and his tone finally became a bit playful. There are countless bad people in the world, but those villains want to harm others and directly confront him, Qinyu. If Qinyu ignores this, he has no face to claim he wants to promote Chinese medicine. His goal is to become the next widely recognized Chinese medical saint. Her voice, Zhao Baobao thought, was scarier than a ghost. His body trembled involuntarily, and he took a deep breath. He quickly looked at the lake from above. There was not even a single duckweed on the surface. If there had been duckweed or branches, he could have used them to support himself. Stepping on the branches, he might have been able to perform lightness skills and run back to the shore. Prince Yu saw Su Yao's eyes go wide with amazement, and he didn't say a word, ignoring Zhao Chun'er's attempts to speak. Meanwhile, a flash of light disappeared quickly. A huge sword-shaped spiritual light struck Lucifer from behind, but was suddenly pulled back by the divine body's barrier. This sword light was not from an outsider, but from Ziying, who was rushing over at high speed. This strengthened Han Yueqiao's resolve to save Hu Tian. Han Yueqiao has always been a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. Since Hu Tian cares for her so deeply, how could she ignore him when he is in danger? At this moment, his deep gaze was thoughtfully fixed on her, with a hint of deep blue swirling within, making his intentions hard to read. The young man burst into laughter. Although this battle was hard-fought, he ultimately won, and that was enough. Meanwhile, others also began to act. Han Feifei arrived at a village and immediately sensed an unusual aura upon entering. Cui said she would eat anything, so Jiang Guangguang ordered some dishes. Jiang Guangguang didn't refuse and selected a few dishes to offer her, asking if she wanted anything added. Li Xiaorao asked, just watch. Yi Qing said this and stepped forward. The heaven-supporting sword was drawn from its sheath. Yi Qing's sword instantly unsheathed and flew into the air. Mom, Cici is attending her first domestic banquet. I don't want her to be too rude, Chu Lingyu said with a stiff back. Caesar suddenly noticed that Kakashi's left eye had 2 swirling beads, and his pupils turned a charming red. This was normal. In theory, the martial arts alliance was a neutral force. According to alliance rules, disciples within the alliance were not allowed to interfere easily in conflicts between other forces, unless those forces had some connection to the alliance. Foreign Minister Will looked at the report in his hand with some worry. Once the war started, he felt things might go badly this time. He immediately applied for a series of diplomatic permissions. However, most countries planned to watch from the sidelines or had already been bought by the three-nation coalition. The Black Snake shrugged and silently leaned to the side, beginning to recover his strength. Lung Kuang looked at the pile of broken bodies and green blood in the space, quietly smoking, occasionally exhaling smoke. Hoffer snorted and said, "The laboratory here is too simple. It doesn't meet my standards." After speaking, he ignored Theodore's pleas and pushed the door open. The sun had already set, and the sky was getting dark. Chaozi carried the 8-1 staff and took Dajan into the forest. After about 10 minutes, a few crisp gunshots sounded, and a few minutes later, Chaozi came out holding a large, pure white bird. If it weren't for his complete trust in Tan Yahua, Yang Fan might have suspected he was caught in a trap. "Is that so? But I feel like there's something in Jianhu Lake," Hualing said, as if confirming whether there was some monster in the lake, walking toward the water's edge. From the direction of Giant City, people began to emerge one after another. Some skilled bounty hunters, attracted by the powerful magic, came out to investigate out of curiosity. It was said that that night, someone entered the ruins of Luo City, but no one knew who it was. 400 hands tightly embraced their stomachs. At this moment, Naba's abdomen showed a huge hole, blood flowing out. With such injuries, was there any hope of survival? Yishu told Xiang Lai everything he knew. He admired the boss lady very much. If she weren't a criminal, he might even become friends with her. Ling Yin still wears a white robe, with a white veil hat on his head that covers his handsome face. He didn't want to wear it at first, but Xiang Lai forced him to, saying it would cause less trouble. So Ling Yan reluctantly wore the veil, with a sad face. It's not that Zhu Qingyu really has no insight, but just now Yuemo was coquettishly acting towards Lu Qingyu, and her body blocked Zhu Qingyu's view. She didn't see the somewhat ambiguous scene, so she naturally couldn't guess why Lu Qingyu ran away. Lu Qingyu sighed softly, laughed at himself, and then gave up resisting. He quietly relaxed his hands, which had been guarding his chest and head. This touch was not a big deal. Situ Jing shivered all over and suddenly woke up. He felt a gentle movement in his body. Helian Nua awkwardly stopped his action, still with his eyes tightly closed. This method is too incredible and hard to succeed. Strong divine weapons are essential. Can the Crown Prince of Songlong Valley do it? But he only has a clone mirror, someone said, trembling with fear. A strong wind blew past. Yan Fei knew it was the floating magic and wind magic used by the mages. He wanted to remind his master to eliminate these people completely, so they wouldn't cause trouble later. In the eyes of ordinary people, a level 5 expert is already unbeatable. Many people never have the luck to meet such a strong person in their lifetime. For ordinary people, a venerable level is like a fairy. Therefore, Li Yunmu probably has no chance of winning in this battle, even if he uses all his shadow alliances. Before coming to the Hongmen base, Lao Jiu didn't expect Hongmen to play such a trick. Clearly, Hongmen had both helped HX and could recover losses from others. Although everyone was a bit unhappy about this, they could only grit their teeth and accept it. On a sleepless night, I listened to the rain outside the window, letting my thoughts drift with the falling silk rain. I used the storm to fill the emptiness and loneliness in my heart, passing the boring and difficult journey. Okay. Xiang nodded without hesitation. He didn't think it was difficult, and no one was trying to kill her. Opposite Bo Yanhe sat a thin man dressed in a green shirt, with long hair tied high, his back hunched. She couldn't see his face, so she stared at his back for a long time, searching her mind for someone with a similar figure, but she couldn't find anyone like him. Yi Zifan tried hard all day, but couldn't persuade Mai Zi to move. He knew that once he decided on something, his stubborn nature wouldn't easily change. Although he didn't mention the next steps, since they had invited the representatives from the Mingdao sect and the Xinhua sect, it was clear that these sects knew about the trap in the tomb. The mechanism was definitely complicated, or else, Fierce Blade, Li Wu wouldn't have invited them to share the danger. With millions of people living there, the entire northeast of Australia became lively. Compared to the Xiaorao Empire, the development of the Alliance Empire seemed insignificant. Perhaps due to population limits, the Alliance Empire had always kept to its original territory. I've said all I can. Since you've made up your mind, then go. Su Hongyi smiled mysteriously, with a slightly strange look. Could it be that Lu Yan only looked at the captain once, and then decided that the captain liked Zhang Qiangwei? That surprised her greatly, because Lu Yan's eyes aren't like a fire-eye golden eye, capable of judging things so definitively. After trying for a while, it was always one side in, the other out, or vice versa. The basketball was tapped, then dropped again. This time, Yang leapt with all his strength, finally catching the ball firmly before Nowitzki and Brand. A strong gust of wind blew, causing all the dragons in the sky to sway uncontrollably. Those ghosts who had never seen the world felt like they had entered a palace when they stepped into the luxurious department store. Later, Mu Jing and Lulu, after updating their equipment in the city, switched lanes to pressure the opponent's top jacks, while their own underdeveloped Treant moved to the bottom lane to farm for a while. Jiangdong wanted to test his physical strength with the horned crossbow, so he didn't use the wooden talisman. Instead, he punched directly at the horned crossbow. Many frowned at this. After all, it was a king-level weapon. As a cultivator at the Three Chi realm, daring to use flesh and blood to attack was practically courting death. Haha, Seth forced a dry laugh, wiped his cold sweat, and looked at the other person's face full of resentment. However, his gentle, bone-soft hand slowly pressed against Barrett's gun. Lawyer Fong has handled many cases, but he has rarely met someone like Su Yang. Especially regarding Su Yang's demands, some might say they are excessive, but his compensation request is quite reasonable. A clear stream flows through the countryside, and hundreds of rainbow-horned rhinos leisurely eat grass and drink water nearby. Have you ever scored this many points in a game before, Shaq? On the commentary stand, Barkley, looking at Yi Yang's stats, was starting to slur his words. Although it was less than half a mile away, she had gone through a tough journey and finally reached beneath the iceberg. The iceberg before her looked like a towering gate, standing tall in front of her. It was this slightly overweight middle-aged man in front of her. For his political achievements, he turned an innocent young man into a criminal. He had no home to return to, and even if he did, he couldn't do so openly because of his identity. This made him really unwilling to keep silent anymore. He thought his opponents were just a few foolish thieves, but unexpectedly, they were involved in this election campaign. Although the enemies were surprising, now it was just a gamble, like a comic artist submitting work. Success meant a chance to continue. Failure meant having to leave quietly. Disappeared again. Goro Kiri rubbed her head. She noticed that lately, the strange behavior of the spirits had become more and more frequent. Just as she was marveling at the excellent voice acting, the beautiful background music, and the high-quality animation, the theme song suddenly started playing. Zhang Yanlin's eyes welled with tears as she squatted down, hugging her head and crying. She felt helpless at this moment, not knowing what to do. After Li Hao said a word, he reached out and grabbed something. A box about 10 meters away was suddenly in his hand. When he opened it, he found it was an antique. Many people felt relieved. If they had rushed forward just now, they might have become food for that dragon-devouring beast. Tang Feng relaxed his mind completely, practicing his mental state amid the noisy environment. The effect was surprisingly good. However, this was stopped by Bing Yiru. In a direct strength contest with the demon dragon descendant, Bing Yiru managed to block it. He was almost killed by the illusion of the lizard dragon. Yan Chen was furious. After so many years, apart from the battle that year and the death abyss of the celestial horde, he had never felt such oppression. At this moment, he was filled with a hint of madness and restlessness. Could it be that she is also hoping that Lu Yen can sleep with her? How could she have such thoughts? She shook her head in fear, looking at Lu Yen. Her mind was very confused right now, and she didn't even know how to understand these things. All right, when someone from their group starts walking onto the floating bridge, you can simply pull the lever and the door will open.
Lon Yeffing hesitated.
He was unsure because it seemed too dangerous. The unknown is always the scariest. If they can eliminate everything, it will be a deadly to the next generation of Jutian Peak. After leaving the door, Wang Ming followed Lu Yen and Gao Wu to the car. At this moment, Wang Ming felt very sleepy. His eyelids wouldn't listen to him, so he fell into a deep sleep. Looking at Sha, who was unconscious on the bed, Ji Ziming sighed. He picked up a bowl of warm rice porridge, gently supported Sha's head, and laid it on the pillow. He scooped some porridge with a spoon. Just then, there was a knock on the door, followed by light footsteps. Clap your hands. Luo Wan struck the ground with his palm. All the energy was absorbed greedily by the ground. Suddenly, the earth started to shake. The soldiers from the two distant forces were a bit alarmed, but didn't understand the power behind it. Seeing Sitayaro call the old man Dad in front of him, Chu Haoran suddenly turned around in shock and exclaimed, You. Are you Sitigua? No way. Isn't that ridiculous? That old man is actually his father-in-law. He almost attacked him just now. That was too close. Luckily, he didn't act. Viking Oslo Brigade. Isn't it your duty to guard the capital? Why are you here? The Sword Emperor looked at the soldiers' badges and asked. Mingyu was accidentally pushed by the crowd and almost fell. He caught her from behind. His gentle voice cut through the noisy scene and reached her ears. It felt as if his words still carried the warmth near her temple. Surprised and shy, Mingyu turned around and saw his young, handsome face with a gentle smile. Young master. Yenyu felt extremely hot all over. She was very thirsty, and a slippery sensation kept coming from her body. What do you think about the market problems Ford is facing on the continent? Old Henry was very calm. Since both sides had reached an initial agreement on the first cooperation, discussing this issue again was understandable. Moreover, since Li Chun came to the Ford family, he must have a way to solve this problem. When only Lu Xinghao was in the Grand Hall, he disregarded his image and lay on the ground. His mind inexplicably recalled Gu Huaiyan's words. I, the Yanhuang sword sect, have matters to attend to. Everyone please leave, came a low voice with a commanding tone. However, This teasing remark made Tang Yen blush shyly, and her gaze toward Yun Xian became awkward and avoided eye contact. The tall buildings rising from the ground looked like mighty giants under the sunlight. Overpasses stretched up to the sky, with neatly arranged shops, shopping streets, and residential buildings, layer upon layer, beautifully crafted but empty of people. Only the flags fluttered in front of the sales offices, with crowds gathering and lively birds singing. My body started to feel warm. Fine. Thread-like strands continuously flew out from me, wrapping around my body. Li Gui watched Chen Gingshu, who looked relaxed and amused, and said indifferently. Then, his eyes flickered with concern as he looked at the two middle-aged men below, who were entangled in a fight. Even such an insignificant sword energy cut across the hill in just a few seconds. After piercing through the hill, the sword energy continued to shoot for a while before gradually dissipating. No way, you say the Bear City Special Forces team has already returned. Yi Gear, who had no particular hobbies, loved playing chess. At this moment, the top agent was battling him on a flat-screen computer. The elderly man in traditional clothing saw Tang Luo's cards and smiled slightly, revealing the ace of clubs. The stormtroopers carrying the crown and stag banner launched several assaults on the city wall but were shattered like waves crashing against rocks. Only one warrior managed to climb onto the wall but was quickly overwhelmed by reinforcements dispatched by Stannis, who swarmed in with chaotic swords. Today they saw these young people. Their gameplay and analysis of the game were very thorough. Even though they didn't play this game themselves, just listening to them was enough. Although the spiritual enjoyment now was much richer, due to human limitations, there weren't many new tricks to explore. Progress had stagnated for thousands of years. Unless people could collectively abandon their fragile bodies and stop being influenced by various hormones. Though, is that even possible? Polite. Song Zheng responded calmly, without taking the opportunity to attack, instead waiting for Guming to recall his magic weapon. The large truck sped into the parking passage, and the iron gate quickly closed behind it. In the next second, the roar of spell attacks echoed loudly. After a few moments, the shockwave from the attacks swept outside the door, causing the entire underground area to hum and shake. Fu Lei nearly reached Zheng Dongtai several times, but faced with the glowing screens surrounding Zheng Dongtai, he found himself helpless. When he launched fierce attacks at Zheng Dongtai, the blue light screens seemed to act like water, dissolving all of Fu Lei's attacks. Everyone stay quiet and focus on developing ourselves. As long as we stay united, we can win, Tian Yi quickly typed. Xiao Feng ranks third among the 8 demons and is the second brother of the Holy Lord. He can summon wind and clouds. He has light purple skin, looks like a giant toad, and when in human form, he is short and stout with strong muscles, gray hair, and a throat like a frog. But neither of them knew this situation. As they continued to chase, their hearts felt more and more unbelievable, especially Feng Hai, who, seeing the current situation, felt a faint fear and deep resentment toward Yilin. From her reaction, I think she had agreed to help me before, but that agreement was probably made impulsively. Later, she must have regretted it. She doesn't like others to talk too much, so the hundreds of people here all fell silent, not daring to even breathe loudly. This kind of beast is familiar to Zhou Tian. It definitely has wind attributes. But whether it has lightning attributes, Zhou Tian isn't sure. Soon, the maids brought out Wen Yuko and a man with his head covered by a black band. The man's legs seemed problematic, limping and almost dragged out, occasionally groaning in pain. After a while, they returned to Nalan Yenran's ring. Seeing this scene, Nalan Yenran was also surprised and stayed in place. Young master, Madam Chun has been in the garden for 20 years, never contacting the outside world. Could something have gone wrong? Uncle Pan asked anxiously. She dared to speak back directly, criticizing her for being biased and blind, accusing her of intentionally finding trouble. If the accusations made by Ji Luo were true, and the family of Sun Yanling was summoned to the palace to respond, they certainly wouldn't speak ill of her openly. Once the golden body is formed, and if he finds the legendary physique in time, his strength as the Three Realms Emperor will be fully restored. Let's do this. I'll treat everyone to a meal, okay? Consider it an apology to both of you. Come on, I'll pay. After saying that, I pulled Ouyang-ju and Qisha into the restaurant, with Optimus Prime and the others closely following behind us. Luomei is really clever, Wei Qi admired as he looked at Luomei. During the Northern Patrol, he had little contact with Lan Rongmue's companions. Later, when he was transferred to the eastern border, he naturally had limited interactions with Lan Rongmue's group. Now, seeing Luomei, he couldn't help but sigh quietly. I'm fine. Xie Qiao shook his head to hide his fear, but the slight panic in his eyes was clearly seen through his gentle gaze. The space was sealed off, and the Saint Warrior's energy swirled around, blocking all escape routes. After completing all this, the four emperors finally relaxed. No matter what, they were determined to capture that black magic symbol today. Even if a half-emperor appeared to cause trouble, they were confident they had the means to defeat him. Yes, back then, someone from the Li family leaked information saying that the coffin burying Li Jinkai was filled with gold, silver, and jewels. I once had someone investigate, but as the Li family fell, the matter was dropped. I never expected this old guy to still be alive. Shadarin said fiercely. When they opened Yang Zishu's storage bag, they found many useful items. Cui Feng sighed. If these items were revealed, it would surely cause chaos and bloodshed. However, if it wasn't Jin Xiuqin's family who was taken by Sun Zhonggui, then the only person with a motive would be Jin Rui. Has Jin Rui already guessed that the general's residence is plotting against his shop? The four of them stared intently at Shuryen. Shuryen was swinging his long sword within the Taiji diagram. He no longer looked like he did earlier in the fight, but resembled two armies clashing fiercely. He seemed like a commanding general leading the battle. The Zhou family hadn't been in the capital for a long time. Seeing these people, they nodded slightly with a faint smile, as a form of greeting. At 2 p.m., the classroom was lively and bustling. The student-athlete fan Jinxiang's challenge to Wang Xianlong at 6 p.m. was the talk of Yanglin Middle School. Almost no one there was unaware of this event. Supporters from both sides held differing opinions. Especially Yi Ritian often boasted about his close relationship with Chairman Yao, claiming he was a favored junior. He acted confidently, but when he finally met the Real Tiger, he thought it was a sick cat.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
In the blink of an eye, Wu Tian launched several quick attacks, each capable of creating wild energy. Qian Tang trembled and remembered when she first entered the Poison Island. She also sensed this dark, fragrant smell. Oguei Sheng was not someone who easily compromised. No, before he could finish, Dong Jing's had leaned on his shoulder, and he froze instantly. The strongest disciple, under 30 years old, with at least 12 whirlpools of talent, reaching the true Yuan realm, with unmatched combat strength, able to challenge stronger opponents, and skilled in many techniques, Chiao Mo responded. Cam possessed the power of the Ninth Lawkeeper, and Yi Yaomang had the power of Twin Ice Wings. Both the Ninth Lawkeeper and Twin Ice Wings are of the same level, and Yi Yaomang and Cam are both top-tier figures. However, the difference lies in their control of power and combat experience. The shape of this 9-turn blood-connecting grass is very special. Its leaves are green, and its roots are also green. Most notably, it grows in a very twisted way, with 9 bends from the root. Bullets kept grazing Yi Huan's face. If it were outside, he could withstand continuous fire from the 8 Gates Fire God Cannon all day. But in this world, the bullets' power is so extraordinary that they can actually hurt him. But is it really that simple? Lin Fei, having faced countless life and death battles, was no longer as afraid of death as he was when he first traveled here. Still, he wouldn't be foolish enough to rush forward and seek death. Actually, when Nanchi's face hit his foot, he had already woken up. He just pretended to be asleep because he felt awkward about the situation. Afterward, Xavier fastened the metal buckle of his leather armor and jumped into the warm lake dressed in his clothes. Yang Jin was stunned. Zhao Yun's words confirmed that some people around him were pleading for the Su family. Almost at the same moment as their swords clashed, two figures rushed toward each other, and their divine weapons collided, sparking stars in the air. "Where's Shangguan Honglai?" Feng Yufei asked after Xiang had walked away. "Why did he leave after I was injured?" He felt very uncomfortable inside. Avoidance is useless. "Face it bravely," said Hua, glancing at Xiao Yu before turning away and remaining silent. Under the dark sky, tears shimmered on his cheeks. Hua actually cried? Since entering that tall, electrified compound wall, Song Kaishan had begun a hellish life of special agent training. The Su family had stood in the Heavenly Empire for over 100 years, never offending any major power or causing conflicts with noble families. They always followed their ancestors' teachings and never allowed their children to enter official service. So, how could there be any threat to the family's 100-year foundation? Li Nan was stunned but quickly felt a strange discomfort in his stomach. Looking down, he saw it was round and swollen, as if he had just overeaten. Li Nan was terrified, but now he was sure he was facing a true monster with a plan. Dan Fuxiao nodded and got into his car, following Jing Mashuan to his villa. Song Yuan sat in a wheelchair, pushing it with his left hand while holding the remaining half of a fish in his right hand, offering it to old Fu. Time passed, but the figure remained motionless, sitting quietly as if it had lost all breath. Dense spiritual energy continuously poured into it, washing over it repeatedly, making the figure stronger and more resilient. "Just lying in bed all day, unable to move, of course you'll gain weight," Zhao Guodong joked with his coworkers. They then started working. County Magistrate Chi frowned and said, "This might be bad. If this gets out, won't it look like Jima County Office is bullying orphans and widows?" "Is anyone there?" Zhao Guodong asked as he opened the door. Two dogs rushed toward him, barking loudly. If they weren't chained, they would have pounced and torn him apart. "Why are you doing this?" "Teacher, even though I was immature and argued with you before, you can't just give up on me. At least my grades aren't bad, right? You're kicking me out like this." I was furious, nearly slapping her desk. This was the first time Wang Qitian heard the tank make sounds other than destroying objects. He had thought the tank had no sound system. No matter how much Mountain Stone County changed, it still carried the style of the end times, broken and ruined. The number of survivors is small, and with a lack of supplies, many houses are empty, with windows and other features left unrepaired. She felt that the tornadoes not only had a strong tearing force but also a powerful attraction, as if they were pulling her body toward the center to tear her apart. Originally, when she saw Nangong Ran come to support her, she felt proud and wanted to get revenge on Ling Xia. The four Nangong brothers were now stunned. Seeing the soldiers' fierce and cold expressions, they finally felt scared. At this moment, the four Nangong brothers deeply regretted provoking Ling Xia. Bai Chun placed his hand over his heart and took a deep breath to calm his intense emotions. "All right then," he said happily, looking at the group of people who were watching him with eager eyes. Not wanting to ruin everyone's mood, he nodded in agreement. The suicidal hellhounds and zombie dogs might be shattered, but their sacrifice was meaningful and rewarded. The approaching undead dragons and bloodthirsty claws were only seen briefly before being destroyed in a fierce attack. In front of the locked shop, 7 or 8 children sat with dull faces. Their clothes were so torn they were barely recognizable, and they were very dirty, emitting a disgusting smell. In the apocalypse, a foldable computer was just an outdated device. In modern times, it was impressive, but in the end-of-the-world scenario, it was simply a backward technology. Originally hidden inside a sealed wooden box, waiting for 1,000 years, they finally saw the day they could escape. This made Jin Shursan very excited. Hearing this, Shangguan Qingyun's face darkened slightly. He thought that Wu Tian had become a rising star among the younger generation in the martial world. Not only his own son, but even the elders of the 4 major sects looked up to him. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke appeared beside them, and a team of fully armed soldiers suddenly appeared not far from everyone. The final outcome was extremely dramatic. After the last match ended, the so-called Crocodile was defeated again, and couldn't get up. Within just 7 minutes, the team was pushed back twice, and at 14 minutes, before the first tower was destroyed, they were forced to pursue and kill the enemy at the second tower. Regarding the method of using eye placement or Q skills like Skywave to explore the field, Mu Jing completely ignores it. In this situation, every Q skill and eye position are very important to him. He would rather run over to check the situation than casually give up his only damage-dealing skill and displacement eye. In the shocked eyes of Su Muyu, Xingtian took 5 or 6 steps back before stabilizing himself. "What?" Shiro and Rin exclaimed. Even magicians don't usually fight with heroic spirits, especially when the opponent is a master. Emoer, feeling Yumo's unusual behavior, everyone gathered around. Mu Jirua also held her child and approached. Seeing Yumo's condition, she was first surprised, then very happy. Within 3 minutes, the opponent of the same age fell. Then, Huixuezi didn't put away her sword but raised her bamboo sword and swung at Xingziyuan. No one understood who she was targeting, and the teacher didn't speak. When they turned their heads, Xingziyuan had already stepped forward. Duan Qin muttered to herself, but from their expressions, there was nothing but shyness mixed with other feelings. All the lotus flowers on Lianqi had closed into buds, no longer attacking. Qianyan easily moved her figure and floated to the other side. Murongzi and Xiongping only watched Shang Qingping leave with a sour face, while Murongdan leisurely returned to the lounge chair, continuing to enjoy the sunshine. Inside the room, the man looked calm, as if everyone who wanted him to join those organizations under various pretenses was invisible. When Qin Wu didn't find this surprising. In her memory, regardless of status, teachers were treated with respect. In his previous life, he and his close friends were even more respectful. They had also done many things like standing in snow to show respect. Even at the early stage of internal energy perfection, he wasn't useless and dared to be so arrogant in front of them, truly courting death. Zixiao Xiu became more excited as he spoke, even coughing up blood, showing how serious his injuries were. "How's she know what I'm thinking?" But he still listened and closed his eyes. Seeing the opponent's holy child roll lazily to dodge one of his sword strikes, the divine child wasn't surprised. That move was just a test. A first-level martial artist, with a single hand capable of exerting 500 Jin of force, can cover 100 meters in just 7 seconds, and has reaction abilities far stronger than ordinary people. From Lei Yan's words, Wu Mingqi gained a lot of information. One piece was about the fruit tree in this area. Qing's sales looked apologetic again, not expecting such a big client today. They seemed like ordinary siblings, yet they chose such a top luxury car. She was in a good mood, smiled as she got up, washed quickly, had breakfast with her father and Wei Xiao. Then her father pulled her downstairs and drove her to Daitan. Actually, controllability is like a mental battle. Forcing control when the target resists can only make the target's consciousness fade away. But there's another way. When the target's mind has a gap, you can take the chance to merge with them. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but think that the disciples from Hofeng were a bit too arrogant. The Tamalan people's healing ability is very strong. The injuries on Xingho's body had disappeared, and Yi Yi had already woken up from his hospital bed. In this era, bed covers are not like modern ones with zippers. After wrapping the cotton quilt with a sheet, it still needs to be sewn by hand, which in rural areas is called sewing bedding. The next day, after breakfast and a short rest, Yi Ranin, along with Master Jingyue, flew toward the lonely peak near the sacred academy. He hadn't noticed the one-eyed man on the podium earlier, thinking he was just another unfamiliar calamity lord. He had sparred with top-tier experts before, but none of the ultimate 4-Li practitioners were as powerful and terrifying as the Emperor of the Sky. Lu Tianqua saw that Jiang Zhixiao looked truly unbothered, which eased his mind a little. Hearing this, the latter's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened one eye, realizing she was still high in the sky and hadn't fallen to the ground. Then, she boldly opened her other eye. The 3 King of Tribulation were very clever, using a great catastrophe to attack the enemy, scattering them in all directions. There are still many cultivators ascending in the mystic realm, including the famous owner of the Nine Dragons sword. At this moment, Yumin opened fire. She was worried about Lei Jun. With so many people chasing him, she felt uneasy staying here, so she ultimately ignored Lei Jun's advice. Brother Tiebu's words are quite true. The leaders of the tribes on the grassland are all born from bloodshed and death. It's a contest of who is more ruthless and cunning. Naturally, no one minds seeing a few heads, and they can even sit together, drinking wine and chatting happily. Another belief is that the midnight butterfly symbolizes patience and revenge. They survive in such harsh environments to endure and plan their revenge, living as if they're already dead. Suddenly, a loud gong sounded nearby. Everyone hurried over to see what was happening. Since Shueihua had nothing urgent to do, she decided to join the crowd and go along. "Raise my flag," said Chai Zongxuan coldly, staring at the city gate and speaking to Jiajiu. Jiajiu hesitated because, once the flag was raised, it would be easier for Chai Zongxuan to be targeted. Such a powerful magic weapon, Yi Xiao couldn't help but admire. He snapped his fingers, and Qianlong Bingyan appeared in his hand. His strong muscles, under Yi Xiao's control, squeezed out 2 lead bullets. Then, Yi Xiao used the icy flames to burn the wounds, preventing a large amount of lead from accumulating in the injury. "All right, I need to go greet the other guests first. We'll have a good chat tonight," Xingyu said, adjusting his tie and nodding to Lu Fan before heading toward the hall. The 3 of them slowed down and walked toward the base. When they were close enough, they stopped talking. "You finally came back." Anna and Qinin, who had been guarding the railing, finally saw Lu Fan and Mo Lin return. They eagerly asked about the fireworks on stage. These people, judging others by themselves, believed that Chai Zongxuan had no choice but to be manipulated in this situation. Seeing all the troublemakers appear, Chai Zongxuan didn't hesitate. He immediately executed the officials who claimed to serve the people, accusing them of disturbing the army's morale. "If Master Yu Yang is willing, you can come to our house anytime. The backyard is entirely up to you to design and renovate. What do you think?" Mo said kindly. Huang Wanru was surprised and looked up at Yi Miao. But her expression was serious, not joking. She tentatively said, "I also don't want to be separated from my cousin." After speaking, she shyly lowered her head. "Isn't a fox good? Cunning and clever." She thought foxes were great, sly, smart, always calculating. She was willing to be a fox. A large amount of light fell from the sky after a few seconds, hitting many monsters, at least 300. The monsters scattered too quickly for effective attack. Tian Yen was frantically planning in his mind how to fight to find a chance for survival. Although Xieban Goe was angry, he didn't suspect Shueyu Jinghua of betraying the 2 girls. They didn't interact much, but he believed that Shueyu Jinghua, being proud, would never do something so self-destructive as breaking a promise. "I'll do my best." Xieban Goe truly couldn't guarantee he could save Ouyang Momo. After all, Ouyang Momo was also skilled with mechanisms. Without taking her along, she might come up with a way to create a puppet mechanism and follow behind. Yijin shook her head. This matter couldn't be rushed. Juning Lan found Yijin more and more attractive and couldn't help but want to get closer. Recently, Yijin seemed to rely on him more, and her subtle approach had become familiar. This change made Juning Lan very happy. With Xieban Goe and the other skills, they were just easy targets in front of Zhao's iron bow. Being hit was only a matter of time. Yi Xiaoxian was not worried. He had the courage to face Tian Kenzi and was confident he could survive and escape. As teammates, Sariki knew how strong Embiid was, and he had also felt how powerful Zhao Yong was. Yu Hongshi increasingly felt that this monster looked familiar, but he couldn't quite remember why. Just as he was recalling, the monster had already approached a tank, and its claws swung down with a loud swoosh.
Lì da 11° nodded.
The holographic image changed again, showing several oddly dressed people, some with pale faces and large swords, others with messy yellow hair throwing bombs, some with nose rings and round glasses, and others with masks that glowed in the dark. In short, a variety of strange costumes. When Jiang Mian and Gu Yanning went to find someone, he had questioned the people in the village and identified a few as members of the Liu family who were colluding with them. Although he now had nearly 2,000 gold soul coins, he understood the principle of spending wisely. Thinking this, Yun Song hurried back to the dormitory building to take a shower, change clothes, and then try selling fruit tea. The 3 treasures, thrown onto the bed by Gu Yanning, and the 4 treasures, who had fallen after Gu Yanning pulled out his clothes, were all hurt and confused. After a while, they all burst into tears. However, I also wanted to bring special New Year gifts to the Xiao family before the Spring Festival, so I was a bit conflicted. Can I rescue my mom this time? Chao Shiwan asked nervously, feeling unsure. Woken is a legendary hero of the Troll tribe, skilled in magic and potion making. He hasn't officially sworn loyalty to the Disaster Army, but since he often helps his tribe, he's considered part of the army.
Don't go over there.
What if they find you at night? Just stay here, Xiao Zicheng softly comforted Zhou Xiao. This area has no houses within 10 miles, and it's already dark. It seems we have no other choice. Young Master Lin gently knocked on the door. As he spoke, he extended his finger, pressing it on the teacup. This action lasted only about 10 breaths, but suddenly, the teacup shattered, and the surrounding area instantly turned to dust. The first slap was from Qionging, who left a red handprint on her wife's face. My dad said so. My mom says my dad is like a tiger at home, ruling the house all day, she said. And Mo Xinghe's words made Qian Gongyu stiffen all over, and a strong feeling of hatred quickly surged from her heart. Hearing this, Gu Qing seemed to understand why Sophia was loved by the people of Country Z. Cough, cough. Fire Phoenix spat out some blood again. Chen Fan frowned slightly, helping her regulate her breath, which made her feel much better. Song Chaolin stared at the young man with a grim face, but didn't act rashly. He realized he had unconsciously ignored this person from the start, and under his spiritual sense, he couldn't see through the other's cultivation level. Break them. Kill those zombies. Don't let them get up. The soldiers guarding the military zone certainly wouldn't let them succeed easily, and they started attacking the hooks and chains with weapons. Su Ling was somewhat discouraged as he returned to his hospital room. It seemed he had to transfer hospitals, not for Lu Cheng or himself, but for Peng Chong, to avoid further criticism. Yushin didn't know that Bai Xiaobing had already planned this. But when Bai Xiaobing made a move in front of Yuzhen, she was worried about leaving a bad impression, so she simply drew her sword and killed Qing Shouxiang. However, Hongxiu did not think so. He finally found a way to criticize the twin dragons, and often brought it up. Now, he was even talking nonsense in front of Kangxi. How is Xian doing? Yuan Wuji asked directly. Xian is the name of the East Sea Dragon King's 3rd princess. Yuan Wuji is her future husband, so calling her Xian is not considered rude. The only thing to worry about was those livestock. If they didn't eat grain infused with wood elements, the delicious meat of the livestock would turn into ordinary animals. Commander, the dog is heading toward Yantuan village, said the scout, who had found the whereabouts of Gu Yunji and Xie Chaosheng. Then, Lu Qi quickly left the pear garden because he had an urgent matter to attend to, meeting Qi Yu in the research room. Afterwards, the two returned to the Qi family. Grandpa Qi was playing chess with Qi Ro. Lu Qi signaled Qi Yu to go back to her room to pack, while he went behind Qi Ro, indicating that Qi Ro should let him play. Shun Xinyi's big, watery eyes narrowed slightly. With her long eyelashes and thick double eyelids, she looked captivating and made people's hearts race. Yang Fan didn't go to watch the fun. When the two of them left the villa, Yang Fan quickly locked the villa's door.
A loud explosion sounded.
Qin Chuan and a strong man retreated at the same time, but Qin Chuan kept a greater distance back. Who are these people? Su Fan slightly leaned back and asked the others behind him. Reporting to the emperor, if Guipu is someone who can't recognize people, then I am also someone who can't recognize people, Liao, Yi said simply. The emperor's expression immediately became serious. If she knew everything, she wouldn't be so passive, nor would she have found someone similar to Gu Chenxi to set a trap against Ding Nanya. because the alien path comes from outside the world, also called Tianwai Tianming, and its objects are called Tianwai Tiani. Feng Wan hesitated, and Zhu Jingzhai only said one sentence, "May I ask, young master?" Then bowed and walked away. Feng Wan returned from the window, and the night shift personnel passed outside the room. However, what they didn't expect was that, in response to Xue Dongqing's question, Su Fan actually nodded. The room was furnished with a noble consort chair covered with brocade, and a fragrant incense burner was placed nearby, slowly emitting aroma. They dared not stay here for long. They needed to keep moving forward. Although the snow creature had not attacked the people in the valley, no one dared to take risks. Yes, a loud noise sounded behind them. Over 100 men in black, led by Chun Hao, rushed toward the Xiao family, the Li family, the Xiao family, and the city lord's mansion. While everyone focused on the lively chase and pursuit, Shunyu suddenly felt a malicious gaze coming from behind. Yujun nodded and said, "Of course I am happy." But seeing the excited smile on Tsang Luoqing's face, Yujun thought this was something more worth celebrating. That old monk is really quite foolish. The hostility and brutality of these people can't be simply solved with Buddhist teachings or scriptures. If that worked, there wouldn't be so much chaos in the world. But he didn't argue with the monk, knowing it wasn't the right time for debate. Chun Xian and the others asked me to memorize this map. Did they already know someone might use hypnosis or similar tricks to manipulate me and lead me astray? Who is that person? Could my past dreams have also been influenced by someone? Considering the entire family, Gu Chongchun honestly prefers that the property and shops go to those who are more suitable and capable of creating value. Hearing that one of Yu Qi's elite guards could fight Mont Yi for hundreds of rounds and eventually kill him, I was shocked. I thought to myself, Yu Qi is not simple. His subordinates are truly hidden talents. This could be useful. Brother Mu, we met bad people on the road. The older brother driving the carriage was killed while protecting us. Huotong cried loudly when she saw Mu Feng. Her pitiful voice made Mu Feng feel very sad. Although Huang Wei had never seen a real dragon snake, he had seen one in an ancient book. This type of giant python is a half-snake, half-dragon creature, also called a giant dragon. Take the medicine. Han Ning personally handed the medicine bowl to Jiu, also giving one to Bai Liao Yun. The reason why staying up all night didn't matter was because for Lian Yi, being dumped by her childhood sweetheart was something she could simply observe from afar without getting involved. Thunderous cheers rose wave after wave, and the strong smell of blood filled the air. Jiuling, how do you feel now? In Jiuling's room, Shin Jia was holding Jiuling's hand, asking with concern. As a result, reaching the stage of great achievement beyond the immortality realm is no longer impossible. South Hong's heart was also very excited. Muyan might guess the reason, or maybe not. But right now, does it matter whether he can guess or not? The most urgent matter is not to discuss this. The disciples of the Mountain and Sea Sex Firewood team can go down the mountain twice a month, on the 1st and 15th days. When they go down, they don't need to wear the sex uniform, they can wear their favorite clothes. Ague didn't say much and quickly followed. I looked back at the fading fire and hurried into the stone door. However, seeing Xiao Yumiao ready to throw herself into danger to fight a cultivator she only heard about in rumors, everyone's joy turned into worry. Qing Yi remembered the news mentioned by Jin Yu. It was because the Duke Xiang's mansion was a source of funds for the Empress Dowager's family. Otherwise, Xue Aorong's behavior might have caused her to be dismissed many times. Just now you kissed my painting, and that uncontrollable look is on my phone. Lu Manman shook her phone and said each word clearly. She had given Feng Yuandao 2 pills, and now she had used both. It seemed she only had 3 left. The doctor surnamed Li frowned. A hint of joy flashed across his face, then hesitated again. Not to mention herself, even Lord Feng Yuandao, the master of Fengxiang, was running a fairy village stall. Others didn't know, but Zhou Yu knew she was always worried about money. But the golden crow curved knife in Xiao Yumiao's hand could understand her words. This was truly extraordinary. Usually, 20,000 wouldn't be considered a lot, and it could help the cooperative develop. But at this critical moment, it couldn't solve big problems. Yongbo and the others almost dropped their jaws at such a performance, which was like a top actor. It was so impressive. Just moments ago, they were cursing her to die, and now they were celebrating her. Uncle, your singing is amazing, better than those pop stars. After Uncle Shaw's long improvisation, Tang Lele, like a victorious hero, pulled Uncle Shaw back to his seat with great affection. Deng deng. Ding Bailing's tongue was almost tied, and she was completely flustered. As the person approached, Ainong smelled a faint perfume on him. Wasn't he the man who tried to stop her at the school gate earlier? Li Jiang tried hard to remember who dared to do such a thing, but he was at a loss. Here, he was the local boss, and no one dared offend him. How could anyone possibly do this? Zhang Zishi seemed quite pleased with my reaction. She didn't ask why I was so calm, just smiled knowingly at me. Everyone followed behind, especially Lu, who somehow found strong iron chains to tie the tank. They dragged it from behind without needing anyone else's help. Before coming here, many people received instructions that this investment would be arranged by Yongbo. So, everyone paid more attention to Yongbo's actions. Su Sherwan bit her lip. Although she didn't understand why I was afraid of my family finding out, she felt guilty and could only agree. Although Duke Xian was better than Li Daolin, he didn't have as much respect in the military as Li Daolin did. 1 year was enough. Lin Chu thought she could only aim for 1 semester, but it seemed Zhang Wei's parents still believed in his grades. Even if he missed a year's courses, they weren't worried. And reality followed her thoughts. She became a model wife and mother at school. Listening to the military flower story, and then this song is a bit harsh on the ears, said Lin Chu. Since she didn't like this boy at all, her words sounded stiff. When we reached this point, we all looked at Director Wang. But he was shaking his head like a rattle drum. I sighed. Although he said his brother was very important to him, when it came to risking his life to save his brother, he backed down. The silver-haired man was at the center of a double-edged storm. Once the storm formed, it immediately howled toward Dongfang Yunyang. After so many events, Feng Ziying was no longer the young boy who only knew chivalry. With a melodious dragon roar, Alexandra stood up. It spread its wings and rose into the sky through the skylight created by Green Dam Girl. Now, he had lost all his purple energy inside his body. He couldn't even move a muscle for a while. Zhang Lei gave Hichang a big smile and said, "That's right. We are descendants of gods. You should be proud to be Chinese." I remember now, this voice, this warm feeling that touches the heart, was from the person who gave me hope. Her name is Future. Gu Nanshan was momentarily stunned, unsure how to reply. He couldn't just say it was all part of the system's task. But everyone feels pressure. It gives them motivation. Li Min, in particular, becomes more stubborn the greater the pressure. Li Min saw that lightning couldn't instantly kill Bao Daoi. The energy transformation effect of Bao Daoi's bell was so obvious and familiar that it immediately moved his mind. Indeed, it had only been the day since he returned from the task world. During the day, Zhang Xiaofeng still looked full of energy. But after a while, suddenly, Rommel, who had been sleeping, woke up with a start. He heard many people laughing around him. Confused, he pulled down his eye mask and looked around. He saw everyone in front of him was laughing wildly, including Hua and Suyu. Now that they had this fire flame stone, as long as they found the star stone, they could make attack talismans, fire attribute ones. The power wouldn't be weak, and this made him very excited. At the grand entrance of the former Prime Minister Kai Jing's mansion, someone had secretly posted a large poster. Everyone saw it but couldn't understand what it meant. Even Kai Jing himself, upon receiving the report, was puzzled. Summoning a spirit dragon or hellfire, either skill, along with the magic crystal cannon, could easily destroy the Earth's defenses. Could it be that when I was chatting with the 2 presidents just now, there were reporters taking photos everywhere? Why didn't I see them? Even reporters have learned guerrilla tactics? After entering the venue, Chen Badi and Huang Shishing nodded to each other, said goodbye, and followed their guides to the second-floor private rooms. Their rooms weren't together because the Jin family's methods made it impossible not to know about the affairs between the Chun and Huang families. Pang De quickly stepped forward, deliberately told Ma Yunlu to obey their agreement and return early to Huili. Seeing her nod, he then patted Ma's stomach, took 30 elite riders, and set off with Zhao Shui and others. Yuan Hong and Bai Yunfei hid nearby, not rushing forward. There was a remaining large formation still glowing, especially as they saw a huge domain gate standing tall and shining. You're right. His actions crossed my bottom line. Lily suddenly opened her eyes, her face showing a fierce anger that was shocking. A heartbreaking scream echoed, and it was not ordinary rain, but a corrosive type with strong destructive power. When it landed on a warrior, it could pierce through his protective shield and start to eat away at his skin, destroying his body in a terrible way. 19 banners immediately tore apart and turned into pieces. The magic light was evaporated, and the sky became clear again. But next, it was swallowed by a sea of lightning. The black-armored man shouted in terror and leapt away to escape. Huang Shisheng looked up at Kai Guanghu, who was on the opposite side, showing a cautious expression. His aura did not gradually grow stronger. Instead, as his eyes lifted, his power suddenly burst out and quickly increased to an incredible level. Xiahou Zhu also looked desperate, forcing the heaven-slaying array into the air. Blood and slaughter lights flickered wildly, constantly impacting the Great Blood Demon diagram. A sudden shadow appeared, likely a nascent soul stage cultivator who left behind these 3 sealing formations. At this moment, the crisis for the barbarian tribe was mostly over. Their army was badly wounded, and it would take years to recover enough to pose a real threat again. Meanwhile, Cheng Gong and Chao Pu's competition had become very intense secretly, but they hadn't yet torn each other apart. Though it was only a matter of time. She spoke softly and patiently, fixing his hands on the keyboard. De Yen and others jumped out again, not caring whether the news was true or not, and started criticizing directly. Looking at a face that was just as young as his own, he finally accepted that he had traveled to this world. Now, he truly felt that these wealthy people admired and looked up to him from the bottom of their hearts, and he couldn't help but smile happily. Gu Shi knew her personality well, gentle on the outside but strong inside. Otherwise, she wouldn't have fought against her difficult family environment and still managed to get into college. Let's study this further when we have the chance. Long Chen put away his treasured sword and seal, then thanked Long Shan, and went to see Duan Zhu and Yunu. Shen He looked at her new clothes for a while, full of envy as she admired the prince's long arms and legs. She thought about how fast the hero grew. If he were in modern times, he'd be a great basketball player. Besides Su Bai, Wang Fugue and Lin Ku have already decided that they will work alone from now on. When Ning is willing to cooperate with them, the deserted, withered trees form a dense forest, and the howling of the Tibetan mastiffs echoes through the woods, eerie and distant, sending chills down the spine. Tang Yi still clenched his fists, looking angry and determined, which moved everyone present. However, Wang Mingsong and his group suddenly rushed out, without hesitation, throwing punches at Tang Yi. Tang Yi was knocked to the ground. There's a sister here named Meng Jiang too. You're quite a match. You can stay here for now, and later I'll build a pavilion for you, Wang Hao said with a smile. Having experienced the Polish campaign, Tai Muxin-ge clearly understood the gap between the Soviet and German armies. Compared to the Polish forces, which were of similar strength, the Germans advanced rapidly, winning the largest encirclement battles so far. Meanwhile, the Soviet forces he commanded struggled to make slow progress despite their best efforts. As the icy fog gradually cleared and the huge iceberg came into view, Yan Xianshi was almost in tears, feeling utterly helpless. At this moment, he felt a coldness deep inside. There's nothing more to say. Since this Yenling grass is so rare and precious, its effects must be remarkable. But what exactly does it do? Yu Feng asked. She had gone out a few times before, and was used to it. She also enjoyed the lively atmosphere. However, this was her first time with Qing Tian. Z2, Luo Jia, Sushi, and Fusheng. All were heavily drunk, being carried back to their rooms by attendants, either supported or helped. Chia Ying was lying weakly on the bed, lips pale, still not fully recovered, only regaining her consciousness. Then, Huang Fuming Han didn't speak, but quickly poured a few cups of wine and drank them. Seeing the melted part of the demon spirit, Jean Meng shivered involuntarily. She had planned to avoid it, but when Yunlu's face turned red and she could no longer hold on, she hesitated and finally decided to go straight ahead. Under his raised arms, He Lian Xian trembled as if suppressing something, fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white, and her eyes reddening uncontrollably. Although his walking route was in an S shape, it mostly headed toward Qian Kuan Mountain. It seemed that the sealed earth god was indeed someone else. Commander Zhixing has been here for some time and has already figured out everything clearly. Su Xingli's eyes also turned cold as he gave instructions to the staff and assistants nearby. Suddenly, An Nian, feeling wronged, no longer wanted to endure it. Since she was no longer valued, she decided not to insist and thought it was time to find a new goal. Even more surprisingly, the next lucky draw included a big gift package from the continent of Guana, specifically from the country of Lydia. If he continued to act like this, it would show a lack of vision and be very unwise. Tang Guanping looked at Yi Zhonghai and the others in frustration, then sincerely spoke to Zhao Xiangyang. In these days, surveillance isn't advanced and hospitals aren't as strict as in later times, so it's possible to switch a child. Not only was he stunned by Cheng Cheng's poetic words, but he was also frightened by the rich information hidden in his speech. Jiang Chu also felt a bit hot under the sun, so she decided to rest under a tree near the teaching building before continuing to fill out her questionnaire. Xiao Yun's anger was soothed by the sight of the blood-red scene before him. He curled his lips and looked at Song Silly with a playful expression. Some people either show off their latest limited edition cards, display rare family secret cards, or summon beasts with special skills. Although I had guessed what was happening, I still sat up and asked Wang Baobao to explain what had occurred. I'll go ahead. We're bodyguards. If something happens, we can handle it, and it's easier for you to escape, Fu Jianke said proactively. Gu Jie saw my surprised expression and knew his rank had completely intimidated me. As a rookie, I was far below him, and he didn't want to argue anymore. He just patted my shoulder. I wonder what his temper is like. What if he's mean to her? What if he bullies her? Would he tie her to a tree and whip her or pour hot wax on her? At least he's handsome, a returnee from overseas, and wealthy. Thinking about being with such a man doesn't seem so scary. When I said this, everyone looked at Xiao Banshan, who held the highest position among them. Moreover, when she grows old and her beauty fades, I can still care for her wholeheartedly and never abandon her. Child, do you know the deep connection between Linqing County and us martial artists? Pulling the reins and leaving the saddle, Zhang Zhankue asked Han Jinyong behind him. Initially, when he heard about Enli's escape, he felt resigned, thinking that Enli had paid the price for his sins. P.S. I recently moved, so things are very busy. I am also preparing to open a shop, so updates are a bit irregular. When he realized his own limitations, Tan Ran began to seek help. She didn't tell Gu Lingling about her plan to run away because she didn't want to worry her. This has become normal. He Jin knows his preferences well. He likes fair skin, black hair, and shy, sparkling eyes. I didn't buy you to make money in the future. I bought you to ruin you and make you look bad. That would be too terrible. They are actually heading to the 8th ring.
And they know so much about it.
Could it be that these people were already in the 8th ring before? The young man's main source of wealth now seems to be framing Lin Zhaoluan. If he destroys the source, his plans to frame others will naturally fail. Can you stop pretending to be indifferent and righteous? Luyan looked at him with a fake expression. Duyan thought he just wanted to come in and check if the emperor's chair was just an ordinary chair. But when Liang Fei came over, he eagerly tried to sit on the throne. Director Du said that Liao Zhiming recently lost his composure. Master Zhao, this is your achievement. Lu Qing blinked, curious, watching Zhao Xiang. She looked him over carefully and finally confirmed that Zhao Xiong looked like an ordinary person without a tail hidden under his. After December began, cold air arrived and the temperature in Yuhang City dropped to 3 or 4 degrees. Li Linlang didn't want Yan Yan to catch a cold and get a cold. Zhang Mingyu heard footsteps behind him. He shook his head silently, then his face suddenly darkened. He stepped forward and kicked Liang Ge, who was grinning arrogantly. As the shadow rose higher, Wang Yao's fear grew stronger. Finally, the shadow stopped about 10 meters above the water surface, not breaking through the water. Its deep, glowing eyes slowly opened, and through the thin water surface, it stared coldly at Wang Yao on the cliff top. Of course, I know it can't kill 7-peak true immortals instantly. Dragon 5 himself must know that too. The 3 barbers looked at Ji Xiaotian with surprise, while Chu Muyun also instinctively moved closer, her eyes filled with joy. However, although the demon energy hadn't been fully released, Gao Xing still faintly sensed an eerie, hard-to-explain feeling from the other person. Before reaching Xingzhe Tower, Tan Yaoyu had no hope of beating Jiang Qian, but after learning a new breathing technique taught by her master, her true energy was at its peak. Honestly, she had always wanted to find a skilled fighter to test her abilities and see how far she had come. This was their first mission, and they had to do it well. They didn't want to rely solely on SUI's help to win. They wanted to succeed with their own strength. But what was the key move? The company was already in debt and close to bankruptcy. Just when they were desperate, a phone call brought them a glimmer of hope. After the fight, Gao Xing refused to accept the pleas of Lu Zhaoyan and his team and returned to the Tianshi Temple with Tu Shanyaya. Kyle cleared his throat and confidently shared his story, taking the opportunity to thank Teacher Wayne for giving him a 7th-level wind magic crystal. He also asked Teacher Wayne some questions about spiritual cultivation. Around Ji Xiaotian, many other teams watched the twin sisters and muttered prayers under their breath. It was obvious they didn't believe it, but Lin Ran didn't believe it either. Yen Sui didn't look like a fool, so believing would be strange. I was surprised, thinking that Kang Yue really was hard to deal with and kept causing trouble. Did he know that Cixi's influence didn't reach overseas? In the end, she would only vent her anger on the emperor. Ning Qi stepped back, then further back. A sword suddenly pressed against her neck from the darkness. When the surrounding lights turned on, she saw clearly. There was Zhao Qingli, Xing Yuan, and others. Night Emperor City. I've heard it's occupied by demons from other worlds. Do you have any way to deal with these demons? Dama asked seriously. Qishir loosened his grip, and the broken dagger tip fell onto the stone table with a clear sound. She had found the best doctor in Beijing to check her pulse every day and made sure she was well cared for. She also sent a message to Lady Zhongyong, telling her to rest assured that everything was fine. Dai Lin's space ring used to hold Ashina was not an ordinary ring. It had a special name. Ecosystem No. 2. This was still his first time killing someone. It's impossible to say he wasn't affected, but the situation was so urgent that he didn't have time to think. Also, the person killed by the heart sword, Li Ruigan, had no visible injuries, which made it easier for him to accept. Although I mentioned this last time, just to be safe, I will repeat it. I believe there is no such thing as talent. In fact, there are no geniuses in the world. You might say that the Uchiha clan has many strong ninjas, but isn't that because of their talent? She nodded and said, I've arranged for the charity hall's empty house. You can go there today. Hearing this, everyone gasped in surprise. Ning Qi couldn't believe it. The moment it hadn't even started, they were taken away, and their hands were tied, hanging behind the horses. But the problem was, food storage wasn't as simple as just putting food away. First, they needed a ventilated, dry place. The cellar met the conditions, but it was a bit cool. More importantly, food stored for a long time can get bugs or mold. Thinking about the previous restrictions that were useless against him, but effective in the abyss, the two of them decided to move to the villa's screening room to watch videos. Before going, Su Shi also took Jiang Yan with him. Unlike Su Yinlu, she was not a traveler, had no system, and certainly couldn't see attributes. Your heavenly person's sword can now condense 59 sword intents, Shangguan Fingxi asked in surprise. Of course, even unlimited power doesn't mean the terrifying upper limit can become very high. At this moment, Chun Yu's sword was flying up and down, moving with him. Sometimes it looked like a swimming dragon, sometimes like an eagle soaring in the sky. His stance was vigorous, his steps light, yet he carried a commanding presence. Although the defending side used more energy than the attacking side, at this moment, Manchester City's stamina advantage became clear. They were eagerly looking forward to what surprises Earth's technology, which had been silent for 8 or 9 months, would bring. Young Master Li's martial arts have improved quite a bit, said the older of the four, approaching. He was Zhou Qi, the central ghost emperor among the 5 ghost emperors. They naturally wouldn't pity Xiang Ziyun. They knew the major families of the divine realm well, and Xiang Ziyun was not a kind person. The door to the courtyard was not locked, so people entered without knocking. It was Zhao Weiguo. That makes sense, Qingjin said, not asking more. Everyone has secrets, so she saw no need to dig deeper. He was dressed simply in a white shirt and jeans, a common outfit, but she managed to wear it in a way that showed her unique charm. Lu Xindia quickly nodded and responded, "Maybe I didn't sleep well last night." "Thank you, Empress, for your concern." She looked up with a kind smile. The winter lake was icy cold, and even through the glass cover, she could feel the chill. The water was muddy because of stirred-up silt, making it hard to see clearly. The emperor was furious and questioned Consort Li. She was straightforward and brought out concubine Shu. When she denied it, the emperor didn't press further. He took away the power of the 4 noble ladies and handed it over to the Empress Dowager to manage. A message from a dead person to the living. Such scenes usually only happen in horror movies. Now, it was happening to Qin Feng, leaving him completely confused. If it had been before, he might have thought it was a hacker trying to scam him. But after experiencing the horror game, he preferred to believe it was a message from his mother. Zhao Junsheng carefully prepared some food and drinks in a box. After thinking for a moment, he also packed a few bamboo scrolls. When he returned to the shop in front, Feng San and others were waiting for him. "Are you stupid?" He deliberately let us find out.
No.
To be precise, he intentionally made sure we saw this in front of the surveillance, the director of education said helplessly. In the end, she still couldn't bear to leave Hani Qian, nor Qian Nian, nor this relationship. People often feel conflicted and anxious because they can't let go. Ji Erin was surprised by Dong Shushu's arrival, especially when she heard it was about her son's marriage, which made her even more shocked. This experience had shaken Yunfeng greatly, but the shock was far from over. Now, he regretted his greed for power. Why couldn't he let everything go and reconcile with his son earlier? "Tomorrow, my younger sister will marry into the Xian Wang's residence. We should rest early." Feng Guren saw her face turn pale and felt very happy. She searched around the bathroom but couldn't find it. She asked the cleaning lady, who also said she hadn't seen it. Yan Xinrui felt very pleased. Somehow, knowing that the late-night snack had been sent by her made his mood much better, completely different from how he had felt that afternoon and during dinner. A long and troubling day had passed. The next day was Saturday. During the day, Luo Qishan had to go to the police station to give a statement, and in the evening, she needed to attend the Huagang Century gathering. After months apart, the moment he received the call, Long Yi, who was usually calm, unexpectedly lost his composure in front of those close to him. In an instant, countless chaotic thoughts flooded his mind. The virus attacked recklessly, like trying to dilute a drop of ink with an ocean of water. The Prince of Liao naively believed that family affection could move the Prince of Fu to release the Queen of Liao. Unexpectedly, the Prince of Fu pushed him even further, frightening the Prince of Liao so much that he turned pale and dared not speak. Lin Xinyan turned around and saw Bai Yining sitting in a wheelchair, holding a bouquet of white chrysanthemums. Gao Yuan was pushing him, holding a black umbrella with one hand, standing at the bottom of the stone steps. The man looked like an ordinary short and chubby person, but beneath the fat was solid muscle. His strength and endurance were impressive. Except for being completely defeated by William, Carl had rarely lost a fight. Moreover, Dianhua also understood a simple truth: no one is obligated to treat you well. Those who do must have their own reasons. From what Dianhua knew, strange beings were dangerous but lacked intelligence. Therefore, anyone who possessed such power and came to investigate must be a cultist. From this point of view, he indeed could not defeat the hungry wolf before him. However, now that he had released his full strength, his body was much tougher than before, giving him a real chance to fight back. My sister actually said my fushi zither brings bad luck. How ridiculous. The fushi zither is not only a magical instrument, but also a spiritual one. Its strings are made from dragon tendons, and its body from phoenix bones. Its sound is pure and graceful, and every note calls to your soul, said the Queen Mother of the West with a faint, amused smile. After the spirit of the immortal disc completed its calculations, Dianhua's new setting solved the problem at its root. Naturally, there were no further objections. The system immediately updated online, added the new setting, and sent out a notice. The punch was extremely powerful. Kong Chung was thrown more than 3 meters away like a rag doll. Although Helian Nua's strike was not fatal, it would take quite some time for Kong Chung to fully recover. Okay, she replied softly. T and I didn't refuse and simply got up to lie down on the side. Soon, Mito heard steady breathing. She smiled slightly, not for any particular reason, just feeling that being with someone wasn't as hard as she thought. Yi led the black-clad assassin a few miles away until they reached a hilltop and stopped. He immediately took out several revival pills and handed them out to everyone. The scenery was beautiful, and the atmosphere was very emotional. But amid this touching scene, Mito was thinking. Just now, she called her sister, and now she's calling her Dodo again. Is this what kids are like? Yang Goen decided that Wang Xiaoling and Yi Shuqing would wait in the car, while 4 police officers sealed off the 2 exits. He, Ma Zhongliang, and another officer would handle the arrest. Could it be my husband? Under someone's gentle guidance, Mito finally managed to say the word. As soon as she said it, her face turned red. Luo Yixuan saw the tyrant make such a move and shivered suddenly. That expression was too frightening, giving her goosebumps. A crescent moon had appeared in the sky, but it was not bright or clear. It seemed to be tainted by the heavy, deathly atmosphere of this deadly camp, looking sinister and eerie. In despair, the 2 giant wolves' ferocity was suddenly unleashed. They both lowered their heads and growled, then suddenly kicked their hind legs, kicking up a cloud of dust. In an instant, they pounced over the young man. Dafuling Mengo, Ainua Lu, Stark, Grimjo, Noitella, and Yuryu Ishida. Only 6 people, but all very powerful. While packing their gear, they looked around the bedroom. The image of Lin Miaodong sleeping came to mind, and she couldn't help but sneak back inside. But fate was unpredictable. The strong alliance of Nangong Tian and Alan made Iron Shard's plans all for nothing. All their efforts to eliminate the Red Flame army were wasted, and they achieved no real results. The ghost crew members nodded to him, then slowly steered the decaying ship into the sea. Feeling weak in her legs, Li Ding smiled and nodded. He then waved his hand, said nothing more, controlled his breathing, kept his mouth shut, and only breathed through his nostrils as he continued running downward. A few days ago, Mo Chang gained the free movement, right after Gui Xiongdian pleaded with him in white clothes. He knew that Ho Tsung's trusted followers had sent people to watch around him. This doesn't matter. Cloud Consort has been inside the house, trembling with fear. When she saw Lu Qingjing arrive, she quickly stood up and bowed. Yu Linlang was commanding the creatures to play in the air, sometimes flipping, sometimes circling, rushing, or wandering. Dozens of giant snakes guarded her. Yun Luo was caught off guard. Her nose suddenly bumped into Snowli's hard chest, and she cried out in pain. Seeing the spiritual fruit that Imomoyu took out, Xiao Jianlian's pupils flickered. She could tell that this was the fruit she ate in the morning. Although she didn't understand what kind of fruit it was, she knew it was rich in spiritual energy and very precious. As long as the countless strands appeared in front of Luyu, they were all swept away by a single palm. A powerful spiritual force burst out from Lu Yu, spreading like ripples across the water, radiating outward. Su Iren's fingers trembled, as if two forces were dividing her body, one trying to wake her up, the other questioning the deepest darkness. When the dazzling flowers bloomed suddenly, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Instantly, the weather seemed to change from gloomy snowstorm to clear blue skies. The frozen frost melted into flowing spring water, blooming beautifully. Lanmeyer was also beside Mu Qiu. She heard someone nearby say Mu Qiu wanted to rest, so she took the soup she had ordered from the hotel chef and walked over. Nan Mingchen compromised. In front of his son, he felt like he had lost all authority. Yate Chensi fell down. "I want him to bring him out," she said blankly. She didn't even know who was speaking to her on the other side, then squatted down silently, digging downward. "It's over." It's becoming more like what Ho Ching said. Su Iren circled around in despair and squatted down. She had never understood why Ho Ching had those memories. Now, as things developed more like that story, she started to have ideas. Prince Xian was blocked tightly and chose not to speak. He wanted to see how the Pei family would drag the Yang family into trouble today, an internal fight among noble families. As a prince, he was eager to watch from the sidelines. "There's nothing urgent now," Yan Jinghua said, but when he looked at Song Shengsheng, his expression was slightly serious. Lu Xiaomei also did not mention anything about not needing tickets, even though Fortune Come had said more than once that in this channel, you only need to pay money, not tickets, to exchange for things. When people fall into illusions, they instinctively want to escape. But if escaping the illusion means facing a false reality, this endless cycle of illusions will make people start doubting what is real. Zhuge Wuwei, though not very powerful, is good at formations and very knowledgeable. Now he is the vice city lord of Shanlai City, and most of the city's administrative work is handled by him. Zhuge Wuwei's position in Shanlai City is as important as Jing Weiyuan's in the Yinmun Imperial Dynasty. The warriors watching from afar became excited. Some hurriedly left to gather friends and family. As long as he reaches the late stage of body refinement, he can go to the mining area to guard the mysterious pearl veins for his sect. It's better to kill more strange beasts. Not only can he help the demon generals, but he can also gather a lot of high-level blood and flesh. If it's just for this reason, Zhang Yingxue could simply take a helicopter alone. The others can be transferred in groups, since there's no rush. A powerful warrior who moves freely and is comparable to a martial saint, if he is determined to fight against the Great Shu, would be a disaster. Summer is a symbol of beauty. Life is like a summer flower, brilliant and full of energy. After holding winter, it blooms in summer. She now begins to understand the words the young man often said when they were at Mingxian residence. In the morning, when the patient experienced convulsions and lost consciousness, they were rushed to the emergency room. After rescue, the doctor sadly announced that the patient had died on the way because they arrived too late. What's going on? How did it become like this? These roses have mutated, Xie Jingmeng said excitedly. Everyone be quiet. Don't disturb Mr. Su's treatment. Dr. Niu, the healer, sighed in relief and shouted at the crowd. Li Xinian looked helplessly at Fang Junnan, who was giggling and seemed a bit confused, hoping he could help say a few good words. Each identity was stirring Shun Tianxian's heart. She had to take a deep breath to calm her pounding heart. After a moment, a powerful tremor burst out from his body. This time, the evil wind was directly blown away, but he did not transmit demon energy to Situping again. Instead, he watched quietly because his internal demon energy was now enough to break through that barrier. Looking at my grandfather's straightforward expression, Meng Jia roughly understood there was little hope. He regretfully glanced at Su Yi and then sighed softly. Haven't we used cloth to make clothes and raw iron to build the black iron house? Heimer replied, and from the black iron needle, he plucked a thick piece of fish meat and stuffed it into a narrow mouth. However, there are 10 golden bats. Even if one is shot through, the remaining 9 surround Ho-E. How could Ho-E possibly survive? Ho-E was immediately killed on the spot. Suddenly, I remembered that even Brother Tianpeng and Brother Tianyu ascended to the heavens. I couldn't help but curse my own foolishness. I hadn't asked Xingcheng, the Black Star Lord, or others about this matter beforehand. To this creature, these bugs look like delicious food. As a big eater, it really doesn't want to waste any. In an instant, a storm of wind and rain erupted on the tall martial stage. There were sounds of fighting, shouting, cold commands, and thuds of falling to the ground, all continuous. He remembered clearly that Yan Peishan had an extra jade pendant on her, but her physical condition was not visible. Han Feng's mind suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Just as he was about to raise the Reaper to block and defend, a force struck his chest before his hand was fully raised, knocking him 10 meters away. Then, Lin Jingxian, who hadn't yet pulled up her pants, suddenly felt a surge in her chest. Her head spun, she let out a muffled groan, and everything went black. After Ninglinga entered the room, the two of them jumped onto the wall and looked inside. They saw the butler leading Ninglinga into a side room lit by candlelight. Quietly, they crept forward on their stomachs, wetting the window paper with saliva, then reached out and poked through the paper to look inside. Fong Sin nodded, and Fong Go headed toward the spirit stones. He placed both hands on the stone surface and infused spiritual energy. He also pieced together the cards the two had used, trying several times. Those were the most memorable and favored in his mind. I picked up the teacup, took a sip, and honestly, I don't know how to taste tea. I only know that his tea is especially bitter, more bitter than any other tea I've had. Chu Qingran, hearing this, suddenly woke up from her dream. She hurriedly grabbed Feng Wu's sword but found her hands trembling uncontrollably. She couldn't even hold the sword, let alone cut off Chu Qingyo's hand. Tears blurred her vision as she broke down crying. The two brothers had their own loves, and even though she looked like an fairy, she couldn't shake their cold hearts. She gained fame on the trash planet and then returned to the central planet to take control, clear her name, defeat enemies, all in one smooth move. Seeing him walk out, Gu Mingxian looked at Su Jinli with complicated feelings, then also stood up and followed. He raised his cup. This cup of tea is like a toast. I, Pan, wish you a happy marriage. Then he took a big sip. She was peacefully working her job, earning a steady salary each month. Everything else was running normally. She paid back part of Chow Man's money and didn't plan to pay the rest. Chow Man had already returned some money, and now her bank account had 7 figures. In the past, Ji Shohan might have still ridden the unicorn beast of the Demon King, and Shi Li might have stopped him. But now, Ji Shohan was not enjoying this privilege. Whether he truly lost the trust of the Demon King or not, Shi Li was already pushing his luck. On the way back, Yi Chun and her friends passed by a busy shopping street. The barbecue shops on the roadside had already opened, with tables and chairs set up. Under the glow of charcoal fires, the delicious smell of grilled meat spread throughout the area. At that moment, Grandma Gu was extremely angry. She realized that if the old lady truly couldn't rise again, her and her family's days would definitely become difficult. There was a similar case during the Wanli period. At that time, commerce across the Ming dynasty was thriving and the economy was prosperous. However, the green-skinned bandits grew more rampant. In Suining City, a wealthy family was known for doing good deeds, but they were targeted by a group of ruffians. On the official roads, besides large merchant caravans, there were hardly any common people. Everyone was afraid of being robbed or kidnapped by bandits. Meanwhile, a stronger source of the world could sense that these extraordinary powerful beings would be swallowed and restrained. This is a natural law of heaven and earth. The deaths of the Scarecrow and the other 3 viruses didn't seem to affect the virus's plans in San Francisco. More beast-human hybrids kept gathering from different parts of the city. The Lion Legion's firepower kept pouring out, but they couldn't win. They were too many. Especially characters like Eagle Hook Man. His appearance was beyond Lin Han's expectations, and he wasn't mentally prepared for it. Because of the low prices, to keep the market stable, The workshop only accepted large orders and didn't take small, scattered orders. Are you sure you can do better than the heavenly god Chang'e? Without causing another Purple Eagle War? Are you willing to sacrifice everything? Huang Zhong asked thoughtfully. He had to admit Mu Shaoan's idea was shocking, but it also seemed to have some sense. Meanwhile, Chu Haifeng looked at Nie Yunfan's back and snorted coldly, a hint of icy anger in his eyes. Just now, Nie Yunfan dared to attack him secretly. If the main referee hadn't intervened in time, he might have been defeated. The evil demon sect's strongest fighters had been killed by Long Yan and Luo Seng. Now, Long Yan was about to face Luo Seng directly, a powerful expert from the great success of the human pill meridian. Keep working and ignore them, Zhang Xiaoyan said firmly, turning to look at the foreman. Old Taoist, buddy, everyone here is a demon hunter. You should leave now before the headless ghost absorbs your energy. You might still escape with your life. If you want to interfere, at least find some strong helpers first. Charging into the headless village alone isn't bravery, it's recklessness. Deep inside the reversal passage, the candle dragon was probably completely enraged. Roars echoed from below, then it started climbing wildly. Because of its huge size, it could jump 10 meters at a time. In just a few moves, it could catch up with us over 50 meters. The thick smoke had dispersed, and the air returned to normal. Hong Baida was very confident in his smoke illusion and strode forward. When they bent down to catch us, Xiao Feng and I jumped up at the same time. Tai Yun proved the existence of the miasma forest behind the Dream Yao village and Wanling Mountain, but he didn't know how to enter. Everything depended on us. Seeing the 3 piles of ghost money about to burn out, Qin Fei waved his hand and took out a resurrection talisman from his storage ring, placing it on Wu Shirkuai's forehead. Until recently, he had stepped down from the position of sect leader and returned to the Su family. Over 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye. All the strong people in Divine Demon City looked up at the sky. At this moment, they were terrified, their bodies trembling. That person glared at him angrily, but said nothing. However, the flamboyant face was skilled in various spells and curses, and his words made sense. All formations, restrictions, and talismans had their roots. They were interconnected, and each spell had its limits. After pressing a button, a black, door-like object suddenly appeared on the room's wall. Hudson, seeking death. Lin Lei's black jade heavy sword, carrying the endless power of the earth, directly struck towards Black Dessen. A tall, strong man leading the group spoke a few words to Jiang Lan. His tone and expression showed no sign of disdain, but seemed to care about Jiang Lan's safety. Indeed, although these people are not good at fighting, they are very skilled with blades. Cutting throats is something they do effortlessly. Fang Fian was instantly filled with a sense of disappointment. The image of this consort seemed to have little worth showing off. Su Qing looked thoughtful as he watched Li Kuanglan leave, and he couldn't help but worry about his own ideas. On the 3rd day, Queen Qing's mother came to visit her in the palace. Since Rong Fei was busy, she didn't bring Sun Su to Qingning Palace. The 5-element thunder and fire of the Immortals level could easily destroy the bodies of mortal-level snake demons, which was naturally very effective. There's no need to investigate. I know who did this. Bairu slowly walked in and said loudly. Someone couldn't help but glance up at Lancelot, who was seriously annotating a scroll. He sincerely felt sympathy and sadness for him. But tears and sympathy couldn't stop someone from disdainfully tossing aside the 2nd scroll and opening the 3rd. He, actually ignoring everything, took off the dragon-binding rope. What did that mean? It meant the former emperor's remains would forever rest in the Sea of Fire, and Sima Yi would bear a pain that ordinary people couldn't imagine. The scene shifted to the current chaotic Lin family auction house. The lively scene of mutual killing didn't happen. Instead, the battle had been one-sided from the start, with such a large gap and deep impact that it felt like the entire 2012 had arrived for the Lin family. He quickly pried open her tightly clenched teeth with his tongue, savoring the fragrance in her mouth with the longing of days and nights. The familiar scent filled his nose, making him unconsciously hold her tighter, as if to embed her into his bones. Her head suddenly throbbed intensely, causing her to raise her hand to rub her temples. Suddenly, Lung Wuchen stepped forward and grasped her delicate wrist. The gentle, boneless feel of her skin made him involuntarily loosen his grip. Especially with the Tang army, which was left to cover the rear. Watching the main army of Zhou rush forward, many wielding long-handled swords, they were terrified out of their wits. After all, their own cavalry couldn't defeat others, let alone their infantry. Yuming had no choice but to order everyone to rest for half an hour, eat some dry food, drink water, and then continue. Master Yi, the sect leader needs to rest and recover today. Please do not disturb her. She is showing signs of miscarriage. If she doesn't rest properly, the pregnancy might be lost, Gong Sunjing said seriously, and it was indeed true. But Li Hao didn't leave immediately. He wasn't stupid. Who knew if there were survivors under the explosion? After a few minutes, everything was very quiet with no sounds. Li Hao stepped outside. The crowd was shocked. He was challenging the respected one. Everyone found it hard to believe. Dong Tai, though not top among semi-respectful figures, was still an important person. The depression from over a month, the pain from the past week, and the grievances from today's meeting all burst out at this moment. There was no need to hide anymore. He waved his right hand, and the heart-piece immortal sword leapt from his belt, humming with silver light. Amid countless illusionary gun barrels, he precisely found the real one and struck with his sword. Zhou Yu also knew some of his subordinates had escaped, but he didn't need to explain. Even if he did, no one would believe him. Sometimes, explanations are just cover-ups.
What?
Master, what are you saying? Lu Renj asked in surprise. In a world that values both science and ancient martial arts, he had accepted scientific views for many years, dismissing ghosts and spirits as legends and superstitions. He never expected his revered master to suddenly bring up such ideas. Outside the room, an excited voice rang out. Tian Nong rushed into Sun Yi's room, face full of excitement that words couldn't describe. Thanks to the soul-searching technique, Yi Ziluo learned about the distribution of the Taiyuan sex people and their trap formations. This unexpected gain now came in handy. The fierce beast transformed by Chunyin was badly injured and had to revert to its original form. If it wanted to fight Yi Ziluo, it simply didn't have the strength. Suddenly, a phone call caught his attention. His brows furrowed deeply. After moving to a corner to answer the call, Gong Sunyu greeted Yi Hongling and then drove to a tea house on Huaihai West Road in Suhui District. After practicing the natural method, he could barely use teleportation magic that only those in the chaos stage could manage. With such increased strength, how could someone silently trap him? He approached Su Nan and asked, "Are you Su Nan?" Actually, he had seen Su Nan's photo before. This was just a routine, cautious inquiry. The soul-nourishing flower has an incredible effect on a person's consciousness. Unknowingly, Ziyun's mental awareness had been greatly strengthened, but without a cultivation method, she couldn't realize it. Tong Nyoer felt a bit nervous inside but appeared calm on the outside. He calmly walked to the four people, bowed slightly, and said nothing. Before leaving, Wang Ho handed the Agarwood bracelet to Old Mei. The Mei brothers recognized its value and initially refused to accept it. After Wang Ho persuaded them, they finally took it. The first to be targeted was the disciple of the ghost doctor ancestor, the corpse ghost Qian Liang, who died unexpectedly. No one knows who was responsible. Some say Qian Liang was cruel and made many enemies. Someone took advantage of his injury during a medical duel, killed him, and destroyed the body to hide the evidence. The main suspect was the skeleton Han Duoshang. However, Yuan Wei suddenly attacked again. Ying Long bared its teeth and claws, its dragon body filling the entire space. It wanted to trap Guan Yi, to swallow him whole. Seeing this, Shi Quan felt a bit awkward. It turned out that they never intended for him to treat Guan Yi's arm. He could repair it himself with his secret techniques. Lin Fenghuang felt more and more bitter, as if her heart and mouth were filled with bile, almost vomiting. Tears slowly streamed down her cheeks, and soon she was sobbing. 3 days passed quickly. Shirquan's body remained unconscious, still absorbing poison frantically. Tian's grandfather was a retired worker from a state-owned enterprise. He received a salary, so buying a notebook for Tian was no problem. He agreed without hesitation. Mao Yu lazily thought for a moment and then took her phone. The previous synthesis countdown had disappeared. When she opened the synthesis interface carefully, she saw a new icon in the center of the screen. Ouyang Qingcheng heard her father say something alarming and showed a dismissive expression. Then, two strong guards tied the delicate young noble to a carriage and headed toward the town center. After passing 2 more classrooms, they arrived at the door of the classroom that the old gatekeeper had pointed to. Lu Guangtong was a close attendant to the emperor. After Yan Jing was attacked, he was assigned to the inconspicuous Qi County with enough guards to protect him closely. This was not a mistake, but an achievement. Xia Junyao was too cold and distant. When others bowed to him, he didn't respond. He glanced back at the person. That person also looked over. Song Yuan simply smiled faintly, as a form of response. Mo Zhejiang was seeing Diego for the first time. Despite being young, Diego had a captivating charm that could conquer people's hearts, similar to Chun Xian in his youth. Mo Zhejiang heard the short 3 words, but they carried a heartbreaking pain, making his heart ache. Feifei was very sure that her mother-in-law came from the Suhui realm because she spoke with a strong accent from the Dongxiu area of Suhui. Mother Zhou's current state was partly his fault. Although he kept the secret about the child's death to protect Mother Zhou, he still betrayed her and let the illegitimate child replace her own. Silin Chun-yi and Wei Minghan had learned to be clever this time. They listened carefully, without interrupting. In the future, going to Prince Qi's residence wouldn't just mean delicious food but also tea brewed with fresh flowers and tasty snacks. Just thinking about it made it seem wonderful. Helian Feihong stopped alone in the garden, saying the house was stuffy and she wanted to get some fresh air outside. It's not like I'm freeloading. Auntie specially made radish cake and stuffed meat buns for me. You're just taking advantage of me, Xia Jian said with a gentle smile. Grandpa and Grandma, and some other things about them. I'll tell you slowly later. For now, you just need to meet them. You'll form your own opinion about what kind of people they are. But who they are doesn't affect your relationship with me, Xia Jian said. That's too many. Can we really handle all of them? A spiritual master's voice came from nearby, sounding a little scared. The double whips, which should have been a big advantage, bore clear sword marks. Jiang Chun heard this name for the first time, but he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity deep inside. Cultivators have long lives and endless time, so feelings can change. Jiang Yin never believed that Jiang Chen would stop loving her just because he loved Yin Qi deeply. Even so, Li Jiesin had no complaints. Even when mocked for losing her chance at the Miss Hong Kong finals after signing with Jean Long, she gritted her teeth and persisted. The spiritual energy here was very dense, forming mist-like clouds. Cultivating here for a day could be as effective as dozens of days outside. The disciples of the Songtian sect's demon division, after ascending to the demon realm, appear randomly within the Chaos Demon Star region. The sect's territory is too small to cover all the demon division disciples. Bai Sui went to her bedroom to change clothes. It was already mealtime, and she had to join the old lady for dinner, which was unavoidable. Zhongzheng Hanyue, worn out by the beasts, showed no temper anymore. When she saw her, she only lifted her eyelids slightly and didn't say a word. Since the director spoke, the other teachers naturally agreed. As a result, Yu Yunyun, originally scheduled for the second session at night, was informed to give her trial lecture earlier. Beach soccer with 4 players per team had almost no rules. The goal was just 2 poles set up. Xiao Yuan looked up at the bright full moon in the sky. She felt a bit sad, but didn't know why she wanted to talk to someone about it. During summer vacation, she went home and stayed in the village for a few days. She felt very bored and nervously asked her father if she could visit him for a few days. At least there was an internet cafe. Surprisingly, her father agreed for the first time. Yi Wei was bored, fiddling with her fingers, when she suddenly heard a familiar name, Mu Jiabe, on the stage. She froze there, stunned. Mai's indifference and disdain didn't bother him at all. Even when Mai insulted and slapped Yizifan, he accepted everything. He felt that he had hurt Mai deeply in the past, and now he deserved this outcome. As long as Mai was happy and could return to his side, he didn't care what happened. Until this moment, Li Yunmu deeply realized how much resources would be needed to cultivate the last 3 main acupoints. It's okay, as long as you're here. And Ruo smiled at Lu Ling, finally letting go of her worries. Her gaze unintentionally drifted downstairs, where something had happened, and the whole world seemed to have stopped. Nalen Hung listened to her faint words, his gaze fixed on her. It was long and deep, but he only saw a slight smile curve at the corner of his mouth. Our wedding, Lu Ling said slowly, with a serious tone. Now I am a killer, part of the Eagle faction of the Chitian gang, said Eagle 11 softly in the prison cell, followed by a long sigh. This made everyone more suspicious. They had once found the best alchemist nearby, but unfortunately, the attempt still failed. At this moment, the only thing I can do is stand behind her, convey my support and belief to her, and silently pray and bless her. Be quiet, a low voice commanded. A tall man dressed in a purple outer garment interrupted Gong Yunluo. She thought for a moment, and then understood. The number of vengeful spirits reflects the number of people in the formation. However, this is under the premise that neither side made a fatal mistake. In fact, the bandit forces in the southwestern mountains and the officials there have long been at odds. Why didn't they resolve the issue when bandit problems were just beginning? Her fingertips brushed over the scars on her waist, and a young boy with black hair and black eyes appeared in her mind. He excitedly pointed at the scars, showing off his growing height to his parents. Now, the statue was shattered into several pieces, covered in thick moss, making its original shape unrecognizable. Only the lonely base remained standing in place. Although I haven't slain a dragon before, it seems Achilles' legacy is about daring to slay dragons. The Star King seat has even been stained with the blood of a dragon king. Although my current strength is weak, I am officially an apprentice dragon slayer. Under the sunlight, the sea sparkled, and waves crashed onto the beach, creating white foam. Spending over 100 million on an outsider. All the money was used to buy external help. Isn't that a huge investment? Fortunately, it is so. If Ah Xing could do everything, what would I do? Ah Xing thought to herself. Alva saved me. If he liked me, he could just move into my house. So, Alva probably doesn't like me. He must be bringing food that Bai Qingqing asked him to deliver. Mo Duo died, which marked the end of an old era. The sacrifice for this ending was Mo Duo, a powerful orc from the previous era. Looking at these 20 or so people, the highest cultivation level was the 3 who had just been beaten by me. The others included 4 at the 8th level of the Kaiyuan stage, and the rest were at the 6th or 7th level. A demon ox-headed man with a human body was very tall and strong, holding a deadly trident, looking extremely mighty. The only ones not attacked were a few super forces protected by the immortal ancestor. Faced with pleas for help from their followers, the Northern Desert Force sects chose to ignore them. Their sects were closed, keeping everyone outside, without even offering a comforting reason. Yi Huan and Zhu Baohu left the police station. It was already dark outside. Zhu Baohu patted Yi Huan on the shoulder, wanted to say something, but said nothing and turned to walk back into the station. After a few more moves, Li Xinian suddenly covered his and screamed loudly, cursing as he yelled. According to the rules, salaries are paid on the 20th of each month for the previous month. However, Qin Xiu did not receive her salary for May. Lu Hao also received last month's salary but only the base pay of 1,800, and he did not get the bonus of over 1,000. With just this one sentence, Shun Linfeng achieved his goal and also praised Jin Mengyao. In the end, each of the 3 took a hard biscuit and started to eat. Booming sounds echoed through the entire castle. The sky was filled with blood-red resentment. The star-shaped magic array flickered, and the castle had become ruins. Feeling the power of Old Yin and Old Yang, the faces of the elders of the ghosts and demons sect instantly turned grim. They had been beaten by Shun Haoshuan before, which made them very unhappy. Now, Old Yin and Old Yang wanted to dominate them again, which made their murderous intent rise. "All right, just go straight right after leaving the dungeon," said Xian Luo, then fell silent. Chun Jinfeng leaned ambiguously close to Ning Xia. The rising aura of desire made his body burn with passion, making his throat dry and voice hoarse. He whispered in her ear, "Are you
Really?
ready? Has she already decided to fully give herself to him?" "You are the last boat, and it's not you who will decide," a man shouted at Lu Dashi in front of many people, unable to hide his face. Hope can inspire human fighting spirit. With hope, their journey will become much smoother. Wan Qiang really has no talent for naming, but he needs to choose a new name. This matter should be done sooner rather than later. Wan Qiang ate while thinking. After taking his personal belongings and greeting Qiao Wan and a few other players who were eating in the meeting room, Lin Shi walked to the door of the studio. He saw Shun Qing coming out of his office and walking over. If the island master was a gentle person, it would fit Qin Yang's plan to kill him. Then, he could transform himself into the master of Flying Immortal Island. Ryukong's heart was trembling. The dark prison, he had heard of it when he was in heaven. Inside the dark prison, there was no sunlight, and it was filled with howling ghosts and wolves. People could neither be born nor die there. He felt a sudden wave of pain in his heart. Just after leaving the large game room, Lin Shi saw Tao Ran standing at the door, idly leaning with his hands in his pockets. Seeing the tiredness in his mother's voice, Yi Xian didn't dare to delay. A gentle golden-red light flowed from within him along his mother's arm, and he watched as her face regained some color. "Come on, is that all you've got, heavens?" a man laughed wildly. His clothes were already darkened, and his challenge continued. With a sharp sound, all the barriers and light circles around Feng Liuzi disappeared. Feng Liuzi spat a mouthful of blood and staggered to his feet. Meanwhile, the abandoned sea god soldiers were trapped in the forest, surrounded by many fire dragon monsters attacking them, making it very difficult for them. Anin didn't answer. Only Daisy knew that if Lord Anin didn't answer a question, it meant either he was too proud to reply or he was silently agreeing. "If you don't stop now, you'll regret it," Yen Ao Nan said. His palm was restrained behind his head, very close to his hairline. He was considering whether to fight back and hit his pressure points or to take another soul return pill. Suddenly, Lei Tian shouted loudly, raising the ancient Zishuan Xianyuan sword high. He swung it down to block, but the sword shattered the mighty divine Fire King's slash. A strong gust of wind blew Lei Tian away, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. "Why are you walking around in the dark like a fool?" The moonlight flickered, shining brightly at this romantic moment. Unfortunately, a certain ancient girl didn't understand the romance. Old Ku was also a founding hero of this great country, alongside Huang Lao, Shen Lao, and Mu Lao, all part of the founding generals. Now, her mind was overwhelmed. Could she resist such tempting seduction? At this moment, Chu Nanxian was completely different from before, more passionate and wild than ever. Was this really his true self? Outwardly cold, but inside burning with passion. To put it in modern terms, he was a secretly passionate man. Suddenly, Yi Fei's body erupted with terrifying divine light. Roaring true energy condensed into a battle tripod, blocking the attack of countless scales. Suddenly, a howling cold wind burst from Yi Fei, and he fought back fiercely. The reason others didn't think of this is because they made a common mistake of assuming the killer was Sheer. Of course, the evidence at the scene also proved Sheer was the murderer. But Sheer told Rorschach he was not the killer, and Rorschach chose to believe him. Then maybe a dragon turtle would work, Qin Wushuang thought seriously. This remark made Shiz Hongshan's face turn pale. However, he didn't install the water wheels on both sides of the boat because that would make the boat wider and affect unloading. Unaware to them, Rorschach was hiding in the trunk of the camper. Just now, when the three were about to get in the car, Rorschach used his distraction skill to divert their attention, then slipped into the trunk. She held him tightly, feeling very reluctant, especially very reluctant. because she cared so much. If he suffered even a little unfairness, she would feel extremely wronged and unwilling. Training the physical body is much simpler than cultivating true energy with almost no bottlenecks. Lin Feng kept swallowing spirit stones, and his body kept getting stronger. But looking at the 9 virtual immortals glaring at him, unless forced to reveal himself, Yifei was too foolish to admit he was the second person to pass the test. Cough cough. Yifei was drinking spiritual tea. When he heard such bold words, he couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful, and Yi Shanshan kept laughing. He just saved Lin Changhai's life, but he showed no happiness. Instead, he felt a bit irritable. Of course, is there a man more outstanding than him in this world? Monica answered the reporter's question, but her eyes never left Jiang Tiandao's face. Zhang Lingdao shook her head in her dream. As the greatest intelligence chief in the world, Chu Wei surely knew about such news, but she didn't make a move. She must have had her own reasons. How could an old man suddenly fall ill and then suddenly pass away? This naturally raises suspicion. Their tentacles can freely stretch and retract, making them slightly stronger in attack range than the Kraken. So, the octopus battleship took the initiative in the first attack. He tried to touch his face but felt nothing. Then, he tried to slap his original shoulder, but it went straight through, not even stirring a breeze. Sir, what should I write for the next scene? After Hong Sihui reported the recent situation, he asked again. His messy hair and wrinkled long robe, stained with small spots of wine, with a wine jar hanging at his waist, gave off a strong smell of alcohol. It was just like he was before marrying Ding Yuan. If this keeps up, I'll run out of energy, Jellica cursed softly. In the end, he covered his forehead with his hand, where a red-black mark was slowly appearing. Qin Bai, who was sitting quietly in deep thought, was suddenly awakened by a sharp, piercing scream. He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly jumped up because the scream came from the other stone room where Zhongsheng was. Perhaps, among the Wind River creatures of this age, only Feng Wuqing could do such things, right? Now, Chiu Mingtong truly understood how impressive his brother-in-law was. Not to mention other things, his dance and racing during the day were incredible, making him deeply admire. I felt dizzy, weak all over, and was held by 4 people, unable to break free. The old man surnamed Meng came over, looked at me carefully with a strange expression, and then stuck a blue dragon talisman into my waist before waving his hand. Protect the formation mage. Everyone retreat, Zheng Tu shouted loudly. He led the way onto the city wall. Below, the defenses were in chaos, the protective barrier was destroyed, and many cultivators were overwhelmed by the beast tide. Next to him, the Tianshi Daoist watched as the 2 of them tangled together, worried that their martial skills might accidentally hurt each other, and couldn't help but gasp in surprise.
Lucia smilet.
She wasn't a fool and understood that some things weren't as simple as they seemed. Fighting those undead spirits? Wasn't it just to buy time? Isn't that risking death? How else could they delay? Muttering to herself, she turned around and poured another glass of fine wine, taking a sip. She thought about the future when the Will King ascended to the throne, and her own glory as a dragon's minister. Feng Yin was already feeling quite proud and carefree. Brother Chong grinned sinisterly, telling Wang Minzhong that as long as he listened to him, making money wouldn't be a problem. Regarding the authority distribution, Captain Xia Bai could set the time and conditions for using and lifting permissions. But this wall wasn't sealed off. It was completely open, with a honeycomb-shaped circular corridor running through it. Wan Xiao nodded, took out a whistle, wiped it casually and blew softly into the hole.